Chapter 251. It's the alien from the land of silence. Fu Zhou looked at the man who walked out of the bushes with an extremely solemn expression. Wu Xia beside him was even more solemn than him. Wu Xia was very sensitive to death. She felt an extremely strong breath of death in the black air emanating from the man. From this strong breath of death that made her feel terrified, the biological level of the man in front of her was at least rare. What is the land of silence? Lin Zichen stared at the man and asked Fu Zhou beside him. Fu Zhou broke out in a cold sweat, but he tried to calm down and explain. The source area is divided into 5 regions, namely the central region, the eastern region, the western region, the southern region, and the northern region. The region where our Earth city is located is in the southern region. The source forces that invaded our Earth are mainly the forces in the southern region, such as the Sun and Moon Holy Land. And the land of Nirvana is a place located at the edge of the western region. It is dead there, and there are a lot of strange people whose cultivation systems are very underworld. The black air emanating from the man in front of me is very underworld. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be a strange person from the land of Nirvana. Fu Zhou made a well-reasoned analysis and roughly determined the identity of the man in front of him. Mo Shidua, the man with black air all over his body, smiled after listening to Fu Zhou's analysis. Good analysis, I am indeed from the land of Nirvana. He smiled indifferently, and did not take Lin Zichen and others in front of him seriously at all. He has a special means of perception, and knows that Lin Zichen and others are advanced creatures and pose no threat to him. What are the strangers from the land of silence doing in the southern region? Fu Zhou forced himself to calm down and asked Moxuduo this question. The 5 major domains of the source are independent, and do not interfere with each other. Normally, the aliens from the land of silence will not come to the south domain, but will only stay in the west domain. This is a bit abnormal. Moxuduo said in a cold voice. I came all the way to the south domain, so I have something to do, but before doing this, I think I have to kill you first. The moment the voice fell, the black air lingering around Moxuduo suddenly became extremely dense, submerging him in it, and forming a cloud-like hazy black fog. As the concentration continued to deepen, the black fog quickly spread towards Lin Zichen and others. Any creatures that passed by lost their vitality in the blink of an eye, turning into a pile of ashes and dissipating with the wind. Run! After seeing the horror of the black fog, Fu Zhou shouted at the first moment, and turned and ran before he finished speaking. Seeing this, Wu Xia and Shen Qinghan ran with him without hesitation. Lin Zichen did not run, but chose to stay and delay Moxuduo, who was hiding in the black fog, giving Shen Qinghan and the other 2 time to escape. He faced the black fog flying at high speed, and with a thought, he used higher spirit and forest lore to control the towering trees within a radius of several miles. Boom boom boom. There was a huge cracking sound, and the whole land under his feet trembled. Within a radius of several miles, countless towering trees of hundreds of meters rose up from the ground, with large branches and leaves, rushing towards the black fog at a high speed. In a very short time, a huge and airtight tree cage was formed, blocking the black fog inside, and preventing it from moving forward. Then, buzz, 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 a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. In the tree cage, countless scarlet and thick vines shot out from the dense branches and leaves, and shot into the thick black fog at a high speed. Then, puff, 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 a sound of flesh and blood being pierced sounded. Lin Zichen, who was outside the black fog, could clearly feel that the scarlet vines he controlled pierced the Moxuduo from the land of silence in the thick black fog. He didn't expect it would be so easy to hit the opponent, and he was stunned for a moment. But soon, he reacted, and while the vines were not completely corroded by the black fog, he quickly activated the biological attribute Deadly Venom and injected a large amount of toxins into the body of Moxuduo in the black fog through the vines. Then it was only a few seconds. The originally extremely thick black fog gradually began to fade, completely exposing Moxuduo hidden in the black fog to Lin Zichen's perception range. Why can you control the magic vines of the Sun and Moon Holy Land and release poison? Mo Shidua looked at the dense branches and leaves around him with a face full of shock. His voice sounded extremely weak, and he kept gasping for breath and losing vitality. The venom injected into his body by Lin Zichen was very toxic. Even though he was a rare 3rd-level Great Perfection creature, he was poisoned and his whole body was numb, his blood was disordered, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly. Seeing that the other party was poisoned so easily, Lin Zichen's face was full of surprise. This is a rare 3rd-level Great Perfection alien, and my biological level is only advanced 8th level. I can actually poison him instantly. It was an accident, but Lin Zichen did not stand there to give Maksudo time to recover. Seeing that the venom he released was effective, he immediately controlled more vines and stabbed them into Maksudo's body, injecting venom crazily. In an instant, Maksudo's body was filled with venom, and the whole person was poisoned. His face turned purple, and he looked like he was about to die. Lin Zichen took advantage of his illness to kill him, and quickly controlled more scarlet vines to shoot out, wrapping Maksudo into a cicada pupa and pulling him into the air. Then, he suddenly contracted with force. Puff! There was only a sound of soft objects breaking. The scarlet vines wrapped around Maksudo tightened instantly, squeezing Maksudo inside into a pool of scarlet blood, which slowly seeped out from the gaps of the equally scarlet vines. Just died like this? It seems that the aliens in the source area are not as powerful as imagined. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen had an idea and moved all the towering trees away. Then, he thought again. Devour. The moment the thought fell, a text prompt message appeared in the void. No alien life source in the body, unable to devour no alien life source? What does it mean? Aliens and Earthlings are the same race. Seeing the content of the prompt message, Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts. At the same time, behind him, Fuzhou, Wuxia, and Shenqihan all stopped, looking at the blood-stained cicada pupa in the air with disbelief, their eyes full of astonishment. None of the three could have imagined that Lin Zichen could solve it so easily. You know, that is an alien, and an alien at least at the rare level, killed instantly. This is too unreal. Lin Zichen saw the three people stop, and saw the shock on their faces, but he ignored it. He moved his mind, and controlled the vines to pull a palm-sized bag over. This bag was left from the wreckage of Maksudo. It is very tough, and the vines can't crush it. Soon, the bag fell into his hands, and Lin Zichen looked at it carefully. It is not made of cloth, but the cortex of a creature. After studying it, it feels very familiar, like the oral membrane of a dimensional rat. So, this bag that looks a bit dirty is a storage bag? Lin Zichen was slightly excited. If it is really a storage bag, it must contain a lot of good things. After all, this is a rare storage bag of a third-level Great Perfection Source alien. Soon, Lin Zichen radiated his mental power and penetrated into the bag in his hand that seemed to be a storage bag. Then he found that there were many fist-sized blue crystals inside, which were beast cores. In addition, there are some strange flowers and plants, as well as some small objects that I don't recognize. This is a big harvest. The saying that killing and arson can get you a golden belt is indeed true. The money comes too quickly, Lin Zichen thought to himself. Soon, the three people behind ran back and saw the bloody cicada pupa in the air. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. Until now, the three people found it hard to believe that Lin Zichen could easily kill a rare-level alien. It was so powerful that it was incredible, even unbelievable. Let's go. Let's continue to familiarize ourselves with the periphery of the dangerous area. Lin Zichen put the storage bag into the storage space with an idea, intending to take it out and study it slowly after returning to the city. Fuzhou originally wanted to return to the city, fearing that he would encounter danger again. But then he thought, Lin Zichen was so powerful that as long as he didn't encounter some extremely strong rare high-level creatures, there should be no danger. So in the following time, Fuzhou continued to be a tour guide for Lin Zichen, carefully taking him to familiarize himself with the environment outside the dangerous area. This familiarization took 2.5 days in a blink of an eye. In these 2.5 days, Lin Zichen encountered many exotic plants and beasts, including rare creatures that occupied an area as their territory. Facing these powerful exotic plants and beasts, he didn't even move, and directly used Forest Lord to control the vines all over the sky to kill them all, and put the beast cores and other important evolutionary resources into the storage space. In this way, 2.5 days passed. A lot of harvest. Lin Zichen estimated that he could at least save thousands of contribution points in the exchange hall by bringing back so many beast cores. At that time, he could use these contribution points to exchange for evolutionary resources and improve his biological level. Zichen, is there any place you want to get familiar with? After taking Lin Zichen to visit a new area in the dangerous area, Fuzhou stopped and turned back to ask tiredly. His fatigue was not caused by the long journey. Instead, he was shocked by Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent and was very tired. Then he was very tired physically. No, this time the training outside the city ends here. If there is a chance another day, we will come out to train with you too, Lin Zichen replied. He really felt that he had walked enough and now just wanted to go back to the city and take out the things in the storage bag of the alien in the land of destruction. and exchange all the beast cores in the storage space for contribution points to see what evolutionary resources can be exchanged. About a few hours later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, who had been out of the city for several days, returned to the city smoothly. Under the leadership of Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan followed him into the exchange hall, randomly picked a counter with fewer people. Lin Zichen went up to line up. When it was his turn, he handed the storage bag he had taken out in advance to a staff member at the counter. The staff member was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. But no one knew how old she was actually, because all those who could enter the source were advanced creatures. And advanced creatures age slowly, and you can't tell how old they are just by looking at their appearance. Take the woman at the window, for example. She looks like she is only in her early 30s. But in fact, the other party may be a grandmother who is nearly 100 years old. Hello, I want to exchange the contents of this storage bag for contribution points. Lin Zichen handed the storage bag over and said. The woman was surprised when she saw it was a storage bag. You have just entered the source. Where did you get this storage bag? Lin Zichen is very famous in City Number 1, and almost everyone has heard of him. It was because he manipulated a large area of towering trees to form a tree cage and summoned countless scarlet vines to defeat the entire alien-level team that day, which was too outrageous, and it spread all over the city in an instant. Facing the woman's surprise and confusion, Lin Zichen told the truth, and told her about his experience of following Fuzhou to the dangerous area outside the city for training in the past few days, and then encountering the aliens in the Land of Destruction. After hearing this, the woman's eyes widened. Aliens from the Land of Silence? Aren't they the aliens living in the innermost part of the western region of the source? How could they appear in the southern region? The woman had been in the source for hundreds of years, and knew what this meant. After quickly exchanging the contribution points for Lin Zichen, she immediately contacted the leader to report the matter. Lin Zichen didn't care about so much. After seeing that he now had as many as 4,396 contribution points, he immediately went to another place in the hall to exchange evolutionary resources. He looked around. Rare evolutionary resources basically require thousands of contribution points to exchange for one. In the end, Lin Zichen exchanged for 4 rare exotic fruits. 2 are for improving blood and chi. 2 are for improving spirit. The main goal is balance. After doing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan quickly returned to the dormitory and ate the 4 rare exotic fruits they exchanged. After that, Lin Zichen's biological level evolved to the advanced 9th level. And Shen Qinghan, on the other hand, evolved to the advanced 8th level, evolving 2 levels in a row, and the gap with Lin Zichen returned to the previous 1 level difference. Lin Zichen carefully felt his advanced 9th level body, and felt that it was at least 10 times stronger than the advanced 8th level, and his strength had greatly improved. The source is indeed an advanced version of the Earth. Evolving here is as easy as drinking water. Lin Zichen thought to himself while feeling his body. In the past, on Earth, it took almost a year to get stuck at the ordinary 9th level. And here in the source, it took only a short time to evolve to the advanced 9th level, and the speed was ridiculous. By the way, Lin Z, we have been here for so long. Aunt Xian should have given birth by now. Should we go back to Earth to see Aunt Xian? Shen Qinghan was a little homesick, and suggested to Lin Zichen with her watery peach blossom eyes. When Lin Zichen heard this, he immediately had the same idea in his mind, and nodded. Well, I go ask if I can go back. He also missed his parents, and the warm family of 3. But compared to missing them, he was more curious about the sister he had never met. Before he entered the source, the sister had been moving around in Zhang Wanqin's belly like a hyperactive person, feeling like a cheater. According to the time, this suspected cheater sister should be born, and he had to go back to see her. I hope she is a local, not a time traveler or a reborn person. Lin Zichen silently hoped in his heart. Chapter 252. City Lord's Office. Qin Chuan sat at the tea table, sipping the freshly brewed hot tea, while listening to a gray-haired old man reporting to him. The old man who reported to him was the general manager of the exchange hall, in charge of the exchange of evolutionary resources in the entire warehouse. On Earth, he would be a powerful finance minister with a very high status. You said, there are aliens from the Land of Destruction in the dangerous area outside the city? Qin Chuan put down the teacup in his hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked with some surprise. The person in charge of the exchange hall, an old man called Old Manly, nodded and said, yes, there is an alien from the Land of Destruction in the dangerous area. Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Fuzhou, and Wu Xia encountered him when they went out of the city for training. It is understood that the alien creature in the Land of Destruction is as high as the rare level, but was instantly strangled by a large number of scarlet and thick vines controlled by Lin Zichen, and had no power to fight back the whole time. This little guy who grew up on Earth is so strong that it is really incredible. As Old Manly was talking, he talked about Lin Zichen. He felt very unbelievable about this genius, who had just entered the source place not long ago, but could shine so brilliantly. He has lived for nearly 1,000 years, and has never seen an Earthling as talented as Lin Zichen. Qin Chuan said after listening, "Well, I know about this. I will send a reconnaissance team out of the city to investigate, and see what is going on." Old Manly, "City Lord, it's nothing. I will go back to the exchange hall first." "Go back." Qin Chuan waved his hand, indicating that he should leave quickly. After Old Manly left, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought, thinking about what the aliens from the Land of Silence were doing in the South region. Could it be that the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence had joined forces? It felt unlikely. There must be some other reason. Just as Qin Chuan was thinking, someone knocked on the door of the office. It was Lin Zichen knocking on the door outside, with Shen Qinghan. "City Lord, I have something to discuss with you." Lin Zichen's voice came from outside the door. Qin Chuan's face was calm, coming directly. Creaky. A heavy door opened. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked in, and stood respectfully in front of the tea table. "What's the matter?" Qin Chuan guessed that it was about the Land of Silence, but still asked. However, Lin Zichen did not mention the matter of the aliens in the Land of Silence, but said, "City Lord, she and I want to go back to Earth. We have just found Instructor Lon, and Instructor Lon said that he cannot make the decision on this matter and needs your consent." When Lin Zichen said this, he was very puzzled. "It's just an application to go back to Earth. Why do you have to ask the City Lord for consent? Is the City Lord so idle? Do you have to take care of all the trivial matters?" While he was thinking about this, Qin Chuan asked, "I remember that you two seem to have just entered the source not long ago. What are you going back to Earth for?" "Lin Zichen, my mother is pregnant with her second child. It should be born now. I want to go back to see my sister." Hearing that the two of them were going back to Earth just for this matter, Qin Chuan said expressionlessly, "It's a bit too willful to return to Earth just after entering the source for more than a month. Stay for 3 months before going back. Every transmission of the biological channel requires a large amount of source power. And the source power comes from source crystals, or beast cores, or other rare evolutionary resources, which are exchanged for the lives of compatriots and cannot be wasted like this. You two must stay for at least 3 months before returning to Earth. This is the most basic rule." It was the first time that Lin Zichen heard of such a rule. It was really unexpected. However, he did not get too entangled. He just said, "I know," respectfully, and quickly took Shen Qinghan away. Since there is such a rule, then follow it well, and wait for 3 months before returning to Earth. Anyway, it has been almost 2 months. I can go back in more than a month. In the dormitory. On the bed. Shen Qinghan hugged her knees, leaned against the bed, and said with a bit of loss, "I really want to go back to Earth to see my parents now, but the City Lord said that I have to stay for at least 3 months before I can go back. It's a long time." "It's a bit long." Lin Zichen rubbed Shen Qinghan's body and comforted her, "But we have been in the source for almost 2 months. We can go back in more than a month. It will be a quick thing." "That's right." Shen Qinghan nodded, then turned her head to look at Lin Zichen beside her, and said with a hint of lust in her voice, "Lin Zi, I'm so bored. How about doing it?" "Well, do it," Lin Zichen said without thinking. "There are no mobile phones or computers in the source, and there is an extreme lack of entertainment. In this environment, enhancing the relationship between men and women is basically the best entertainment. I forgot to bring a condom when I came in, and the box in the storage space is almost used up." Lin Zichen glanced at the box of ultra-thin condoms in the storage space, and found that there were only 2 left, and they couldn't even make it through today. Shen Qinghan didn't care about it. "It's okay, just give birth if you get pregnant. We are only 19, too young. Not young anymore. Let's consider giving birth in a few years." "Okay then." The previous work was in vain. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen asked, "Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier?" "I just thought of it." "Okay, we are both stupid." For her, this is the meaning of evolution. A few days later. In the dormitory. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat on the bed, looking at an instruction manual called Source Power together. Ever since he heard Fu Zhou say that the source was divided into 5 areas that day, he has been very concerned about this, and specially found relevant information to browse. "Lin Zi, you turn the pages so fast, I feel dizzy." Seeing that Lin Zichen turned the pages and left a residual image, basically turning the next page with a glance. Shen Qinghan couldn't help but complain. She thought she was very smart and had an outstanding memory, but compared with Lin Zichen next to her, she was as weak as a mentally retarded girl with 0 IQ. Then I read it first, and you can read it slowly after I finish it, Lin Zichen said casually while flipping the book quickly. He has heavenly wisdom, and can read 10 lines at a glance, and he can remember everything he has read, but he really can't take care of Shen Qinghan's reading speed. He can only be a little more straight, finish reading it first, and let Shen Qinghan read it slowly later. After about 2 minutes, Lin Zichen finished reading the entire source power, and had a deeper understanding of the source. The source is divided into 5 regions, namely the Central Region, the Eastern Region, the Western Region, the Southern Region, and the Northern Region. The Central Region is a huge ruin with a large number of relics, which inherits the oldest civilization of the source, and is a regularly open forbidden area. Most of the mythical creatures in the source were born in the Central Region. The Eastern Region is an endless plain with many seas and lakes, where countless mysterious and powerful aquatic creatures live. The Western Region is an extremely desolate land, lifeless, with many underworld creatures with strange life forms. The Southern Region is a mountainous world, with extremely rich evolutionary resources, and the most powerful terrestrial creatures. Major forces such as the Sun and Moon Holy Land and Qingqiu Ancient Mountain are all located in the Southern Region. The bases established by the Earthlings in the source are all at the source point, because the biological channels connecting the two worlds are all in the Southern Region. The Northern Region is an extremely cold land with very few creatures, and few evolutionary resources, and is not very popular. In addition to the 5 major domains, the source also has a special land, the Abyss. There may be an abyss in every corner of the source. The Abyss is a life-forbidden zone. Even legendary creatures will die if they enter it. It is still full of mystery. No one knows how the Abyss appeared and what caused it. Except for knowing that the Abyss is very dangerous, it can be said that we know almost nothing. So, is the enemy of the Earth the Sun and Moon Holy Land? There are also many seas and lakes in the East Region. Maybe going there can solve the secret of the little dirty girl. Well, I have to go to the East Region if I have the chance. Lin Zichen thought silently. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. There are less than 10 days left before we can return to Earth. Shen Qinghan is looking forward to it every day, so much so that every day feels like a year, and time feels particularly slow. This morning, the sky just dawned. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan woke up early, and sat cross-legged on the bed quietly to impact the acupoints. Most of the other people in the team of extraordinary geniuses went out of the city to train and fight for evolutionary resources. Although the two can become stronger by impacting the acupoints, they also need certain evolutionary resources to support them. The reason why they did not go out of the city to train was because they could go back to Earth to visit their parents soon, and they did not want to delay their return home because of the training out of the city. Soon, several days passed. There was only 1 day left before they had stayed in the city for 3 months. For this reason, Shen Qinghan was so excited that she did not fall asleep all night, and pulled Lin Zichen to do it with her all night. She had never tried not contacting her parents for such a long time, since she was a child. 3 months of no contact made her miss her parents to the peak. It's so boring to stay in the dormitory. Why don't we be lazy today, and not do the acupoints? Let's go out for a walk and breathe some fresh air, Shen Qinghan suggested in a coquettish voice. Lin Zichen himself didn't want to do the acupoints. He missed his parents at home, and was curious about his sister at home. So he left the dormitory with Shen Qinghan, and went for a walk outside. The two walked aimlessly in the city, chatting from time to time, and unknowingly walked to the city gate. Let's go up the high wall and take a look, Lin Zichen suggested. He had the eye of the sky, and wanted to stand on the high wall of the city gate, and look into the distance to get more familiar with the terrain outside the city. Shen Qinghan smiled. Okay, I just want to go up and get some fresh air. The two hit it off, and quickly climbed up the high wall of the city gate. Just as they went up, in the stable area outside the city gate, 2 figures desperately ran towards the city. With the blessing of Eye of the Sky, Lin Zichen saw these 2 figures for the first time. Very familiar. It was the former big and small kings of the team, Xiao Qinxian and Zhang Tao. At this time, one of these 2 people was running wildly, and the other was being carried and running wildly. The one being carried was Xiao Qinxian. Lin Zichen looked closely, and found that Xiao Qinxian had multiple wounds on his body. There were wisps of black air on the wounds. The black air looked very familiar. It was exactly the same as the black air he had seen on the alien in the Land of Desolation before. Soon, the guards on the high wall saw Zhang Tao and Zhao Qinxian threw special lookout props, and immediately opened the city gate to take them into the city. As soon as he entered the city gate, Vong Tao was so tired that he sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Zhao Qinxian, who was carried on his back, turned pale and fainted, and his physical condition looked very bad. What happened? A guard captain on duty today went forward to check on the two people as soon as possible. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan also jumped down from the high wall to see what the two people had encountered. There are many strange people from the land of desolation in the dangerous area outside the city. Zhang Tao kept panting and answered with a very disordered breath. Hearing this, the guard captain's expression suddenly became solemn, and he immediately sent the two to the medical department for treatment, and reported the matter to his superiors. Lin Zichen's expression also became solemn. There are many aliens from the land of destruction in the dangerous area, which is not a good sign. It is possible that the Earth will have more enemies in the future. Soon, it was afternoon. The city lord sent a message that it is not recommended for people with biological levels lower than rare level to leave the city in the near future to avoid unnecessary losses. At night, in the dormitory, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were free and chatted while doing it on the bed. I don't know how the young man named Zhao Qinxian is now. When he entered the city, his wound was constantly oozing black liquid, and he looked seriously injured, Shen Qinghan said with a trembling voice. Lin Zichen replied with a move. It seems that nothing should happen. The self-healing ability of the flesh of rare-level creatures is very strong. As long as he can get timely treatment at the medical department, he will probably recover soon. Lin Zi, those aliens from the land of destruction suddenly appeared in the dangerous area outside the city. What do you think they want to do? Shen Qinghan said a little puzzled. Lin Zichen said casually, I don't know, maybe they are scouting the area and want to capture city number 1. Ah? Shen Qinghan's face changed immediately. Lin Zichen's guess scared her, and made her feel very uneasy. If those aliens from the land of destruction really came to scout the area, then city number 1 would be doomed to usher in a war, and there would be countless casualties. Seeing Shen Qinghan's pretty face full of anxiety, Lin Zichen smiled gently. I'm just talking nonsense, don't panic. The next day, it was just dawn. After staying in the source for 3 months, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan left the dormitory with light luggage and returned to Earth through the spacious biological passage. The biological channel exit of city number 1 is located at the military headquarters in Kyoto. After the two came out, they took a military helicopter for nearly half an hour before arriving at Shanghai University, which they had been thinking about for a long time. As soon as they got off the plane, they went straight to the family area of the outer campus, eager to see their parents, who had not been in contact for more than 3 months. The two did not contact their parents at home in advance when they came back this time, thinking of giving their parents, who had not seen each other for many days, a surprise. Don't you go back to your own house to see Uncle Yi and Aunt Ming first? In front of the house, Lin Zichen took out the key to open the door. Seeing Shen Qinghan was about to follow him into the house, he couldn't help but look at her and ask this question. Shen Qinghan said with expectation, No hurry, there is plenty of time to see my parents. I want to see my sister Ziying now. I want to see it too. Lin Zichen smiled, then inserted the key into the door lock to open the door, and walked in with Shen Qinghan. Now he has suppressed his 5 senses to the level of ordinary people, and he doesn't know what is going on in the house now. The reason for doing this is to give himself a surprise. He wanted to open a blind box to see what his sister, whom he had never met, looked like. Lin Zi, I heard the sound of typing in the coding room. Uncle Sheng and Aunt Xian really like to write novels. They have already started typing at 8 o'clock in the morning, Shen Qinghan said with a smile. Lin Zichen also smiled and said, My parents are like this. I asked them to stop writing and enjoy the life of wealth and freedom, but they just can't rest. Shen Qinghan, you said, is your sister sleeping in the room now, or drinking milk in the coding room? She also followed Lin Zichen to reduce her 5 senses to the level of ordinary people, and could not perceive the specific situation in the room through the wall. Lin Zichen guessed, she should be sleeping in the room. Babies are more sleepy. As soon as the voice fell, a baby girl wearing a diaper and a pacifier in her mouth crawled past the two of them. She crawled very fast, like a cockroach, and scurried over in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen's eyes widened, and he was completely shocked. This baby girl looked just 1 month old. How could she crawl so fast? Her body became holy. Chapter 253. Lin Zi, is the baby girl who just crawled over their sister Ziying? How can she crawl so fast? She looks like she's only 1 month old. Shen Qinghan was shocked, and her delicate face was filled with disbelief. The most amazing genius she had ever seen was Lin Zichen beside her. But when Lin Zichen was a child, he was also several months old before he could crawl fast. How could he be running around the house like a cockroach just after he was 1 month old? What's going on the other side? Lin Zichen looked at his sister crawling around the house quickly and felt mixed emotions. He always hoped that his sister was a local and didn't want his sister to be a time traveler like him. But from the scene in front of him, his sister was probably the time traveler he least wanted. She was a time traveler with a built-in plug-in. Otherwise, how could she crawl as fast as a cockroach when she was only 1 month old? This is not a baby at all. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about this in his heart, the baby girl in diapers, with her chubby little hands and feet, crawled quickly from the front balcony to the living room as if she had motors installed. When she was about to crawl over, she saw Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan standing in the living room. She was stunned for a moment and stopped in her place, staring at the two with her big, watery eyes. She kept watching. The next second, she suddenly frowned slightly, opened her mouth, and started to cry loudly. Wow, 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 wow! The moment the crying sounded, there was an anxious movement in the coding room. Soon, Lin Yanxing and Zhang Wanqing hurriedly pushed the door and walked out. Baby, what's wrong? Hey, when did you two come back? Zhang Wanqing said as she saw Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan standing in the living room. She was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of surprise and smile. For a moment, she even forgot her daughter crying on the ground. She forgot her daughter, but her daughter didn't forget her. Wow, 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 wow! Seeing Zhang Wanqing coming out, the baby girl cried and quickly crawled over, hugged Zhang Wanqing's calf, and cried louder and louder, making the ears of the people present buzz. She cried so hard. Is this really a baby who just turned 1 month old? Lin Zichen was particularly shocked. Okay, baby, don't cry. This is your brother Chen. This is your sister Han. They are all family members as close as your parents. Zhang Wanqing reached out and held the baby girl in her arms, patting her back with her hands and soothing her softly. With Zhang Wanqing's skilled comfort, the baby girl soon stopped crying, but just lay on Zhang Wanqing's shoulder with tears in her eyes. Shen Qinghan walked over, looked at the baby girl in Zhang Wanqing's arms curiously, and asked, Aunt Xian, Sister Ziying just crawled so fast in the living room. She looked like she was just 1 month old. How did she do it? I don't know about this. Dean Liu and Principal Yuan brought people to do a physical examination of the baby half a month ago. They said that the baby was born with a holy body, different from ordinary people, and an unprecedented pure-blooded genius. Zhang Wanqing replied. After hearing the answer from his mother, Lin Zichen felt a little confused. Is my sister so arrogant? She doesn't even pretend in front of outsiders, but directly exposes all her talents. Could it be that? My sister is not a time traveler, but a local? She is simply born with a strong physical talent? Is it not the same as me, a cheater? The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Because he found that his sister's expression and dynamics were very consistent with a full-month baby, without any sense of an adult soul, and it was completely different from his childhood. Come, son, hug your sister. She is so chubby and cute. Zhang Wanqing walked in front of Lin Zichen, handed the baby girl in her arms to him, and asked her brother to hug her. Lin Zichen looked at the diapered baby girl in front of him, who had just turned 1 month old, as if he had returned to the first time he saw Shen Qinghan 19 years ago, with an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Soon, he reached out to take the baby girl, hugged her, and smiled softly. Ying, I am your brother, remember what I look like, and don't cry when you see me in the future. As he said this, he dispersed his mental power to sense the baby girl's body. After some perception, he was shocked to find that the blood and chi strength in the baby girl's body was comparable to that of a 3-year-old child with normal development. She was only 1 month old, but her blood and chi strength was equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child. This physical talent was too exaggerated. It was incredible. I could totally shout out that sentence. My sister has a mythical appearance. Suddenly, the baby girl frowned and looked embarrassed, as if she was feeling unwell. Lin Zichen was still wondering what happened to his sister. The next second, there was a burst of spraying sounds. The baby girl's diaper suddenly emitted a not-so-pleasant smell. Lin Zichen, who smelled this smell, suddenly changed his face. Oh my god, my sister pooped in her pants. This guy must be a local. Which time traveler would poop in his pants when he crawls as fast as a cockroach? Why is the baby having diarrhea again? Is there something wrong with her digestive system? I have to take her to have another checkup this afternoon. Zhang Wanqing took the baby girl back from Lin Zichen's arms, and said with a frown, while skillfully taking off her diaper. Lin Zichen was puzzled. Mom, does my sister often have diarrhea? Without waiting for Zhang Wanqing to answer, Lin Zichen on the side said, "She often has diarrhea, but I think it should be nothing. It's just that your mother is too worried. Your sister doesn't drink milk now. Every meal is the exotic beast meat and exotic fruits specially provided by Yuan Xiao. It's normal for her to have diarrhea if she can't absorb the nutrition. I'm not making this up. Yuan Xiao said it a few days ago, saying that this is normal." Zhang Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Zichen in dissatisfaction, and said unhappily, "There are always unexpected things. You are too careless as a father. I really can't let you take care of my daughter. I have to take care of her myself." Lin Zichen ignored his parents' quarrel, and stared at his sister, who was sucking her thumb. The more he looked, the more he felt that his sister was a local. Cry when she says to cry. Stop when she says to stop. Shit in the pants. Also likes to eat her own fingers. This baby's attributes are maxed out. Source: South Region. In a huge flower palace, a man with black hair all over his body stood with his hands behind his back in front of a very beautiful woman, and said in a dead voice, "Fairy Thorn, would you consider cooperating with us in the Land of Silence and launching a surprise attack on City Number 1 in half a month to take back the biological passage there? I am willing to do so, but unfortunately, I can't make the decision on this matter." The Thorn Flower Fairy, who was wearing revealing clothes, said with a delicate smile. The man asked, "Who can make the decision then?" The Thorn Flower Fairy showed her charming orchid fingers, and said charmingly, "Of course, it is the Great Flower God." Chapter 254. Evening, in the living room. The 7 people from the 2 families sat together for dinner, and the atmosphere was joyful. "How long can you 2 stay this time?" Zhang Wanqing asked softly, while picking up food for Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan's eyes were slightly curved, and her smile was particularly sweet. "Probably stay for half a month." "That's good." Zhang Wanqing smiled, her eyes full of pampering. "Today is October 6th, and there is still a week before your 20th birthday. I will be able to celebrate for you." While the biological mother and the fiancé were chatting, Lin Zichen, who was on the side, kept looking at his sister in the arms of his biological mother. Lin Zichen, who had just turned 1 month old, was sitting on Zhang Wanqing's thigh with a well-behaved face, holding a big bird leg in her little hand and chewing it happily. It was the thigh meat of the violent eagle. The meat was very tight, and even adults could hardly chew it. However, Lin Zichen, who was only a tiny child, was able to chew the bird's legs with her tiny front teeth. This was really amazing. In the following days, in addition to impacting the acupoints, strengthening his relationship with Shen Qinghan in bed, and accompanying his parents, Lin Zichen spent the rest of his time observing his sister Lin Zichen. Through these days of observation, he was 100% sure that this sister was a local, and there was no possibility of a time traveler. This sister cried at least 10 times a day, and would poop and pee in her pants at any time, just like a normal baby. The only difference was that the physical strength of this sister was seriously inconsistent with her age. She was almost learning to walk at just over a month old, which was amazing. After dinner, Shen Qinghan picked up Lin Zichen, kissed her chubby little round face, and said with a smile, "Ying has big, watery eyes. She will definitely be very beautiful when she grows up, and she will be a popular person like your brother Chen." Lin Zichen said, "Ying is a girl. If she wants to be like someone, she should be like you. I am a man." Shen Qinghan teased Lin Zichen and said disapprovingly, "It's different. I have never been a popular person. I was hated by many people when I was in school. You are a popular person. From childhood to adulthood, everyone likes you, whether male or female. Ying's physical talent is so strong. When she goes to school, she will definitely be able to crush her peers like you did before. No one dares to hate her, but only like her." This is true, and Lin Zichen did not refute it. If a person is only good-looking and not outstanding in other aspects, there will definitely be people who envy her and hate her. But if this person is not only good-looking, but also has overwhelming strength, then everyone will like her and will not be jealous at all. Because they are not from the same world at all, they have no right to be jealous. Sister Ying's little hands are so delicate, with long nails, as beautiful as yours. Shen Qinghan took Lin Zichen's little hand, gently rubbed her palm, and said to Lin Zichen beside him. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Zichen suddenly grabbed Shen Qinghan's index finger and held it tightly, whether it was because she felt itchy or something. Sister is so strong, being held by her feels like being clamped by a pair of pliers. After feeling Lin Zichen's strength, Shen Qinghan's pretty face was full of surprise. Lin Zichen was not surprised. He had already sensed the strength of his sister Lin Zichen's blood and chi. It was as strong as that of a child. It would be strange if she was not strong. Ah, my sister peed on me! Shin Qinghan suddenly shouted, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment, not knowing how to deal with it. Lin Zichen smiled. You were like this when you were a child, and you peed your pants all the time. Oh, don't laugh at me. Go get a mop and clean the floor. Shin Qinghan said unhappily. Lin Zichen was speechless. What mop do you need? Have you forgotten that you are playing with water? Yes, I actually forgot this. As he said that, Shin Qinghan had an idea and suspended all the liquid that Lin Zichen peed out, flying to the potted plants on the balcony to give them some pure natural fertilizer. Over on the sofa, the parents of the two families looked at the scene in front of them, and a smile appeared on their faces. The scene of Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan taking care of Lin Zichen together looks like a young family of three, filled with happiness. After her birthday next week, Henin will be 20 years old and reach the legal age for marriage. Zhang Wanqin looked at Shin Qinghan in front of her with an anti-smile on her face. Lin Yansheng said, while eating melon seeds, it's useless for Henin to reach the legal age for marriage. Our son will not be old enough to get married until 2 years later. Yes, you understand. Zhang Wanqi rolled her eyes at Lin Yansheng beside her, thinking that her husband's words were really disappointing. Su Meng on the opposite side smiled. The legal age for marriage is not a problem. Our two families can have a wedding banquet first, get the two children married, and then get the marriage certificate when they reach the age. When Xinjiania heard this, he waved his hands and said, there's no rush for the next 2 years. Just wait until you're 22 to get married. We're already tied to each other anyway. You're not in a hurry, but I am. Su Meng glared at Xinjiania, complaining in her heart that the men of the two families were all the same, which was really disappointing. A few days later, October 14th. It was Shin Qinghan's birthday, and Lin Zichen's birthday was yesterday. According to convention, the two have celebrated their birthdays together since childhood, and this year it happened to be Shin Qinghan's turn to celebrate together. In the evening, the two families celebrated in the living room. Yuan Dongji, Lu Chuanwu, Song Yuyin, and Li Chuxin all came to participate, invited by Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan respectively. At the birthday party, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan were exchanging gifts with each other, as in previous years. The former gave the latter a silk skirt that she had sewn by herself, and the workmanship was far superior to any top designer in the world, which made Li Chuxin, who was the same age, full of envy. The latter gave the former a painting, in which there were 20 pairs of men and women, corresponding to each year they grew up together, which was a special waste. Under everyone's encouragement, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan hugged and kissed each other, leaving a memorable photo. After the birthday party, Lu Chuanwu came over with a glass of red wine and asked Lin Zichen, Zichen, you have been in the source for 3 whole months. Do you have any news about the pavilion master? As soon as this was said, Yuan Dongji, Song Yuyin, and Li Chuxin all looked over, very concerned about this issue. Lin Zichen teased his sister in his arms and answered calmly, the news I heard is that the pavilion master refined many strange beasts down there, and then broke into a ruin. What ruins? Lu Chuanwu is an archaeologist who has spent nearly half his life studying ruins. He is very interested in the ruins mentioned by Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen put his sister down and let her crawl around. He said, I don't know the details. I got this news from the mayor of city number 1. He told me so much. So, Lu Chuanwu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Yuan Dongji asked, how did you two get along with Qianxue in the source land? Lin Zichen, we haven't gotten along much yet. Yuan Dongji understood this after hearing this. That child is a bit withdrawn, and almost no one can get along with her. After that, she asked again, does Qianxue not remember you too? Shin Qinghan replied, well, senior sister doesn't remember me and Lin Zi at all, but she said that our names sound a little familiar. So, Yuan Dongji and Lu Chuanwu nodded, and said the same thing just now, and they looked like a couple. Lin Zichen looked at Yuan Dongji and asked, by the way, Principal Yuan, how is the security situation on Earth now? Is it better than before? Shi Qingmao almost uprooted the Shinji sect before entering the source. Without the troublemaker of the Shinji sect, the situation on Earth should be much more stable. That's what Lin Zichen thought. And Yuan Dongji's answer was exactly what he thought. Yuan Dongji said calmly, since your pavilion master killed the high-level members of the Shinji sect, there are fewer traitors on Earth now, and the situation has stabilized a lot. You can hardly see anyone traitoring or making trouble. That's good. Lin Zichen felt relieved instantly. In the past 3 months, he was most worried about his parents at home. Now, after hearing what Yuan Dongji said, he felt relieved immediately. Zichen, how is the situation at the source? This time it was Yuan Dongji's turn to ask questions. She and Lin Zichen basically asked each other questions and exchanged information about the Earth and the source. Lin Zichen shook his head. Although there was no major war, the situation doesn't look good. Yuan Dongji, what do you mean? Lin Zichen explained. A few days before Henin and I returned to Earth, many aliens from the Land of Desolation appeared in the dangerous area outside City Number 1, and some people who went out of the city for training were attacked by these aliens. Aliens from the Land of Desolation? Yuan Dongji looked solemn and puzzled. Isn't the Land of Desolation at the edge of the western region? Why did it come to the southern region for no reason? What western region and southern region? What are these two people talking about? Lu Chuanwu, Song Yuyan, and Li Chuxin were a little confused. The three didn't know much about the source, and they couldn't understand the conversation between Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongji about the source. Could it be that the aliens from the Land of Desolation have joined forces with the alien plants from the Sun and Moon Holy Land? Yuan Dongji thought for a moment, and came up with such a guess. Lin Zichen said he didn't know. He didn't know the origin as well as Yuan Dongji, so it was difficult for him to make any reasonable guesses. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had been on Earth for half a month, and it was time for them to return to the origin and shine. The parents of the two families, as well as the ignorant Lin Zichen, got up early in the morning to see them off. Seeing her brother and sister were leaving, 2-month-old Lin Zichen burst into tears. In the past half-month, she had been getting along very well with these two older brothers and sisters, who were almost 20 years older than her, and she was reluctant to let them leave. Ying, don't cry. Brother and sister will come back to see you soon and bring you a lot of delicious food. Shen Qinghan held Lin Ziying's little hand and comforted her softly. Lin Ziying didn't understand, so she just roared like a dragon and cried loudly. Zhang Wanqing gently rocked her daughter in her arms and said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, your sister is only 2 months old now, and she can't understand your comfort. Why don't you two have a baby as soon as possible, so that your sister can have a playmate? Hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. He thought that after Zhang Wanqing gave birth to her second child, she would not urge him and Shen Qinghan to have a baby. Now it seems that he thought too much. The parents, who have become financially independent, no longer need to work hard for a living. Now they are free every day, and they must be thinking about having many children and grandchildren, the more the better. Yes, Henin, why don't you and Lindsay have a baby soon? Your father, and I want to hold our grandchildren. Su Ming looked at Shen Qinghan and said. Shen Qinghan didn't know how to answer, and silently looked at Lin Zichen beside her. She also wanted to have a baby soon, but this matter depended on Lin Zichen, and she, with her weak personality, could not decide at all. Facing the gazes of several people, Lin Zichen felt a lot of pressure. Finally, he left a sentence, Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. After that, he quickly took Shen Qinghan's hand and took her to the administrative building of the inner campus. He really didn't want to have a child now. His parents' urging made him feel a little overwhelmed, so he had to run away. Lin Zi, when do you want to have a child? On the way to the administrative building, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a while and asked this question. Lin Zichen asked her, do you really want to have a child? Yes, I really want to. Shen Qinghan nodded. Seeing that she said she really wanted to, Lin Zichen thought for a while and said, after my 22nd birthday, we will go to get the marriage certificate, and then we will have the baby. Shen Qinghan smiled. Okay. She dreamed of having a child for Lin Zichen. Now that she got a definite answer from Lin Zichen, it was hard not to be happy. Maybe I will wake up with a smile tonight. Soon, the two climbed onto the rooftop of the administrative building. When the time came to 8 o'clock in the morning, the roar of a helicopter came from the sky on time. Seeing the helicopter coming, Lin Zichen picked up Shen Qinghan and jumped into the helicopter cabin. Not long after, the two arrived at the military headquarters in Kyoto. Through the long biological passage, the two returned to the source after half a month. This time, the two did not feel uncomfortable like the first time they came. After 3 months of adaptation, both of them are now basically immune to the rejection of the boundary force, like fish in water. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked to the dormitory to take out a bunch of daily necessities brought from home so as not to occupy the storage space. On the way to the dormitory, Lin Zichen noticed that the environment in the city had changed significantly. There were more guards on the high walls of the city gate. At the same time, the atmosphere in the city was a little depressed, with an inexplicable sense of heaviness. Did something happen? With this question, Lin Zichen deliberately found a guard who was passing by and asked, Brother, did something happen in the city? The guard was in a hurry and didn't want to stop and waste time. But seeing that the person asking the question was Lin Zichen, the most popular super genius in the city, he stopped and said with a wry smile, "In the half-month since you returned to Earth, the aliens in the Land of Silence and the Sun and Moon Holy Land jointly attacked the city, and many people died. Now, the dangerous area outside the city has been completely occupied by the Land of Silence and the Sun and Moon Holy Land. The situation is very bad. The city was attacked, and many people died." Lin Zichen was very surprised. He didn't expect that such a big thing would happen in the city after only being away for half a month. Chapter 255. In the dormitory. After learning about the situation in the city, Lin Zichen's brows were furrowed, and he couldn't relax. The Land of Destruction and the Sun and Moon Holy Land joined forces to attack City Number 1, causing heavy casualties. 2 genius members of the alien level, Nangong Luyuan and Qian Yifei, died. Lin Zichen had an impression of these 2 people. They were the opponents he met when he first entered the source to participate in the test. Unexpectedly, these 2 people died suddenly. In addition, several epic-level strongmen and dozens of rare-level strongmen were sacrificed, and the losses were very heavy. The source is really full of dangers. No matter how talented or powerful one is, there is a possibility of falling. Because there are too many powerful creatures in the source. The overall strength of these creatures is far superior to that of the Earthlings, and they are full of threats to the Earthlings. Now, the aliens in the Land of Destruction and the alien plants in the Sun and Moon Holy Land have completely occupied the dangerous areas of the city. This means that people in the city can no longer go out to train, and the road to obtaining evolutionary resources is completely blocked. If I can't get evolutionary resources, what's the point of me going to the source? Or apply for a change of city? However, even the number 1 city with the strongest overall strength has been attacked, so the situation in other cities will probably be worse. Lin Zichen became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. Without sufficient evolutionary resource support, no matter how high the evolutionary talent is, it will be in vain and will not grow at all. Xin Qinghan, who had just finished taking a shower, saw Lin Zichen's sad face, climbed onto the bed sensibly, hugged his neck and kissed him, and said softly, "Do you want to relax? Just lie down, I help you relax. It's comfortable." She didn't know how to comfort Lin Zichen, who was full of worry, with words, so she could only try to help him release the pressure in the most primitive way. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, and quietly laid down to accept Xin Qinghan's service. They are an old couple, and they have long been accustomed to it. There is no need to say more words of thanks. It will seem very awkward. Half an hour later, Lin Zichen left the dormitory with Xin Qinghan with a refreshed face and walked towards the city gate. He wanted to climb the high wall and look at the dangerous area with the blessing of Eye of the Sky. See what the situation is there now. Soon, the 2 climbed the high wall of the city gate. Xin Qinghan didn't have Eye of the Sky, and his vision could only see thousands of meters away at most, and he couldn't see the situation in the dangerous area 50 miles away. At this time, he just stood quietly by the side and blew the wind, accompanying Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen activated Higher Spirit with a thought, raising his mental strength to the highest level, and then activated Eye of the Sky in the same way, expanding his vision to the dangerous area 50 miles away. Then, a large area of shocking thorn forest came into view. These thorns covered with sharp thorns, all like thick poisonous snakes, tightly wrapped around the towering trees that reached the sky, exuding a cold breath. Just looking from a distance, you can feel an invisible sense of oppression. The vision is further extended through the dense branches and leaves. In the center of the thorn forest, Lin Zichen saw a large number of huge flower buds. These giant flower buds stand alone on the ground like fungi, growing very densely. The surface of the flower bud is covered with wriggling blood vessels, as if there are some terrifying creatures inside. He observed for a few minutes. Lin Zichen saw one of the flower buds slowly bloom, revealing a charming woman with a graceful figure and only a few leaves hanging on her body. Then, he saw a man with a thick black aura lingering all over his body, entering the flower bud and entangled with the charming woman. Lin Zichen wanted to see more. Suddenly, the man and woman in the flower bud 50 miles away turned their heads and looked at him at the same time. Before he could react, a stinging pain quickly swept through his eyes, and he closed his eyes with a hiss, and tears oozed out. In the moment just now, he felt that his eyes were illuminated by strong light, and now his vision was dark, and he could not see anything. "Lin Zi, what's wrong?" Seeing that Lin Zichen suddenly lowered his head and rubbed his eyes, looking very uncomfortable, Xin Qinghan hurriedly asked with concern. At this time, Lin Zichen's eyes were bleeding and burning with pain, But he kept covering them with his hands to prevent Shen Qinghan from seeing them, and said calmly, "It's okay, just take a break." He didn't lie, it really took a break. Under the effect of quick self-healing, his injured eyes quickly recovered as good as new, and there was no sign of injury. What happened just now? How come my eyes were injured just by looking at each other? This is 50 miles away. How did those two do it? Lin Zichen was secretly shocked and felt a little scared for the first time. There were too many strong people in the source land, which made him feel deeply that he was just an ant. An insignificant ant that could be crushed to death at any time. No, I must become stronger as soon as possible and gain enough self-protection power. I can't evolve slowly like before. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. In the dangerous area 50 miles outside the city. The deepest part. In a huge flower bud. The thorn flower fairy looked at the man on her body and asked puzzledly, "What happened just now?" The mental strength of that earthling is only rare. How can he spy on us from a distance of 50 miles? Moreover, when he was staring at me, I felt like I was being stared at by a violent eagle. But I didn't find the will of a violent eagle in his mental power. What is going on? The more the thorn flower fairy spoke, the more puzzled she felt. She felt that this matter was beyond her cognition. The man with black hair lingering on his body was also puzzled by this. He thought for a moment and said, "It should be with the help of some tools. Earthlings are best at making all kinds of imaginative tools." After hearing his analysis, the thorn fairy no longer bothered about it, and smiled. That person's biological level is only rare, and he dared to spy on us who are legendary. He must be blind now. Don't worry about that person, hurry up, let me enjoy the taste of the flower fairy. The man surrounded by black hair urged. He had heard that the flower fairies in the sun and moon holy land were very moist, and he had always wanted to find an opportunity to get close to them. Today, he finally had the opportunity, and he must experience it well. The thorn flower fairy pushed away the man's body, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why are you in a hurry? Don't forget what you promised to give me." "Don't worry, I never break my promise," the man said, as he pressed his body down again, his voice carrying a hint of desolation. "Don't worry, the things I promised to give you will be delivered to you naturally after we capture city number 1. It's better this way." After saying this, the thorn flower fairy quickly took off the leaves on her body, and entangled with the man in the flower bud. During this time, the thorn flower fairy asked, "When can we launch a full-scale attack on city number 1? There is no rush for this matter." The man said, "What we need to do now is to surround city number 1, so that the people inside cannot get out, consume their resources, and wait until they are out of ammunition and food, and then send troops to attack." In a blink of an eye, several days have passed. In the past few days, the alien plants in the dangerous area outside the city are constantly spreading, and have entered the periphery of the stable area, posing a threat to city number 1. For this matter, the leaders of the city hold meetings almost every day to discuss countermeasures. This morning, in the conference room, the city lord Qin Chuan looked around at everyone and said in a calm voice, "What do you think about the step-by-step pressure from the sun and moon holy land and the land of annihilation?" Deputy City Lord Shangwan, "Let's observe first. We suffered heavy losses in the last war, and need some time to recover. It is not appropriate to have a big war." Bai Wubian, who is also the Deputy City Lord, immediately expressed his disapproval upon hearing this. "At this time, this is not observation, this is waiting for death. If we leave it alone and allow the alien plants to spread, the forest on the right side of the city and the lake on the left side will sooner or later be occupied by the sun and moon holy land and the land of annihilation. Those two places are the main sources of daily resources for our city. Once they are occupied, our city will be completely finished. We must take advantage of the home advantage to fight against the alien plants before they spread completely. Otherwise, when the alien plants grow outside the city, our chances of winning will be even lower." Bai Wubian spoke with reason and evidence, which convinced many people present. In response, everyone spoke out to support this decision, one after another saying, "Lord Bai is right, we must take advantage of the home advantage now, and go out to fight against the invasion of the sun and moon holy land and the land of destruction, otherwise we will just sit and wait for death." I also support Lord Bai's point of view. Lord Shangwan, you are too conservative and can't see the current situation clearly. The first few people who spoke out in support were all Bai Wubian's confidants. While supporting, they also did not forget to belittle Shangwan Yuehua a few times to reduce his credibility in the hearts of other leaders. Qin Chuan will not be the city lord for a few years, and will soon be transferred to a higher position. At that time, the #1 city lord position will be competed by Shangwan Yuehua and by Wubian. The former represents the conservatives. The latter represents the radicals. Under the attack of Bai Wubian's camp, people from Shangwan Yuehua's side also fought back one after another. You still have the nerve to say that Shangwan city lord is conservative? If we were more conservative last time, and did not blindly start a war, would our losses be so heavy? Indeed, being too radical without preparation will only make the situation more serious. City Lord Bai, I think it is really not suitable to start a war now. After Shangwan Yuehua's camp counterattacked, Bai Wubian's camp counterattacked, that's not right. If we chose to avoid the battle last time, the occupied area would not only be the dangerous area 50 miles away, but also the stable area outside the city gate. That's right, to put it nicely, it's conservative, to put it bluntly, it's cowardly. Since we are in the source, we should be prepared to die in battle one day. How can we be timid and beg for survival? Who are you saying is cowardly? Who are you saying is cowardly? Master Chen, please make it clear to me. What can we say to this group of reckless men? City Lord, what do you think about this? After a fierce debate, the two camps finally threw the question back to Qin Chuan, the city lord. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, and finally, under the gaze of everyone, he slowly said, "Everyone, get ready. In 3 days, we will go out of the city to fight against the troops stationed outside the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Destruction, and defend the stable area." When these words came out, the faces of the two camps present were clearly divided. The people in Bai Wubian's camp all showed joy, and they had seen the bright future of Bai Wubian becoming the city lord in the future. The camp on Shangwan Yuehua's side was a completely opposite scene. Everyone had a cold face, and was dissatisfied with Qin Chuan's decision, but they did not dare to object. In the city lord is the one who has the final say. No one can refute the city lord's words. Unless they don't want to mix anymore. Qin Chuan glanced at the people in the two camps, and sighed deeply in his heart. At what time, these people are still thinking about fighting for the position of city lord. The Sun Moon Holy Land, and the Land of Destruction jointly attacked. This was the biggest crisis that City #1 had encountered since its establishment. When the war was about to break out, it was hard to say how many people would survive. The position of the city lord? Haha, this might have to be fought for by the lower levels. That afternoon, the decision made by Qin Chuan at the meeting announced to the whole city that they would go out of the city to fight in 3 days. After learning the news, some people in the city shouted in frustration, saying that they would avenge their dead brothers and send the enemies of the Sun Moon Holy Land and the Land of Destruction down. On the other hand, some people showed fear on their faces and did not dare to go out of the city to fight. Not everyone is not afraid of death. Many people have a great fear of death. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. A vacant lot in the city. Lan Tianbai summoned all 28 extraordinary geniuses in the team to a meeting. There were originally 30 extraordinary geniuses, but 2 died in the last battle, Nangong Luyuan and Qianifei. Lin Zichen observed the expressions of the crowd and found that everyone was very calm, without a trace of sadness. It seemed that they were accustomed to the death of their companions. It seems that many people died in the team before. Lin Zichen murmured in his heart. He had a hunch that in the battle 3 days later, more people would die in the team, far more than 2. But he didn't care, as long as Shen Qinghan was fine. His mission in the battle was to kill as many enemies as possible to obtain evolutionary resources and improve his strength while ensuring the safety of himself and Shen Qinghan. In 3 days, we will leave the city and start a war with the enemies of the Sun Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence. I believe everyone knows this. Lan Tianbai looked at the people in front of him and said in a particularly loud voice, "This war is extremely dangerous. Many people are bound to die, and even we cannot avoid it. But fortunately, the leaders in the city will try their best to send away the strong men on the opposite side at the beginning of the war. At that time, most of the enemies you face will be high-level creatures, and a few will be rare creatures. Relatively speaking, it is still relatively safe. Everyone must cherish this war, take advantage of this opportunity to kill more enemies, obtain more resources, and improve their own strength. That's all I want to say. Everyone go back and have a good rest." After saying this, Lan Tianbai looked at Lin Zichen, who was standing behind, and said, "Zichen, you stay for a while, I have something to talk to you alone." Chapter 256. Talk alone? Lin Zichen was a little surprised, and so were the others. No one knew why Lan Tianbai wanted to talk to Lin Zichen alone. However, Lin Zichen didn't think too much about it. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, He went to an empty corner with Lin Zichen to see what he wanted to talk about. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Zichen became a little alert and prepared to take action. No one believed him now. Lin Zichen suddenly said that he wanted to talk to him alone. He was worried that Lin Zichen was a traitor and wanted to find a chance to deal with him one-on-one. Although in the last tree cage incident, he beat Lin Zichen without any ability to fight back. However, this does not mean that Lin Zichen is not his opponent. If Lin Zichen is a traitor, it is not impossible for Lin Zichen to hide his strength. Just when Lin Zichen was thinking about these things, Lin Zichen spoke. Lin Zichen said seriously, "Zichen, I have something to ask you. I hope you can agree to it." "Instructor Lin, please tell me." Lin Zichen did not agree immediately, thinking about what it was. Lin Zichen did not waste words and said directly, "I think with your strength, you are the most suitable person to be the captain of this extraordinary team. I hope that when the team goes out of the city to fight, you can take the initiative to lead the team. By then, Zhao Qinxian and Zhang Tao may have opinions, and are unwilling to hand over the position of team leader to you. If that's the case, you can directly suppress them, and violently seize the team's right to speak. In fact, if I speak up, the two of them will give you the right to speak in the team, but I have a very good relationship with them, so it's not suitable to do so." After saying so much, Lin Zichen actually didn't want to be a villain, and wanted to push the villain's job to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen, who realized this, refused without thinking, "Instructor Lin, I'm just a newcomer, I'm not familiar with the people in the team, and I can't lead them. I think it's better to continue to give the work of leading the team to Zhao Qinxian and Zhang Tao. As for me, I'd better be a team member." How could he be a villain without any benefit? If Lin Zichen could give him a rare flower or fruit as compensation, then he might agree. Not giving anything, just wanting to get something for free, is it possible? Seeing that Lin Zichen didn't agree, Lin Zichen wanted to persuade him, but didn't know how to start. In the end, he could only give up on this matter, and pretend nothing happened. After the two returned to the team, Shen Qinghan asked curiously at the first time, "Lin Zi, what did the instructor want to talk to you about?" "Nothing, just want me to violently seize the team's right to speak. Let me lead the team in the battle 3 days later," Lin Zichen said without hiding anything. Shen Qinghan just nodded after hearing this, and didn't ask any more questions. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. It was the day to go out of the city to fight. Early in the morning, before dawn, the square in front of the city gate gathered nearly 10,000 people. Among these 10,000 people, 90% are high-level creatures, 9% are rare creatures, 0.9999% are epic creatures. Only the remaining 0.0001% are legendary creatures. Today, it is the day we go out of the city to fight the enemies of the Sun and Moon Holy Land, and the enemies of the Land of Destruction. Do you have confidence? Yes. On the high wall of the city gate, Qin Chuan, the city lord, was shouting, using his own way to boost morale. The soldiers below listened, and all responded with passion. Lin Zichen was also one of these soldiers. But he was different from the others. At this moment, he was calm, and just wanted to go out of the city to kill more enemies and obtain evolutionary resources. He had no other thoughts. He thought that it might be because he had just come from the city not long ago, and had not yet fully integrated. In short, it was because he did not have a sense of belonging enough. On the contrary, Shen Qinghan, who was also a newcomer, was moved when he heard the inspiring shouts around him. Every emotion in her heart was affected by Qin Chuan's inspiring shouts. This was not her intention, but Qin Chuan used means. Those whose strength was lower than the rare level were easily affected, and easily infected by the high emotions emanating from the voice. City Lord Shangwan, you lead the team to deal with the strong men from the Sun and Moon Holy Land. City Lord Bai, you lead the team to deal with the strong men from the Land of Destruction. Relatively speaking, the aliens from the Land of Destruction are relatively unfamiliar, so this task may be very heavy. Others, all go to the front battlefield to fight, and drive out all the enemies that invaded the stable area. Qin Chuan shouted loudly standing on the high platform. The moment the voice fell, the soldiers below immediately responded. In the center of these soldiers, as an instructor, Lin Zichen stood in front of the team with an upright posture, and earnestly told the 28 alien-level geniuses in front of him, "After the city gate is opened, the 28 of you will be a whole. Make sure to act together, and don't be too superstitious about heroism. Also, when you encounter a strong enemy, if you find that you cannot defeat it, you must flee immediately, and never fight hard. Next, once the city gate opens, You will follow the rare level team led by General Liu and be responsible for handling the mess that the team failed to handle. After listening to Lan Tianyun's words, the extraordinary geniuses in the team all nodded, indicating that they knew what to do. About half an hour later, open the gate. As Qin Chuan's voice sounded, the city gate made of special boulders was instantly opened in half. At the moment the city gate opened, all the soldiers in the square rushed out in a well-trained manner. Those who could fly flew, and those who couldn't fly ran. In an instant, thousands of people filed out and killed the enemy dozens of miles away. Not long after the soldiers rushed out of the city gate, Qin Chuan and other leaders, who were the most powerful fighters in the city, all disappeared on the high wall of the city gate in a flash, and rushed to the strong men of the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence at the fastest speed. Soon, the originally calm sky suddenly burst into dazzling light and deafening fighting sounds. These sounds seemed to contain endless energy, shaking the entire dangerous area and stable area. It was Qin Chuan and other leaders in the city who fought with the enemy's strong men. The fight made the world change color. The soldiers with lower biological levels below were shocked. Lin Zichen was also shocked. In the 20 years since he was born as a human, this was the first time he saw the legendary strong men fighting with his own eyes. He had seen Qi Qingmo fight before, but they were all crushing. He had never seen a battle between strong men like today. I hope a legendary warrior will fall, and I will pick him up and devour him. Lin Zichen fantasized in his heart. It only took a moment. The sound of the legendary warriors fighting gradually faded away until it disappeared completely. It was not that the winner was decided. Instead, the strong warriors tacitly stayed away from the battlefield below to avoid affecting the weak. Both sides have weak warriors, so there is no need to consume each other. Both sides are thinking about directly deciding the winner in the strong confrontation and winning this war at the lowest cost. The battlefield below. 10 miles. 20 miles. 30 miles. 40 miles. 43 miles. When the soldiers rushed to the boundary 43 miles outside the city gate, a thorn forest covering the sky and the sun came into everyone's eyes. Arrived at the center of the battlefield, at the junction of the two armies. Kill! A rare 9th level Earth warrior sacrificed his blood to feed the alien gene in his body, and turned into a giant fire dragon covered with scales, spewing hot flames at the thorn forest. The other rare level Earth warriors all showed their magical powers at the same time, frantically attacking the thorn forest in front of them. Buzz! 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 There was a burst of air-breaking sound. In the thorn forest, countless thorns covered with spikes shot out and attacked hundreds of rare level Earth warriors. At the same time, a large area of black fog spread out, and a large number of aliens from the Land of Destruction appeared from it, following the thorns and killing the rare level Earth warriors in front. In just a short moment, the thorn forest was set on fire, and countless alien plants were directly buried in the sea of fire, turning into ashes all over the sky. In contrast, many rare level warriors were hit by the thorns and fell directly from the sky. Either they died or were seriously injured. But more of them were dragged into the dark black fog by the aliens in the Land of Desolation, and their lives and deaths were unknown. This is a scene on the front line of the battlefield. Behind the front line, the team of alien-level geniuses led by Lan Tianbai is constantly accelerating to catch up with the pace of the rare-level Earth warriors, and deal with the aftermath of these frontline warriors. In the team, while Lin Zichen was galloping with the team, he watched the situation at the front line of the battlefield from a distance, with the blessing of Eye of the Sky. When he saw a large number of rare-level creatures falling at the front line, his heart was pounding. For him, who has the biological attribute of the strong prey on the weak, the corpses of the strong are the best evolutionary resources. He can devour a large amount of life essence of exotic beasts from the corpses of the strong, thereby opening the atlas and obtaining the corresponding biological skills. Hanin, you follow the team closely. I will rush to the front line first. Lin Zichen couldn't resist the temptation, and after throwing such a sentence to Shen Qinghan beside him, he immediately burst into spirit and rose to the sky, flying to the front line of the battlefield. Shen Qinghan didn't react at all. When she reacted, Lin Zichen had already risen to the sky, and she couldn't even talk to him. Zichen, don't rush so fast, it will be very dangerous if you leave the team. Lan Tianbai found that Lin Zichen had left the team, and immediately shouted at him to stop. However, Lin Zichen didn't pay any attention at all, and the speed of flying in the sky became faster and faster, wishing to reach the front line of the battlefield in the next second, and frantically devour the life essence of the exotic beasts in the bodies of rare-level strong men. If you don't listen to orders when you have some strength, you may die without knowing how. Zhao Qingxian and the team couldn't stand Lin Zichen's arrogant behavior and couldn't help but curse. No one else said anything, not wanting to offend a genius of Lin Zichen's level. Qianxue, what are you doing? At this time, Lan Tianbai looked at the side of the team and shouted. Shen Qinghan heard the shout and immediately looked to the side following Lan Tianbai's line of sight. Then, the scene that caught her eyes was that Luo Qianxue suddenly turned into a large piece of ice flour and rushed to the front line of the battlefield at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Is this elementalization? Shen Qing opened her eyes wide. It was the first time she saw someone turn into a large piece of ice flour. This scene was amazing. It was very similar to the superpowers in film and television works. Why? Lin Zichen and Luo Qianxue's biological levels are not rare. Why are they so much stronger than us? How disgusting. Seeing Lin Zichen and Luo Qianxue escape from the team, the genius of the team broke down and complained unwillingly. Listening to these complaints, Shen Qinghan felt a little unhappy. This unhappiness was not only because he heard Lin Zichen being scolded by the team. It was more because Luo Qianxue also escaped far away, and it seemed that Luo Qianxue and Lin Zichen were a pair. Just when Shen Qinghan felt a little depressed, the originally dry ground suddenly oozed a lot of liquid. These liquids are colorless and tasteless, all of which are the simplest water molecules. Why did the water come out? Shen Qinghan is particularly sensitive to water and immediately discovered the moisture under his feet. But before she could react to what was happening, the next second, her body melted into a pool of water, seeping into the ground and disappearing. A few seconds later, someone in the team shouted, "Instructor, Shen Qinghan is missing." Hearing this shout, Lan Tianbai immediately looked in the direction where Shen Qinghan was originally. Seeing that there was no one there, he immediately looked unbelievable and couldn't understand the scene in front of him. Just a few seconds ago, he still sensed that Shen Qinghan was in the team. How could he disappear just like that? On the other side, Lin Zichen was flying at high speed, less than a few miles away from the front line. Bang! There was only a dull explosion. A broken arm suddenly flew over from the high altitude in front. It was a human arm, but it was covered with thick fiery red scales. This was an arm from a gene fusion. Swallow. Lin Zichen did not hesitate for a moment, and directly touched his arm to choose to swallow the life source inside. You swallowed a large amount of the life source of the Void Flame Dragon. Void Flame Dragon Atlas, 100%. You successfully opened the Void Flame Dragon Atlas and obtained the biological attribute Flame Breath. Flame Breath. Your mouth can spray out flames that melt everything. Lin Zichen just glanced at these prompts. He didn't look at it more. Soon, he accelerated to the front line to swallow the debris on the ground below. Just as he landed on the ground, a thick black fog suddenly spread from the front. Before the black fog got closer, a lifeless and hoarse voice came from inside. Lin Zichen, I originally wanted to rush to the back of the battlefield to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. At the moment the voice sounded, a big hand stretched out from the black fog, like a five-fingered mountain, grabbing Lin Zichen with a force that covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, Lin Zichen's danger sense was jumping wildly. Lin Zichen didn't think much, and immediately turned around and fled to a distance to avoid this terrifying big hand. Chapter 257. Boom boom boom. The huge hand with a trace of black air grabbed Lin Zichen like a mountain. The huge hand was extremely fast, and caught up with the fleeing Lin Zichen in an instant. Lin Zichen knew that he could not escape normally. So he made a quick decision, and used the biological attribute digging instinct to escape from underground. There was a sound of earth and rocks crushing. Lin Zichen, who was just on the ground, escaped into the ground in the next second and disappeared completely without a trace. Almost at the same time he disappeared, the huge hand with a trace of black air suddenly printed on the ground, and the earth and stones flew and splashed, and a large amount of dust was hit. When the huge hand left, a huge palm pit more than 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. The surroundings of the palm pit were covered with a large number of shocking huge cracks. This shows how terrifying the power of this palm is. Once it hits accurately, it is no problem to kill a rare creature. How did you do this? A puzzled voice came from the black fog. As soon as the voice fell, a gloomy man over 3 meters tall walked out of the black fog, looking at the palm pit under his feet with disbelief on his face. To be more precise, he was looking at the bottomless cave in the center of the palm pit. This bottomless cave was just dug out by Lin Zichen with his bare hands. It was dug out in just a moment. The speed was so fast that it was incredible. Deep underground. Lin Zichen was still digging deeper, and didn't dare to stop for a moment. Even if danger sense had stopped, he didn't dare to be careless. There were so many strong people in the source land, and no one knew whether these strong people had the means to block danger sense. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. When the excavation depth reached 1024 meters. I don't know if it was an illusion. Lin Zichen felt as if he had dug through something. He wanted to stop and see what happened. But as soon as he stopped, he didn't have time to observe the surrounding environment. Suddenly, the dry soil in front of him rippled like water, forming a huge vortex that sucked him in. I don't know how long it took. It seemed to be a few seconds. It seemed to be a few minutes. It could also be a few hours. When Lin Zichen opened his eyes again, he found himself in front of a huge palace. This huge palace was soaked in water, but there was no water grass on the ground and walls, as if it had just been submerged by water. What on earth is this place? With a hint of curiosity and uneasiness, Lin Zichen continued to radiate his mental power to explore the environment inside the palace. But after exploring for a long time, he didn't find anything. The palace seemed to be surrounded by a huge transparent membrane, blocking his mental power. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about whether to enter the palace to find out. Creaky. A heavy door opening sounded. The palace door opened. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately tensed up and prepared to leave immediately if something went wrong. However, to his surprise, when the palace door opened, a face he was most familiar with walked out, Shenxinghan. Hanin, why are you here? Lin Zichen could also transmit voices in the water. He looked at Shenxinghan in the palace with a puzzled look on his face, wondering why she appeared in this place. Shenxinghan used the same method to transmit the voice in the water. I don't know either. I was just running on the battlefield and was suddenly pulled in here. Pulled in? Lin Zichen was horrified and asked, who pulled you in? I don't know. Shenxinghan shook his head and continued, I was running with Instructor Lan and the others, and suddenly I felt water under my feet, and then my eyes went black and I came here. Water under my feet? Lin Zichen is very sensitive to the word water. Shenxinghan has always been the spokesperson for the word water since she was born. He suspected that the reason why Shenxinghan appeared here might be related to her special physique. Wait, that's not right. The little dirty girl came here because of her special physique. What about me? How did I get to this place? Seeing Lin Zichen's puzzled expression, Shenxinghan explained as if he could read her mind. I pulled you into this place. The little dirty girl pulled me in? Lin Zichen was surprised and asked quickly, how did you do it? Shenxinghan replied, I can control anything in the palace. I just saw something similar to a teleportation array, so I tried to see if I could teleport you in, and then I succeeded. This was said lightly, but it was particularly shocking to Lin Zichen's ears. The little dirty girl can actually control this palace? What is her relationship with this palace? Was she the owner of the palace in her previous life? Has a trace of the palace owner's soul on her body? Received the inheritance of the palace owner? For a moment, various possibilities flashed through Lin Zichen's mind, but he was not sure which one it was. He knew that it was useless to think about it, so he quickly turned to look at the environment inside the palace. Through the open door, he saw that the palace was very empty, and there were not even a few pieces of furniture. It was like a new house with just painted walls. Lin Zi, come in quickly. Don't stand outside and look around. The palace is very safe. Seeing Lin Zichen standing outside motionless, just scanning the environment inside the palace with his eyes, Shenxinghan, who was at the entrance of the palace, couldn't help but say something. When Lin Zichen heard it, he didn't hesitate and swam into the palace immediately. After entering the palace, Lin Zichen found that the environment inside was even more empty than he imagined, and there was almost nothing. It was like an emperor's palace where everyone had disappeared, and it was a little weird. But what was special was that the walls of the palace were full of murals. The content of the murals was extremely consistent. They were all a group of powerful aquatic creatures kneeling down to worship a mysterious woman lying in a shell. Could this palace be related to the mysterious underwater ruins that the dean had studied before? Lin Zichen thought of this immediately. Thinking of this, he swam towards the wall and carefully looked at the contents of each mural. He wanted to find out the identity of the woman in the mural to see if she could match the immortal master in some mythological stories. But after looking for a long time, he still found nothing. Lin Zi, swim over there. There is a very strange water grass growing there, and the teleportation array I just mentioned is also there. Seeing that Lin Zichen had almost finished reading the mural, Shenxinghan spoke up and said this. After hearing this, Lin Zichen didn't care about looking at the murals anymore, and said to Shenxinghan, take me there. Okay. Shenxinghan responded sparingly. Soon, the bodies of both of them were almost completely transformed into elements in the water, and they rushed to a secret room in front. One was transformed by a special physique. The other was transformed by the luck of melting water. Each showed his magical power, under Shen Qinghan's guidance. In just a moment, Lin Zichen came to a secret room. The secret room was also very empty, but there was a teleportation array with a light blue light and a water grass with a purple rime. Lin Zichen's interest in the teleportation array was far less than that in the water grass. The moment he saw the water grass, all eyes were attracted to it. Because he saw two purple fruits in the water grass, as big as a fist, with a trace of purple air lingering on the surface of the peel, which looked very extraordinary. Can those two fruits be picked? Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan beside him, and asked. Although Shen Qinghan may not be the owner of this palace, Shen Qinghan can control the palace now, so it is right to ask her. Unfortunately, Shen Qinghan is timid and dare not guarantee it. She just shook her head and said, I don't know. Lin Zichen stopped asking when he saw this. He chose to directly suck the two golden fruits on the mysterious water grass into his hands. It is obviously surrounded by purple air, but the whole fruit looks like a conspicuous and noble golden fruit. I tried to sense the energy contained in the flesh. It is very exaggerated. It is like a vast ocean with no end in sight. If nothing unexpected happens, this must be a natural treasure with extremely high evolutionary value, a natural treasure of the level that can greatly evolve after eating. After spending some time looking at the fruits in his hand, Lin Zichen handed one of the fruits to Shen Qinghan and said, We each eat one. Okay. Shen Qinghan responded. Then, the two of them said nothing more, and put the golden fruits in their hands into their mouths. The fruit melted in their mouths, turning into strands of golden warm currents, quickly flowing through every part of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's body, nourishing every cell. At this moment, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan could clearly feel that their bodies were being strengthened rapidly. The acupoints that originally needed to be impacted to open, now open one after another. Brain acupoints, heart acupoints, body acupoints, all were opening. In just a blink of an eye, the number of acupoints opened increased several times. The strength of the blood and spirit in the body was able to usher in exponential growth. Your biological level has successfully evolved from advanced level 9 to rare level 1. Your biological level has successfully evolved from rare level 1 to rare level 2. Your biological level has successfully evolved from rare level 2 to rare level 3. Lin Zichen hadn't prepared for the evolution yet, and prompts of biological level breakthroughs kept flashing in the void, making him feel dazed and unreal. It actually evolved, and it evolved 3 levels in a row. What level of natural treasure is that golden fruit? Why is the effect so amazing? At this moment, Lin Zichen felt the power of the source for the first time. The evolutionary resources are too exaggerated. Treasures are everywhere. Evolving for 100 years on Earth may not be as good as a chance encounter in the source. Lin Z, I have evolved to the rare level. And I have evolved 3 levels in a row, reaching the rare second level. What about you? Are you the same? Shen Qinghan's pretty face flushed, and her expression looked particularly excited, even more excited than when she was in bed. After all, evolving from a high-level creature to a rare-level creature is a qualitative leap. It has truly evolved from an amphibious creature to a perfect triangular creature of sea, land and air. It has the ability to fly in the air. Well, I have also evolved 3 levels, from the high-level 9th level to the rare 3rd level. Lin Zichen said calmly. But in his heart, he was already very excited, and couldn't wait to test his strength. He calmed down a little. Lin Zichen set his eyes on the teleportation array on the side. He looked at it for a while, and asked Shen Qinghan, How do you use this teleportation array? It's very simple. Shen Qinghan smiled and said, Just inject mental power into the teleportation array, and then you can activate the array and select the teleportation location. Lin Zichen didn't expect it to be so simple, and said with some expectation, Show it to me. Okay. Shen Qinghan walked towards the teleportation array after she finished speaking, wanting to inject mental power into the array and show Lin Zichen a trick. But before she walked over, somehow, the teleportation array lit up by itself, and instantly it was shining brightly. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan only felt a whiteness in front of their eyes. The next second, the two were surprised to find that they were back to the chaotic battlefield between the stable area and the dangerous area. The scene on the battlefield at this time was completely different from the moment when the two left. At a glance, there were body parts everywhere. Almost all the dead were high-level creatures. The ground was covered with blood, which looked very tragic. Shen Qinghan looked at the bloody scene in front of her and felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. But soon, she adjusted herself and forced herself to adapt to this bloody meat grinder. Hanin, did you choose to teleport here just now? Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and asked. Just now in the palace secret room, he didn't see Shen Qinghan injecting mental power into the teleportation array, and the teleportation array lit up by itself. He was confused about this. When Shen Qinghan heard it, he realized it belatedly, and shook his head and said, "It's not me. I didn't have time to inject mental power into the teleportation array just now. I don't know what happened." Hearing this answer, Lin Zichen frowned slightly. He thought the palace was an ownerless place, and Shen Qinghan happened to be the owner inside. But judging from the fact that the teleportation array just now was running on its own, the palace did not seem to be ownerless. Who teleported us out just now? Did they teleport us in before just to send the 2 golden fruits to our mouths to help us evolve? Who exactly is the other party? Lin Zichen had these doubts in his mind. But before he could figure it out, the enemies in the ever-changing battlefield soon targeted him, and Shen Qinghan. "Boy, so you are here. It seems that the reward from the flower fairy is mine." A thick black fog flew from the front, and at the same time, a voice with a hint of annihilation sounded inside. "It's the alien from the Land of Silence." Lin Zichen looked solemn. He could sense that the alien from the Land of Silence, who attacked him, was not as strong as himself. However, the words from the alien from the Land of Silence made him particularly concerned. The flower fairy's reward? What does that mean? Am I being rewarded by the sun and moon holy land? Chapter 258. Buzz. A whistling sound was heard. The thick black fog, covering the sky and the sun, surged towards Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen did not move at all, and his qi and blood burst out with a thought, generating a terrifying qi and blood gale to fight against it. Soon, there was a bang. The 2 powerful air currents collided fiercely, and a terrifying aftermath broke out. In an instant, the land within a radius of 1,000 meters was affected. The grass and trees broke, and the soil and stones flew. Even some high-level creatures that were closer were blown away and rolled hundreds of meters away. Many powerful people around felt the power of this aftermath, and they all turned their heads to look over at the first time. After about a few seconds, the aftermath subsided and the dust fell to the ground. The thick black gas was swallowed by the extremely aggressive qi and blood power, revealing a man who was reduced to a skeleton by the qi and blood power, standing on the spot and swaying. A rare-level alien from the Land of Destruction fell on this battlefield. His face was completely disfigured, and he died with his eyes open. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially those who knew Lin Zichen. Seeing that Lin Zichen only used a move of qi and blood to blast a rare middle-level alien from the Land of Destruction to death, everyone was shocked and doubted their lives. What's going on? What's going on? He has only been in the source for less than half a year. Why can he have such a strong strength? This is too weird. Everyone was puzzled and couldn't understand how Lin Zichen did this. Lin Zichen ignored the shock of the people around him. He quickly raised his hand to the skeleton in front of him. With a thought, he sucked it into his hand through the air. "Swallow," Lin Zichen muttered in his heart. Then, a prompt message flashed in the void. Swallowing failed. There is no alien life source in the target body that can be absorbed. Lin Zichen glanced at the content of the message. Well, it can't be swallowed, just like last time. Aliens belong to humans, not aliens. There is no alien life source in the body, and the effect of the strong prey on the weak cannot be triggered. What a pity. It would be great if aliens could also swallow. Lin Zichen coveted the ability of the aliens in the Land of Destruction. Apart from anything else, the ability to turn into a black mist that covered the sky and the sun looked very strong. Let's go to the front to touch the corpse." Lin Zichen did not stay there for long. He took out an energy core from the skeleton of the alien in the Land of Destruction, and quickly said to Shen Qinghan beside him. With the strong prey on the weak, he now only wants to devour the life essence of alien races in large quantities, to further strengthen his own strength. By the way, see if he can touch the storage bag or something like that from the corpse. The fighting over there is too intense. Would it be dangerous for us to rush over there? Shen Qinghan is more cautious, and does not want to take the risk. Lin Zichen disagrees. It's okay. With my current strength, as long as I don't encounter epic creatures, it's okay. Shen Qinghan nodded and said, then let's go. She chose to believe Lin Zichen, and believed that he would not let her fall into a dangerous situation. The front line of the battlefield. Hundreds of rare-level strongmen fought frantically, causing the sky and the earth to change color, and triggering various natural disasters. Flood. Sandstorm. Ground subsidence. Ice and snow. Flames. These natural disasters are all caused by rare masters. With their ability to manipulate elements, the masters turned the entire battlefield into a terrifying doomsday. As soon as Lin Zichen approached these disasters, prompts kept popping up in the void. You are experiencing a flood. You have successfully survived the flood. The progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest has increased by 1. You are experiencing a sandstorm. You have successfully survived the sandstorm. The progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest has increased by 1. You are experiencing a ground subsidence. You have successfully survived the ground subsidence. The progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest has increased by 1. Total number of survivals, 35 out of 100 as prompts popped up one after another. Soon, Lin Zichen was pleasantly surprised to find that his progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest had soared to more than half. At this rate of improvement, it won't take long to complete this achievement mission and obtain the long-awaited biological attribute survival of the fittest. Lin Zichen was slightly excited about this. After calming down a little, Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan to the forefront of the battlefield, constantly devouring any corpses encountered along the way. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the hot poison magic frog and obtained the biological attribute hot poison. Hot poison. Your skin can secrete volatile venom that can melt the organs of the poisoned. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the bone worm and obtained the biological attribute hard bone. Hard bone. Your bones are indestructible. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the ghost god fish and obtained the biological attribute absolute concentration. Absolute concentration. Your concentration is greatly improved. While Lin Zichen was devouring the life essence, Shen Qinghan, who was standing by, was not idle. He had been searching the corpses for spoils. He didn't find much. He basically didn't see any storage items. There were only some small and scattered items. On the battlefield, few people would carry all their wealth on their bodies. Because if they died in the battle, the resources would be cheap for the enemy. Lindsay, there are people from the city being besieged over there. Let's go to rescue them. Shen Qinghan saw a woman in front of him being besieged by dozens of vines. She was beaten back step by step and felt that she was about to collapse. He quickly shouted to Lin Zichen, who was standing by. Lin Zichen looked forward as soon as he heard the voice and saw the city person Shen Qinghan mentioned. She was a woman with a charming appearance. She looked about 40 years old. The biological level was as high as the 5th rare level. If placed on Earth, it could beat 1,000 yuan dongji. However, on the battlefield at the moment, it was beaten without any resistance and was about to fall. Seeing that the woman was about to collapse, Lin Zichen immediately used Higher Spirit, Forest Lord, and the newly acquired absolute concentration to control the vines from a distance of thousands of meters to stop attacking the woman. The woman had originally prepared to die on the battlefield, and when she saw the vines around her suddenly stop attacking, she was stunned. But soon, she found that it was Lin Zichen who controlled the vines. She was very sensitive to mental power, and could sense a slight fluctuation of mental power from a distance of thousands of meters. Thank you for your help. The woman took a few seconds to fly to Lin Zichen and landed, with a grateful face. After that, she praised, "It is true that heroes have emerged from you since ancient times. Lin's evolutionary talent is so impressive that anyone who sees it will be eclipsed and feel inferior. At the age of only about 20, her strength is far superior to that of a centenarian, like me, who was once known as a genius girl. Seeing it with my own eyes today is really an eye-opener. I have no regrets in death. Why is this person speaking so elegantly?" Lin Zichen complained in his heart, but said, "Thank you, senior." "No." The woman shook her head and continued, "Mr. Lin's talent is unprecedented. I'm afraid that only those immortal masters who survived from the age of gods can be compared with you." Immortal masters from the age of gods. Lin Zichen heard this keyword again. Except for Qi Qingma, he had never seen other immortal masters from the age of gods, and he couldn't help but be curious about this mysterious group. "Let me introduce myself. I am Guakaidai, the current president of Kyoto University." The woman first introduced herself briefly, and then invited, "When the war is over, if I can still survive, I will go to thank you." "Benefactor?" Lin Zichen felt strange and said, "Senior, don't be so polite." Guakaidai shook her head and said, "You saved my life. This is not a question of being polite or not. This is a favor to me." Lin Zichen didn't know how to respond. His rescue was just a matter of convenience, and he didn't need the other party to repay him. Guakaidai added, "By the way, I have a great-grandson named Li Muyu, who is also a student of Shanghai University, and is in the same class as the benefactor. I wonder if the benefactor knows my great-grandson. If he does, I will bring my great-grandson to thank you." "That? I was a classmate of Li Mayu when I was a freshman, Shen Qinghan said weakly in a somewhat introverted manner. When Guokaidai heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of the charming mature woman, and she said, "Then I will bring my great-grandson to thank you." After leaving this sentence, Guokaidai flashed and rushed to the battlefield in front to continue killing the enemy. Looking at the other person's back as he left, Shen Qinghan felt a little dazed. I didn't expect that the aunt just now would be the president of Kyoto University, and Li Mayu's great-grandmother. Lin Zichen, indeed, she looks very young, and you can't tell that she is a centenarian. Shen Qinghan shook his head and said, "It's not a matter of age, it's that the other person is the president of Kyoto University, and he is very respectful to us. You know, 2 years ago, we were just ordinary high school students, unknown. And now, only 2 years have passed, even the president of Kyoto University has to respect us. This feeling is really incredible." Shen Qinghan still subconsciously feels that he is just an ordinary person, and once someone is highly praised, he will feel very magical. In the final analysis, his status has been raised too quickly. In just 2 short years, he rushed from the bottom to the top. It is not an exaggeration to say that a drastic change has occurred in an instant. Compared with this, Lin Zichen didn't feel anything. He has always been very clear about how great his potential is, and he had expected that such a day would come. "Lin Zi, there are people being besieged over there too. Let's go and rescue them." Shen Qinghan pointed to the left and said. Lin Zichen glanced at him, and the next second he appeared 1,000 meters away in a flash. He killed 3 rare-level aliens from the Land of Destruction with a Black Tiger heart-piercing move, and took out a fist-sized core from their bodies. There are beast cores in the bodies of aliens, and there are similar energy cores in the bodies of aliens, which are essentially source crystals. What a monster! The young man who was rescued by Lin Zichen murmured with a face full of doubt about life. He looks like an 18-year-old youth, but his real age is already 35. He was a member of the alien-level genius team back then, and his current biological level is rare level 4. In the alien-level genius team back then, his strength could rank in the top 3. And 5 years after leaving the team and graduating, he quickly evolved to rare level 4, attracting much attention in the city, and is expected to evolve into an epic creature before he turns 100. But even such a genius, in front of the newcomer Lin Zichen, at this moment, he is like a helpless kindergarten student, extremely weak. After Lin Zichen killed 3 rare-level aliens from the Land of Destruction, he didn't even look at the person he saved, and turned around and flashed back to Shen Qinghan's side. He had just returned and stopped for less than 2 seconds when Shen Qinghan commanded again, "Lin Zi, I saw Instructor Lan and the others. They are over there, shrouded by a large cloud of black fog. Let's go over there quickly." At this time, Shen Qinghan was like a battlefield savior. Whenever he saw someone in danger, he would rush over to rescue them. The only flaw was that it was Lin Zichen who rushed over to rescue them every time. Lin Zichen didn't care about it at all. Now he has enough confidence to deal with any enemy on the battlefield, as long as he doesn't encounter an epic-level strongman. Under this premise, he should save his compatriots to the best of his ability. Buzz! There was only a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Lin Zichen grabbed Shen Qinghan's waist and rushed her to the black fog in the distance at a very fast speed to rescue Lan Tianbai and others. By the way, he killed the aliens in the Land of Destruction hidden in the black fog and obtained the source crystal. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were advancing at a high speed under the black fog, Lan Tianbai tried his best to command the team to resist and find a chance to escape. "Qianxue, can you freeze the black fog? Just freeze it for a few seconds." Lan Tianbai shouted to Luo Qianxue, who was half elementalized in front of him. The black fog in the sky was too difficult to deal with. Even if he, who was a rare creature, joined forces with Zhao Qinxian and Zhang Tao, who were also rare, and the rest of the team members, they could not do anything to the other party. Now the only possibility of survival is Luo Qianxue, who is an alien. If Luo Qianxue can use her elementalization ability to freeze the black fog and block it for a moment, Lan Tianbai can lead everyone to escape. Hearing Lan Tianbai's words, Luo Qianxue also tried her best to deepen her elementalization state and use her body to freeze the black fog in the sky. Unfortunately, after several attempts, they all ended in failure. The gap in biological levels is too big. Luo Qianxue's biological level is only advanced level 7. The biological level of the alien from the Land of Destruction in the black fog is as high as rare level 4. Facing such a huge gap in strength, Luo Qianxue can't challenge him at all. It's interesting. I didn't expect that there would be people from the Northern Snow Realm here. I just don't know why you became one of the people on Earth. A hoarse voice came from the black fog. As soon as the voice fell, A terrifying giant hand stretched out from the black fog and slapped the people below. It's over. Facing the suppression of the big hand, Lin Zichen and others showed despair. At this time, buzz! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The next moment, a monstrous blood force surged fiercely and blasted towards the big hand that suppressed it. Chapter 259. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The fierce blood and chi force accurately hit the big hand that emerged from the black fog. Instantly, the black hand was blown to pieces, turning into a black rain that fell all over the ground. Who? A loud shout came from the black fog, enduring the severe pain. The voice had not yet fallen. The next second, a bright red stream of light flashed, and under the gaze of Lin Zichen and others, it rushed into the thick black fog at a high speed. In just 2 seconds, the thick black fog began to dissipate and fade, revealing a corpse with a wide-open chest. It was the corpse of a strange person from the land of destruction. Behind the corpse hovered a familiar figure, Lin Zichen. Seeing that it was Lin Zichen who easily killed the alien from the land of destruction in the black fog, Lin Zichen and others below were all stunned on the spot, with unbelievable expressions on their faces. The dead alien from the land of destruction had a biological level as high as the rare 4th level, and could single-handedly suppress an entire team of alien-level geniuses, including the instructor. They were beaten so hard that they had no power to fight back, and could only sit and wait for death, dying slowly. However, such an almost invincible alien warrior was killed in a blink of an eye by Lin Zichen, who had been in the team for less than half a year. This scene was too shocking. It was so shocking that it was a little unreal. Is this Lin Zichen really an Earthling? Lin Zichen stared blankly at Lin Zichen in the sky, his face full of doubts about life. Others were the same, and they all suspected that Lin Zichen was not an Earthling. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Lin Zichen's strength was so abnormal. Puff! In the sky, Lin Zichen slowly pulled his hand out of the corpse in front of him and took out a source crystal that was slightly larger than his fist. This source crystal alone was worth at least thousands of contribution points. And he had obtained nearly 10 source crystals like this in this trip. After conversion, it was almost tens of thousands of contribution points, which could be exchanged for 10 rare-level exotic fruits in the city's warehouse. The premise was that this war had to be won and city number 1 had not been captured. Otherwise, everything was empty talk. Soon, Lin Zichen slowly fell down under the gaze of everyone and landed next to Shen Qinghan. Lin Zichen, what is your current strength? Zhao Qingxian asked immediately, very curious about this. Although it would be offensive to ask this, he really wanted to know the answer in his heart. Rare level. Lin Zichen gave a vague answer. Strength is a secret, a trump card, and it is impossible to tell others. It's good enough that he didn't curse. Let's go! Lin Zichen had no intention of staying, and turned his head to Shen Qinghan beside him. He just wanted to touch the corpse more now. He didn't want to waste a second. If he missed this battle to obtain a large amount of evolutionary resources, he didn't know when the next one would be. He must seize this opportunity, obtain a large amount of evolutionary resources in one wave, and soar directly into the sky. Zichen, wait a minute. Seeing that Lin Zichen was about to leave, Lin Zichen, who was in charge of the team, hurried forward and shouted, "We are a whole, it's better to act together, it's not good to be a lone wolf. Lin Zichen is very strong, it's a pity to be a lone wolf." Lin Zichen hopes that Lin Zichen can stay and lead the team. The growth of the whole team is definitely much better than the growth of one person. Moreover, the ability to lead a team is a very important attribute. Now the Earth is at a disadvantage. If it wants to break out of the siege of the Source, it must unite as one. Being a lone wolf will only lead the Earth to destruction. Seeing Lin Zichen say this, the others also persuaded, yes, Lin Zichen, there is strength in numbers. Once you encounter any difficult problems, it is easier to solve them if you think together. The battlefield is too dangerous. One more teammate means one more guarantee. Being a lone wolf is very dangerous. It is easy to fall into a situation of isolation and helplessness. It is better to form a team with many people. The people who said these words actually wanted to cling to Lin Zichen's thighs. Not many of them were going for the strength of numbers. After all, no matter how many ants there are, they can't help the elephant. They just saw Lin Zichen's strength, which is much stronger than Lin Zichen, the instructor. If Lin Zichen could lead the team, the next trip would be much safer. Safe, everyone wants to be safer. It's not easy to live, no one wants to die. Especially geniuses with various privileges, they don't want to die. Based on this point, As long as it can improve their survival rate, face is empty. It's not impossible to be a dog for the boss. A living genius is a genius, and a dead genius is a dead waste. No, I'm used to acting with a small number of people. Faced with the persuasion of everyone, Lin Zichen refused without thinking. He doesn't need a burden. Unless this burden is Shen Qinghan. Let's go hand in. Lin Zichen spoke to Shen Qinghan beside him again. The moment he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with his toes, and the whole person instantly soared high into the air and flew forward. Shen Qinghan also followed his thoughts and flew in the air. What's going on? How can she fly in the air? Is she also a rare level expert? Seeing Shen Qinghan flying in the air, Lan Tianbai and others all opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. Lin Zichen's strength is terrifying. They have already experienced it. And Shen Qinghan, a little girl who has never shown much, they really didn't expect that she is so powerful. After all, Shen Qinghan looks weak and has no confidence. She is a weak person at first glance. Now it seems that she is only weak in appearance, but her strength is exaggerated. You can't judge a person by his appearance. While others were surprised at Shen Qinghan's strength, Luo Qianxue slightly raised her head and looked at the two people who were getting farther and farther away in the sky, feeling very confused. Are these two people really from Earth? Why are they so powerful? I can't figure it out. High in the sky, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan flew to the open space full of corpses and debris in front of them, to clean up the battlefield there and search for spoils, and to rescue the city dwellers who were in a tough battle there. But before the two flew far, a very strange sound came from the surroundings. Boom! 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 Lin Zichen, who heard the sound, became alert instantly. He immediately turned on his five senses to the maximum. Always pay attention to the surrounding environment. After observing for a while, Lin Zichen found that this strange sound was caused by the explosion of seeds. The whole sky was filled with dark blue seeds at some point. Like dandelion seeds, they diffused in the air, emitting little light, as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Lin Zi, let's get away from here quickly, these seeds may be dangerous, Shen Qinghan reminded. She liked the scene in front of her very much, and thought it was particularly beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating. But she knew that such a scene suddenly appearing on the battlefield must not be a good thing. Most of it is related to the Sun and Moon Holy Land. Because the Sun and Moon Holy Land is the base camp of alien plants, the means are usually related to plants. These dark blue seeds in front of them, at this moment, are most likely the work of the Sun and Moon Holy Land. Hearing Shen Qinghan's reminder, Lin Zichen, who was still observing the seeds, woke up immediately. Just now, for some reason, he was inexplicably absorbed in observation, as if he was fascinated by the dark blue seeds around him, and lost his mind. These seeds are too weird. We must get away from them as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Lin Zichen quickly moved toward Shen Qinghan, and took her away from the seeds around her, lest something unexpected happen. However, just as the two were about to leave, the seeds around them suddenly exploded, making a dense sound. Pop! 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 At the moment when the sound appeared, the exploded seeds instantly spread out a large number of blood-stained roots, taking root and sprouting directly in the air. Seeing such a weird scene, Lin Zichen had no intention of fighting against it, but immediately fled with Shen Qinghan at the fastest speed. He didn't know if he could fight back, but he knew that he couldn't rush into a head-on confrontation without knowing the enemy. Once he failed, he would die, and the price was too high. There was no cost-effectiveness at all. Buzz! Lin Zichen flew very fast with Shen Qinghan, leaving a burst of explosions in the air. Just as the two of them passed over the blue sky and the white people's heads at high speed. Swish! 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 A series of sharp air-breaking sounds rang out. Countless tiny blood-colored roots, as dense as hair, shot from behind and instantly caught up with the two people flying away at high speed. Before the two of them could react to what was going on, the whole sky darkened, and was completely covered by the blood-colored roots that covered the sky and the sun, and they couldn't see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. I can't see anymore. Lin Zichen's face was solemn. He had extremely strong eyesight, and even stronger perception. Even in the dark night like ink, he could see every corner around him. But now, he couldn't see anything because he was covered by the bloody roots. He couldn't even see Shen Qinghan beside him. Lin Zi. Shen Qinghan was a little panicked, holding Lin Zichen's hand tightly, and not daring to let go. Lin Zichen frowned and tried to sense the surrounding environment, while soothing him gently. It's okay, it's not a big problem. The fact is, the problem is very big. under the effect of biological properties such as higher spirit and eye of the sky. In just a moment, Lin Zichen could vaguely sense the surrounding environment. Then he found that he and Shen Qinghan were trapped in a huge cage at the moment. This huge cage, entangled by countless bloody roots, was airtight and completely isolated from the outside world. Bang! A huge sound exploded. Lin Zichen thought about it, and condensed a terrifying blood force to hit the cage. He thought his attack could cause damage to the cage. But the fact is that the blood force hit the cage, leaving only a faint mark, without causing any damage. This blood-colored root cage is stronger than any tree cage he has encountered before. Seeing that the strong attack didn't work, Lin Zichen immediately chose to find another way. He thought about using forest lore to control the blood-colored roots that constitute the cage. However, he tried for a long time and failed to control it successfully once. Because the level of these blood-colored roots seems to be far beyond the rare level, rare creatures can't control it at all. Since the road is blocked and we can't fly out, let's try the escape technique of digging a hole and open up a new way to escape. Lin Zichen thought so in his heart, and soon brought Shen Qinghan to the ground, and used the digging instinct to dig a way to escape under his feet. It would be fine if he didn't dig, but he was desperate as soon as he dug. Even if it was a flat ground, it was full of bloody roots, which made the biological attribute of digging instinct useless and lost its due value. This is difficult. Lin Zichen's face became more and more solemn, and he couldn't find a way to escape for a while. Shen Qinghan beside him was also thinking about it at this time, to see if there was any way to escape. But after thinking for a while, he couldn't think of anything. Don't move around. Stay where you are and wait for me to touch and mark you one by one. Don't get separated. In the darkness, Lan Tianbai's voice rang out. He and his teammates were all shrouded in a blood-red doomsday because of Lin Zichen's involvement. When Shen Qinghan heard the shout, she immediately said to Lin Zichen, Lin Z, Instructor Lan and the others are over there. Let's go over there. There is strength in numbers. Now, her vision was blocked. She felt very uneasy, and instinctively wanted to go to a place where there were many people. Lin Zichen did not act alone this time. In order to make Shen Qinghan feel more at ease, he chose to do as she said, and walked towards Lan Tianbai. Halfway through, the cage was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but suddenly a bunch of dazzling blue light lit up on the top, illuminating the entire interior of the cage. At the moment the blue light lit up, Lan Tianbai and others saw Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan coming, and their faces were immediately full of confusion. Didn't you two fly away? Why are you here? Lan Tianbai looked at the two of them in confusion and asked. Lin Zichen replied, I was caught in this cage that suddenly appeared before I flew far. Lan Tianbai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He frowned slightly and looked around carefully, trying to judge the current situation. Lin Zichen did the same, using his 5 senses to the maximum, constantly sensing every corner of the cage. Just then, shwa! A crisp sound of branches and leaves rubbing against each other was heard. When Lin Zichen heard the sound, he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Then he saw a dark figure falling from the top of the cage at a high speed, hitting the ground with a bang, splashing a large amount of dust. Everyone was attracted by the movement and looked sideways at the same time. After a while, the dust dissipated. What came into everyone's eyes was a puppet lying flat on the ground, a human-shaped puppet as big as a normal person. Everyone looked at the puppet with a vigilant look. Dare not approach. Dare not act rashly. Suddenly, the puppet sat up from the ground. It twisted its stiff neck, opened its empty eyes, and looked at the girl closest to it, and asked in a dead voice, The falling of leaves, is it the pursuit of the wind, or the unwillingness of the tree to keep it? Chapter 260. The falling of leaves, is it the pursuit of the wind, or the unwillingness of the tree to keep it? A lifeless puppet, like a monk sitting cross-legged on a futon, stared at Zhao Zixuan, who was closest to him, with a pair of empty eyes. The voice it made was filled with a hint of coldness and extinction, which made people tremble in their hearts. Teacher, instructor. Zhao Zixuan was frightened by the stare, and instinctively took 2 steps back, looking for help at Lan Tianbai not far away. As she took 2 steps back, the puppet in front also slid forward 2 steps, following her closely with a sense of oppression. The falling of leaves, is it the pursuit of the wind, or the unwillingness of the tree to keep it? Seeing that Zhao Zixuan did not answer, the puppet asked again in a hoarse voice. When asking the second question, the puppet's eyes became more and more empty, and a trace of black air lingered all over its body, filled with a strange sense of oppression. Lin Zichen noticed the change of the puppet, and immediately looked at Zhao Zixuan and shouted, Answer its question quickly. He didn't know the puppet in front of him. But considering that he had used the power of blood and chi to bomb the cage before, he could only blast out a little insignificant mark on the cage. He estimated that he would definitely not be able to hurt the puppet in front of him. With this in mind, it is better to follow the puppet and wait and see what happens, rather than attacking the puppet rashly. After hearing Lin Zichen's reminder, Zhao Zixuan calmed down a little. She looked at the puppet in front of her, calmed her slightly uneasy mood, and then answered, "The falling of leaves is the result of both the pursuit of the wind and the unwillingness of the tree to keep it. It is the result of the two-way interaction." After answering, Zhao Zixuan stared at the puppet in front of her with a look of trepidation, her heart hanging in her throat. The others were the same, all of them were tense, and didn't even dare to blink. The puppet, who was being watched by everyone, was motionless and silent, like a computer that had crashed. About 2 seconds passed. The puppet's throat made a few clicks, and then it said in a dead voice, "Wrong answer." The moment the voice fell, the puppet, which was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly decomposed into a large number of blood-colored roots, turning into a huge net that enveloped Zhao Zixuan in front. Then, before everyone could react, Zhao Zixuan, who was still standing just now, was instantly entangled in the giant net into an airtight cicada pupa, and was pulled to the top of the cage by a vine and hung high, looking like a hanging corpse. "Zixuan!" An alien-level genius shouted and attacked the vines very quickly to save Zhao Zixuan. The way of attack was to throw the double-edged sword in his hand with all his strength, trying to cut off the vine connected to the cicada pupa. Unfortunately, the vine was very tough, and when the double-edged sword slashed on it, it not only failed to cut the vine, but also shattered its own blade. Very soon, there were only a few bangs. A large number of blood-colored roots broke out of the ground and attacked the alien-level genius, who swung the double-edged sword at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. In an instant, he was wrapped into a cicada pupa and pulled to the top of the cage to hang. After seeing this scene, everyone present took a breath of cold air and felt extremely desperate. The enemy in the cage was much stronger than expected. The chance of escape is slim. When everyone else was in despair, Lin Zichen seemed unusually calm. He was thinking about what he should do to get Shen Qihan out of the cage. Rely on yourself? Difficult. He had already tried it at the beginning. He gathered a ball of blood and chi and blasted it on the cage, but there was no splash at all. If nothing unexpected happens, the strength of the cage is as high as epic level. By the way, can the biological attribute flame breath break the situation? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this. This is a biological attribute he swallowed when he was touching corpses at the forefront of the battlefield. It is a biological attribute of fire. From the theory of the 5 elements, it should be able to restrain alien plants. But it is only a theory, and the specifics are still unknown. Wait a little longer. If you are really in a desperate situation, use this biological attribute to fight to the death. Lin Zichen thought to himself. At this moment, he did not dare to act rashly, fearing that his action would be ineffective and anger the cage. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of falling sounded. Another lifeless puppet fell from the top of the cage to the ground, splashing up large pieces of dead branches and fallen leaves. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the puppet quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, twisted its neck and looked at Lan Tianbai, who was closest to it, and asked with empty eyes, "The falling of leaves, is it the pursuit of the wind, or the unwillingness of the tree to keep them?" Hearing this familiar question, Lan Tianbai's face suddenly became solemn. He recalled Zhao Zixuan's answer, saying that the leaves fell under the combined action of the wind and the tree. This answer was wrong. As a result, Zhao Zixuan was entangled by the blood-colored roots into a cicada pupa and hung in the air. The falling of leaves, is it the pursuit of the wind, or the unwillingness of the tree to keep them? Because Lan Tianbai did not answer in time, the puppet asked a soul-piercing question for the second time. While asking, the black air lingering around him became thicker and thicker. It seemed that as long as Lan Tianbai did not answer quickly, the puppet would attack him. Lan Tianbai realized this, and did not dare to continue to think silently. After thinking for a while, he looked at the puppet in front of him and answered, "The falling of leaves is the pursuit of the wind. If there is no pursuit of the wind, the leaves will not fall, because the tree will not let go." This answer was given in a desperate situation. Lan Tianbai did not know what the correct answer was. But time was running out, so he could only choose an angle to answer the puppet. "Wrong answer," the puppet said hoarsely. As soon as the voice fell, the puppet decomposed into a large number of terrifying blood-colored roots on the spot, and suddenly covered Lan Tianbai. Lan Tianbai's strength was much stronger than Zhao Zixuan. At the moment the bloody roots appeared, he had already reacted and attacked, making a final resistance. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the reaction speed is, it will be useless if the strength is not enough. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Zichen was entangled by the bloody roots into a cicada pupa, and was pulled to the top of the cage by a vine and hung high. Seeing that even Lin Zichen was attacked without any ability to fight back, everyone present showed despair. They didn't expect that they would perish in this cramped cage, just after the battle began. The falling of leaves, is it the pursuit of the wind, or the unwillingness of the tree to keep it? Another puppet fell down, staring at Wuxia with empty eyes and asked. Wuxia is Fu Zhou's girlfriend. Last time, she and Fu Zhou took Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan out for training and familiarized themselves with the environment outside the city. The falling of leaves is the tree's unwillingness to keep them. Leaves that can be seduced by the wind are not worth keeping. Wuxia was a little panicked, but she still gave such a pre-thought answer with a calm face. The joint effect of wind and tree has been answered. The pursuit of wind has been answered. Now the only thing left is the tree's unwillingness to keep them. Wuxia has a certain degree of confidence in her answer. However, ideals are beautiful, and reality is very skinny. When Wuxia had a certain degree of confidence, the puppet in front of her said murderously, "Wrong answer." How could it be? Wuxia's eyes widened, and she felt unacceptable. The puppet didn't care whether she could accept it or not. The moment it said wrong answer, it immediately decomposed into a large number of bloody roots, and suddenly enveloped her. Xia! Fu Zhou shouted instinctively upon seeing this, and at the same time, he burst out all his blood and energy to save Wuxia. The result was that the two of them were entangled like a cicada pupa, and hung at the top of the cage. Is the falling of leaves the pursuit of the wind, or the unwillingness of the tree to keep them? A brand new puppet fell from a high altitude, just like the previous puppets, and asked this question to the person closest to him. And this time, this person was Shen Qihan. Under the death gaze of the puppet, Shen Qihan panicked. She habitually looked at Lin Zichen on the side, and cast a look for help to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen's brain turned very fast. The three people before all answered the puppet's question from a literary perspective. If we change the perspective and answer from a scientific perspective, will the problem be solved? Lin Zichen didn't know if he was right. But in this situation, there was no other way but to give it a try. We could only try our best. Henin, answer with scientific thinking and the biological knowledge you have learned. Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qihan seriously and said. Shen Qihan quickly searched for theoretical knowledge related to falling leaves in his mind, trying to give a nearly perfect scientific answer to get himself out of trouble. Is the falling of leaves the pursuit of the wind, or the unwillingness of the tree to keep them? Soon, the puppet began to ask the second question. At this time, Shen Qihan had already drafted a perfect scientific answer in his mind. When the puppet asked the second question, she immediately answered, "The falling of leaves is neither the pursuit of the wind nor the unwillingness of the tree to keep them, but abscisic acid. When the cold winter comes, plants reduce their own." Wrong answer. Shen Qihan had not answered much before she was suddenly interrupted by the puppet. Then in the next second, the puppet decomposed into a large number of scarlet blood-colored roots on the spot, attacking Shen Qihan like a disgusting red worm. Seeing the disgusting blood-colored roots rushing towards her, Shen Qihan's pretty face turned pale, and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. Buzz! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. Lin Zichen, who was beside him, rushed towards the blood-colored roots rushing towards Shen Qihan at the fastest speed in his life, wanting to violently fight against these extremely tough existences. Boom! Bang! Boom 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 bang! When Lin Zichen and the bloody root collided, the whole cage suddenly erupted with a series of terrifying sounds, making the eardrums of everyone present buzz. The attack was very strong. The movement was very loud. But the strength of the bloody root was beyond imagination. No matter how Lin Zichen attacked, he could only block the bloody root at most, and could not destroy it at all. After a few attempts, Lin Zichen realized that he could not deal with the bloody root by brute force. So he thought about it, and with the blessing of high spirit and absolute concentration, he used the biological attribute flame breath on the bloody root in front of him. The next second, a ball of red flame suddenly spurted out from Lin Zichen's mouth and nose, and blasted towards the bloody root in front of him like a volcanic eruption. As soon as these red flames appeared, they instantly ignited the extremely tough blood-colored roots, burning them like frightened venomous snakes twisting in pain in the air. It works! Flame breath, this biological attribute can really restrain demonic plants. Lin Zichen was slightly excited, and immediately increased the force of spitting out red flames, wanting to burn the blood-colored roots in front of him and even the entire cage into ashes. On the other side, everyone else present was dumbfounded and completely confused. He can actually spit fire? Why can he spit fire? What is going on? Hallucination. Everyone was puzzled by this. However, at this moment, they did not dwell too much on this point, because they all knew one thing very clearly. Lin Zichen could cause damage to the blood-colored roots, which meant that they all had hope of escape. After about a few seconds, Lin Zichen consumed a huge amount of mental power, spraying his entire head red, and finally burned the bloody roots in front of him into ashes. However, he did not stop spraying fire, but sprayed more and more. Use the red flames to focus on a position in front of him. A big hole must be broken at this position, so that everyone in the cage can escape. The red flames do have a fatal restraint on plants. In just a few seconds, the indestructible barrier was burned with a fist-sized hole. According to this trend, it only takes more than 10 seconds to burn a hole for people to escape quickly. Just when everyone thought that escape was in sight, suddenly, a burst of intoxicating fragrance floated out of the cage, lingering on everyone's nose. Before everyone could react to what was going on, suddenly, Luo Qianxue, who had been standing silently in the crowd, focused her eyes and entered the elemental state, turning into a large ball of extremely cold ice gas, rushing to the place where Lin Zichen was spraying fire and burning at the fastest speed. Buzz, accompanied by the sound of a burst of ice gas passing by. Under the unbelievable eyes of the crowd, the place where Lin Zichen was spraying and burning was instantly frozen into an ice wall by the ice gas, an indestructible ice wall. No matter how the red flames sprayed by Lin Zichen burned, the ice wall showed no signs of melting. At this moment, Lin Zichen was stunned and couldn't understand what was going on for a while. He couldn't figure out what Luo Qianxue was doing. Even more, he couldn't figure out why his flame breath could be blocked by Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue's biological level was obviously only advanced level 7. And his biological level was as high as rare level 3. Could it be that Luo Qianxue is an undercover agent hiding her strength in City Number 1? After some doubtful thinking, Lin Zichen looked at the ice wall in front of him that could easily block flame breath, and this most likely guess flashed through his mind. Chapter 261. Just when Lin Zichen suspected that Luo Qianxue was an undercover agent lurking in the city. Buzz. A sound of breaking through the air exploded. The only two rare level members in the team, Xiao Qinxian and Zhang Tao, suddenly burst out with blood and energy and attacked Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen's 5 senses were extremely sensitive. The moment the two people just made a move, he immediately noticed the attack of the two. Facing the attack of the two, he just calmly focused his eyes, and burst out with a terrifying biological pressure that was crushing. The next second, 2 bangs were heard. Xiao Qinxian and Zhang Tao were instantly suppressed to the ground by this powerful biological pressure, and their bodies were completely sunk deep into the hard ground, and countless shocking cracks were shaken on the edge. One wave just subsided, and another wave rose. The next moment after Lin Zichen dealt with Xiao Qinxian and Zhang Tao, other extraordinary geniuses in the team also attacked him, including the timid Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan had an idea. The next second, she pulled out a large amount of groundwater under her feet, forming a 100-meter-long dragon that covered the sky and the sun, and slammed into Lin Zichen, just like Yuan Dongji did when she fought the 9th elder of the Divine Plant Sect in the coastal forest. It was not until then that Lin Zichen realized that Shen Qinghan and others were controlled. He recalled the fragrance he suddenly smelled just now. If nothing unexpected happened, that fragrance should be the culprit that controlled everyone. Although he found the problem, Lin Zichen didn't know what he should do to wake up the people who were controlled by the fragrance. Helplessly, he could only secrete a large amount of venom that could paralyze the nerves on his body's surface, poisoning all the people who attacked him to the ground. When all this was done, bang! A huge flower bud broke out of the ground, with a hint of light blue mist, exuding a pleasant fragrance. It was this fragrance. Lin Zichen instantly became alert, his whole body's blood suddenly burst out, staring at the mysterious flower bud that suddenly appeared in front of him. Shoo! A crisp cracking sound was heard. The huge mysterious flower bud had a crack several fingers wide on the surface, and a large amount of rich fragrance oozed out from it, filling the entire cage. Lin Zichen was tense, and his eyes did not dare to deviate at all, always staring at the flower bud in front of him. Under his gaze, the crack on the flower bud opened wider and wider, until it bloomed into an extremely charming blue flower. A woman with vines wrapped around her body was revealed. Lin Zichen, you are not only physically strong, but also incredibly versatile. You must have some unknown secrets. The flower vine girl said softly with a charming look in her eyes, and a seductive smile. Lin Zichen frowned, and kept looking at the flower vine girl. He didn't remember knowing such a strong person. The flower vine girl saw what he was wondering about, and smiled. You are now known to everyone in the Sun and Moon Holy Land. The creatures there want to take you back and sacrifice you to the flower god. The flower god? A mythical creature in the Sun and Moon Holy Land? What does sacrifice mean? Become a bed slave? Or do you want to take my life? In just a short moment, Lin Zichen had thought so much in his mind, and finally turned it into a question and blurted out, What does sacrifice mean? It means sacrifice. The flower vine girl raised her orchid finger, and said with a half-smile on her face. After that, she continued in a gentle voice, Okay, enough nonsense, the sacrifice of the flower god, we should go. The moment she finished speaking, the hair on the flower vine girl's body suddenly stretched into blue vines, and attacked Lin Zichen like an octopus's tentacles, trying to pull him into the flower bud and take him away. Facing this sudden attack, Lin Zichen did not sit and wait for death, but instantly increased his mental strength to the maximum, launching flame breath to spray the attacking vines. Soon, the red flames and blue vines fiercely collided with each other, and the terrifying aftermath burst out and blew away everything around. After only holding on for a moment, Lin Zichen could not withstand the explosive power of the vines, and the whole person was blown away, hitting the road wall of the cage heavily, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood with a puff. The strength of the flower vine girl is extremely strong. If not epic level, it is close to epic level. Lin Zichen, whose biological level was only rare level 3, could not resist the attack of the flower vine girl. You resisted my attack, and just vomited some blood. There is nothing else wrong. Your body is really strong. I believe that the flower god will like it very much. The flower vine girl said with a smile. After that, she controlled more vines to wrap Lin Zichen, who was still vomiting blood on the ground, into a cicada pupa and pulled him into the huge flower bud. Before leaving, the flower vine girl glanced at the alien geniuses lying on the ground and looked regretful. These are all the top geniuses on the earth. The evolutionary talent is extremely outstanding. If I can bring them all back to the Holy Land and let them become a member of the Holy Land, then I will definitely get the highest reward from the Holy Lord. However, the flower bud has limited capacity and cannot take away so many earthlings. It's a pity. Thinking of this, the flower vine girl controlled a blue vine covered with thorns and whipped the alien-level geniuses on the ground. These future Earth powerhouses, who have not yet grown up, should be completely strangled in this cage. Buzz! The vine swung at a very fast speed, rubbing in the air to make a burst of explosions, and the target was directly aimed at the alien-level geniuses on the ground. There was only a bang sound. The thorny vines first hit the nearest young man, Xiao Lu. At the moment of the sound of the hit, Xiao Lu, whose biological level was as high as the advanced 9th level, exploded directly, turned into blood all over the ground, and completely disappeared from this world. After killing Xiao Lu, the vine swept to the side, aiming directly at Shen Qinghan lying on the ground. Just as the vine was about to hit Shen Qinghan's delicate body, boom! The ground beneath Shen Qinghan suddenly exploded like an inflated balloon. Then, a large amount of groundwater gushed out from below, wrapping Shen Qinghan on the ground in it to form an airtight water film. Bang! The vine hit the water film fiercely with a huge force, like a mountain. Then, it did not turn the water film and Shen Qinghan protected by the water film into a pool of blood as expected. Instead, the vine itself was instantly shaken into a pile of sawdust by the seemingly delicate water film. The flower vine girl who witnessed this scene opened her eyes wide and could not believe what she saw. My vines are of epic strength. How could they not even penetrate a layer of water film? What on earth is going on? The flower vine girl was puzzled by this and wondered if she was hallucinating. She calmed down a little. The flower vine girl controlled another vine and swung it toward Shen Qinghan in the water film. Bang! Another familiar sound rang out. The vines hit the water film heavily and were instantly turned into sawdust. This time, the flower vine girl was finally willing to believe the facts in front of her. The water film on Shen Qinghan's body could easily withstand the full force of an epic creature. What on earth is that water film? What about the Earth Girl in the water film? It's incredible. The flower vine girl looked at Shen Qinghan in the water film curiously, and realized that what was happening at the moment was beyond her cognition. This made her hesitate. She hesitated whether to take Lin Zichen away, or Shen Qinghan in the water film away. Lin Zichen is very special, that's for sure. But Shen Qinghan at the moment seems to be even more special than Lin Zichen, which makes her feel troubled, and she doesn't know how to make a decision for a while. Just when she was having difficulty making a choice, the ground of the cage began to seep out clear water at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant, the originally slightly dry ground became a wetland full of water. The flower vine girl had never seen such a strange scene, and she became cautious all of a sudden. She no longer hesitated whether to take Lin Zichen or Shen Qihan away, and directly closed the flower bud, choosing to take the risk-free Lin Zichen away and sacrifice him to the great flower god. But the next second after the bud was completely closed, the face of the flower vine girl changed slightly, and she found in disbelief that her flower bud could not escape into the ground and lead directly to the holy land far away in the sky. What happened? Why can't it be teleported away? With this doubt, the flower vine girl frowned and opened the flower bud, wanting to see what was happening outside the flower bud that could cause the flower bud to be unable to teleport away. Soon, the flower bud opened. At the moment the flower bud opened, a large amount of cold water poured in from the outside, directly bursting the epic level flower bud into several petals. Seeing that her flower bud was burst by water, the flower bud girl's face was full of astonishment, suspecting that she was in an illusion and had hallucinations. The strength of her own flower bud is as high as the second epic level. It's just ordinary water. How could it burst? The flower vine girl tried to calm her mind and disperse her mental power to perceive the surrounding environment. It would be fine if she didn't perceive it, but once she perceived it, she was shocked. The flower vine girl was horrified to find that she was not in a familiar cage, but in a completely unfamiliar underwater world. I was teleported? When was I teleported here? Why didn't I feel anything? The flower vine girl was terrified, and the more she thought about it, the more scared she felt. Since she evolved into an epic creature, she rarely panicked, and she has always been a being that makes other creatures feel panic. And at this moment, she was inexplicably teleported to a completely unfamiliar environment, which made her feel panic for the first time in a long time, and she didn't know what to do for a while. There's a palace in front? How could there be a palace here? With the continuous perception of spiritual power, Huatingnu soon sensed a majestic palace several miles ahead. The palace was so big that it was incredible for Huatingnu. She didn't understand why there was a palace in this underwater world. Did I accidentally enter a relic? Huatingnu suddenly thought of this possibility. Then in less than a second, the panic and incredulity in her heart just now all turned into excitement and excitement. I just wanted to come to the battlefield to catch someone back. Unexpectedly, there would be an unexpected surprise, and I actually entered a relic. Here in the source, being able to enter the relic means that there is a great possibility that you will obtain a large number of special evolutionary resources. And obtaining a large number of evolutionary resources means that your biological level can be further improved. Thinking of this, Huatingnu did not hesitate for a moment, and immediately swam to the giant palace several miles ahead at the fastest speed. The speed was so fast that it directly created a large turbulent undercurrent in the water. In less than half a second, the flower vine girl moved forward for several miles and came to the front of the palace. Behind her, there was a cicada pupa connected by vines. And inside the cicada pupa, Lin Zichen, who was controlled by her, was wrapped. Water God Palace? The flower vine girl looked at the door plaque of the palace and saw these three big characters on it. Just as she was looking at the palace carefully, creaky, a heavy wooden sound sounded. The door of the palace opened. The flower vine girl was instantly alert and immediately opened a long distance at the fastest speed, not daring to easily approach the open door of the palace. As an epic level warrior, she had been to the ruins several times before, and knew that in addition to opportunities, there were also a lot of dangers in places like ruins. If you rush and rashly, you will die in a few minutes and become one of the evolutionary resources in the ruins. You are here. Just as Huatingnu was thinking about how to enter the palace to find out, a faint female voice suddenly came from the palace, shaking the outside of the palace. Hearing the three words "you are here," Huatingnu was full of doubts. What does this mean? What do you mean I am here? The whisper of the devil, luring me in? Huatingnu was very cautious, and was not lured in by the voice from the palace. God! Great God! Please give us strength. Inside the palace, a shout full of will rang out. Listening to these shouts, Huatingnu's doubts became more and more serious, and she became more curious and vigilant about the situation in the palace. She had entered several ruins before, but this was the first time she had encountered a ruin where voices kept coming from. God! Great God! God! You finally responded to us. God! Finally appeared. Suddenly, the voices in the palace became extremely excited. Less awe, more excitement. The sound was so loud that it shook the water outside the palace into waves and surged. Lin Zichen, who was in the cicada pupa, heard the excited shouts from the palace outside, and regained some consciousness in a trance. He slowly opened his eyes, and found himself in an absolutely dark space, his body tightly bound and unable to move. The only thing he could do at the moment was to listen to the shouts coming from outside. Am I being taken to the sun and moon holy land? What is the god outside? Is it the flower god? Lin Zichen frowned, thinking constantly in his heart. At the same time, on the other side, the flower vine girl listened to the excited shouts coming from the palace, and she was full of doubts. The palace in front of her was really too weird. It didn't feel like a lifeless ruin. It was a small world full of vitality. As the sound in the palace became louder and louder, soon, a weak figure slowly rose in the palace. The flower vine girl noticed this weak figure at the first time. When she saw the figure's appearance clearly, she was stunned for a moment. That weak figure turned out to be the Earth Girl, who was wrapped in the water film before. Chapter 262. A piece of sky 1,000 miles away from the city. Nearly 10 legendary creatures were fighting fiercely, each showing their magical powers, and the world was horrified. Suddenly, a dazzling sun shone for 4 feet, burning the land within 100 miles into ashes. In the ashes, there was a huge tree with a lot of black air lingering around it, standing tall and unbroken, no matter how the scorching sunlight burned it. It was the black air that protected the tree. The black air absorbed the sunlight, saving the tree from burning. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. Dozens of shocking huge cracks appeared on the ground, oozing out wisps of cold and deadly black air. The next second, a large number of indescribable black shadows crawled out from the depths of the cracks, forming a huge army of undead, and rushed towards Qin Chuan and other city leaders at a high speed. Shang Yuehua, the deputy city lord, saw this and immediately controlled the entire land to move and forcibly close the crack above. As soon as the crack closed, countless thick thorns broke out of the ground and soared into the sky, making the closed ground full of holes, and oozing out wisps of black air again, reforming a legion of undead. Heh, just a low-level undead. Qin Chuan sneered, and then his deep eyes glowed with golden light, making the scorching sun hanging above his head burst out with even stronger heat. In an instant, golden flashes illuminated the earth, dispelling all the black air, burning the undead legion that crawled out of the crack to ashes, turning it into nothingness, and completely dissipating. The towering tree full of black air, under the horrible golden light, also quickly showed carbonization, and its vitality was rapidly lost, turning into a completely dehydrated charcoal. City Lord Qin is indeed powerful. On the giant tree, the thorn flower fairy had eyes full of watery flowers, and said in a seductive voice, "But, no matter how powerful City Lord Qin is, can he be stronger than the clone of a mythical creature?" As soon as the voice fell, the completely carbonized giant tree under the feet of the thorn flower fairy suddenly bulged with countless blood vessels that kept wriggling. Once these blood vessels appeared, the giant tree that had been carbonized and dead instantly came back to life. Under the gaze of Qin Chuan and others, the giant tree suddenly grew a large number of blood-red thorns, which suddenly pierced into the ground to absorb nutrients, causing the trunk to grow and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a world tree that covered the sky and the sun. Hiss, 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 accompanied by a series of crisp and pleasant cracking sounds. On the trunk of the towering giant tree, countless pairs of bloodshot eyes opened, looking at everyone present with a terrifying look. When seeing Qin Chuan and others, the towering giant tree made an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice. A mere city stronghold can actually give birth to 4 legendary creatures in just 100 years. It must be said that the evolutionary talent of Earthlings really cannot be underestimated. Hearing this familiar ancient and vicissitudes of life voice, Qin Chuan, the city lord, frowned and his expression became extremely solemn. It's the old tree, the only 2 mythical creatures in the sun and moon holy land. Such a powerful existence actually descended on this battlefield in the form of a clone. Does the sun and moon holy land want to start a war with the earth? Qin Chuan was puzzled by this. All along, the mythical creatures of the major forces have been staying behind the scenes and never taking action. Just like the nuclear weapons on Earth, they only serve as a deterrent. And now, the sun and moon holy land has sent out a mythical creature to break the rules. This made Qin Chuan feel unbelievable, and a little horrified. If a person who abides by the rules suddenly turns the table, and doesn't follow the rules one day, it means that this person wants to fight to the death. And the sun and moon holy land's disobedience at the moment makes Qin Chuan afraid that the sun and moon holy land will tear its face, and start an unprecedented war with the earth. Although there are also mythical strongmen on the earth, the number is very small. Moreover, most of them did not stay on the earth. Once a war of genocide suddenly breaks out, the earth will face the end of being completely occupied. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly exploded. Countless thorns covered with poisonous thorns, with a huge amount of source power, suddenly shot towards Qin Chuan and others. The speed was so fast that Qin Chuan and others had no time to react. His body was instantly pierced by thorns. A shocking hole was opened. City Lord, save me, save me! Deputy City Lord Bai Wubian, whose body was pierced by a thorn, could not move, and his vitality was constantly lost. He was forced to ask Qin Chuan, who was not far away, for help. However, Qin Chuan could not even protect himself at this time. His body was pierced by 7 thorns. Like Bai Wubian, he could not move, and could only watch his vitality being devoured by the thorns. It's over. I'm going to die. All of them are going to die. Qin Chuan was filled with despair. He never expected that he would die on this battlefield. The mythical creatures were too powerful. Even if it was just a clone, it was not a terrifying existence that a legendary creature like him could contend with. You Sun Moon Holy Land don't follow the rules. The mythical strongmen here will definitely pay you back tenfold. Even if the race is exterminated, we will drag you Sun Moon Holy Land to be buried with the earth. Qin Chuan, who knew that he had no chance of survival, used up all the remaining strength in his body, stared at the tree-old clone in front of him, and made a harsh statement. Hearing this, the Thornflower Fairy on the tree-old clone laughed out loud. Lord Qin, the mythical creatures on your earth are now in the ruins, and can't protect themselves. There is a high probability that they will never get out. If they are to be buried, it is your earth's mythical creatures that will be buried with all the people on earth. Hearing this, Qin Chuan opened his eyes wide, and his face was ashen. After listening to the words of the Thornflower Fairy, he immediately realized that the previous news about the ruins was deliberately released by the Sun Moon Holy Land. The purpose is to lure all the mythical strongmen on earth into the place, and then capture them all in one fell swoop. I was thinking about entering the ruins to obtain the evolutionary resources inside before. Now it seems that the enemy has designed a plan to take advantage of my weakness of eager evolution. Just when Qin Chuan and others were all in despair. Bang! A huge explosion sounded from the dangerous area in front of gate number 1, thousands of miles away, to the battlefield where the creatures were legendary. At this moment, all the creatures present were attracted by the explosion sound, and they all sent out their mental power in the direction of the sound to find out. Then soon, everyone saw a huge palace hovering in the sky at the source of the sound. The palace was surrounded by water, and the 3 characters Water God Palace were clearly written on the plaque. Above the palace, a weak girl's figure floated. Inside the palace, there were continuous excited shouts, welcoming the return of the god. Water God Palace? What is this? Why have you never heard of it? Qin Chuan and other city leaders had the same doubts in their hearts after observing the situation in the palace. And the old tree clone, whose original strength was as high as the mythical level, opened his eyes wide, and showed an extremely shocked expression. The water god has revived? The moment the old tree clone said this, the charred ground around it suddenly seeped out a large amount of cool groundwater, and instantly turned the entire charred land into a wetland. Not just here. The old tree clone spread his spiritual power to sense the land within a radius of 10,000 miles, and found that the surface of the land within this range had seeped out water, completely turning into a wetland with sufficient water. Moreover, the water content was increasing rapidly, with a tendency to turn the entire land into a vast ocean. Realizing this, the tree elder clone immediately shouted to the Thornflower Fairy on his body, and a very powerful alien from the land of destruction, "Go, leave here quickly." Hearing this shout, the Thornflower Fairy and the alien from the land of destruction looked puzzled. However, the tree elder clone did not explain too much, and soon his soul left his body, and left this place of trouble at a very fast speed. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, it knew what the water god meant, and it was one of the 5 elements gods. As long as it was contaminated by her water, the soul would be polluted indescribably, and it was an extremely difficult ancient god. In a very distant ancient time, this terrifying water god had a title that made all living beings shudder, the god of pollution. An ancient god that could pollute other living beings. Seeing that the soul of the old tree fled so decisively, the Thornflower Fairy and the stranger in the land of annihilation, no matter how puzzled they were, followed him to flee at the first time, and did not dare to stay for a moment. With the departure of these 3 powerful beings, Qin Chuan and others saved their lives. City Lord, what is going on? Shangguan Yuehua covered the blood hole on his chest, and looked at Qin Chuan with a pale face, and asked. Qin Chuan was the one who had lived the longest, and had the most extensive experience among all the people present. If anyone understood what was going on now, that person must be Qin Chuan. When Shangwan Yuehua asked this question, everyone else looked at Qin Chuan at the same time, wanting to get the answer from him. However, Qin Chuan disappointed them. Under the gaze of several people, Qin Chuan shook his head and said, "I don't know what's going on either." He knew two mythical creatures in the Sun and Moon Holy Land, the Tree Elder and the Flower God. He also knew a mythical creature in the Land of Silence, the Lord of Silence. He also knew mythical creatures in the Northern region, the Eastern region and other forces. But he had never heard of the existence of the Water God. Which force is the Water God of mythical strongmen? Why is even the Tree Elder afraid of him? Perhaps only those who have reached the level of the State Lord are qualified to know. Qin Chuan thought to himself. In the depths of an extremely ancient source ruins, Chichingma, wearing a Taoist robe, came alone to a tomb that exuded the breath of the primitive world and stopped. It's not quite accurate to call it a grave. To be more precise, it should be a mass grave. At a glance, all the gravestones were crooked. Each gravestone was made of extremely pure source crystals, which looked very luxurious. Chichingma dispersed his spiritual power, and carefully sensed the situation under each gravestone. Then he found that under each gravestone, there was a well-preserved corpse buried. No! It's not a corpse. These so-called corpses still have a very weak vitality in their bodies, so that their consciousness has not been erased by time, and they are not really dead. In short, every corpse here has the possibility of resurrection. This is not a mass grave, it is a forbidden place for the strong. Chichingma, who realized this, became cautious instantly. She could feel that every corpse under the tombstone was very powerful when they were alive. If all these corpses were resurrected at the same time, she would not be sure to deal with them alone. In this case, she had to be cautious. Tomb of the Wood God? As his spiritual power continued to spread, Chichingma soon saw a special tombstone at the deepest part of the mass grave. It was a tombstone made of unknown ore, with the words Tomb of the Wood God carved on it. Just as Chichingma was curious about what the Wood God was, a man's angry voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Lady in Taoist robes, where can you escape now?" Looking in the direction of the voice, 3 men and 1 woman were seen rushing towards Chichingma at a very fast speed. The biological pressure on these 4 people was extremely strong, and the lowest one was the legendary 9th level Great Perfection. Among them, the leading man's biological level has reached the mythical level. Escape? Chichingma turned to look at the 4 people who attacked him, and said expressionlessly, "I never thought of escaping." The territory more than 40 miles away from city number 1. The Water God Palace quietly hovered in the sky, and cold water was constantly flowing to the ground. All the creatures contaminated by this water were immersed in the water in a trance, and lost their consciousness. As time passed, these creatures who lost their self-consciousness began to move uncontrollably, gradually facing Shinchi-Han, who was floating above the palace, and made a worship gesture to her. The Flower Vine Girl, whose biological level was as high as epic, was in the water film that wrapped the Water God Palace. Under the erosion of a large amount of water, her consciousness had been completely wiped out, turning into a walking corpse without self-consciousness. Like other unconscious creatures, she made a worship gesture to Shinchi-Han. I don't know how long it took. The vines wrapped around Lin Zichen finally loosened a little. Lin Zichen noticed this, and his blood burst out, and he broke free from the cicada pupa and regained his freedom. The moment he came out, he found himself in cold water. He saw the huge mysterious palace in front of him. He saw the Flower Vine Girl kneeling in front of the palace. He saw Shinchi-Han floating above the palace. And he heard the excited shouts coming from the palace. Lin Zichen was stunned by the scene in front of him. He didn't understand what happened outside, while he was entangled by the vines into a cicada pupa. Although he was full of doubts, he didn't dwell on it too much. He quickly used luck of melting water, and rushed to Shinchi-Han as quickly as possible. Shinchi-Han was now floating above the palace motionlessly, looking like he had lost consciousness. He was very worried about Shinchi-Han's physical condition. Chapter 263. Above the palace. Shinchi-Han floated quietly in the slowly flowing water, like a beauty in an ancient coffin, who had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. Her long blue hair fluttered gently under the influence of the water, which was very beautiful. Lin Zichen didn't care to appreciate this beauty, and quickly swam to Shinchi-Han's side to check her condition. At the moment, he appeared above the palace. The excited shouting in the palace suddenly disappeared strangely. Instead, a scream full of fear suddenly sounded. "Don't sacrifice me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. God save me." This scream of fear sounded abruptly. Hearing the sound, Lin Zichen couldn't help but be startled. His face changed slightly, and he looked down at the palace below at the fastest speed. When he looked down, he saw an incredible scene. The entire palace below was collapsing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The collapsed ruins instantly turned into a stream of azure light that shot up into the sky, all pouring into Xinqinghan's heavenly gate. These streams of light were extremely fast, and they looked like creatures fleeing from a disaster, all scrambling to hide in the depths of Xinqinghan's heavenly gate for shelter. This scene was completely beyond Lin Zichen's cognition, and he was a little overwhelmed for a while. He instinctively wanted to stop this from happening, but he didn't know how to stop it. He didn't know whether the entry of these streams of light was good or bad for Xinqinghan, and whether it would have any bad effects on Xinqinghan's body. He could only stare at Xinqinghan's face, hoping that there would be no expression of pain on it. In just a moment, the entire palace collapsed. It turned into countless azure streams of light, all of which poured into the depths of Xinqinghan's Tianmen. After the streams of light disappeared, the water that enveloped the palace, as well as the water that soaked the entire ground below, also quickly poured into Xinqinghan's Tianmen. It only took a few seconds. The amount of water that was enough to form a vast ocean was poured into the depths of Xinqinghan's Tianmen, and completely disappeared in this world, as if it had never existed. Lin Zichen, who witnessed the whole process with his own eyes, had an unbelievable expression on his face, and was extremely shocked in his heart. That was enough water to form a vast ocean, but it could be absorbed by Xinqinghan in just a few seconds? How did he do this? Could it be that Xinqinghan's body was connected to another world, or that he had a small world in his body? Lin Zichen was puzzled by this. Although he was puzzled, he did not dwell on it at this time. Instead, he quickly calmed down, hugged Xinqinghan, who was floating in the air, and brought her to a nearby towering tree to observe her condition. Deep in the ancient source ruins, Qi Qingmo raised his slender right hand, grabbed the man with a mythical biological level through the air, and strangled his throat with 5 fingers. At the feet of the man, there were 3 shriveled corpses with only skin and bones left. The 3 corpses were all terrifying creatures of the legendary 9th level when they were alive, but now the blood and qi in their bodies have been sucked clean, leaving only a worthless skin. Evil cultivator, you evil cultivator. The man whose throat was strangled by Qi Qingmo made a sound in extreme pain. He had lived in the source for so many years, but this was the first time he encountered a humanoid creature that increased its strength by devouring the flesh and blood of other creatures. He was shocked and filled with fear. Qi Qingmo ignored the man's words, and soon had an idea, and ruthlessly sucked out all the blood and energy in the man's body for his own use. As the blood and energy continued to drain, the burly man was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the man shrank from a giant of more than 3 meters to a hunchbacked old man of less than 1.6 meters. Skinny. Dying. You evil cultivator. You have brought a huge threat to other mythical creatures. There will be no place for you in the source. At the last moment before his death, the man stared at Qi Qingmo with his eyes, leaving her with such a threatening and cruel word. Qi Qingmo listened to this without any emotion, and just slightly increased the speed of sucking. In a few breaths, he sucked the man, whose biological level was as high as the mythical level, dry, and made him completely die. Huh? Qi Qingmo, who had swallowed a large amount of blood and qi in a short period of time, exhaled a deep breath. Then, he calmed down and concentrated his mind to feel the strength of the blood and qi in his body. Seeing that his blood and qi strength had reached a higher level, Qi Qingmo showed a rare faint smile on his face. The pure blood path was completely opened, and he no longer needed to rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There was no need to waste time studying the so-called source power. The southern region of the source. In a bottomless cave, a man with gloomy eyes, and wearing a black robe, was hanging upside down above the cave wall with his eyes closed. Puff! Suddenly, a sound of liquid spraying sounded. The man suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. His soul was severely injured, directly hurting his foundation, and his strength dropped a little. That Taoist robe woman is getting stronger. The man slowed down a little, and said this with a serious expression. He clearly remembered that when Qi Qingmo first appeared, his strength was only at the legendary middle level, but he had more means, and was a little weird, and there was nothing special about him. However, only a few months later, Qi Qingmo actually grew to the point where he could easily kill one of his mythical clones, which made him feel very terrified. It seems that I have to notify a few old friends to take action. We must work together to deal with this Taoist robe woman, otherwise there will be endless troubles. The man murmured in a low voice. After saying that, he took out a dark purple pill and put it in his mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. The moment he swallowed the pill, his pale face suddenly became ruddy, and it was completely impossible to tell that he had just suffered a severe blow to his soul. At this time, a handsome young man flew in from outside, slowly hung upside down beside the man, and said anxiously, "Dad, why is Su Jiujio from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain still unwilling to marry me? Didn't you go to Qingqiu Ancient Mountain once to matchmake for me?" The young man was the son of the Night King. In this Qinin cave, he was the existence of one person above 10,000 people. He had everything he wanted since he was a child, and no one dared to disobey him. But now, as the son of the Night King, he was rejected by the saint of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, which made him feel particularly humiliated and angry. Night King, the man whose soul was just severely injured, said to the young man calmly, "Don't worry, in a few days, Qingqiu Ancient Mountain will be completely occupied. Then you can have any fox demon you want, and maybe even the mountain master there can have a try and experience it." "Dad, are you serious?" The young man's voice was so excited that it trembled slightly. The fox demons in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain are all stunningly beautiful. Especially the mountain master with the highest status, who looks pure and lustful, and is particularly attractive. If you can let the mountain master be a bed-warming maid and experience the mountain master's charm, then it is worth dying like this in this life. Dying under the peony flower, being a ghost, is also romantic. The area 40 miles in front of gate number 1. Danger area. On a towering tree. Lin Zichen held Shen Qinghan in his arms, and used his mental power to check her body, carefully exploring every part of her body to see if there was any problem. Just now, so much water rushed into Shen Qinghan's Tianmen, which made Lin Zichen very worried about her health. After a highly careful examination, Lin Zichen found that Shen Qinghan's body was fine, and all the data were normal. The data in the body was very normal. But some parts of the body had obvious changes. For example, the hair became more blue and smoother. When stroking it with your hands, it felt like touching water, and the touch was so good that people couldn't let it go. I wish I could stroke it all the time. In addition, the skin also changed significantly. It became more tender. It is no exaggeration to say that it is so tender that you can squeeze out water with a light pinch of your hand, which is particularly magical. It is said that women are made of water. This sentence is a compliment for other women, but it is a fact for the little dirty girl. Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan in his arms, and murmured to himself. After saying this, he remembered everything he saw before the palace disappeared. The 3 characters Water God Palace were engraved on the door plaque of the palace. There were constant shouts about God coming from the palace. Shen Qinghan was floating above the palace. Putting these pictures together, Lin Zichen couldn't help but have a guess in his heart, a guess about Shen Qinghan's identity. He guessed that Shen Qinghan's identity was the god of water. To be more precise, it should be a guess that Shen Qinghan has the inheritance of the god of water. In this way, it can well explain why Shen Qinghan's physique is so special. Lin Zi? Just as Lin Zichen was thinking in his heart, Shen Qinghan in his arms opened his eyes in a daze, and shouted a little weakly. Seeing her wake up, Lin Zichen immediately asked with concern in a gentle voice, "Are you feeling unwell?" "My head hurts a little, and I don't have much strength," Shen Qinghan said weakly while rubbing her head. Lin Zichen continued to ask, "Does it feel bad?" Shen Qinghan's voice was still weak. "Fortunately, it's not very bad, a bit like motion sickness." Lin Zichen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. "I'm glad you're okay." Shen Qinghan sat up from Lin Zichen's arms, and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Lin Zi, what happened during the time I was unconscious? Weren't we just trapped in a cage?" Lin Zichen patiently explained to her, "This is what happened. The sudden fragrance. Luo Qianxua's betrayal. Everyone's betrayal. The appearance of the flower vine girl. The appearance of the Water God Palace. The collapse of the Water God Palace. All the water was absorbed." Lin Zichen used the most concise language to tell Shen Qinghan everything that happened during Shen Qinghan's coma. After hearing this, Shen Qinghan felt very unbelievable and said, "You said that the huge Water God Palace collapsed into a stream of light, and all of it went into my Tianmen, and then the water comparable to a vast ocean also poured into my Tianmen?" "Yes." Lin Zichen nodded. After getting Lin Zichen's confirmation, Shen Qinghan's face was full of disbelief. It was hard for her to imagine that the amount of water that was enough to form a vast ocean could be poured into her Tianmen. Tianmen is so small, how can it absorb so much water? The more Shen Qinghan thought about it, the more puzzled she felt. At this moment, she suddenly found that her sea of consciousness had become much larger, and she also found that there was a huge palace floating in her sea of consciousness. On the door plaque of the palace, the 3 words Water God Palace were engraved in a very conspicuous way. Isn't this the palace that Lin Zi said? All this is actually true? Why can't my sea of consciousness do this? Am I really the water god? Thinking of this, Shen Qinghan felt mixed emotions for a while. She was excited that she might have a powerful identity. But at the same time, she felt a little awkward because of this identity, and was not willing to accept that she had another identity besides Shen Qinghan. She only wanted to be Shen Qinghan, the childhood sweetheart who grew up with Lin Zichen, and the beautiful young lady who just turned 20, and did not want to be the reincarnation of some ancient existence. I hope I am just lucky, and have inherited the legacy of an ancient being, not the reincarnation of an ancient being. Shen Qinghan thought silently in her heart. After thinking about it, she looked up at Lin Zichen and said softly, Lin Zi, I found that my sea of consciousness has grown a lot, and I also saw the palace you mentioned in the sea of consciousness. The palace is in the sea of consciousness of the little dirty girl? Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows and asked, Can your mental power enter the palace? Shen Qinghan, I don't know, I try. After saying that, she thought about spreading her mental power, and skillfully let it spread to the palace in the sea of consciousness, wanting to go in and find out. Then she found that when the mental power was about to touch the palace, it would be instantly bounced away, and could not get in at all. No, it can't get in. The mental power will be bounced away before it touches the palace. After trying several times and failing, Shen Qinghan said to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen fell into deep thought after listening to this. After a while, he said, It should be that the mental strength is not strong enough, or the way to enter is wrong. I have to spend some time to study it carefully in the future. Shen Qinghan said obediently, Well, I will study it more in the future. While saying this, she continued to radiate mental power and tried to enter the palace. But no matter how many times she tried, she failed in the end and was rejected by the palace. By the way, Lin Zi, the palace we mistakenly entered before, the palace with the teleportation array and 2 golden fruits, could it be related to the water god palace in my sea of consciousness? Shen Qinghan suddenly thought of this, as if she had discovered some secret, and quickly looked at Lin Zichen and asked. Lin Zichen thought about it and analyzed. It may be related, but I don't think it is. Before, you could not only enter the palace with the teleportation array, but also control the things inside it will. Now, you can't even enter the water god palace in your sea of consciousness. The difference is too big. Shen Qinghan nodded. That's right. Chapter 264. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat on the tree and discussed for more than half an hour. The content of the discussion was the water god palace in Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness. During this period, Shen Qinghan tried to enter the water god palace many times, but all failed. The water god palace was like a forbidden area, and no living creature was allowed to enter. Seeing that they could not figure out anything for a while, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan no longer cared about the water god palace. Soon they left the towering tree under their feet, and flew to the front line of the battlefield together. Now the war on the front line of the battlefield is nearing its end. The people in the city won a great victory, and pursued the victory. The alien plants in the Sun and Moon Holy Land, and the aliens in the Land of Desolation were defeated and fled in panic. Lin Zi, we actually won, and we won a great victory. It's a bit unbelievable. From high in the sky, Shen Qinghan looked down at the battlefield below, watching her compatriots on her side chasing the enemies from the Sun Moon Holy Land and the Land of Desolation. She was surprised and excited. Since entering the source, she has received information that the Earth is at a disadvantage, and the aliens are absolutely strong. With this understanding, she never dreamed that the Earth side could win a great victory in this war. Lin Zichen also said with surprise, This result is indeed a bit unexpected. When seeing that the city people won the war, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were a little surprised. They didn't expect that their side would win. After all, the moment the two were locked in a cage composed of bloody roots, the city people were in a slump in the war on the front line, and were suppressed by the alien plants of the Sun Moon Holy Land and the aliens of the Land of Desolation. This is completely opposite to the current victory and defeat results. Lin Zi, how do you think we won this war on Earth? Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen with some curiosity, her peach blossom eyes becoming more and more watery. For this question, Lin Zichen could only shake his head. I don't know. When you fell into a coma, I was not much better. I was entangled by vines like a cicada pupa, and I knew nothing about what was happening outside. Is that so? Shen Qinghan didn't know that Lin Zichen had been entangled by the flower vine girl into a cicada pupa before. In her mind, Lin Zichen has always been an invincible existence, and has never suffered a big loss in a fight with the enemy. Now she heard Lin Zichen say that he was entangled into a cicada pupa. To be honest, this surprised her. The source is really too dangerous. In the future, you must never let Lin Zi go out of the city to take risks. Well, safety first, Shen Qinghan thought to herself. In just a moment, the two flew to the sky above the front line of the battlefield. At this time, there were not many living creatures fighting on the front line of the battlefield. There were only body parts scattered all over the ground. The reason for such a scene was not because all the creatures participating in the battle died, but because the battlefield had a victory or defeat. The alien plants in the Sun and Moon Holy Land, and the aliens in the Land of Destruction all became the defeated parties at the same time, and they all chose to retreat and stay away from the front line of the battlefield. The strong men in City Number 1 wanted to take advantage of the victory and beat the fallen dogs, so they chased the two forces all the way and wanted to kill them. In this way, both sides fled and chased, and slowly moved away from the front line of the battlefield, leaving only a large number of body parts on the front line. It just so happened that what Lin Zichen wanted was these body parts. He quickly landed on the ground with Shen Qinghan. The former was responsible for devouring the life source, and the latter was responsible for searching the corpses for spoils. This process lasted about 10 minutes before it ended. By devouring the life source of the alien race, Lin Zichen opened more than 30 alien race atlases, and obtained the same number of biological attributes, greatly improving his strength. Shen Qinghan looted a storage item, more than 10 fist-sized source crystals, and several relatively intact weapons, which was a big harvest. Lin Zi, Instructor Lan and the others are over there, lying on the ground unconscious. Shen Qinghan sensed the presence of Lan Tianbai and others in an open space more than 10 miles away. Hearing the sound, Lin Zichen followed Shen Qinghan's direction to radiate his mental power, and instantly locked the position of Lan Tianbai and others. Familiar faces such as Luo Qianxue, Zhao Qingxian, and Zhang Tao were all there. In addition, there were several human-shaped cicada pupae entangled by vines. It was Zhao Zixuan, Wu Xia, Fu Zhou and others. From this point, it can be seen that Lan Tianbai and others have been in a coma since they were poisoned by the venom secreted by Lin Zichen. Otherwise, the people who were entangled by the vines and turned into cicada pupae should have been rescued long ago. It seems that the biological attribute strength of deadly venom is quite high. I wonder if it can play a certain role on epic creatures. After observing the status of Lan Tianbai and others, Lin Zichen muttered to himself in a low voice. Then he got up and left with Shen Qinghan to detoxify Lan Tianbai and others. He put the poison, and he had the responsibility to detoxify it. On the way to detoxify Lan Tianbai and others, Lin Zichen opened his 5 senses to the maximum, sensing the situation in the area of dozens of miles. Mainly sensing the existence of corpses and debris, he swallowed them up. Unfortunately, he didn't find many corpses and debris along the way. It seems that the battle that just ended did not cause too many casualties. It should be that the high-end battlefield on the side of the city lord and his team had already decided the winner, which led to the quick end of the battle, so there were no major casualties. Lin Zichen analyzed it in his mind. A few seconds later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan crossed a distance of more than 10 miles, and came to the area where Lan Tianbai and others were. Including Lan Tianbai, more than 20 people were unconscious on the ground. At a glance, everyone was unconscious and fell into an endless sleep. The reason for this is that the effect of absolute venom is too strong, which can instantly poison creatures below the epic level and have no resistance. Lin Zichen did not waste time and quickly detoxified the unconscious people on the ground. Once the poison was resolved, everyone opened their eyes and woke up one after another. The fastest to wake up were Lan Tianbai, Zhao Qingxian and Zhang Tao. These 3 were rare creatures, and their bodies were much stronger than the others in the team. It took about half a minute. The people who were unconscious on the ground gradually regained consciousness and woke up, looking around with confused eyes. They didn't know that they were confused by the fragrance, and then unconsciously attacked Lin Zichen. The memories in their minds only stayed before they were confused by the fragrance. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly someone looked at Luo Qianxue, raised the weapon in his hand, and pointed it at her, frowned and asked loudly, "Luo Qianxue, what do you mean? Why did you attack Lin Zichen?" The man who questioned Luo Qianxue was a young man, with a biological level of high level 8. Before he was bewitched by the fragrance, he saw with his own eyes the scene where Luo Qianxue's elements turned into a ball of ice gas, and prevented Lin Zichen from breaking the cage. He didn't know that Luo Qianxue had been bewitched by the fragrance at that time, and everything she did was not her own intention. She only thought that Luo Qianxue was an undercover lurking in the extraordinary genius team, giving everyone a fatal blow at the most critical moment. Hearing the young man's questioning of Luo Qianxue, Everyone else recalled the scene they saw before they were bewitched, the scene where Luo Qianxue prevented Lin Zichen from breaking the cage and saving everyone. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Except for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, everyone else clenched their weapons, stared at Luo Qianxue with hostility, and was ready to attack at any time. But Luo Qianxue, the person involved, was the first to be bewitched by Fanfeng, and had no idea what happened during the time after she was bewitched. Therefore, facing everyone's hostility at this moment, Luo Qianxue felt puzzled. I have said it before, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. We should not have allowed this alien to live in the city, let alone let her join the alien-level genius team. Zhao Zixuan stared at Luo Qianxue with a fierce look on her face, her eyes full of hostility. In this alien-level team, she has the greatest prejudice against aliens. Because both of her parents died at the hands of aliens, she has been incompatible with aliens since she was a child, and she wishes that all the aliens in the source land would die. Qianxue, when Zichen wanted to break the cage and take us to escape, why did you stop him? Lan Tianbai tightly grasped the machete in his hand, looked at Luo Qianxue coldly and questioned. As an instructor, he did not trust Luo Qianxue. Like the others in the team, he was full of prejudice against aliens. Luo Qianxue frowned and said, I don't know what you are asking. I don't remember stopping Lin Zichen at all. There may be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Ha! Zhao Zixuan sneered. There are so many eyes watching, and you said you don't remember stopping Lin Zichen. Do you think we are fools? A young man who was on good terms with her also said aggressively, Luo Qianxue, don't pretend. Aliens are aliens. They will never feel a sense of belonging to the earth. Don't think you can fool them by pretending to be stupid. Another young man said, don't talk nonsense with her. Just control her and take her back to the city. Let the people from the disciplinary inspection team interrogate her. With the lead of the previous few people, others also criticized Luo Qianxue. The tone was very bad and full of hostility. It sounded like they were treating Luo Qianxue, the alien, as a traitor lurking in the city, and they wanted to torture her to extract a confession. Listening to the people's bad words, Luo Qianxue lowered her head, pursed her thin lips, clenched her fists, and felt particularly wronged. She had lived in City No. 1 since she was 8 years old, and joined the alien-level genius team in the same year. It can be said that she was a local who grew up in City No. 1. But even so, whether it was the people in the city or the people in the team, they were extremely distrustful of her, thinking that those who were not of my race must have different hearts, and they were always hostile to her. And now, they directly added a false accusation to her, which made her feel very painful. She didn't want to be an alien at all. She just wanted to live quietly in City No. 1, visit her master Yuan Dongji when she had time, and enjoy the few warmths. But why? Why couldn't everyone satisfy me with such a small request? Do you have to discriminate against me? Do you have to be hostile to me? What did I do wrong? Just because I am an alien, do you have to beat me to death with a stick? The more Luo Qianxue thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She was so aggrieved that her eyes were slightly moist even though she had always been expressionless. She couldn't accept that she, who had been working hard in the team, had to be excluded by so many people. Everyone calmed down. Seeing that the situation was a little out of control, Lin Zichen said this. Hearing what he said, everyone turned their heads to look at him, waiting for him to continue. Luo Qianxue did try to stop me from breaking the cage, but that was not her intention. She was just confused by the fragrance and could not control herself. After saying that, Lin Zichen added, after Luo Qianxue tried to stop me, you also tried to attack me. You were also confused by the fragrance. If you think about it, you will find that your memory only stays before you smell that fragrance. Everything after that is blank. After hearing what Lin Zichen said, everyone thought about what happened before. After thinking about it, they found that it was just as Lin Zichen said. Their memory only stayed before they smelled that fragrance. They didn't remember anything after that. At this moment, everyone realized that they might have misunderstood Luo Qianxue. However, despite the misunderstanding, everyone was still hostile and wary of Luo Qianxue, and full of prejudice against her identity as an alien. Especially Zhao Zixuan, who said in a very firm tone, no matter if it is a misunderstanding or not, we should expel Luo Qianxue from the team and not let her follow us to act together, so as to minimize the risk. This is a sentence full of prejudice, but also a sentence full of reason. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Based on these 8 words, everyone agreed to expel Luo Qianxue from the team, and did not want to go out of the city with this alien again, lest she really backstab them one day. It is better to be safe than sorry. For this kind of thing that has a probability of happening, Everyone chooses to take precautions before it happens, and directly avoids all risks in advance, so as not to really encounter a situation where the boat capsizes in the ditch. Don't do this, everyone. I knew her when I was very young. She is a very good person, and will definitely not do such a thing to betray everyone. Shin Qinghan couldn't stand it anymore, and mustered up the courage to speak up to stop everyone. Seeing that his fiancée had spoken, Lin Zichen also said, "There is no need to be so suspicious about something that has not happened. Meaningless suspicion will only drive everyone to extremes. Let's just skip this matter and stop talking about it." Lin Zichen supports everyone's suspicion, but does not support everyone to speak out their suspicions, and directly treat suspicions as facts. After listening to Lin Zichen's words, everyone tactfully stopped talking. Everyone has seen Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Zichen will definitely be one of the top combat forces on Earth in the future. No one wants to offend such a potential stock. On the other side, looking at the scene where Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan spoke for her, Luo Qianxue always felt familiar, as if she had experienced the same scene before. In response, she tried hard to search her memory, and wanted to remember her past experiences. As she searched, she felt a sharp pain in her brain, and then a familiar childish voice sounded from deep in her mind. "Xiaochen, Bai Shui is so pitiful, let's go help her, okay?" Guan Chun, wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk. Those who bullied Bai Shui in the past, come and apologize to her now. Listening to these childish voices that kept echoing in her mind, Luo Qianxue saw scenes from the past. She saw the 8-year-old Shin Qinghan. She saw the 8-year-old Lin Zichen. She also saw an 8-year-old white-haired little girl, who huddled in the corner of the classroom, without saying a word. Bai Shui. Looking at the 8-year-old white-haired little girl, Luo Qianxue subconsciously murmured the name. She remembered. She remembered all the brief time when she was 8 years old. She remembered that she, who was a loner, had a short but beautiful identity as Bai Shui. Chapter 265. Luo Qianxue remembered that she once had the identity of Bai Shui. Just when she wanted to tell Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan about this. Buzz! 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 Several sharp sounds of breaking through the air came from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sound, and then they saw the ragged Qin Chuan and others. The city lord is back. This means that the battlefield on the side of the top combat power has won. Lan Tianbai and others were very surprised by this. In their cognition, the Earth side has always been at a disadvantage, and it would be a success if the city was not breached in this war. As for winning this war, they dare not even think about it. As soon as Qin Chuan and others landed, they immediately walked toward Shin Qinghan. Seeing this, Shin Qinghan instinctively shrank behind Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen guessed something. He guessed that Qin Chuan and others should have noticed the water god palace that appeared in the sky before, and saw the scene where the water god palace turned into a stream of light, and drilled into Shin Qinghan's heavenly gate. As expected, as soon as Qin Chuan walked in front of Shin Qinghan, he said in a slightly respectful voice, "Student Shin, do you have time to go back to the city with me to talk?" Shin Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen as always, without any opinion. Seeing her looking over, Lin Zichen answered for her, "There is time." After saying that, he continued, "Can I go with you?" "Of course." Qin Chuan gave a positive answer. After arranging for others to stay and clean up the battlefield. Soon, Qin Chuan had an idea and took Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan back to the city. Other leaders in the city also wanted to follow, but were rejected by Qin Chuan, who refused on the grounds that they had to stay to clean up the battlefield. What did the city lord want to find Shin Qinghan for? If he wanted to find someone, he should have found Lin Zichen. What happened? After Qin Chuan took Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan away, Lan Tianbai and others looked at each other, feeling confused. In the information they received, Lin Zichen has always been the best. Shin Qinghan is also outstanding, but compared with the heaven-defying Lin Zichen, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is mediocre. In the spacious city lord's office, Qin Chuan sat at the tea table and poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan opposite. After taking a sip of tea, he looked at Shin Qinghan and asked, "Student Shin, about an hour ago, I saw you floating above a huge palace. What exactly happened? Can you tell me?" Shin Qinghan did not rush to answer, and subconsciously looked at Lin Zichen on the side. Lin Zichen felt that since everyone had seen this, there was nothing to hide. So, he answered for Shin Qinghan. "What exactly happened, she and I may not know. But one thing is certain, her physique is very special, her water nature has been far superior to ordinary people since she was a child, and her abilities related to water are also outstanding. I guess she must have obtained some inheritance related to water. It is an innate inheritance. As for the palace, she and I don't quite understand what it is. Lin Zichen told Qin Chuan what he knew in general, wanting to see if the knowledgeable city lord in front of him could help him, and Shen Qinghan solved the doubts. He and Shen Qinghan were too young and didn't understand many things, so they needed to ask the old antique. After hearing this, Qin Chuan touched his chin with one hand and fell into deep thought. A water-related inheritance? Or is it innate? Could it be the inheritance of the water god? Based on the words, the water god is resurrected said by the old tree clone before, and the 3 words water god palace on the door plaque of the palace. Qin Chuan guessed that Shen Qinghan might have obtained the inheritance of the water god. However, he didn't know what kind of existence the water god was. He had been stationed in the source for so many years, and he had never heard of the word water god here. After thinking for a while, Qin Chuan thought about it and asked the two, by the way, where did the water god palace and the water wrapped in the water god palace go? Why did it disappear out of thin air? Hearing such a doubt, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan also became confused. When the water god palace and the water wrapped in the water god palace were poured into Shen Qinghan's Tianmin, the scene was very spectacular and shocking. Neither of them expected that Qin Chuan, whose biological level was as high as the legendary level, did not see the scene. Is it that everyone can't see it? Or is it just Qin Chuan who can't see it? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen hesitated, not knowing whether he should tell her that the water god palace was inside Shen Qinghan's Tianmin. After a brief deliberation, in the end, Lin Zichen decided not to keep Shen Qinghan's secret. He said to Qin Chuan, the water god palace, and the water that wrapped the water god palace, were all poured into her Tianmin. The water poured in became a part of her sea of consciousness, making her sea of consciousness grow dozens or hundreds of times. As for the water god palace, it floated quietly in the sea of consciousness. The water god palace collapsed into countless dazzling streams of light, before pouring into her heavenly gate. Such a huge palace, such a large amount of water, actually poured into her heavenly gate? How is this possible? Opening up storage space in the sea of consciousness is something that only legendary and mythical creatures can do. And she is just a small rare creature. How can she do this? Is it the inheritance of the water god that allows her to do this? Qin Chuan felt incredible about this, and became more and more curious about the so-called water god. Thinking about it, he looked at Shen Qinghan and said, next, I will radiate my mental power to explore your sea of consciousness, and see what the current situation of your sea of consciousness is. There may be a little discomfort in the process. This is a notification, not an inquiry. The moment the voice fell, Qin Chuan radiated his mental power to invade Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness. No matter whether Shen Qinghan agreed or not. This is the tyranny of a legendary strongman. No need to care about what the rare weak thinks. Lin Zichen sensed the spiritual power radiating from Qin Chuan, and was immediately dissatisfied when he saw him act so domineeringly. But he could only be dissatisfied. Although Lin Zichen's strength far exceeded that of his peers, and his evolutionary talent was unprecedented, he was still a rare creature in the end. Rare level is a giant on Earth. But in front of a legendary strongman like Qin Chuan, he might not even be as good as an ant. He had no power to stop the other party's domineering behavior. Just when Lin Zichen felt dissatisfied and Shen Qinghan was a little confused, ah! A painful cry suddenly came out of Qin Chuan's mouth. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were both startled by this sudden cry, and looked at Qin Chuan with confusion. Then, the two were horrified to find that Qin Chuan, a legendary warrior, was bleeding from all 7 orifices, with bulging blood vessels all over his body, and looked like he had suffered extremely serious physical injuries. Lin Zi, what happened to the city lord? Shen Qinghan was a little panicked. She had never seen such a scene before, and felt very uneasy for a moment. She subconsciously grabbed Lin Zichen's hand to seek peace of mind. Lin Zichen also frowned, his expression solemn. Qin Chuan is a legendary warrior, and he is the best in this level. How could he suddenly suffer such serious physical injuries inexplicably? This matter is so weird that it is scary. On the opposite side, Qin Chuan conjured up a pill with a wisp of purple air out of thin air and swallowed it. The pill melted in his mouth and healed Qin Chuan's injuries at an incredible speed. It was just a blink of an eye. Qin Chuan, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices and looked pale just now, recovered as good as before, without any trace of injury. After a short pause, Qin Chuan noticed the uneasiness on Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's faces, and explained, the reason why I was suddenly injured just now was that I was attacked by classmate Shen Sea of Consciousness. To be more precise, I was attacked by the Water God Palace and classmate Shen Sea of Consciousness. That was an attack of extremely high mental strength, Even I couldn't resist it. From this, it can be seen that the Water God Palace in classmate Shenxi of consciousness has a great origin, and its owner must be a mythical creature. This mythical creature should be the first two words of the Water God Palace, Water God. Qin Chuan endured the severe pain left in his body, and analyzed these with reason and evidence. Lin Zichen was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect that the Water God Palace in Xinqinghan Sea of Consciousness was so powerful that it could easily seriously injure a legendary strongman. Xinqinghan was a little confused after hearing this, and it took him a while to react and feel excited. The Water God Palace in the Sea of Consciousness is so powerful, which means that he will definitely be powerful in the future. After all, this Water God Palace is most likely his inheritance. The inheritance from the Water God. I feel a little unwell, and need to rest alone. If there is nothing else, you two can leave. Qin Chuan felt that his soul had just suffered a lot of trauma, and must rest and repair as soon as possible. Otherwise, it is easy to leave sequelae, which will cause him to lose the possibility of evolving into a mythical creature. Although this is a low probability event, he dare not gamble at all. If he loses the bet, he will never be able to prove the myth in his life, and he cannot afford this price. Soon, Lin Zichen and Xinqinghan left. After the two left, Qin Chuan immediately closed the entire office, took out all the natural treasures that could nourish the soul stored in the Sea of Consciousness, and kept opening his mouth to eat, refining and absorbing them carefully in his stomach. I don't know how long it took. Qin Chuan finally felt better. His mind was much emptier. At this time, he opened his eyes, and tried to recall the whole process of his mental attack. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he felt. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, I withdrew quickly enough, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. If I was a little slower, the extent of the damage to my soul would probably take several years to recover completely. What kind of existence is the so-called Water God? How can such a powerful mental attack erupt from just a living place? If I launched the attack myself, would I have perished instantly? No, after your soul is well, you have to ask the State Lord. Also, Xinqinghan, this little girl, must be paid special attention to and trained in the future, and she must be given the greatest resources. Qin Chuan muttered unconsciously, while refining the natural treasures in his stomach. On the way back to the dormitory, Xinqinghan pursed her lips and said, "The city lord looks so badly injured. I don't know if he is okay. I feel bad about it." Lin Zichen disagreed. What's there to feel bad about? This is not caused by you. It was the city lord who forcibly wanted to explore your Sea of Consciousness without your consent, which led to all this. There was obvious dissatisfaction in these words, which was Qin Chuan's overbearing dissatisfaction. Xinqinghan heard his dissatisfaction, and thought it made sense, so the burden in his heart was not so heavy. After returning to the dormitory, the first thing they did was to take a shower in the bathroom together. The bathroom in the dormitory was relatively simple, and you could only stand to wash your body, unlike the dormitories in the school, which had bathtubs for bathing. After washing their bodies in a few seconds, the two walked out of the bathroom together. Then, they walked towards the bed tacitly, and skillfully improved their relationship. After improving their relationship, the two hugged each other intimately, and planned to take a nap to replenish their energy. However, before they slept for long, there was a knock on the door outside. Lin Zichen got up, and used his mental power to perceive, and found that it was Luo Qianxue with white hair standing outside the door, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He couldn't figure out why Luo Qianxue came to knock on his dormitory door. Was it for me? Or for Hanin? What is she here for? On the side, Xinqinghan also sensed that Luo Qianxue was here, and immediately said to Lin Zichen with a pair of clear peach blossom eyes, "Lin Zi, it's senior sister who is here. I go open the door for her." Lin Zichen, well, go ahead. Xinqinghan put on her clothes and slippers, and walked briskly to open the door for Luo Qianxue. Creaky. The door of the dormitory opened. Then, what came into their eyes was Luo Qianxue, wearing a slim martial arts uniform. The martial arts uniform was very loose and inconspicuous, but when worn on Luo Qianxue, it was very eye-catching. This eye-catching all came from Luo Qianxue's own beauty and sexiness, and had nothing to do with the loose martial arts uniform she was wearing. That? Senior sister, what are you here to see us for? Xinqinghan looked at Luo Qianxue outside the door, and asked softly. While asking this question, she took the opportunity to observe Luo Qianxue closely, and found that her cheap senior sister looked exactly like Bai Shui, just an adult version of Bai Shui. You don't need to call me senior sister, just call me by my name Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue said calmly. Although both of them had the same master, Yuan Dongji, and they were senior sisters. They had not gotten along well, so their relationship was not close. In this case, if the two called each other senior sisters, they would feel very awkward. That? Qianxue, did you come to us specially for something important? Shen Qinghan felt that if someone like Luo Qianxue, who was a loner, took the initiative to come to the door, there must be something urgent to deal with. At the same time, Lin Zichen, who walked slowly from the bed, also felt like Shen Qinghan that Luo Qianxue must have something urgent to deal with, so she took the initiative to come to the door. However, Luo Qianxue did not have anything urgent. Under the gaze of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, she said in a very calm voice, I remember everything about the short but beautiful time in the 2nd grade of elementary school. I remember that I had a name like Bai Shui, and I remember that I had a good relationship with you too. Hearing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan raised their eyebrows at the same time, and for a moment they thought they had heard it wrong. The white-haired girl in front of her actually remembered the time in the 2nd grade? Is it so sudden? Chapter 266. Luo Qianxue suddenly came to the door, and said that she remembered everything, remembering that she was Bai Shui, which caught Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan off guard. This happened so suddenly that both of them were surprised. Did you remember everything? Shen Qinghan came back to his senses, and looked at Luo Qianxue and asked. Luo Qianxue's voice was cold, yeah. Then, the scene was a little awkward. The three people standing at the door didn't know what to say next. Although the three of them had a good time in the 2nd grade of elementary school. But that was 12 years ago. After such a long time, the so-called friendship has long faded. Not to mention, this is just the friendship of children. Children's friendship is the least friendly, the kind that can be forgotten after a few days, very heartless. Would you like to come in and sit down? Shen Qinghan rarely took the initiative to invite. I really missed the time when I was in the 2nd grade of elementary school. Let's drink tea and talk about the interesting things at that time. Faced with Shen Qinghan's invitation, Luo Qianxue refused without a second thought. No, I just came here to tell you too that I remembered it, nothing else. After saying that, Luo Qianxue turned and left, without any intention of reminiscing about the past, especially indifferent. Shen Qinghan didn't expect her to turn around and leave, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After a moment of reaction, Shen Qinghan opened his mouth to stop Luo Qianxue and let her stay and chat. But before he could make a sound, Lin Zichen spoke first and said, Don't shout, go back. It's just a trivial and short time in the 2nd grade of elementary school, there's nothing to miss. Shen Qinghan didn't say anything, just quietly watched Luo Qianxue's back as she left, feeling a little uncomfortable. She felt it. She was the only one who cared about the time in the 2nd grade of elementary school. Lin Zichen and Luo Qianxue didn't care. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, only she took the friendship of the three of them seriously. Go back to the dormitory. Close the door of the dormitory. Shen Qinghan sat cross-legged on the bed, with a hint of sadness, asked, Lin Zi, what do you think of our friendship with Bai Shui in the 2nd grade of elementary school? Lin Zichen told the truth. It's just a small episode in childhood, I don't feel anything. Is that so? Shen Qinghan was even more sad. Seeing that she was a little depressed, Lin Zichen rubbed her white and tender feet and soothed her gently. This is related to one's personality. If you are more sentimental, you will cherish every relationship. But if you are cold-hearted like me and Luo Qianxue, you will not care much and think it doesn't matter. But I don't think you are cold-hearted. You are very good to me, and have spoiled me since I was a child. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips and said, Emotional coldness is a bad shortcoming. She didn't want Lin Zichen to have shortcomings. Lin Zichen was perfect in her mind. Lin Zichen said, It's different. We grew up together, and have been together every day since I can remember. This long-term companionship is not comparable to an insignificant elementary school friendship. That's true. Shen Qinghan smiled, looking a little forced to smile, but still sad in her heart. Seeing this, Lin Zichen didn't comfort her anymore. This is a personality problem. It is useless to appease him. In a blink of an eye. A few days passed. The battlefield outside the city was completely cleaned up, and life in the city returned to peace. In the exchange hall of the city, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan brought the source crystals looted from the war to a window with fewer people to line up and exchange the source crystals in their hands for contribution points. Then, use the contribution points to exchange for the required evolutionary resources. About 10 minutes passed. Lin Zichen exchanged all the source crystals he brought for contribution points, with a value of more than 20,000. Everyone in the hall was stunned. In the eyes of many people, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were still a pair of newcomers, who had just entered the source place not long ago. But such a pair of newcomers could gain so much in the first battle they participated in. This is really against the sky. Facing the shocked eyes of the people around them, and the constant discussions. Lin Zichen's heart was calm. He just moved to the other side silently, and exchanged the contribution points he just got for evolution resources. More than 20,000 contribution points seemed a lot. However, there was still more than 70,000 contribution points to exchange for the cheapest epic evolution resources. The cheapest epic resource starts at 100,000 contribution points. In the later stages of evolution, the required evolution resources really increased exponentially. Alas, it's too difficult. Lin Zichen sighed in his heart. After that, he exchanged all the more than 20,000 contribution points for rare evolution resources, all of which were exotic fruits that could improve blood and spirit. Back to the dormitory. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan each took half and ate all the rare exotic fruits they exchanged, leaving no one behind. After eating more than 10 rare fruits in a row, a text prompt message slowly emerged from the void. Your biological level has successfully evolved from rare level 3 to rare level 6, evolved 3 levels in a row. It's simply exaggerated. Lin Zichen looked at the prompt message in the void and was slightly excited. Compared with him, Shen Qinghan beside him was not only excited, but also extremely excited. Lin Zi, my biological level has evolved to rare level 5. How much have you evolved to? Shen Qinghan asked Lin Zichen excitedly. Lin Zichen replied, rare level 6. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly and said, I knew it was rare level 6. I have evolved 3 levels, and you must have evolved 3 levels as well. With the previous references, she has found the evolutionary rules of herself and Lin Zichen. With the same evolutionary resources, the evolutionary improvement of her and Lin Zizi is almost the same. Lin Zi, I don't understand. My evolutionary talent is far inferior to yours from childhood to adulthood. Why can I keep up with you now? Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen with her watery peach blossom eyes, and asked such a question. This question was something she realized only recently. Lin Zichen said without hesitation, maybe it's because your special physique has been further developed as you get older. Shen Qinghan nodded in approval, and then asked again, what about you, Lin Zi? Why is your evolutionary talent so powerful? I don't understand. When she was a child, Lin Zichen was powerful, so she just thought that Lin Zichen was so powerful, and didn't think much about it. But as she grew older and gained a deeper understanding of evolution, she began to wonder. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqi were both ordinary people, and Lin Zichen didn't have a legacy like her. So how could Lin Zichen be so talented? Maybe it's a genetic mutation. Lin Zichen didn't know how to explain to Shen Qinghan that he was actually a hacker who traveled through time and space with his own system, and could only use genetic mutation to cover it up. Shen Qinghan didn't doubt Lin Zichen's words. She had trusted Lin Zichen since she was a child, and felt that Lin Zichen would definitely not lie to her. If Lin Zichen wanted to lie to her, she hoped that he would lie for a lifetime. Lin Zi, do you think? Do you actually have a special legacy like me, but you don't know it yourself? Shen Qinghan's eyes turned, and suddenly made such a guess. Lin Zichen didn't answer the question immediately, but fell into deep thought. Special legacy? Is the system considered a legacy? I don't think so. Also, the degree of improvement in Mai and Hanen's evolution seems to be a little incredible. Just by eating a dozen rare fruits, the biological level was directly upgraded by 3 levels. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to upgrade even 1 level. Hanen's evolutionary improvement was so great because she had the inheritance of the water god. What about me? Why can my evolutionary improvement be so great? Among the biological attributes rewarded by the system, there is no one that can increase the evolutionary improvement. Could it be? As Hanen said, I actually have an inheritance, but I just don't know it? For example, the body becomes holy? But what kind of inheritance is the body becoming holy? Also, my sister Lin Ziying's body is much stronger than mine at the same time. What's the situation? Could the root of this problem be my parents? After all, my sister and I were both born by my parents. Lin Zichen had a lot of thoughts in his mind. In a blink of an eye, half a month has passed. In the past half a month, except for those who went out to explore, no one in the city went out. All people stayed in the city to recuperate. Although the previous war ended very quickly, many strong men were injured during the period and needed a certain amount of time to recover. During this period, Qin Chuan sent evolutionary resources to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. The ones sent to Shen Qinghan were evolutionary resources of water attribute, including Huangquan Ginhua, Dusk Narcissus, Ice Crystal Demon Butterfly Pupa, etc. The ones sent to Lin Zichen were exotic beast meat that could strengthen the body, including blood Qilin heart, blood flame phoenix feather, 9-turn blood Ganoderma, abyss blood ginseng, etc. This is a preferential treatment for geniuses. Before leaving, Qin Chuan tried to use his mental power to explore Shenqinghan's Sea of Consciousness. As a result, he was attacked by the mental power and his 7 orifices were bleeding, and his soul was severely damaged. After these 2 failed attempts, he dared not explore Shenqinghan's Sea of Consciousness again in the short term. The mental attack launched by the Water God Palace in Shenqinghan's Sea of Consciousness was really terrifying. Even he, whose biological level was as high as the legendary high level, could not bear it. After Qin Chuan left, Lin Zichen and Shenqinghan immediately ate the evolutionary resources sent by Qin Chuan. After eating these evolutionary resources sent by Qin Chuan, Lin Zichen and Shenqinghan's biological levels evolved again. The former evolved from rare level 6 to rare level 8. The latter evolved from rare level 5 to rare level 6. The latter's biological level only evolved by 1 level, but the strength of mental power was strengthened far beyond 1 level, and the Sea of Consciousness was expanded again, becoming more vast and boundless. This is the rare 8th level. Lin Zichen looked at his biological level. His face was full of daze. Since coming to the source, evolution is as easy as drinking water. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is enough to have hands. Back on Earth, it was stuck at the ordinary 9th level for a long time. In the source, in less than a year, the biological level has evolved to the rare 8th level, and it is only 2 levels away from evolving into an epic creature. In comparison, it is a world of difference. Time flies. If you are not careful, several days will pass. This morning, it was just dawn. As the city lord, Qin Chuan announced in the office, from today, the city will open a biological channel to return to Earth. Those who need it can apply to the office director to return to Earth to visit relatives. After each war, Qin Chuan will arrange such a link to return to Earth to visit relatives to appease the emotions of the people in the city. Most people in the city have families and concerns on Earth. Letting these soldiers, who survived the war, return to Earth to visit their families is the best way to appease people's hearts. In the dormitory. After hearing Qin Chuan's announcement, Shenqinghan immediately opened her eyes and looked at Lin Zichen, who was pressing on her, and said, "I haven't seen my parents for almost a month. Should we also apply to go back to Earth?" After only staying in the source for a month, Lin Zichen felt that there was no need to go back. But seeing that Shenqinghan was so homesick, he thought for a moment and finally agreed with her and said, "Then apply to go back. It just so happens that I also want to go back to see my sister." Sister Lin Ziying's physical fitness is even better than when he was a child. He was a little curious. After a month, how developed is Sister Lin Ziying now? Can run and jump? Can speak and sing? Or can you do math problems? Thinking about it, he felt that he might be a little crazy. My sister Lin Ziying is only 2 months old now. How could she be so amazing? In the afternoon, Lin Zichen and Shenqinghan took a nap and went to the office to apply to go back to Earth in high spirits. When applying, the office director looked at their information and frowned. "Student Lin, Student Shen, it has only been a month since you two went back to Earth last time. Now you have to apply to go back again. This is not in line with the rules." Hearing this, Shenqinghan felt uncomfortable. She forgot that you have to stay in the source place for at least 3 months before you can apply to go back to Earth. In that case, let's apply again in 2 months. Lin Zichen said lightly, and then turned around and left with Shenqinghan. He didn't really want to go back to Earth, so waiting for another 2 months would be fine. "Wait a minute," the office director shouted when he saw Lin Zichen and Shenqinghan were about to leave. Lin Zichen and Shenqinghan stopped and looked back at the office director with a confused look on their faces, wondering what the other party wanted. The office director stood up and left his seat, smiling kindly, and said, "According to the regulations, you do have to stay for 3 months before you can apply to return to Earth. But rules are dead, people are alive. If you two really want to go back, I can help you with the operation here, but you have to keep a low profile and not make it public." The office director wanted to use the back door for Lin Zichen and Shenqinghan, agreeing to their application to return to Earth, in order to please these 2 promising geniuses in the future. When Shenqinghan heard this, her delicate face was full of surprise. Lin Zichen was not surprised. As a top genius, he was used to being flattered by people around him since he was a child. Now he was flattered by the office director in the source land, which was only expected. After all, the evolutionary talent he showed in the source during this period of time was far beyond the cognition of anyone in the city. Such a top genius will surely evolve into a legendary creature in the future, and become the backbone of the earth. It is even possible to evolve into a mythical creature that can walk sideways in the source. Any normal person will try his best to please such a genius. It took a few minutes. Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan applied to return to Earth to visit relatives. After completing the application, the two did not stay for long and quickly left the office and rushed back to Earth to visit relatives. When passing through the biological channel, Lin Zichen's mind was full of his sister Lin Zichen. He was really curious about how his sister Lin Zichen, who was now 2 months old, had developed. Chapter 267. Source: Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. The quiet and peaceful forest in the past is now in chaos and noisy. Wherever you look, black fog is everywhere and thorns and vines are everywhere. Old tree, Lord Ji, I welcome you two to visit my Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, but you summoned so many thorns and vines in my Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, making my Qingqiu Ancient Mountain full of black fog. What does this mean? A graceful nine-tailed fox girl hovered high in front of the two strong men, who came with bad intentions, and questioned them in a tender voice. Although she was questioning, her voice did not sound angry, which made the listeners feel relaxed and happy. It doesn't mean anything. I just want to borrow the fox girls of your Qingqiu Ancient Mountain to help the creatures in my land of silence improve their strength through dual cultivation. The man called Lord Ji said in a hoarse and lifeless voice. Hearing this, the mountain master of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, the nine-tailed fox girl, who had just spoken so tenderly, suddenly looked gloomy. She was no longer as tender as before, her eyes suddenly became cold, and she was ready for a big fight. Master, there is no need to be so hostile to us. We will not borrow the fox girls from your Qingqiu Ancient Mountain for nothing. We will exchange them with equivalent evolutionary resources. A man in a green robe said to the mountain master of Qingqiu Fox Mountain with a kind smile. The man was the tree elder in the sun and moon holy land. He was a mythical creature who had lived for countless epochs, and was so powerful that he could roam the source land. He was the top combat force in the source land. My Qingqiu Ancient Mountain can be self-sufficient, and does not need the evolutionary resources of the sun and moon holy land. The owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain refused without hesitation. The old tree still had a smile on his face. Would you like to consider it? No, please go back. Su Meishao, the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, said in a very firm tone. She said she was borrowing, but in fact she was taking her back to be a bed slave. As the owner of the mountain, she couldn't let her mountain people become bed slaves of other creatures. Hearing such an answer, the smile on the old tree's face faded, and his eyes became indifferent. The next second, buzz, 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 accompanied by such a burst of air-breaking sounds. Countless thorns with poisonous spikes instantly soared into the sky, and shot towards Su Meishao in the sky at a speed that even the divine sense could not perceive. The paths that the thorns passed through left shocking cracks in the air, revealing a dark, lifeless void. At the moment when the thorns soared into the sky, the black fog that permeated the surroundings suddenly became thicker, as black as ink, and quickly rose to the sky and began to rain black rain. Seeing that the old tree and the Lord of Silence attacked without saying a word, Su Meishao knew that she could not escape this disaster today. So, she was ruthless and decisively sacrificed the vast source of power contained in her consciousness, instantly activating the huge mountain protection formation to resist the joint attack of the old tree and the Lord of Silence. At the moment when the mountain protection formation was activated, countless purple lights rose from the ground and condensed into a layer of purple light film in an instant, blocking the incoming thorns and black rain outside the mountain. Seeing this, the old tree and the Lord of Silence immediately increased the intensity of their attacks and enchanted their own attack methods. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thorn surrounded by mysterious runes, with the power to tear apart space, shot at the light film at high speed, like a soul chain. The thick black fog rose to the sky in the blink of an eye to form a thundercloud, covering the entire Qingqiu Ancient Mountain in darkness, with the momentum of covering the sky and blocking the sun, and suddenly struck a lightning column that was enough to illuminate the entire Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Boom! There was only a shocking sound. The thorns and the lightning column hit the light film on the surface of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain at the same time, and a burst of extremely terrifying aftermath broke out, shaking the entire southern region, and thick smoke billowed everywhere. After a while, the thick smoke dissipated. The light film on Qingqiu Ancient Mountain was intact, but the color faded a little. It was very faint, and it could not be found without careful perception. It can actually block our attack. This Qingqiu Ancient Mountain's mountain protection formation is quite something, Lord Ji said with a hollow look at the light film below. Old Tree chuckled and said, after all, It is the formation set up by the old man in the east region. The strength is acceptable. After saying that, he added, but it's just okay. As long as we continue to attack, this so-called mountain protection formation won't last long. Lord Ji agreed with this, and soon attacked the light film below again, thinking of capturing Qingqiu Ancient Mountain as soon as possible to avoid changes. Old Tree saw this and followed suit. Boom! 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 The sound of the source power exploding on the light film rang out one after another. The purple light on the light film was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. As time goes by, the light film will break and shatter sooner or later. Su Meixiao, who is in the light film, can only consume source power to reinforce the light film. But she knows very well that she can't hold on for long. If she wants to defend Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, she must find a strong rescuer before the light film breaks. Thinking of this, she immediately had an idea and sent a message to the saint she valued most. Jiujiu, activate the teleportation array in my room to leave the ancient mountain and go to the east region to find that heartless old thing to come to rescue. He said that the sun and moon holy land and the land of Nirvana want to capture Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Let him come as soon as possible. As she sent a message to the saint, the old tree outside the mountain protection formation, while attacking the light film with all his strength, said to the Lord of Silence, by the way, when I controlled my clone to attack Earth City No. 1, something strange happened. Lord of Silence, what strange thing? Old tree, the water god seems to have revived, and the place of revivification is over there in City No. 1. Lord of Silence frowned slightly. The water god is the oldest and most mysterious god in the East region. He was born in the East region and died in the East region. If he wants to revive, he will revive in the East region. How can he revive in the South region? The old tree said in a vicissitudes of life. That's why I said it was a strange thing. After successfully conquering Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, you go back to the Land of Silence, and use the Wansheng compass to observe the night sky and observe the direction of the 5 elements. Earth. Shanghai University. Family area. Lin Zichen turned his head to look at Shen Qinghan beside him, and asked, are you sure you don't want to go home to see your parents first? I want to see Yingying first. Shen Qinghan said with clear beautiful eyes. Lin Zichen joked, every time you come back, you come to my house first. If your parents knew, they would be jealous and feel uncomfortable. No, my parents are very generous. Love is selfish. Oh, you're so annoying. Shen Qinghan couldn't stand it anymore, and didn't want to bother with Lin Zichen, the annoying guy. Lin Zichen saw that she was annoying, so he stopped teasing her. Soon, the two of them opened the door, skillfully changed into the slippers on the shoe rack at the door, and walked slowly to the living room. As soon as they walked into the living room, they saw a baby girl in diapers running around the room. Running very fast. As energetic as a 5 or 6-year-old child. However, this baby girl is only 2 months old now. Lin Zi, Yingying is amazing. She can walk fast at only 2 months old. This physical talent is really too exaggerated, just as exaggerated as those sons of God, who are born with holy bodies in mythological stories. Shen Qinghan looked at the baby girl running around the room, and her pretty face was full of shock and disbelief. Lin Zichen was also shocked. Although he had thought about his sister being able to run and jump before going home. But when he saw this scene with his own eyes, he was still deeply shocked and felt it was particularly unreal. His sister Lin Ziying was much more powerful than he was when he was a child. At this time, Lin Ziying, who was running around the house, saw the 2 people standing in the corridor. The moment she saw the 2 people, she stood there in a daze for a while, and then her little mouth opened and cried loudly. She was only 2 months old, and she had long forgotten who Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were. For a 2-month-old baby, as long as she hadn't seen someone for more than 3 days, she would be a stranger, and she would be scared to tears when she saw them. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan didn't expect Lin Ziying to cry. At the moment the cry sounded, both of them were stunned and at a loss for a while. Soon, there was a sound of hurried footsteps in the side room. Then, Zhang Wanqin's doting voice came. Baby, what's wrong? When the voice sounded, Zhang Wanqin, wearing pajamas, appeared in front of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Seeing her biological mother coming out, Lin Ziying immediately ran over while crying, bumped into Zhang Wanqin's legs, and opened her arms to hug her. Baby, don't cry, don't cry. Zhang Wanqin picked up Lin Ziying and kissed her round little face. Under the comfort of maternal love, Lin Ziying, who was still a baby girl, soon stopped crying and just lay on Zhang Wanqin's shoulder and sucked her thumb. Mom, Henin and I are back to see you. Lin Zichen saw that Zhang Wanqin hadn't seen him yet, So he took the initiative to smile and said. When Zhang Wanqing heard the voice, she realized that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were standing in the corridor, and the face of the charming mature woman was suddenly full of surprise. But soon, the surprise turned into a verbal complaint. You two are really something. Why don't you call to let me know every time you come back? Do you like to do surprise attacks so much? I mainly want to give you a surprise. What's the surprise? It's more like a shock. Look at how your sister is crying, Zhang Wanqing said unhappily. After that, she asked again, have you two eaten? No, Lin Zichen said truthfully. Zhang Wanqing gently rocked Lin Zichen in her arms and asked, what do you want to eat? I make it for you two now. No need, Mom. You're tired enough taking care of your sister. Hanin and I will do it. Lin Zichen has a lot of feelings for Zhang Wanqing and doesn't want her to be too tired. Zhang Wanqing disagrees. Except for crying and peeing a little, your sister is as sensible as you were when you were a child. It's not tiring to take care of her, which makes me and your dad worry-free. Just these 2 points of crying and peeing, it sounds difficult to take care of her. Mom, you should sit down. Hanin and I will cook for you. Fearing that Zhang Wanqing would not agree, Lin Zichen added, Hanin and I brought a lot of special ingredients from the source, and you don't know how to handle these ingredients. Seeing that her son had said this, Zhang Wanqing didn't want to compete for cooking, so she let her son and future daughter-in-law cook. By the way, where's Dad? Lin Zichen found that Lin Yansheng was not at home and asked in confusion. Zhang Wanqing, your dad went to the annual meeting. The book he wrote this year did very well. He was invited by the website to attend the annual meeting in Kyoto. He will be back in 2 days. Lin Zichen smiled. Then Dad will miss out on the food that Hanin and I cooked. Zhang Wanqing did not respond, but said softly to Lin Zichen, who was in her arms, Baby, this is your brother and sister-in-law. You were very attached to them last month. How come you forgot about them so quickly? Lin Zichen looked at the scene in front of him, and a touch of nostalgia appeared on his face. He recalled that when he was still a baby, Zhang Wanqing also held him, and spoke softly all day long. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I have grown up. And my mother Zhang Wanqing looks obviously older. Although she still looks beautiful, the lines on her face are much more obvious. Not as tender as in her 20s. Mom is old. No, I can't let Mom grow old. In the future, I have to collect more exotic flowers and fruits that can beautify and nourish the skin, so that Mom will always be young. And for Dad, I have to get more exotic flowers and fruits that can strengthen his body for him to eat. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart, very filial. After a while. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to the kitchen to cook. About an hour later, the meal was ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. During the meal, Zhang Wanqing praised the food and said that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's cooking skills were really good. It would be great if she could eat the food they cooked every day. Shen Qinghan kept picking up dishes for Zhang Wanqing, and said that she would cook whenever she was at home. Zhang Wanqing smiled as she heard this, and she liked Shen Qinghan, the future daughter-in-law, who was not a daughter but better than a daughter, more and more. On the other side, Lin Zichen stared at his sister Lin Zichen the whole time. My sister, who was only 2 months old, ate like a hungry wolf. She kept stuffing rice into her mouth with a spoon in one hand and took a bite of a braised beast leg in the other hand. She can run and jump. She loves to cry and pee. She has a big appetite. She looks like a simple-minded, well-developed iron fool. However, my sister is only 2 months old now. What kind of brains can she have at such a young age? Lin Zichen was thinking about these things in his mind. As he thought about it, he became more and more confused and puzzled. My parents are ordinary people. How did they give birth to me and my sister, who have evolutionary talents against the sky? Could it be a genetic mutation? But it is impossible for 2 genetic mutations to mutate in a row. The probability is too low, almost 0. Is there a possibility that my parents are actually hidden masters disguised as ordinary people? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen immediately dispersed his mental power to explore Zhang Wanqing's body. Take a look at Zhang Wanqing's body to see if there is anything special about it. Very quickly, Lin Zichen's spiritual power all entered Zhang Wanqing's body smoothly. It turned into a warm current, slowly flowing around in her body. Carefully check every cell, every gene sequence, to see if there is anything special. Chapter 268. From the top of the brain, to the upper body, and then to the lower body. Lin Zichen carefully examined Zhang Wanqing's body, to see what was so special about the Great Mother, who gave birth to him, and Lin Zichen, that she could give birth to two geniuses with extraordinary evolutionary talents. After a careful examination, Lin Zichen found that Zhang Wanqing's body was very ordinary, without any special features. Ordinary blood strength. Ordinary mental strength. All attribute values were very ordinary. Sure enough, she was just an ordinary person. Lin Zichen muttered in his heart, not surprised by the result of the examination. He and Zhang Wanqing had lived under the same roof for so long. If Zhang Wanqing was really a hidden master, he should have discovered the trick long ago. Especially when she was a baby. Because no hidden master would act in front of a baby. This was completely unnecessary. Unless, this hidden master knew that this baby was not a baby. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Impossible, impossible. Just when Lin Zichen determined that his biological mother Zhang Wanqing was an ordinary person. Suddenly, his remaining mental power in Zhang Wanqing's body sensed an extremely terrifying energy body. The location of this energy body is the deepest part of the brain, which is the sea of consciousness of the living being. What is going on? After sensing the vastness of the energy body, Lin Zichen was a little confused. The sea of consciousness is almost zero for ordinary people. But at this moment, Zhang Wanqing's sea of consciousness contains such a vast energy, which makes him feel unbelievable. After a moment of coming to his senses, Lin Zichen immediately concentrated his mental power, and slowly invaded Zhang Wanqing's sea of consciousness, to see what was going on inside. The process of intrusion was very slow. He was afraid that if it was too fast, it would damage Zhang Wanqing's sea of consciousness. However, this worry turned into shock in the next second. When the mental power invaded Zhang Wanqing's sea of consciousness, Lin Zichen saw an extremely shocking scene, which was so shocking that he would never forget it in his life. Zhang Wanqing's sea of consciousness was boundless, so large that it was beyond his cognition, and there was not a drop of water in it, but only hard and smooth ice, which looked like a lake with a thick layer of ice in winter. But the difference is that the lake in winter only has a thick layer of ice on the surface, while Zhang Wanqing's sea of consciousness is frozen to the bottom, and the whole sea of consciousness is thick ice. No, it's not ice, it's a source crystal. It's a whole endless huge source crystal. Lin Zichen suddenly realized this, and was shocked beyond words. He unconsciously opened his mouth and eyes wide, his eyes full of disbelief. How high-level creatures must be to have such a large piece of source crystal? Also, isn't the source crystal a product of the source land? How can there be a source crystal in the sea of consciousness? Could it be that Mom came from the source land? The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more shocked he became. It was hard for him to accept it for a while. In his heart, Zhang Wanqing has always been an ordinary mother. Now this happened, which made him feel very surprised. Zhang Wanqing saw his shocked face, and couldn't help wondering, "Son, why did you suddenly open your mouth and eyes? What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Zichen came back to his senses after hearing the voice, and said perfunctorily with a nonchalant look. After saying that, he hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't help asking, "Mom, when you were young, were you a rich lady in trouble, and your family was very powerful?" Zhang Wanqing was a little confused by the question. After a moment of confusion, she complained, "What nonsense are you talking about? Mom is ordinary except for her good looks." Lin Zichen asked again, "What do Grandpa and Grandma do?" Zhang Wanqing took out a tissue, and wiped the mouth of Lin Zichen beside her. Then she said slowly, "Your Grandpa and Grandma are ordinary farmers. They died of illness when Mom was very young." So, Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. He always felt that Zhang Wanqing was lying to him. He really didn't believe that Zhang Wanqing was an ordinary person. Thinking about it, he asked again, "What about Dad? How was Dad's family situation when he was young?" Zhang Wanqing was puzzled. "What's wrong with you today? Why do you suddenly ask so many inexplicable questions?" As soon as she finished speaking, she continued, "Son, did you watch the movie Catching Dolls and think that your parents are testing you and training you, so they deliberately pretend to be poor and let you live a hard life since childhood?" Lin Zichen denied, "No, I just asked casually." After dinner, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took a bath, and went to sleep together in the room. First sleep to consume physical strength, then sleep to restore energy. Lin Zichen was not tired and did not sleep. Just quietly opened his eyes, and looked at the ceiling, continuously recalling the scenes of his childhood in the depths of his mind. See if he can find any clues that can prove that his parents are not ordinary people. After recalling for a long time, Lin Zichen was finally disappointed. The parents in his memory have always been very ordinary, without any special features. Will get sick. Will suffer from insomnia. Will be angry. They are just an ordinary pair of parents. The only unusual thing is that they have a son with an evolutionary talent that is so strong that it defies the heavens. There is no clue at all. Are the parents really ordinary people? But what about the whole piece of source crystal in the mother's sea of consciousness? Lin Zichen was puzzled by this. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether his parents were ordinary people or hidden masters. Lin Zi, why did you ask Aunt Xian those weird questions when you were eating just now? Shen Qinghan didn't fall asleep either. She turned to face Lin Zichen, her delicate face full of curiosity. Lin Zichen did not hide it from her, and quickly told her all his doubts. You may not believe it, but when I was eating just now, I used my spiritual power to check my mother's body, and found that my mother's sea of consciousness was vast and boundless, and the entire sea of consciousness was composed of source crystals, like a huge iceberg. Ah? Shen Qinghan was a little confused and asked, isn't the source crystal a unique product of the source land? Why is Aunt Xian's sea of consciousness full of source crystals? Lin Zichen shook his head. I can't figure it out, so I asked my mother those strange questions when I was eating just now, just to see if my mother is a hidden master. Shen Qinghan still couldn't digest this fact. Aunt Xian's sea of consciousness is vast and boundless, and the entire sea of consciousness is composed of source crystals? What's going on? Who exactly is Aunt Xian? Thinking about it, Shen Qinghan quickly thought of Lin Zichen's evolutionary talent. I said, how could Lin Zi's evolutionary talent be so exaggerated? It turned out to be inherited. Aunt Xian must be no simple matter. Wait. What about me? Lin Zi's genius can be traced, but what about me? Why is my physique so special? Are my parents not simple either? Thinking of this, Shen Qinghan immediately asked Lin Zichen, Lin Zi, do you think my parents are in the same situation? Their sea of consciousness is also vast and boundless, and they are all made up of source crystals? It is very likely. Lin Zichen gave such an answer, and then continued, when you go back at night, you can try to disperse your mental power to check your parents' sea of consciousness. When my dad comes back in 2 days, I will also disperse my mental power to sense what is happening in his sea of consciousness. Shen Qinghan suddenly thought of a question. Aunt Xian's entire sea of consciousness is source crystals, which means that Aunt Xian must be very powerful. Logically speaking, if you disperse your mental power to penetrate Aunt Xian's body, Aunt Xian should be able to find it immediately, and then stop it as soon as she thinks about it. But why didn't Aunt Xian stop your mental power from invading just now? Shen Qinghan's question was a sharp question that stumped Lin Zichen. Yes, if Mom is a hidden master, then with the size of her sea of consciousness, she can definitely easily prevent my mental power from invading. But from beginning to end, Mom did not make any move. What's going on? Is Mom really an ordinary person? No, she can't be an ordinary person. The sea of consciousness of ordinary people can't be so large, and it can't be made up of source crystals. There must be some unknown secrets. In the evening, Shen Qinghan went home to accompany Shen Jianye and Su Ming. Not long after she returned, she sent a message to Lin Zichen on WeChat, saying that she had just dispersed her mental power to check her parents' sea of consciousness. The result was very ordinary. Shen Jianye and Su Ming's sea of consciousness was as small as a sesame seed, like a small water drop. One night 2 days later, Lin Yansheng, who went to Kyoto to attend the annual writers' meeting, came back. The first thing Lin Zichen did when he saw his father whom he hadn't seen for a long time was to use his mental power to invade his father's body, and carefully check every corner. In the end, the result of the inspection was as expected. Lin Yansheng's sea of consciousness was as vast and boundless as Zhang Wanqin's, and both were composed of source crystals. In this way, the identities of his parents seemed to be not simple. Realizing this, Lin Zichen deliberately observed his parents in the following days, hoping to find clues to prove that his parents were hidden masters. Unfortunately, after observing for several days in a row, his parents were very normal, and there was no sign that the entire sea of consciousness was composed of source crystals. Seeing that no matter how he observed, he could not get any results, so he finally chose to confront his parents and point out the situation of their sea of consciousness, asking them to explain what was going on. Faced with this sudden showdown, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqin were both confused and said they did not understand what he was asking. It seemed that they really did not understand, and they did not pretend to not understand at all. Lin Zichen was a little confused about this scene. In his expectation, his parents should have looked unbelievable when their sea of consciousness was mentioned. They did not expect that their secret would be discovered, and then chose to be honest. But the reality was that his parents looked more confused than each other, and they did not understand what the sea of consciousness was, let alone what the source crystal was. What was going on? The days passed one by one. In a blink of an eye, time came to the 7th day when Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan returned to Earth. That morning, the two heard some unfortunate news. When City Number 1 was attacked by the Sun Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence, other cities in the Source Land were also attacked in the same way, including City Number 36 located below Shanghai City. When City Number 36 was attacked, most of the strong men in Shanghai City were sent to support it. Yuan Dongji went. Lu Chuanwu went. Song Yuyan went. Ma Zhenhe went. Those with high-level creatures were basically arranged to go to the Source Land to resist the attacks of the Sun Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence in City Number 36. During this period, the weak City Number 36 was almost captured and many people died. Zhou Xiahong, the former president of the Student Union of Shanghai University, died. Ma Zhenhe, the current dean of the School of Evolution of Shanghai University, died. Yuan Dongji was seriously injured and unconscious, and was recuperating in bed in the family. Lu Chuanwu was also seriously injured. His already weak spirit was severely damaged. He had a splitting headache half of the time when he woke up every day. He was worse off than death. He also recuperated in Yuan Dongji's family. Song Yuyan was lucky. She only suffered minor injuries in the Source Land and was not seriously injured. In the bathroom, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were bathing naked in the bathtub together. While bathing, Shen Qinghan suggested, "Master and the Dean are both seriously injured. Why don't we go visit them tomorrow?" Lin Zichen had no objection and thought this suggestion was good. He nodded and said, "Then tomorrow morning, we will go to visit Principal Yuan and the Dean." Shen Qinghan lifted her wet bangs and said softly, "Lin Zi, you are so powerful now. Your biological level is about to evolve to the epic level. If you go to the Master tomorrow, you may be able to cure both the Master and the Dean." Lin Zichen was speechless. "You think too much. I am just a little higher in biological level. I am not Huatua. How can I cure it just by saying so?" Soon, the two came out of the bathroom after taking a bath. Back to the room. Begin to improve their relationship skillfully. This improvement lasted for the whole night. If Shen Qinghan hadn't been able to bear it, it would probably have kept Zhang Wanqin in the next room awake all night. It was probably around 4 in the morning. The two finally ended the improvement of their relationship and both huddled in the quilt to sleep. I don't know why. Lin Zichen suddenly felt very tired. Less than 2 seconds after closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep and began to dream. In the dream, Lin Zichen slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a strange environment where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, and it was completely dark. What is this place? Why am I here? Lin Zichen didn't know he was in a dream. He frowned and looked around very vigilantly. Suddenly, buzz! A sound of breaking through the air came from above. Lin Zichen looked up and saw a scarlet giant butterfly flying over his head at a high speed. This is an unknown creature similar to a blood butterfly. The whole body is red. The huge wings are covered with crisscrossing veins, and each vein is emitting a scarlet cold light, which looks very strange. Lin Zichen stared at the scarlet giant butterfly above his head for a few seconds, and his eyes involuntarily fell on the sharp mouth parts of the other party. He felt that the sharp mouth parts of the scarlet giant butterfly were very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Thinking back, he found that the sharp mouth parts of the scarlet giant butterfly looked exactly the same as the animal teeth that Luo Qianxue gave to him and Shen Qinghan. So, the giant scarlet butterfly above my head is the so-called giant butterfly of the abyss? Chapter 269. Lin Zichen looked up at the abyss giant butterfly. It was 5 meters long. It was 10 meters wide. Its body was covered with a cold scarlet glow. Its mouth was covered with thick, sharp fangs. Its vitality was very weak, so weak that it could hardly sense the existence of life, and it could not sense the pressure of living things, like a walking corpse. However, its extremely fast flying speed proved that it had extremely powerful vitality, and a very high biological level. This life form was very strange and very different from the creatures we knew. So, is this the abyss in the source? The abyss known as the forbidden zone of life? While Lin Zichen was staring at the abyss giant butterfly in the sky, he was sending out his mental power to invade the body of the abyss giant butterfly, sensing its life structure, and thinking about these things in his heart. As he stared at the abyss giant butterfly also slowed down its flying speed, slowly hovering in the sky and staring at him. After staring for a while, the two antennae on the top of the abyss giant butterfly diffused light spots as big as gravel, floating in the dark void and embellishing it, like a picture of the cosmic starry sky, very spectacular and beautiful. Seeing the abyss giant butterflies suddenly diffuse a large number of unknown light spots, Lin Zichen became nervous, worried that this was the attack method of the abyss giant butterfly. Just when his nerves were stretched to the extreme. Buzz! 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 The piercing sound of breaking through the air exploded one after another from a distance. The next second, dozens of abyss giant butterflies rushed out from the darkness one after another, all flew to the top of Lin Zichen's head and slowly circled. Each abyss giant butterfly has glowing veins on its body, and stars are emitting from its body. Dozens or even hundreds of glowing abyss butterflies gathered together, forming a dazzling light that was enough to illuminate an entire street. However, even such a dazzling light could not illuminate the surrounding dark environment. The surrounding environment was still pitch black, and you couldn't see your fingers. Except for the glowing abyss butterflies, there were no other reference objects. While Lin Zichen was alert to the abyss butterflies hovering in the sky, he frowned slightly and looked at the still pitch-black environment around him. He suddenly felt that this pitch-black environment was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. After thinking about it carefully, he found that this dark environment was very similar to the void of the system, and it could be said that it was exactly the same. It was the void where the system text prompt information emerged. Is there any relationship between the two? Could it be that the void of the system is the abyss of the source? It is the source again. It is related to the source again. My parents' sea of consciousness is full of source crystals. The void in the system is exactly the same as the abyss in the source land. What is going on? Lin Zichen was puzzled. Pitter-patter. 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 Suddenly, a sound of rain gradually rose. The light spots diffused from the abyss giant butterfly poured down from the sky like raindrops, flashing dazzling light in the dark below, and then quickly annihilated into nothingness. Lin Zichen, who was below, was hit by countless falling light spots. Unlike when they hit the dark below, these light spots did not annihilate into nothingness the moment they hit Lin Zichen. Instead, they turned into a ray of extremely rich energy, instantly pouring into his body, entering the sea of consciousness in the deepest part of his brain, and condensing into a crystal-clear crystal. In just a blink of an eye, the sea of consciousness that was originally full of water was suddenly covered with crystals like ice. Lin Zichen looked closely, and was shocked to find that these crystals in the sea of consciousness were all source crystals. What's going on? Are these giant abyss butterflies above my head supplying me with source power? Lin Zichen was stunned, and couldn't believe what was happening. Just as he tried to sort out his thoughts. Crack! 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 The vision in front of him was suddenly full of cracks like glass on the verge of breaking. Then, before he could react, the vision in front of him shattered into pieces. On each piece of the fragment, his face was clearly reflected. Then, his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Pitter-patter. 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 After an unknown period of time, Lin Zichen heard a clear sound of rain. He was awakened by the sound of rain. He opened his eyes drowsily, and found himself in the room. Shin Qinghan was sleeping beside him. It was raining outside the window. Was I dreaming just now? Lin Zichen sat up from the bed, and felt his head was heavy, as if he was drunk. He rubbed his temples, and tried to recall the dream just now. Everything in the dream felt so real. Source crystal? There is a source crystal in my sea of consciousness? Suddenly, Lin Zichen's eyes widened, his face full of shock. He found the source crystal in his sea of consciousness. Same size. Same number. Same position. Exactly the same as in the dream. Could it be that I was not dreaming just now, but entered a certain space? Was it the work of my parents? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqin also had source crystals in their sea of consciousness. Maybe the dream they just had was related to them. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen immediately spread his mental power into his parents' room, and the scene he saw was completely different from what he imagined. Both parents were sleeping very deeply, and there was no sign of movement. The only one who was moving was his younger sister Lin Zichen. This little guy didn't sleep in the middle of the night, sucking his thumb while raising his two round little legs and kicking around, very restless. Only Zhang Wanqin and Lin Yansheng were sleeping deeply, otherwise they would definitely be woken up. For this scene in his mental perception, Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. However, his parents looked like ordinary people, and it seemed impossible that they were hidden masters. Perhaps, the reason why his parents' entire sea of consciousness was full of source crystals was because they often dreamed of giant butterflies in the abyss. Well, I will wake up early tomorrow morning and ask my parents if they have had any related dreams. After thinking about these for a while, Lin Zichen lost all sleepiness. He got out of bed and walked to the window to open it, sitting cross-legged beside it, and enjoying the cool breeze of the rainy day. Now, with the nourishment of multiple rare-level evolutionary resources, he has opened more than 100 acupoints in his body. They are 68 heart acupoints, 55 brain acupoints, and 59 body acupoints. Adding up, the exact number is 182. He is very close to opening half of the 366 acupoints in his body. With half of the acupoints opened, the biological level of strength is only rare level 8. It is estimated that if all the acupoints are opened, the biological level will be at most legendary level 1. If the upper limit is the first level of legend, then this pure-blooded human is a bit useless. It is completely unworthy of the hope for the future of mankind that Lu Chuanwu said. Therefore, after all the acupoints are opened, there should be other paths for further evolution. About an hour passed. The dark sky outside the window gradually became brighter. Xin Qinghan, who has been in the source for several months, has developed a good habit of getting up early. As soon as a ray of sunlight shone in from the window, she opened her eyes and woke up on time, full of energy. When did you wake up? Xin Qinghan raised her slender legs and put them on Lin Zichen's body and asked with a soft voice. Lin Zichen told the truth. I woke up around 4 o'clock. Xin Qinghan was surprised. Why so early? Lin Zichen, I woke up from a dream. Xin Qinghan was immediately interested. You woke up from a dream? What was the dream? Tell me quickly. Lin Zichen organized his words a little, and quickly summarized the content of the dream, and told Xin Qinghan briefly. Xin Qinghan was incredulous after hearing this. You said you dreamed of the abyss, and you met a group of abyss giant butterflies in it that supplied you with source power? Lin Zichen, source power is real. I now have a lot of source crystals in my sea of consciousness, all of which were condensed in the dream. As for the abyss, and the abyss giant butterflies, these are just my guesses at the moment. I'm not sure if the place in the dream is the abyss, nor if those scarlet giant butterflies are abyss giant butterflies. After saying that, he added, I suspect that the reason why my parents' sea of consciousness is a whole piece of source crystals may be inseparable from that dream. Xin Qinghan raised her eyebrows slightly, and said, You mean? They often have the dream you had last night, so their sea of consciousness is a whole piece of source crystal? Lin Zichen, that's my guess, but I have to wait until my parents wake up to ask them if it's true. Xin Qinghan pursed her lips and said, If Uncle Sheng and Aunt Xian are both hidden masters, then they will definitely not tell the truth. Lin Zichen smiled and said, I hope they are both hidden masters. In this way, I don't have to worry about their safety in the future. Maybe I can even let them take me flying. Xin Qinghan was also happy when he heard what he said. That makes sense. If Uncle Sheng and Aunt Xian are both hidden masters, then as the future daughter-in-law, I can also let them take me flying. No need to stop working hard. Being a waste and entering the second generation happily. How great. Thinking about it, Xin Qinghan suddenly got aroused, stretched her white and tender feet towards Lin Zichen, and said softly while teasing, Dad, it's not time for breakfast yet. Do you want to improve the father-daughter relationship? Lin Zichen couldn't stand it when he heard it, and said, Xin Wuhan, do you have to be so dirty? Xin Qinghan deliberately said coquettishly, Don't boys like girls to be dirty in bed? Lin Zichen agreed, That's true. Xin Qinghan pushed Lin Zichen down directly, raised her legs and rode on him. Okay, stop talking nonsense. While Aunt Xian hasn't gotten up to make breakfast yet, let's make a quick decision. Lin Zichen had no objection, and agreed to make a quick decision, but unfortunately his strong body didn't allow it. More than an hour later, Lin Zichen and Xin Qinghan came out of the room contentedly. At this time, Zhang Wanqin had already prepared breakfast in the kitchen, and was carrying the cooked spiritual fish porridge out of the living room. The tiny Lin Zichen followed Zhang Wanqin and followed her. Her big, watery eyes stared at the casserole filled with porridge, and her little mouth couldn't stop drooling. She looked very greedy. Mom, I help you with it. Lin Zichen walked forward quickly and said. Zhang Wanqin said unhappily, I'm almost on the table, you don't need to carry it. If you really love your mother, get up early tomorrow to make breakfast, and let your mother sleep in. No problem, I'd be responsible for making breakfast tomorrow. Lin Zichen agreed without thinking. Zhang Wanqin and Xin Qinghan are both the women he loves most in this world. Not to mention being responsible for making breakfast tomorrow, it would be worth it to be responsible for making it every day in the future. After all, this is my biological mother, the one who grew up with her milk. Get out of the way, don't block the way, go to the room and call your father to get up and have porridge. Zhang Wanqin urged. Seeing her biological mother stop moving, Lin Zichen also frowned and stretched her hand to the casserole to make a sound. This was to urge her biological mother to quickly bring the casserole to the table. She wanted to drink porridge. Seeing this, Lin Zichen thought his sister was so cute. So while making way, he had an idea and sucked his sister into his arms, smiling and poking her chubby little round face with his fingers. Lin Zichen struggled and cried a few times in dissatisfaction. Seeing that Lin Zichen refused to let her go, her little face fell, and she opened her mouth to roar like a dragon and burst into tears. Seeing that his sister was about to cry, Lin Zichen had another idea and took out a spiritual fruit from the storage space and put it to her mouth. As soon as she saw the spiritual fruit, Lin Zichen immediately calmed down, quietly grabbed the spiritual fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Lin Zichen poked his sister's little face and smiled lovingly. What a little foodie. After that, he carried his sister to the room and went to call her father Lin Yansheng to get up. Shen Qinghan was not convenient to follow, so she stayed in the living room to help Zhang Wanqing get the dishes and chopsticks. Hanan, how far have you and Xiaochen gone? Taking advantage of the fact that there were only two of them, Zhang Wanqing quietly asked Shen Qinghan this question. Shen Qinghan felt very embarrassed, but still told the truth obediently. We have basically done everything that a couple can do. Zhang Wanqing smiled when she heard it, and said with relief, it seems that Xiaochen is still quite capable, and he didn't disappoint me as a mother. Shen Qinghan was so embarrassed to hear this, and lowered his head to make porridge without saying a word. Not long after, including Shen Qinghan, the family of 5 sat in the living room to eat breakfast. Halfway through the meal, Lin Zichen asked his parents if they had ever had any strange dreams, such as dreaming that they were in darkness and saw some giant butterflies that would scatter light spots. As expected, both parents answered with surprise that they had, and often. Son, how do you know this? I don't think your father and I have ever told you that we have strange dreams, right? Zhang Wanqing asked with a puzzled look. Lin Zichen said, because I have had this dream too. The parents looked unbelievable after hearing this. They didn't expect that their son had also had this weird dream. After calming down a little, Zhang Wanqing asked curiously, what is the environment in your dream like? Are you at a pitch-black space where you can't see your hand in front of you? Yes. Lin Zichen nodded. Zhang Wanqing also nodded and said in a deep voice, you said you just had this dream not long ago. When you have this dream a few more times, you will find that your vision will be expanded and you can see many things clearly. You can see many things clearly? Lin Zichen was immediately curious. Zhang Wanqing explained, well, as you have this dream more and more times, the darkness you were in before will become clearer and clearer. If nothing goes wrong, you will soon see a stone tablet in that dream. On the stone tablet, there are 4 big characters engraved, Son of the Abyss. Son of the Abyss? Hearing these 4 words, Lin Zichen's heart was slightly moved. Originally, he was not sure whether the extremely dark space in the dream was the abyss in the source. Now, after hearing what Zhang Wanqing said, he was 100% sure that the extremely dark space in the dream was the life-forbidden zone in the source, the abyss. Chapter 270. Mom, what does the stone tablet in the dream look like? Please describe it in detail, and I will see if I can draw it. Lin Zichen took a piece of drawing paper and charcoal pencil, and asked excitedly. He felt that he seemed to have glimpsed a secret of why he was so strong. His strength may be inseparable from the abyss of the source. Now he can't wait to see everything in the dream, and can't wait for himself to explore it slowly in his dreams. Let me think about it, and see how to describe it in detail for you. After Zhang Wanqing finished speaking, she fell into memories, and while recalling, she organized the language to describe the appearance of the stone tablet. After about half a minute, she organized her words and began to describe. The stone tablet is very square and thick. It is estimated to be more than 2 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. It looks like a coffin. The color of the stone tablet is gray, and the 4 characters on it are black. The font is a bit like regular script, but it looks a bit sloppy. Also, there are a lot of strange mosses growing on the edge of the stone tablet. They are golden yellow and emit a little golden light. It looks very fantastic. By the way, the soil under the stone tablet is as hard as cement. Zhang Wanqing described the coffin she saw very carefully, trying not to miss any details. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen finished drawing the sketch, put it in front of Zhang Wanqing and asked, Mom, does the stone tablet look like this? Zhang Wanqing took a look and said, it looks quite similar, but there are still some differences in some details. At this time, Shen Qinghan stood up the drawing paper in her hand and asked, Aunt Xian, where is the one I drew? Just now, when Lin Zichen was drawing, she was also drawing. She has loved drawing since she was a child. Drawing was one of her few specialties when she was young. She is very confident in her drawing skills. Zhang Wanqing turned her head to look at her drawing paper, and her eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Yes, it looks like this. Hanin, the stone tablet you drew is almost the same as what I saw in my dream." Sure enough, my baby Hanin is better at drawing. Zhang Wanqing praised Shen Qinghan without hesitation, calling her my Hanin all the time, and completely treating Shen Qinghan as her own daughter. Shen Qinghan was embarrassed to be praised, but she was very happy in her heart. She was very happy to be able to be better than Lin Zichen in some areas, and she felt relieved that she was not a burden. Lin Zichen glanced at Shen Qinghan's painting, and found that it was indeed better than his. It can only be said that no matter how strong one's wisdom is, if one does not put in any effort, in certain areas, one will still not be able to compete with talented and hard-working people. In the following days, Lin Zichen spent most of his time pestering Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wanqing, constantly asking them about everything they saw in their dreams. After many days of hard work, with the help of Shen Qinghan, he basically reproduced the environment in his parents' dreams on the drawing paper. After comparison, Lin Zichen found that the environment in his parents' dreams was exactly the same. There is a stone tablet with the 4-word Son of the Abyss engraved on it. There are various stone buildings that reveal an ancient and vicissitudes of life. There are also giant abyss butterflies that violate biology. Combined with the fact that there are buildings, Lin Zichen judged that this so-called life-forbidden zone abyss may be an ancient civilization lost in the long river of time. The days passed one by one. During this period, Lin Zichen had been observing his parents to see if there was anything special about them, whose entire sea of consciousness was filled with source crystals. As a result, after observing for more than 10 days, he found nothing special. It seemed that the entire sea of consciousness was filled with source crystals, and there was no obvious impact on Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wanqing. It's strange. My parents have such a large piece of source crystals in their sea of consciousness. Logically, their bodies should be very strong, but why are they so ordinary? Lin Zichen was puzzled and very confused. Because, since he had a little more source crystals in his sea of consciousness, he could clearly feel that his body also had an extremely rich energy. This special energy, if nothing unexpected happened, was source power. Because there was such an extra source power in the sea of consciousness, the biological level that had just crossed the threshold of rare level 8 directly reached the rare level 8 great perfection, and was only one step away from rare level 9. This was a very simple and rough enhancement. However, my parents, who have a source crystal bigger than an iceberg, have no signs of being strengthened. This is too strange. Wait, could it be that the source crystal in my parents' sea of consciousness only has the function of nurturing? In other words, the reason why my sister and I were born so amazing is because of the blessing of the source crystal in my parents' sea of consciousness? No, this explanation is still a bit forced, and many places don't make sense. Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find an explanation that convinced him. In a blink of an eye, the time to go home to visit relatives is almost over. It's time to return to the source. The day before returning to the source, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went to visit Yuan Dongji and Lu Chuanwu. On the way to the Yuan family, the largest family in Nanjiang, Lin Zichen asked Shen Qinghan beside him, "You have slept in my house for so long, haven't you ever dreamed about the abyss giant butterfly?" During the time when he went home to visit his relatives, Lin Zichen had 3 dreams about the abyss giant butterfly. Each time, the source crystal in the sea of consciousness became a little more. When it was the 3rd time, the source power in the body had undergone a qualitative change, allowing the biological level to successfully evolve from the rare 8th level great perfection to the rare 9th level. Lin Zichen was very concerned about why Shen Qinghan, who had been sleeping with him all the time, had never dreamed about the abyss giant butterfly. No, not once. Facing Lin Zichen's question, Shen Qinghan shook his head and answered. After hearing this answer, Lin Zichen fell into a period of contemplation. Does the occurrence of this dream have nothing to do with the location? Only you and your parents will have this dream? No one else will have this dream? Well, my sister, who is almost 3 months old, may have this dream too. About an hour later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan successfully arrived at the Yuan family, the largest family in Nanjiang province. The two originally thought that this big family would be an extremely luxurious palace. But after entering, they found that it was an ancient house. Everything inside looked very retro. However, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan did not care about these. After entering the house, they walked into a room under the guidance of the housekeeper, and saw the unconscious Yuan Dongji inside. Yuan Dongji, who used to have a strong aura, has now become a pale vegetable, lying motionless on the bed. Lu Chuanwu, who used to be a playboy, now sat by the bed and took good care of Yuan Dongji. Lin Zichen went forward to check on Yuan Dongji's condition. He released his mental power. He smoothly penetrated her body and wandered around. He carefully checked every corner. After a thorough inspection, Lin Zichen found that Yuan Dongji's soul was seriously injured, and there were many cracks visible to the naked eye, which was shocking. With such a serious injury, it's no wonder that she became a vegetative and unconscious. If Yuan Dongji was not a rare-level strongman, she would have been brain dead long ago. Lin Zi, how is the inspection going? Seeing that Lin Zichen had withdrawn his mental power, Shen Qinghan asked impatiently. Lin Zichen shook his head. Princess Yuan was injured in the soul, which touched my blind spot in knowledge, and I can't do anything. If Yuan Dongji only had serious injuries to her body, Lin Zichen could still treat Yuan Dongji by transporting qi and blood. But Yuan Dongji's injury was to his soul, and he really couldn't cure it. So, Shen Qinghan was a little disappointed. Afterwards, Lin Zichen helped Lu Chuanwu check again, and found that he was also injured in the soul, and he couldn't cure it either. Seeing that he couldn't be cured, Lin Zichen didn't force it, but just showed concern for the two of them with Shen Qinghan, and soon left the Yuan family. The Yuan family itself has epic-level masters. How could he do something that the epic-level masters couldn't do? When leaving, the head of the Yuan family, a powerful epic-level master, wanted to keep Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan for dinner. Lin Zichen didn't have this idea, and just found an excuse to decline. He would go back to the source tomorrow. On this last night, he and Shen Qinghan just wanted to go home to accompany their parents. After all, once they entered the source, they would have to wait at least 3 months to see their parents again. Although Lin Zichen was not as homesick as Shen Qinghan, he still missed his parents after not seeing them for 3 months. Time flies. As soon as he closed his eyes, it was the next morning. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan got up early, and made a hearty breakfast for their parents and sister. Their cooking skills were much better than Zhang Wanqin's. The porridge, soy milk, buns, etc. made their parents and sister unable to stop eating. Especially the younger sister Lin Zichen, who kept stuffing porridge into her mouth with a spoon in her right hand, and stuffed buns into her mouth with her left hand, looking like a beggar who had been hungry for several days on the roadside. Lin Zichen looked at the foodie sister opposite him, and felt that she was both unnatural and cute. The unnatural thing was that the sister was just a baby girl who had just turned 3 months old, but her appetite was bigger than that of an adult. The cute thing is that my sister is really silly when she eats, with her cheeks puffed up. Husband, look how happy the baby is eating. It seems that my son and Hanen's cooking skills are indeed better than mine. Zhang Wanqin looked at her daughter, who was eating non-stop, and her charming face was full of doting smiles. Lin Zichen was her second daughter, who was born after she was 40 years old. She was very fond of this young daughter. Lin Yansheng nodded in agreement while eating buns. Their cooking skills are indeed better than yours. The disciple is worse than the master. Hearing this answer, Zhang Wanqin's face darkened. She could say that her cooking skills were not as good as her son and future daughter-in-law, but Lin Yansheng, as her husband, would never allow that. Seeing her face darken, Lin Yansheng realized that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately shut his mouth and kept silent, lowering his head to eat the buns silently. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. When a person depreciates himself, as a listener, it is best not to say yes to the other person, but to say no. It's not like that. Zhang Wanqin didn't look dark for a long time, and soon returned to her normal face, and said to Shen Qinghan, Hanen, you stay here with Xiaoch every day, don't your parents have any objections? Shen Qinghan drank porridge while answering, my dad has some objections, but my mom doesn't, she can't wait for me to sleep with Xiaoch every day. Zhang Wanqin smiled when she heard it, your mom still thinks so, and her idea coincides with mine. Like Su Ming, she can't wait for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to sleep together every day, so that she can get pregnant early and become a grandmother. Now, except for spending 2 hours typing every day, she has nothing to do with the rest of her time. In this regard, she sincerely hopes that there will be more babies at home, so that she can have something to do. After breakfast, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan teased Lin Zichen for a while, and soon left the house and flew to Kyoto, going back to the source to shine. On the way to Kyoto, the two did not choose to take a military helicopter, but chose to consume their mental power to fly in the air and practice their flying skills. Not long after, the two flew from Shanghai University to the Kyoto Military Region headquarters. After landing, the two skillfully authenticated their identities and returned to the source they had left for a long time through the biological channel. Back to the source. Lin Zichen went to the abyss behind the city as soon as possible, wanting to see from outside whether this so-called life-forbidden zone abyss was really the same as the dark space in the dream. He wanted to verify it. But unfortunately, he was stopped before he reached the periphery of the abyss. The abyss is very dangerous. Even the legendary strongmen cannot guarantee that they can survive 100%. And Lin Zichen is indeed a genius. But no matter how talented he is still just a rare creature now. The general guarding the abyss behind the city did not think that Lin Zichen could survive in the abyss, so he did not agree to let him enter the abyss. Seeing that the abyss would not allow him to enter, Lin Zichen did not force it. He just thought in his heart that when the biological level is raised to the legendary level in the future, he will go to the abyss to find out. In a blink of an eye. Several days passed. That morning, just after dawn, Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan left the dormitory early and flew towards the city gate. The two of them are now at the rare level, and can unconditionally leave the extraordinary genius team and choose to act alone. Under this premise, Lin Zichen chose to follow the city survey team to go out of the city for survey. The city survey team is mainly responsible for surveying the topography of the source, and broadening the scope of knowledge of the source. And to join the survey team, the strength must be at least rare level or above. The captain of the team has a biological level as high as epic level, and it is the stronger level among the epic level. After all, they are going to open up a new map. If they are not strong, they will probably be buried in the belly of the beast not long after entering the dangerous area. Everyone is here. Let's go out of the city. Seeing that the members of the survey team have arrived, the captain of the survey team shouted loudly. With this sound, the gate of the city in front slowly opened. At the moment when the city gate opened, Lin Zichen felt a little excited. After entering the source for so long, today I finally have the opportunity to open up a new map. The evolutionary resources in the old map have basically been plundered by the predecessors. Now if you want to get good evolutionary resources, you have to open up a new map. Chapter 271. Northeast side of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. That is the direction leading to the eastern region of the origin. The moment Su Jiujiu came out of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, he kept moving in this direction at a high speed. In the eastern region, there is an old lover of the mountain owner Su Meixiao. That old lover is a mythical creature in the eastern region, and his strength is particularly strong. If the old lover of the mountain owner Su Meixiao can come to the rescue in time, the crisis that Qingqiu Ancient Mountain is facing now will be solved. Buzz! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. At the moment the sound sounded, a man surrounded by black air appeared in front, blocking Su Jiujiu's way forward. Little fox, where do you want to go? The man looked at Su Jiujiu with a dead look on his face and asked, emitting a strong biological pressure from his body. Facing this sudden attack, Su Jiujiu frowned slightly. She didn't expect that she would be intercepted by the aliens from the Land of Desolation on the way to the East region. It seems that the sudden attack by the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Desolation was long planned and well prepared. Su Jiujiu only thought about it for a short time and didn't dwell on it too much. At the moment when her thoughts ended, a purple light flashed in her soul-stirring eyes. As the purple light lit up, the man who was blocking the road in front was instantly trapped in the illusion and entered a chaotic illusion. Seeing that the illusion was effective, Su Jiujiu immediately accelerated to bypass the man and didn't dare to delay for a moment. Because she could sense that the biological pressure emanating from the man was extremely strong, reaching the epic level, and his overall strength was stronger than hers. She was not sure how long her illusion would last for the man. She had to leave this place quickly while the man was still in the illusion. The mountain owner Su Meixiao had limited strength, and she could not defend Qingqiu Ancient Mountain for long by herself. She had to rush to the East region as soon as possible to seek help from Su Meixiao's old lover. The mental power of the Qingqiu Fox clan is just SOSO. Just as Su Jiujiu was sprinting at full speed, a familiar male voice sounded faintly from under a tree on the side. Hearing this familiar male voice, Su Jiujiu's face changed slightly. She looked in the direction of the voice warily, and then a lifeless man came into her sight. It was no one else but the man who had just been hit by her illusion. What happened? Wasn't he hit by my illusion? How could he appear here quietly? Su Jiujiu frowned, and the expression on her pretty face was full of fear and confusion. The man saw her fear and confusion, and chuckled like a cat playing with a mouse. Do you think there is a possibility that I was not under your illusion just now, but you were under my illusion? Is it me who was under an illusion? Hearing this, Su Jiujiu's heart sank, and she immediately sacrificed her blood to strengthen her mental power. As her mental power increased, she found that cracks of different sizes began to appear in her vision. These cracks became more and more, and they covered the entire vision at once, until the vision was shattered like broken glass. After the vision was shattered, Su Jiujiu quickly looked around, and then found that she had not moved a single step from beginning to end, and her current position was still the position where she was intercepted by the man before. This means that when she met the man, she had already been under his illusion and became a lamb to be slaughtered. Knowing her situation well, she did not hesitate for a moment. She was ruthless and directly sacrificed most of her blood to the sea of consciousness, raising her mental power to the epic level. The man felt her mental power suddenly surge, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. He still said in a dead voice, "Why struggle? I didn't think of taking your life. If you are willing to be my furnace, I won't hurt you at all." The fox girl in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain is famous for dual cultivation. In the world of UND, there is no male creature who does not desire to have a fox girl as a furnace. "Hey, you ugly thing, are you worthy?" Su Jiujiu is a complete face control. After cursing with a cold face, she immediately burst out her mental power to attack the man mentally. The man had a smile on his face, but when he heard Su Jiujiu attack him for being ugly, his lifeless face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. He decided not to use Su Jiujiu as a furnace. Instead, he wanted to refine her into a Yin corpse, and put her by the bed for use at any time. Living creatures would curse people, but a Yin corpse with its soul annihilated would never curse people, but would just do whatever they were told. "Die!" the man shouted with some anger. The next second, the black air lingering on his body became extremely dense, turning into a series of pitch-black arrows that shot out violently, aiming directly at Su Jiujiu in front. These pitch-black arrows were so fast that they tore the space and left a large void crack behind. Facing such terrifying arrows, Su Jiujiu had no power to dodge, and was pierced through the body by the arrows on the spot. At the moment of being pierced by the arrow, the vitality in her body began to drain rapidly, and in the blink of an eye her face turned pale, and her whole body was bloodless. Bang! An explosion sounded suddenly. At the moment when the vitality was lost, Su Jiujiu's body suddenly exploded, turning into fox hair floating all over the sky, and a shriveled tail fell and lay quietly on the ground. "Break the tail and escape?" The man looked at the fox tail on the ground and muttered this expressionlessly. Then he thought about it, and took out a strange human skin paper from the storage bag, and accurately located Su Jiujiu's whereabouts on it. On the other side, Su Jiujiu, who successfully escaped by breaking the tail, moved quickly towards the direction of City No. 1 with a painful face. She didn't dare to go to the East region alone, worried that there would be other interceptions on the way. She wanted to go to City No. 1 for help, and let the strong people there escort her to the East region to ask for support. Qingqiu Ancient Mountain has always been neutral, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She believes that the strong men in City No. 1 will definitely not refuse her request. The strong men in City No. 1 are definitely happy to see the mythical strong man from the East region rushing to the South region to fight the Tree Elder of the Sun and Moon Holy Land, and the Lord of Silence in the Land of Destruction. Almost at the same time, outside the city, a team led by an epic strongman, and the rest of the team members are all rare strongmen, galloping on the ground at a very fast speed. In less than a minute, they travel from the city to the dangerous area 50 miles away. Even after arriving at the dangerous area, the team's speed did not slow down at all. It was not until they traveled thousands of miles at high speed that Zhao Wuyan, the team leader, stopped first, turned around and said to everyone, "The dense forest in front is the semi-opened area of our city." Semi-opened area refers to the area where a strong person has passed by quickly and explored it with his spiritual power. This area is somewhat dangerous, but not high. As long as we act cautiously, there will generally be no accidents. Next, we will split up and enter the dense forest in front, observe everything along the way, record information and draw maps. Remember, when you encounter danger, you must first ensure your own safety, and everything else should be put last. When saying these words, Zhao Wuyan's eyes were basically on Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. The old team members who said this are very clear, and now the key points are brought out, just to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to hear. After all, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are newcomers, and they need to be taken care of. Does everyone have any questions? Zhao Wuyan turned his eyes away from the two people, and looked at the others and asked. The others said no problem. Seeing this, Zhao Wuyan nodded. Since everyone is okay, let's start the action now. The moment he finished speaking, the people present left one after another, entering the dense forest in front from different paths to explore the terrain. You two are newcomers, so you don't have to act alone. Go into the dense forest together to explore. At least you have a companion, and can look after each other. Xiao Wuyan looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan and said this, and then he flashed into the dense forest in front. The captain is so caring for us, and he specially let us act together. Looking at the direction where Xiao Wuyan disappeared, Shen Qinghan said with a bit of relief on his face. She was really afraid that Xiao Wuyan would let her and Lin Zichen enter the dense forest in front separately for the sake of exploration efficiency. Fortunately, he didn't. In response, Lin Zichen just said lightly, "It is normal for the captain to take care of us. We are not only newcomers, but also geniuses with unprecedented evolutionary talents. Whether in public or private, the captain will take care of us." After briefly explaining this sentence, Lin Zichen no longer wasted time and quickly entered the dense forest in front with Shen Qinghan. The strength of the two people is at the top level in the rare level. Entering such a dense forest, where most of the creatures are only high-level creatures, is like a fish entering water, free all the way. After entering a certain depth, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan began the exploration work. The former was responsible for violently opening the way, killing and devouring all the strange beasts and plants encountered along the way, and opening a large number of atlases to obtain biological attributes. The latter was responsible for drawing maps, and recording everything seen along the way in detail on special paper. The two of them went deeper and deeper, and before they knew it, they had entered the deepest part of the dense forest, leaving the other people in the team hundreds of miles away. "Lindsay, look, there is a large area of blood demon flowers growing there. We are rich." Shen Qinghan noticed that there was a large area of evolutionary resources growing in front of her, and immediately shouted excitedly. Lin Zichen was not as excited as her, but he was also slightly excited. Mature blood demon flowers are extremely expensive rare evolutionary resources. In the exchange hall of the city, a mature blood demon flower costs at least 2,000 contribution points to exchange. And now, there is such a large area of mature blood demon flowers in front of her. At first glance, there are at least 10 flowers, which is hard not to be excited. Calm down a little. Lin Zichen immediately thought of something, and broke off the blood demon flowers in front of him and took them away, and put them all in the storage space, waiting to eat, refine and absorb them after returning to the city. Just as Lin Zichen put all the blood demon flowers into the storage space, a very familiar breath suddenly appeared out of thin air by a stream 10 miles away. When this breath appeared, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan both sensed it at the first time. "Lin Zi, it's that fox girl." Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen and said, with a little surprise in his voice, he didn't expect to meet Su Jiujiu in this place. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, and was quietly sensing Su Jiujiu 10 miles away. He wanted to see what happened over there, why Su Jiujiu suddenly appeared out of thin air over there. As the mental power spread, soon, Lin Zichen could clearly sense everything 10 miles away. He saw Su Jiujiu in a mess, and the black air on her body. Is that the black air from the Land of Desolation? Is Su Jiujiu being hunted by the aliens from the Land of Desolation? No, we have to leave here quickly, otherwise, we might be affected. After realizing this, Lin Zichen immediately took Shen Qinghan's hand, and turned to run away from Su Jiujiu. If Su Jiujiu was really hunted by the aliens from the Land of Desolation, then, there would probably be aliens from the Land of Desolation chasing after her next. Lin Zichen didn't want to be affected and just wanted to get away from here quickly. He just wanted to quickly meet up with Xiao Wuyan, whose biological level was as high as epic, and let this powerful captain protect him, and Shen Qinghan. At the moment when he took Shen Qinghan's hand and left, on the edge of a stream 10 miles away, Su Jiujiu, wearing a purple dress, sat on the ground powerlessly, her face pale and spitting blood, looking dying. She would not live long. She could not run anymore. The blood in her body was almost consumed. Her whole body was weak and powerless. She could only sit on the ground and wait for death, and wait until the male alien from the Land of Desolation caught up, and then she would break off her tail again to escape, severely injuring her soul. If she could escape by severely injuring her soul again, it would be good. But the bad thing was that no matter how she broke off her tail to escape, she would eventually be found and caught up by the male alien from the Land of Desolation. Breaking off her tail to escape could not really let her escape from the clutches of the male alien. She had broken off her tail to escape 7 times, and she deeply realized that the male alien from the Land of Desolation had a tracking method that could easily find her. No matter how you try to escape, you will be found by that man in the end. My aunt is still waiting for me to bring people back to save Gushan. I can't be caught by that man. I must reach the East region for help. What to do? Is there any way for me to escape? Su Jiujiu's brain was constantly thinking, looking for a way out. At this time, a lifeless voice suddenly sounded in front of her. Can't run anymore? The moment the voice fell, a familiar figure appeared in front of her, looking down at her with a playful look. The person who came was the male alien from the Land of Silence. Seeing the male alien from the Land of Silence catching up, Su Jiujiu's pure and lustful pretty face was suddenly filled with despair, ashen. She didn't want to be refined into a Yin corpse. She would rather be annihilated than be refined into a Yin corpse, by the bed, by this extremely ugly male alien from the Land of Silence, and abused every day. Chapter 272. In the dense forest. Lin Zichen did not dare to stay for a moment, and ran with Shen Qinghan all the way, running away from Su Jiujiu at the fastest speed. Then, before he ran far, several prompts suddenly appeared in the void deep in his mind. You met a fox girl from an alien race, who had courted you many times, and wanted to follow the path of reproduction and evolution with you, and evolve into a higher-level creature together to meet the conditions of mutual benefit and symbiosis. Achievement: live under the same roof with an alien creature for 1 year, during which time you must benefit from each other and evolve together. Reward: obtain biological attributes of mutual benefit and symbiosis. Cumulative living time together: 0/366 days. Lin Zichen glanced at the content of these prompts and felt very surprised. He had not triggered a new achievement task for a long time. Unexpectedly, it would be triggered in this situation after a long absence. The biological attributes rewarded by the system are much stronger than the biological attributes obtained by opening the atlas. The effect of this mutual benefit and symbiosis will definitely not be bad. So, should I go back to save the fox girl, complete this achievement task, and obtain the biological attribute mutual benefit and symbiosis produced by the system? Lin Zichen was in a dilemma. The biological attributes produced by the system are extremely strong and very tempting to him. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should take the risk to go back and save Su Jiujiu. This dilemma lasted less than 2 seconds and ended. Lin Zichen made a decision to temporarily give up this new achievement task. Achievements can be completed at any time, but there is only one life, so there is no need to take this risk today. At the moment of making this decision, Lin Zichen's expression changed, and he sensed a strong breath beside the stream where Su Jiujiu was. As his mental power was concentrated, the next second, a man surrounded by black air appeared in his mind. It was a strange person from the Land of Silence. The biological level was extremely high. As high as the first level of Epic. Just the first level of Epic? After peeking at the biological level of the man, Lin Zichen stopped, and had the idea of taking risks in his mind. His current biological level was rare level 9, only 1 level lower than the man. With the blessing of a large number of biological attributes, if nothing unexpected happened, he would probably be able to easily crush the man. Lin Zi, why did you stop suddenly? Seeing Lin Zichen stop, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but wonder. After she finished speaking, before Lin Zichen could answer, she opened her mouth again. Are you going back to save the fox girl? I have this idea. Lin Zichen answered honestly. He didn't like to lie to Shen Qinghan, and basically said what he thought in his heart. Since you have this idea, let's go back and save her. Shen Qinghan continued. Although the fox girl is a creature from the source, she has no ill towards us. Besides, she helped us when Shanghai City was attacked by the divine plant cult before. Now she is in trouble. If we can help her, then we must save her. Shen Qinghan said all the truth, and did not pretend to be generous in front of Lin Zichen. It is true that Su Jiujiu covets Lin Zichen, but Shen Qinghan does not think that Su Jiujiu can seduce Lin Zichen, and he is not worried at all that going back to save Su Jiujiu will risk letting a wolf into the house. Seeing that Shen Qinghan didn't care, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate and took her to the stream. On the way, in order to ensure that everything was safe, Lin Zichen decisively sacrificed his blood and raised his blood and spirit strength to the highest level. He wanted to fight the alien from the Land of Destruction with the strongest posture, whose biological level was as high as the first epic level. Beside the gurgling stream, Su Jiujiu stood up from the ground with difficulty. Her eyes were always on the man in front of her, and she frowned and thought about how to get out. However, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a good way. For a while, despair filled her heart, making her look ashen. The man with black hair all over his body saw her face full of despair, and couldn't help but smile. You frown so tightly. Is this the limit of escaping from the end of the tale? To be honest, you don't look so good when you frown. But it doesn't matter. After I refine you into a Yin corpse, I will make you always have a smile on your face, and be beautiful forever. Always have a smile on your face. Su Jiujiu doesn't think that a corpse with a smile on its face will be beautiful. She just thinks it looks very netherworld. No point in talking more. Come into my corpse-raising banner, and become a beautiful corpse. After the words fell, a dark flag appeared out of thin air in the man's hand, and he gently swung it towards Su Jiujiu in front of him. In an instant, a large piece of thick black air flew out of the flag, turning into a dark ghost with bursts of shrill screams, spreading towards Su Jiujiu at lightning speed. At this time, Su Jiujiu's blood and spirit were almost exhausted, and she had no strength to get up and dodge. She could only watch the large number of creepy ghosts spraying over, and wait for death. Just when the ghosts were about to devour her body, buzz! A deafening sound of breaking through the air came. At the moment the sound sounded, a strong blood force that was about to condense into blood drops came from a distance at a speed that the spirit could not perceive, and instantly dispersed the ghosts in the sky into nothingness. Who is it? The man was shocked and turned back to look in the direction where the blood force came from, with a look of horror on his face. This blood force could instantly disperse the ghosts in his corpse-raising banner, at least starting from the epic level. Also, until now, he has not been able to sense where the owner of the blood force is, and he can't sense any breath. Combining these 2 points, he immediately realized that the person coming was extremely powerful, and it was likely stronger than him. Buzz! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded again. The man was not responded to by the words of the person who attacked secretly, but by another force of blood and chi containing terrifying energy. This time, the man who was prepared immediately waved the corpse-raising banner in his hand at the moment when the blood and chi surged, tearing a dark crack in the air and swallowing up all the blood and chi that surged. Buzz! Another air-breaking sound rang out. Along with the sound, a figure as fast as lightning flashed out of the forest, killing the man with a huge amount of blood and chi. The speed of this figure's killing was extremely fast. So fast that even the man, with an epic level of biological level, had not reacted before his head was blown up by a punch, and his upper body also exploded, turning into a bloody rain that fell all over the ground. Only the lower body was left standing on the ground, struggling to reshape its flesh and blood, trying its best to grow a new upper body and a new head. Unfortunately, everything was in vain, because soon another powerful punch came, turning the remaining lower body into a bloody rain with a hint of black air. Even if it turned into blood all over the sky, the man still wanted to reshape his flesh and blood. A large number of blood beads floating in the air condensed together at a very fast speed to form a hazy human figure. However, the human figure was formed less than half a second before it was hit by another punch and turned into a bloody rain. Swish! There was a sound of burning. The bloody rain all over the sky suddenly ignited red flames in every drop. In the blink of an eye, it was burned into nothingness and disappeared into the air. The possibility of reshaping flesh and blood was completely lost. The moment before all the blood in the body was completely burned out. The man couldn't understand why a rare 9th-level earthling could kill him in an instant. On the other side, Su Jiujiu witnessed the man being killed in an instant, and was stunned. Her innocent and lustful face was full of disbelief. Lin Zichen? How could it be him? That man was an epic strongman in the Land of Silence. How could Lin Zichen beat him into a pool of blood with just 2 punches? Su Jiujiu saw the face of the person who came, and when she found out that it was Lin Zichen, whom she had coveted for a long time, her heart was immediately shocked. Just a year ago, Lin Zichen was just an ordinary creature, and was easily played around by her ordinary clone. And only a short year had passed, and Lin Zichen had grown to the point where he could easily kill an epic-level strongman that even she could not do anything to. This was too outrageous. When Su Jiujiu thought it was outrageous, Lin Zichen, who had killed the man in an instant, also thought it was outrageous and unbelievable. Before arriving at the creek, he had already prepared to fight the man to the death. For this reason, he also deliberately did not let Shen Qinghan follow too close, and asked her to stay away. In this way, if something unexpected happened at that time, Shen Qinghan would still have a chance to escape. But what he did not expect was that the alien from the Land of Destruction, whose biological level was as high as the first epic level, could not even block his punch, and was directly blown up with his head and upper body. Such a result was too unexpected. Lin Zi, is he dead? Seeing that the battle seemed to be over, Shen Qinghan, who was hiding at the end of the creek, immediately broke through the water and came to Lin Zichen's side and asked this question carefully. While asking this question, she had been using her senses to the maximum, constantly monitoring the slightest movement around her. After all, the man who was killed instantly was an epic warrior. No one could guarantee whether the other party had any special means of avoiding death, which could save him from a fatal blow. In this case, one really had to be cautious. He should be dead. Lin Zichen sensed hundreds of times in an instant, but did not sense the man's breath once, and estimated that the other party should be dead. At least, the body just now was dead. As for whether the other party was just an insignificant clone, it was unknown. After a moment of recovery, Lin Zichen didn't waste a moment, and quickly looked at Su Jiujiu in front and asked, "Can you still run?" Su Jiujiu shook her head. "My body is overdrawn too much, I can't run." After hearing this, Lin Zichen didn't say much, and directly hugged Shen Qinghan beside him into his arms. Then, he immediately rushed to Su Jiujiu in an instant and hugged her into his arms. After hugging the two, Lin Zichen immediately had an idea, and his whole body burst into blood, and he took the two people to the direction of the Captain Zhao Wuyan. He was not sure whether there would be any strangers from the Land of Destruction coming later, so he had to rush to Zhao Wuyan to inform him of this matter, as soon as possible to avoid any accidents later. Su Jiujiu, who was hugged tightly by him, couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. It was not a heart-pounding feeling, but a strong sense of disobedience. Until now, she felt very unreal. It feels like even in a dream, it is hard to dream about the scenes that are being played out at this moment. A weakling ordinary earthling 1 year ago has become a strongman who can instantly kill an epic strongman 1 year later. This is simply a monster too horrifying. Lin Zichen didn't know what Su Jiujiu was thinking about, so he just rushed forward, and the airflow generated by the sprint made the dense forest rustle. "Why are you being chased by the aliens in the Land of Silence? What happened specifically? Please give me a brief summary." On the way to Zhao Wuyan, Lin Zichen asked Su Jiujiu in his arms while speeding. Hearing the question, Su Jiujiu calmed down a little and quickly answered, "The Qingqiu ancient mountain where I am is now being besieged by the tree elders of the Sun and Moon Holy Land, and the Lord of Silence in the Land of Silence. My aunt, the owner of Qingqiu ancient mountain, asked me to go to the east region to find her old lover before I go down the mountain, and ask her old lover to come to the rescue. I followed my aunt's arrangement, and secretly left Qingqiu ancient mountain to the east region through the teleportation array. As a result, I had not run far after going down the mountain when I encountered the epic strongman you just killed easily." Su Jiujiu did not hide anything and told Lin Zichen everything she knew. Now she needs Lin Zichen's help to escape, and she dared not hide anything at all, for fear that it would make Lin Zichen unhappy. "I see." After hearing the answer, Lin Zichen replied lightly. After answering the question, Su Jiujiu hesitated for a while, and couldn't help but curiously asked, "I want to know, why has your strength improved so much in just 1 year?" "Because I have a high evolutionary talent," Lin Zichen answered calmly. After getting such an answer, Su Jiujiu felt that Lin Zichen must be hiding his shortcomings. In just 1 short year, he evolved from an ordinary creature at the speed of light to a strong man, who could instantly kill an epic alien. This is not something that can be achieved by evolutionary talent alone. Su Jiujiu thought that Lin Zichen must have obtained a lot of evolutionary resources in the past year, coupled with his unprecedented evolutionary talent, which allowed him to evolve so quickly. But even so, it is still very shocking that Lin Zichen can have today's strength. Su Jiujiu asked himself, in just 1 year, no matter how many evolutionary resources with amazing effects he ate, he could not evolve from an ordinary creature to an epic strongman at the speed of light. Just thinking about it, Su Jiujiu suddenly thought of a very important question. Am I still qualified to let Lin Zichen be my bed slave now? It seems that I don't have this qualification. If I want to be one, I'm afraid I can only be Lin Zichen's bed slave. Chapter 273. Lin Zichen was moving very fast. In just a few seconds, he traveled dozens of miles in the forest and successfully saw the figure of Captain Zhao Wuyan in a strange blood-red swamp. At this time, Zhao Wuyan was exploring the endless blood-red swamp alone. Under his feet, there were several huge corpses of strange beasts floating. These were native strange beasts living in the blood-red swamp. They attacked Zhao Wuyan and were ruthlessly killed on the spot by Zhao Wuyan. Lin Zichen stopped at the edge of the swamp and put down Shen Qinghan and Su Jiujiu in his arms. Su Jiujiu stood on the ground with a daze on her face. Just now, she saw a very incredible scene. When Lin Zichen was sprinting at high speed, the plants blocking him in front would be uprooted in advance and moved aside to allow him to move forward unimpeded. This scene looked like the legendary wood god descending into the forest, and all the plants would make way for him wherever he went. Is this Lin Zichen really from Earth? Why does he look more powerful than the aliens? It's incredible. Su Jiujiu was puzzled and full of doubts about Lin Zichen's true identity. Why did you two come to my side and bring a fox girl with you? Zhao Wuyan, who was suspended above the swamp, noticed that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were with a depressed fox girl, and looked at Lin Zichen in confusion and asked. When he asked this question, he had already flown towards Lin Zichen and slowly landed in front of him. Lin Zichen made a long story short and told Zhao Wuyan all the information he had learned. Zhao Wuyan's expression changed slightly after hearing this, and then he said with a hint of disbelief, "You said that Qingqiu Ancient Mountain is now besieged by the old tree and the Lord of Silence, and this fox girl is going to the east region to find help." Lin Zichen, this is what I learned. Zhao Wuyan looked at Su Jiujiu standing beside Lin Zichen, and saw that she was stained with a trace of black hair, and immediately believed this matter a little. After choosing to believe, Zhao Wuyan's face soon became solemn. First, the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence jointly attacked Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, and then Qingqiu Ancient Mountain sent people to the east region to seek help. From these 2 points of view, the source is afraid that the sky will change. In particular, once the strong men from the east region get involved, it is bound to enter a big chaos that can change the power structure of the entire source. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for the Earth to change its disadvantageous situation in the source. Zhao Wuyan, who realized this, immediately took out the sound transmission prop from his arms and urgently notified the team members scattered in the dense forest. Everyone put down the work at hand and gather at the entrance of the dense forest immediately. We will return to the city now. For safety reasons, Zhao Wuyan did not tell the team members the reason for the emergency return to the city, but simply issued such a return to the city notice to them. Nowadays, the Earth side is nothing but many traitors. Zhao Wuyan estimated that there are probably traitors who have defected to the alien race in the team. Once the traitors know about this, the fox girl who looks half dead will probably be silenced. As long as the fox girl dies, the information that Qingqiu Ancient Mountain is under siege may not be well conveyed to the ears of the strong men in the east region. Even if it is successfully conveyed, the strong men in the east region will not believe it easily, but will suspect that this is a trap set by the Earth side. Let's go, let's meet at the entrance. Zhao Wuyan said this, and his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Lin Zichen and others. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately opened his arms, and hugged Shen Qinghan and Su Jiujiu into his arms, and took the two to follow Zhao Wuyan's footsteps. Sensing that Lin Zichen had caught up, Zhao Wuyan was shocked. He was an epic-level strongman, and his speed at this time was at least 50% of his strength. Lin Zichen was just a rare-level creature. How did he catch up? Moreover, he was holding 2 burdens in his arms. It was incredible. I don't know how his body grew. About half a minute passed. The entrance of the dense forest, which was originally empty, was suddenly full of people. Captain Zhao, what happened? Why did you suddenly call the brothers back to the city so urgently? A rare 9th-level team member was puzzled. When the others heard this, they all looked at Zhao Wuyan, the captain, eager to know what was going on. At this time, someone noticed Su Jiujiu standing next to Lin Zichen, and frowned and said, "How could there be a fox girl from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain here? Captain Zhao, you suddenly called us back to the city. Is it because of this fox girl?" Zhao Wuyan did not answer this question. Seeing that everyone in the team had arrived, he said calmly, "I will tell you about this when we return to the city later. Now we will return to the city immediately." After that, he took the lead in soaring into the sky and flew towards the direction of the city at a high speed. Lin Zichen followed him immediately, holding Shen Qinghan and Su Jiujiu on each side. Others were shocked and a little unbelievable when they saw that Lin Zichen could fly so fast with 2 burdens, so fast that he could keep up with Zhao Wuyan's flying speed. After coming to their senses for a moment, these people rose into the sky one after another and flew straight to the direction of the city. Not long after, the entire survey team successfully returned to the city. As soon as they landed, Zhao Wuyan, the captain, did not delay for a moment and immediately took Lin Zichen and others to the city lord's office. Seeing this, the other team members followed one after another, wanting to understand what happened. In the city lord's office, Qin Chuan, the city lord, was discussing things with Bai Wubian and Shangwan Yuehua, the 2 deputy city lords. They were discussing about the Abyss Ruins. This Abyss Ruins was the news released by the Land of Silence some time ago. The 3 of them had a deep understanding and confirmed that the information was true. In order to prove the mythical creature, Qin Chuan had discussed with the city's senior officials several times earlier. The final decision was to enter this Abyss Ruins to find out. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan's plan was disrupted by the sudden attack of the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence before he could take action. Now that the war is over, it's time to put the matter of entering the Abyss Ruins on the agenda. City Lord, the captain of the survey team, Zhao Wuyan, said that there is an urgent matter to report. The new secretary of the City Lord, a young woman with excellent appearance and figure, informed Qin Chuan in an intellectual voice. Qin Chuan said lightly, "Let him in." "Yes." The female secretary responded and quickly retreated to the corridor outside the office, inviting everyone waiting outside in. The moment everyone came in, Qin Chuan saw Su Jiujiu in the crowd at first sight. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Your survey team returned to the city not long after leaving the city. Is it because of this Qingqiu Fox girl? The city lord is really as good as a god." Zhao Wuyan flattered, and then explained respectfully, "City lord, the situation is like this. Qingqiu Ancient Mountain was attacked by the Sun Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence, and then Qingqiu Ancient Mountain sent this fox girl to the east region to seek rescue. As a result, this fox girl was intercepted on the road and was beaten to death. Fortunately, she was found by Lin Zichen, who passed by and successfully saved her life." After hearing what Zhao Wuyan said, the three city lords, including the other teammates of the survey team, were all stunned. Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, a neutral force, was actually attacked by the Sun Moon Holy Land and the Land of Silence. What is going on? Is this an internal conflict? Or, the aliens in the Land of Silence have set their sights on the special dual cultivation physique of the Qingqiu Fox girls, and want to take all the fox girls in the mountain for themselves, and take the dual cultivation road to quickly improve the biological level? Everyone was very confused about this. He calmed down a little. Qin Chuan looked at Su Jiujiu, staring at her eyes with deep eyes, and then asked, "Is what he said true?" This he refers to the captain of the survey team, Zhao Wuyan. "My lord, it's true," Su Jiujiu said in a weak voice, and the lord of the city was called with respect. If it were in the ancient mountain of Qingqiu, as a saint, she would not be servile in front of Qin Chuan. But now it is in the number 1 city, in Qin Chuan's territory. When you are under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Although she is not a human, but a fox, the principle is the same. After getting such a definite answer from Su Jiujiu, Qin Chuan was slightly excited, and then the whole person became excited. If this is true, then this is definitely an opportunity to change the disadvantaged situation of the Earth forces in the source area, so that the Earth forces can develop in the chaos. After a brief thought, Qin Chuan decided to help Su Jiujiu and escort her to the East region to seek help. This will prompt the mythical strongman in the East region to join the battlefield, and both sides will suffer losses, with the mythical strongmen in the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Destruction. After thinking about it, Qin Chuan asked Bai Wubian and Shengwan Yuehua beside him, "I plan to escort this fox girl to the East region and help her pass the news to the mythical strongman in the East region as soon as possible. What do you two think?" Bai Wubian was the first to agree. "I think this is feasible." The reason for the feasibility is the same as Qin Chuan's idea, that is, to let the mythical strongman in the East region join the battlefield, and a shocking mythical war will break out, so that the forces in the source area will consume each other. However, this reason cannot be said. Because Su Jiujiu is here, it is not good for her to hear it, or it is not appropriate. City Lord, please think twice. What if this is a trap to lure us out of the city? Shangguan Yuehua advised conservatively as always. Bai Wubian's face suddenly changed when he heard it. He opened his mouth to scold Shangguan Yuehua, calling her a conservative, who was more likely to cause trouble than to achieve success. But this time, before he could speak out, Qin Chuan, the city lord, forcibly interrupted their spell casting. Qin Chuan did not give Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua a chance to argue, and made the final decision in a dictatorial way. "You two don't have to argue about this. I have decided to personally escort this fox girl to the East region for help." Bai Wubian smiled and said, "City Lord, I will escort them as well." Shangguan Yuehua sighed deeply and said reluctantly, "Then I will come too." The last yes sounded full of roguery. Seeing that the two deputy city lords agreed, Qin Chuan looked around and said to everyone present, "As long as you are here, you will go to the East region with me later to help the fox girl from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain pass the message to the sea god." The sea god he mentioned was the old lover of the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain in the East region. After making this decision, soon, Qin Chuan led a group of people to leave the city through a small path at the side door of the city, and went to the East region to send the message for help to the sea god. The distance between the East region and the South region is very wide. It is hundreds of thousands of miles. However, for a team whose lowest biological level is rare, it is obviously not difficult to reach the East region in a short time. Buzz, 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 accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Dozens of streams of light set off from the South region and flew towards the East region at a very fast speed. These streams of light flew very fast, almost flashing by, leaving behind bursts of air explosions. Normally, creatures at the rare level can't fly so fast. At this time, Lin Zichen and others can fly so fast, thanks to Qin Chuan, Bai Wubian, and Shengguan Yuehua, 3 powerful people, who formed a triangular magic circle around them, and flew at high speed with the people in the magic circle. Doing so actually slowed down the speed of the 3 people a little. But there was no way. Everyone in the triangular magic circle knew that Qingqiu Ancient Mountain had been attacked. For the sake of confidentiality, Qin Chuan had to take all these people with him and monitor their every move on the road to prevent anyone from leaking the information. Lin Zi, I feel that we don't need to radiate our mental power to maintain flying in the air. With the city lord and others forming a formation to take us flying, we can fly at high speed even if we don't move. Shen Qinghan said to Lin Zichen on the side. Lin Zichen smiled and said, I have put away my mental power a long time ago, and now I am being carried all the time. After saying that, he added, it's not just me who does this. Almost everyone in the triangular formation is like me now. They are not flying by themselves, but are all being carried by others. Ah? Shen Qinghan was stunned at first, and then felt a little uncomfortable and said, it turns out that I am the only fool who is still radiating mental power. You are not stupid, you are honest, unlike me who likes to be sneaky and slippery. Lin Zichen comforted Shen Qinghan with this sentence to avoid making her feel uncomfortable. The words of comfort had just been finished. Suddenly, Lin Zichen frowned, sensing a strong killing intent. When he looked in the direction of the killing intent, he saw Bai Wubian flying at high speed on the left. Before he could react to Bai Wubian's killing intent, boom! There was a loud noise. Bai Wubian, who was still flying at high speed a moment ago, suddenly turned around and attacked Su Jiujiu, slapping her with a palm. Su Jiujiu couldn't even react, and was directly slapped into nothingness by this terrifying palm, completely annihilated in front of everyone. Dismantled with her were 2 rare-level surveyors, who were very close to her, and were unfortunately affected by the residual power of this palm. Dead? Seeing Su Jiujiu suddenly being blasted away by a palm, Lin Zichen was stunned. The brain was a little down for a while, and it was unclear what happened. All this happened so suddenly, and so quickly that he had no time to react. Chapter 274. Bai Wubian, what are you doing? Qin Chuan looked at Bai Wubian, who suddenly attacked, his eyes full of shock and surprise. Bai Wubian's attack was too sudden, and he had no time to react and stop him. Buzz! Bai Wubian did not respond to him, and the only response was a sharp whistling sound. After killing Su Jiujiu with a palm, Bai Wubian rushed towards Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, wanting to kill this pair of geniuses who rose from the earth in the cradle. After killing Su Jiujiu, his identity as a traitor was exposed. Why not just go all out? Kill Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan as well. Get rid of the threat and advance. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's evolutionary talents are too terrifying. If they are allowed to grow, they will definitely be a huge threat to the Sun and Moon Holy Land in the future. If the situation permits, he wants to take Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan back to the Sun and Moon Holy Land and sacrifice them to the Great Flower God. However, in the current situation, this cannot be done at all. The only thing that can be done is to kill the 2 quickly. Since I can't get it, then destroy it. Buzz! A sound of breaking through the air followed by an explosion. It was Qin Chuan who moved. Just now, Bai Wubian suddenly attacked Su Jiujiu, and he didn't react. And now, Bai Wubian attacked Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in front of him. He, who is stronger, can't fail to react. Soon, there was a loud bang. Qin Chuan's figure was like a shadow, breaking through the void and appearing in front of Bai Wubian. With the vast power of blood and qi, he punched him fiercely. This punch directly shattered the air and tore the space. It was like a huge meteorite, fiercely hitting the surface of the earth. It burst out extremely terrifying energy. It instantly smashed Bai Wubian into pieces of flesh and blood. But the next second, the flesh and blood quickly reorganized into a human form, which was Bai Wubian, who was blown up in the previous second. Lin Zichen witnessed this scene in front of him at close range and felt extremely shocked. He was shocked by Qin Chuan's precise control of energy, which could smash a legendary strongman with one punch without affecting the unrelated people in front of him. At the same time, he was also shocked by Bai Wubian's ability to recast flesh and blood. He was blasted into pieces of flesh and blood by one punch, but he could still restore his human form in an instant and look unscathed. Is this the power of legendary creatures? Lin Zichen thought so at his heart, and quickly reacted to hug Shen Qinghan, and took her away from the battlefield at a very fast speed. Qin Chuan attacked unilaterally and punched out, which could ensure that no one else would be hurt. But if it develops into a fierce confrontation with Bai Wubian, the intensity of the aftermath of the explosion is uncertain, and it may destroy the area of dozens of miles in a minute. This is a powerful legendary creature, with the power to destroy the world. Others thought so in their hearts, and quickly moved away from the center of the battlefield to avoid being affected. Most of the members of the survey team are only rare creatures, and they can't do anything in front of the battle of legendary masters. Rather than being shocked to death like a mosquito later, it is better to move away now and save your life. No one will say anything about this, and no one will become a deserter because of this. That's it. In just a blink of an eye, there were only 3 legendary masters, Qin Chuan, Bai Wubian, and Shangwan Yuehua, who were confronting each other at the scene. Among them, Qin Chuan's face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger as he asked, Bai Wubian, which force are you running for? Sun Moon Holy Land. Bai Wubian replied indifferently, and did not refute the extremely insulting word running dog. Sun Moon Holy Land again. Qin Chuan couldn't understand. You have already sat in the position of Deputy City Lord. In a few years, when I step down, you will be the most powerful competitor for the new City Lord. Why do you want to be a running dog of Sun Moon Holy Land? Bai Wubian's heart was calm. I can sit in the position of Deputy City Lord today because of Sun Moon Holy Land. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Qin Chuan cursed loudly, and then said to Shangwan Yuehua beside him, Yuehua, help me capture him alive, and bring him back to the city to torture him. Okay. Shangwan Yuehua said sparingly. Bai Wubian smiled, want to capture me alive? I would rather explode myself than give you a chance to capture me alive. Qin Chuan said disapprovingly, running dogs are afraid of death. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes condensed, and he directly stepped through the void and appeared above Bai Wubian, raised his palm full of blood and energy, and slapped it down like a mountain. Bai Wubian couldn't dodge in time, and was suppressed on the spot. He fell to the ground with a boom, shaking out a large area of shocking spider web cracks, shaking the earth violently. Qin Chuan didn't pause at all. Immediately stepped through the void, and rushed into the rolling smoke and dust below, to seize the victory and pursue. Don't give Bai Wubian any chance to breathe. Buzz! 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 As soon as Qin Chuan rushed into the smoke and dust, a sharp air explosion sound came from inside. As the sound rang out, countless thorny vines shot up into the sky, carrying terrifying power, and shooting towards Qin Chuan like arrows. Qin Chuan didn't take these thorny vines seriously. He shook his body, and released the legendary high-level shocking biological pressure, instantly turning the thorny vines into sawdust. Seeing the thorny vines being cleared away in an instant, Bai Wubian's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He knew that Qin Chuan was stronger than him, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. After a moment of reaction, he no longer wanted to entangle with Qin Chuan, and directly used the shield method to escape from here. However, Qin Chuan didn't give him any chance to escape. When he was about to escape, Qin Chuan directly burst out his mental power, quickly and accurately attacking his sea of consciousness, making it impossible for him to use the escape technique. Following closely, Shangwan Yuehua also rushed over quickly, attacking Bai Wubian from front and back, completely blocking his escape route. Yuehua, make him hallucinate. Qin Chuan commanded Shangwan Yuehua, who came over. Shangwan Yuehua didn't say anything, silently burst out mental power to use hallucination skills. The next second, Qin Chuan suddenly felt the sea of consciousness deep in his brain boiling, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and his 5 senses were confused. He was attacked mentally. And the person who attacked him was Shangwan Yuehua not far away. Yuehua, what are you doing? Qin Chuan's eyes widened and looked at Shangwan Yuehua in disbelief. Shangwan Yuehua said sparingly, kill you. Hearing this, Qin Chuan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. At this time, he clearly realized one thing. Shangwan Yuehua, the deputy city lord, who had always been trusted, valued, and had high hopes for him, was like another deputy city lord Bai Wubian. Both of them were fucking traitors. Yuehua, you hide it so deeply. Qin Chuan quickly blocked Shangwan Yuehua's mental attack with his higher biological level, and his face became as gloomy as water, and as black as ink. Bai Wubian and Shangwan Yuehua had been at loggerheads in the city, and they were incompatible. In the end, they were both traitors, and were in the same group. What a good disguise. Yuehua, just deal with him, don't try to kill him, there's no need. Bai Wubian, who recovered, quickly flew to the other side of Shangwan Yuehua and attacked Qin Chuan with her. Bai Wubian now had only one goal, to delay Qin Chuan and let other accomplices kill Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Of course, it would be best if they could capture both of them alive, and bring them back to the Sun and Moon Holy Land. On the other side, Lin Zichen held Shen Qinghan and flew at high speed, leaving a series of piercing sonic booms in the air. It was only half a minute. Lin Zichen carried Shen Qinghan and flew nearly 100 miles away from the center of the battlefield. When he was about to fly over a grassland, Lin Zichen sensed a familiar breath below. Very familiar. It was Su Jiuzhou's breath. Lin Zichen looked down in the direction of the breath, and then the scene that came into his eyes was Su Jiuzhou lying on the grassland below, dying, his body motionless. Looking closely, he was still breathing. But his limbs did not move, and his chest was still rising and falling. Lin Zichen did not hesitate, and immediately burst out his mental power to control the object through the air, sucked the dying Su Jiuzhou from the air, and hugged her to one side. Looking at Su Jiuzhou, who was rescued, and Shen Qinghan, who was hugged on the other side, her pretty face was full of disbelief. Previously, she had witnessed Su Jiuzhou being blasted into nothingness by Wu Bian's palm, without even a hair left. However, Su Jiuzhou, who was blasted into nothingness by a legendary strongman, now appeared on the grassland below with her body intact, which was simply incredible. Lin Zichen noticed the confusion and puzzlement on Shen Qinghan's face, and explained to her, "She has the ability to break off her tail and escape like a gecko, and can be resurrected infinitely." Infinite resurrection? Shen Qinghan opened her mouth and said in surprise, "Then doesn't she have an immortal body?" Lin Zichen said, "It should be, but I guess there is probably some kind of limitation. Every time she breaks off her tail and escapes, she needs to pay some price, otherwise it would be too outrageous." Shen Qinghan didn't say anything, but just nodded, thinking that Lin Zichen made sense. At this time, looking at Su Jiuzhou, who was so weak that she was about to die, she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, Every time I cut off my tail to escape, I need to consume a tail. Now I only have one tail left. If I die again, I will really die." Su Jiuzhou was worried that Lin Zichen would think that she could be resurrected infinitely, so he would treat her casually and not care about her life or death. Based on this, she had to make it clear to Lin Zichen that she only had one life left now. Lin Zichen did not choose to believe it after hearing it. He did not believe that Su Jiuzhou really had only one life left. Although he did not believe it, he did not verify it. "Lin Zi, this is not the direction to return to the city." "Where are we going?" Shen Qinghan found that the direction of flight was wrong, and immediately expressed doubts. Lin Zichen patiently explained to her, "There are too many traitors. Before the city lord completely solves the traitors, the city is not a good place to go." "Shen Qinghan, you mean there may be many traitors in the city?" "Not possible, but 100%. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he said, "Even a deputy city lord of city number 1 can be a traitor. Now someone tells me that the city lord Qin Chuan is also a traitor. I don't find it strange at all." Hearing what he said, Shen Qinghan's face changed slightly. "How could there be so many traitors? There are so many traitors? How did the Earthside still exist? Even the top leaders were infiltrated like this. Logically speaking, shouldn't they have been destroyed long ago?" Shen Qinghan was puzzled. Equally puzzled was Su Jiuzhou, who was dying on the other side. As the saint of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, it was difficult for her to understand that a force could still operate with so many traitors inside. This was really a wonder in the world. In a blink of an eye, a few minutes passed. Lin Zichen flew hundreds of miles, with the two girls at high speed. In the end, his mental power was overdrawn, and he had to stop and rest in a forest below. He chose to land on a towering tree, and sat casually on a thick branch that spread out. Then, he took out various elixirs from the storage space to quickly restore his consumed mental power. "Lin Zi, she looks so weak. Should we give her a bloodbath pill?" Shen Qinghan was kind, and couldn't bear to see people suffer. He wanted to treat Su Jiuzhou's injuries. But because he had no opinion, he had to habitually ask Lin Zichen's opinion before doing this, and he didn't have any idea of acting on his own. Lin Zichen said softly, "Of course, these are all trivial matters. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to ask me for my opinion on everything." Hearing this, Shen Qinghan also picked up a relatively good quality bloodbath pill, and carefully stuffed it into Su Jiuzhou's mouth. The bloodbath pill melted in her mouth, and instantly turned into strands of warm currents flowing into Su Jiuzhou's body, nourishing every cell in her body and repairing the damage. Under the nourishment of the bloodbath pill, soon, Su Jiuzhou, who was originally bloodless, became rosy all of a sudden. However, her mental state still looked very bad. This was because her soul was severely injured, which could not be cured by the bloodbath pill. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan took out another soul-nourishing pill and stuffed it into Su Jiuzhou's mouth to repair her soul. However, the soul-nourishing pill only sounded very impressive, and the effect of repairing the soul was just so-so. After Su Jiuzhou took the soul-nourishing pill, her severely injured soul did not get any obvious repair. In this regard, Shen Qinghan was powerless. She had helped as much as she could, but Su Jiuzhou still looked sick. Next, Su Jiuzhou could only rely on her own self-healing ability to repair her body damage. On the side, Lin Zichen took out all the dozen blood demon flowers in the storage space. These were the evolutionary resources he and Shen Qinghan had picked when they were exploring the dense forest. Eat half each. Lin Zichen handed half of the blood demon flower in his hand to Shen Qinghan, asking her to eat it, refine it, and absorb it to increase the strength of the blood and qi in her body. Shen Qinghan shook her head and did not take the blood demon flowers. Instead, she said, eat them. Your biological level is already rare level 9. If you evolve one more level, you will be at the epic level. All the evolutionary resources you get next will be given to you to help you evolve to the epic level first. Seeing Shen Qinghan said so, Lin Zichen did not hesitate to be polite with her. Well, let me eat all these blood demon flowers. When I evolve to the epic level, I will give them back to you. After that, Lin Zichen ate all the blood demon flowers in his hand into his mouth and swallowed them into his stomach to refine them. As time went on, the blood demon flowers swallowed by Lin Zichen were refined and absorbed one by one. At the same time, the blood strength in Lin Zichen's body was also soaring, and there was a tendency to break through to the epic level. This critical state lasted for more than 10 seconds. Suddenly, Lin Zichen opened his eyes, and the biological pressure emanating from his body far exceeded the rare 9th level, reaching the epic level that could make him a local giant. Chapter 275. Huh? Lin Zichen exhaled a deep breath and opened his clear and sharp eyes. Then he calmed down and focused his mind, carefully sensing his evolved body. The blood and qi became hundreds of times more vigorous. The sea of consciousness became vast and boundless. The whole body was greatly strengthened. Especially the attribute of spiritual consciousness, the coverage area was hundreds of times larger than before. As long as the mental power was dispersed, it could instantly cover the area within a radius of 100 miles, and could clearly sense any tiny flying insect inside. Is this an epic creature? It's really powerful. I've read in books before that the bodies of epic creatures are so strong that they can withstand nuclear bombs, but I don't know if it's really that exaggerated. Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts, and he had a bold idea to try the power of nuclear bombs. Shen Qinghan, who was standing by, sensed the biological pressure emanating from him, which was obviously a level stronger than when he opened his eyes, and asked excitedly, Lin Zi, have you successfully evolved to the epic level? Yes, I have evolved to the epic level. Lin Zichen had a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan suddenly smiled and her pretty face flushed with excitement. Great! You have finally evolved to the epic level. You will be able to protect me better in the future. Shen Qinghan said jokingly, full of joy in her words, and was very happy for Lin Zichen. On the other side, Su Jiuzhou saw that Lin Zichen had evolved into an epic creature casually, and she was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. She couldn't understand how Lin Zichen did it. She wondered how Lin Zichen could evolve into an epic creature so easily when he just did nothing but refine and absorb a dozen blood demon flowers. Could it be because of his special physique that he could refine and absorb natural treasures more efficiently? I don't understand. I can't figure it out at all. Su Jiuzhou was puzzled. Lin Zichen knew she was puzzled, but he didn't mean to explain. Seeing that they had rested for a while, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan and Su Jiuzhou, this place is still too close to the center of the battlefield. For safety reasons, we will continue to set off and move away. Okay, I listen to you. Shen Qinghan didn't consume any energy at all. She relied on Lin Zichen to fly the whole way. She could set off at any time. The same was true for Su Jiuzhou. Soon, Lin Zichen held the two women, one on each side, and flew high into the sky, flying far away at a very fast speed. Flying casually, without any destination, just flying fast. Lin Zichen had only one purpose in flying, which was to quickly get away from the center of the battlefield. Legendary strongmen can cross the void with a thought. If he didn't stay away, he might be affected at any minute. Su Jiuzhou realized that Lin Zichen was flying aimlessly, with no destination at all, just to get away from the center of the battlefield. She hesitated for a moment, and then suggested with a hint of pleading, Benefactor, if it is just to get away from the battlefield and not be affected, why don't we fly to the east region? Her name for Lin Zichen changed from the previous little bed slave to the current benefactor. If possible, she actually didn't want to call Lin Zichen benefactor. But there was no other way. She felt awkward calling anything other than little bed slave. It just so happened that she was indeed saved by Lin Zichen, so she might as well call him benefactor. I can guarantee that as Earthlings, you will not be harmed when you go to the East region. The rescuer my aunt asked me to call is a strong man with principles. Su Jiujiu added this sentence for fear that Lin Zichen would have concerns. Hearing her words, Lin Zichen refused without thinking and said, "It's impossible to go to the East region. You are not worthy of my trust. Even if Su Jiujiu is trustworthy, he will not go to the East region. The people of the Sun and Moon Holy Land, and the Land of Destruction must know that the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain has an old lover in the East region. Therefore, they also know that if the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain gets into trouble, he will definitely send people to the East region for help. Based on this point, the road to the East region is now full of people from the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Destruction, who are used to intercept any Qingqiu Ancient Mountain fox girl who wants to go to the East region for help." Su Jiujiu was just a stranger to him. If it weren't for the mutual benefit and symbiosis achievement task, he wouldn't have saved Su Jiujiu before. In this situation, it is impossible to take Su Jiujiu to the East region to convey a distress message. "Benefactor, what can I do to let you take me to the East region to convey a distress message?" Su Jiujiu asked in a very humble tone. Lin Zichen refused again decisively. "No matter what, I will not take you to the East region and put me and her in danger." This she refers to Shen Qinghan. "Benefactor, if you can take me to the East region, I am willing to give you my Yuan Yin. The creatures nourished by my Yuan Yin can rapidly grow their sea of consciousness, thereby greatly improving their mental strength." Although she was rejected twice, Su Jiujiu still didn't give up, and was still trying to beg. Yuan Yin? Her first time? Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a charming Su Jiujiu was still a virgin. However, he had no interest in this. Although Su Jiujiu was beautiful, and had the bonus of a beaster girl, he was still not interested. In his life, he only recognized Shen Qinghan, and never thought of touching other opposite sexes. With this idea, he refused calmly for the third time. "I said, I will not go to the East region no matter what. If you bother me again, I will let you go now." Hearing this, Su Jiujiu's face was full of despair. She knew that if Lin Zichen was unwilling to help, she would never be able to reach the East region. And if she failed to reach the East region, the Qingqiu Ancient Mountain would really be conquered by the Sun and Moon Holy Land and the Land of Desolation. At that time, all the fox girls in the mountain would become bed slaves without dignity. Thinking of this, even though there might be a real risk of being let go, Su Jiujiu still begged, "Benefactor, please help me once. Whether it succeeds or not, we will let you deal with it afterwards. Whether it's a bed slave or a maid, I will agree to anything you ask." "Ah!" Su Jiujiu just finished speaking, and suddenly opened her mouth and screamed. Lin Zichen let go. He kept his word. As long as Su Jiujiu bothered him again, he would let Su Jiujiu go. Su Jiujiu's soul was still seriously injured at this time, and he couldn't use his mental power to fly in the air. The moment he was released, he began to fall freely and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan immediately shouted anxiously, "Lin Zi, save her, she only has one life left, and her body is still so weak, she will definitely die if she falls. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with us," Lin Zichen said coldly. Seeing that Lin Zichen had no intention of saving her, Shen Qinghan had to use his mental power to control Su Jiujiu, who was in free fall from a distance of hundreds of meters. The moment she was controlled, Su Jiujiu was already sweating coldly. She didn't lie, she really only had one life left now. Once she fell from a height of thousands of meters, she would definitely die. "Thank you, thank you." A few seconds later, Su Jiujiu was pulled up by Shen Qinghan. As soon as she was pulled up, she thanked Shen Qinghan with a face full of fear, and she was still frightened. She didn't expect that Lin Zichen would be so cruel. He said he would put her down, without caring about her life or death. This time she was kind and saved you. Next time you won't be so lucky. Lin Zichen warned without any emotion. This time, Su Jiujiu didn't dare to commit suicide again, and said a little aggrievedly, "Benefactor, I know." She gave up asking Lin Zichen for help. Now she just wanted to live well. Only by living, she would have a chance to reach the East region. As for Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, she could only pray in her heart that they could hold on for a little longer, until she could reach the East region on her own. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, several figures with extremely strong biological pressure appeared in the distance behind. Lin Zichen sensed the existence of these people, and immediately dispersed his mental power to focus on sensing the biological information of these people. This perception revealed that they were all members of the survey team. And they were the strongest ones in the survey team, and their biological levels were as high as epic level. Are they traitors who are chasing me? Lin Zichen likes to think of things in the worst direction, and directly assumes that the people flying in the same direction are traitors bought by aliens. And his thought was just right. Not long after, he was surrounded by several members of the survey team, who caught up with him, and were not allowed to fly away. What are you doing? Lin Zichen looked around at the few people, and did not rush to kill them instantly, but asked this question. Although the possibility of misunderstanding is very small, he still chose to confirm it again. However, the few people who surrounded him were too lazy to even talk to him, and suddenly attacked him without saying a word. Several people wanted to make a quick decision, and capture Lin Zichen alive, and send him to the Sun and Moon Holy Land to ask for credit. Seeing that these uninvited guests had no martial ethics and opened fire without saying a word, Lin Zichen did not indulge them, and used a terrifying biological pressure. His biological level was not too high, only the first level of epic, but the biological pressure that burst out instantly was comparable to that of a strong man of the middle level of epic. As this terrifying biological pressure spread completely, the people around him, who attacked him, were instantly squeezed and exploded into several groups of blood mist, which filled the air and emitted an unpleasant bloody smell. These people did not understand until the last moment before their death why they, who were as high as the epic level of biological, suddenly died tragically. Lin Zichen did not dislike the blood beads around him, and immediately chose to swallow them. After swallowing, the empty space deep in the brain popped up a prompt message as usual, telling him what atlas he had successfully opened and what biological attributes he had obtained. Lin Zichen just glanced at the attributes he had obtained and didn't pay too much attention to them. There are too many biological attributes now, and it is difficult to attract his attention unless the effects are particularly outstanding. All dead? Su Jiujiu was shocked beyond words after witnessing several epic creatures being easily crushed by Lin Zichen. She couldn't imagine why strong men of the same level as Lin Zichen would be beaten without any chance to fight back and killed instantly when facing Lin Zichen. This doesn't make sense. As the saint of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, she has been knowledgeable since childhood and has seen and heard of all kinds of geniuses. But she has never heard of such an exaggerated genius as Lin Zichen, and her cognition was directly broken. There are so many traitors. Lin Zichen looked at the few people who were killed instantly by him, and looked at the blood beads that their bodies turned into. He felt a little sad and confused. There are too many traitors on the other side. I don't know how the top leaders managed to stabilize the situation. It's really puzzling. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about this. Not bad. A soft female voice suddenly sounded from Lin Zichen's ear. Hearing the voice, Lin Zichen's face suddenly changed slightly, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The voice came from not far away. However, Lin Zichen could not sense the existence of any living creature not far away. He couldn't even sense the existence of the other party, which meant that the other party's strength was far superior to his. My Sun and Moon Holy Land needs people like you to join. The soft voice just now sounded again. At the moment the voice sounded, a burst of intoxicating flower fragrance suddenly filled the air. At the same time, a huge flower bud suddenly emerged from the void, opened an extremely dark abyss mouth, and bit towards Lin Zichen and the other two at a very fast speed. Lin Zichen wanted to resist, but was horrified to find that his blood and spirit could not be used, as if they were locked. Flower fragrance. It must be the flower fragrance just now. That flower fragrance locked my blood and spirit. Lin Zichen was keenly aware of this. He did not give up. When he found that his blood and spirit could not be used, he immediately thought and activated biological attributes such as higher spirit, invulnerable to poisons, and Lord of the Forest. The strength of biological attributes related to poisons is linked to the level of mental power. As long as the mental power is high enough, you can be immune to poison. And the invulnerability to poison strengthens your body's resistance to poison, and allows you to recover from the poisoning state as soon as possible. As for Lord of the Forest, its function is to control and pull out all the flower fragrance that has just been inhaled into the body. After such an operation, in just a blink of an eye, Lin Zichen was pleasantly surprised to find that the blood and spirit locked in his body were instantly unlocked. After being able to use his mental power, Lin Zichen did not dare to delay for a moment. He quickly burst out his mental power, and fled madly with Shen Qinghan and Su Jiujiu. Unfortunately, before he could escape much distance, he was completely blocked by a crack that suddenly opened in the next second. Soon, a woman in a pink dress walked out of the crack. The moment she appeared, the whole sky was instantly filled with an intoxicating flower fragrance. Just a slight inhalation of this flower fragrance could make people deeply immersed in it. On the other side, when Su Jiujiu saw this woman for the first time, his pupil shrank slightly, and his face was full of disbelief. The flower god actually came in person. Chapter 276. The flower god stepped out from the crack of the void, and an intoxicating flower fragrance instantly filled the entire sky. She was wearing a pink long dress, and a faint pink bright halo lingered around her body, like a flower blooming at dawn, making people see a ray of the brightest dawn, and feel that they had lived in darkness before, and only when they saw her did they see the light. Lin Zichen didn't know that the woman in front of him was the flower god in the mouths of many people. He only knew that the woman in front of him was very strong. Except for the unfathomable Qingqingma, the woman in front of him was stronger than the strong men he had seen in all these years since he was born. Stronger than Qin Chuan, the city lord of city number 1. Stronger than Yi Yongsheng, the deputy state lord. Facing such a strong enemy, Lin Zichen suddenly calmed down somehow. No more panic. No more despair. It seemed that the woman in front of him was too strong, making him lose all these emotions. The son of the abyss, the carrier of the water god's revival, such an important person, the Earth side did not send strong people to secretly protect him, which is really puzzling. The flower god looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and spoke softly with some confusion. As for Su Jiujiu, the youngest saint in the history of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, he simply ignored her. In his eyes, the fox girls of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain were just a group of parasites, who could only rely on the strong to survive, no different from the prostitutes sold in brothels. They were even worse than prostitutes, who didn't talk about feelings, and there was no reason to pay attention to them. On the opposite side, Lin Zichen's expression suddenly became solemn. The carrier of the water god's revival? The son of the abyss? Is this the identity of Hanin and me? Hanin is not the water god, but the carrier of the water god's revival. This is good news, proving that Hanin is not a reincarnation. And I, the son of the abyss? What is this? Is it also some ancient and powerful inheritance? Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts. At this time, Su Jiujiu, who was held by him on one side, whispered, "He is the flower god of the sun and moon holy land." Flower god? Hearing these two words, Lin Zichen's heart trembled slightly. Not fear, but surprise. He never dreamed that a mythical strongman would personally come to catch him. It's just a projection. The flower god's voice was calm, and the halo around him became brighter and brighter. The next second, he activated his natural lover's ability, and the halo around him instantly spread out and poured into the depths of the Tianmen of Lin Zichen and the other two. When the halo poured in, Lin Zichen felt that he had fallen in love with the flower god in front of him, and wanted to give everything he had to the flower god. Great flower god. I am willing to be your faithful believer. I will give you everything. Such a whisper suddenly sounded in the depths of Lin Zichen's brain, like a devil's voice piercing his ears, corroding his mind and changing his consciousness. At this moment, he realized something. Could it be the work of the flower god that there are so many traitors on Earth? Did the flower god diffuse the halo and forcibly modify the consciousness of the traitors? No. This is not right. If the flower god really has this ability, why doesn't he directly control all the people on Earth? People who can be corroded by the halo are not firm in their positions, and have the intention of becoming traitors. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen's mind was shocked, and he instantly broke through the erosion of the halo. Seeing that the halo could not corrode Lin Zichen, the flower god opened his beautiful eyes slightly, and felt incredible. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the flower god was stunned, Lin Zichen's blood and spirit burst out immediately, and he took Shen Qinghan and Su Jiujiu to escape at the fastest speed. It is very difficult to escape in front of a mythical strongman. It can almost be said to be impossible. But we can't not try just because it is impossible. What if he really escapes? With this unrealistic idea, Lin Zichen burned his blood and essence crazily, flying at the fastest speed in his life. However, unrealistic is unrealistic after all. Before he flew far, the air around him was torn into countless shocking cracks. These cracks were one after another, crisscrossed and entangled together, forming an airtight net that enveloped Lin Zichen. Faced with such a large coverage, Lin Zichen had nowhere to escape, and was bound by the net on the spot, unable to move. This time, he was really going to be captured and taken to the sun and moon holy land. Lin Zichen murmured in his heart, and chose to give up resistance. It's not that he didn't want to resist, But in front of the mythical creature, he, whose biological level was only epic level 1, was completely powerless to resist. But the good news was that this mythical creature had no intention of killing him, but only wanted to take him back to the Sun and Moon Holy Land. As long as he was still alive, everything would be fine, and there was still a possibility of turning the tables. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded from the ground below. It seemed that something terrible broke out of the ground. A large amount of soil and rocks were blown away. Smoke and dust rolled. The whole land was shaking violently. The next second, buzz! A swift sound of breaking through the air sounded. Lin Zichen immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and the scene that came into his eyes was a woman in a Taoist robe rising into the sky from the smoke and dust below. Below the woman in the Taoist robe, countless thorny vines with green light were chasing after her, like tentacles hidden under the sand, trying to grab the woman in the Taoist robe and drag her down. Pavilion Master? Lin Zichen's eyes were full of surprise when he saw the woman in the Taoist robe for the first time. It has been so long since he entered the source. He never thought that he would meet Qi Qingmo again under such circumstances. Lin Zi, it's the Pavilion Master! Shen Qinghan shouted excitedly. In her heart, Qi Qingmo is the most powerful existence. As long as Qi Qingmo appears, it means that the danger she is facing now can be solved. However, when she also noticed the thorny vines with rich vitality and green light under Qi Qingmo's feet, her eyebrows suddenly frowned and her whole body became nervous. Because she found that Qi Qingmo was running a little embarrassed at this time. He was running away at a high speed throughout the whole process, and there was no sign of counterattack. This means that the enemy who controlled those green thorn vines to chase Qi Qingmo is much stronger than Qi Qingmo. And judging from the thorn vines, the opponent is most likely a strong man from the Sun and Moon Holy Land. The Sun and Moon Holy Land is a mortal enemy. This is bad news among bad news. On the other side, Qi Qingmo rushed out from the ground and saw the presence of Lin Zichen and the other two at the first time. After seeing the three people, she did not hesitate at all, and decisively waved her jade hand to suck the three people to her side. With a thought, she shattered the restraints on the three people and fled from here at a high speed. She did not know Su Jiujiu, but she knew Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Since Su Jiujiu was with the two, she would take them away together. Sizzle! 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 Ahead of Qi Qingmo's flight, there were bursts of crisp, ear-piercing tearing sounds. The air was torn apart, revealing deep, bottomless void cracks. These cracks crisscrossed, forming a giant, airtight net that covered Qi Qingmo with a force that covered the sky and the sun. It was the flower god who took action. His body was a void chaos flower that had spanned several epochs, produced from a mysterious abyss, and was extremely good at using void-related methods. Facing the flower god's giant net interception, Qi Qingmo didn't even look at it, and directly burst out with the power of qi and blood that could destroy the world, smashing the giant net that was rushing towards him through the air. Then, accompanied by the sky full of void debris, he flew away at a speed that was faster than imagination. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the flower god's perception range. That damn Taoist woman! Looking at the direction where Qi Qingmo disappeared, the flower god was so angry that he trembled all over. He wanted to peel Qi Qingmo's skin, tear Qi Qingmo's bones, and drink Qi Qingmo's blood to relieve his hatred. After calming down a little, the flower god immediately rushed into the depths of the ground along the green thorn vines, and went to check the situation inside very anxiously to see how the sleeping wood god was doing. A moment later, the flower god came to the place where the wood god was sleeping. A huge ancient tomb. The flower god went straight to the deepest part of the ancient tomb, looking at the tombstone that was broken into two halves and fell to the ground, and the green thorn vines spreading from under the tombstone, and the whole person was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. The sleeping wood god was awakened. This means that the reverse growth of the wood god in this era was terminated prematurely, and his strength was weakened to a certain extent. One day, I will kill that damn Taoist woman with my own hands, the flower god murmured with a gloomy face. As soon as the voice fell, deep underground under the tombstone, a human-shaped strange fruit suddenly floated up. This human-shaped strange fruit has the appearance of a 7- or 8-year-old child, naked, curled up in the air like an unborn baby. About half an hour passed. The childlike human-shaped strange fruit slowly opened a pair of turbid double pupils, staring at the flower god in front of him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Why let foreigners enter the tomb of the gods to destroy my sleep? Lord wood god, listen to my explanation. The flower god's beautiful face showed a trace of fear that a mythical creature should not have. The human-shaped strange fruit did not listen to the flower god's explanation, and instantly shot out countless dry and thick vines from its body, tightly binding the flower god in front of it like an octopus's tentacles. The next second, "Ah!" The flower god, a mythical creature, screamed in pain. Inside, many of the vines that bound him penetrated deeply into his body, sucking the essence from his body mercilessly. As the essence continued to flow away, the flower god, who had just had a full face, suddenly became as haggard as a piece of dry wood. After being released and thrown casually, it fell to the ground with a plop and was dying. Don't do it again. Leaving behind such a cold word, the human-shaped strange fruit returned to the depths of the ground and took root in an underground river full of essence. On the other side, Chichingma, like Lin Zichen before, was flying at high speed without direction the whole time. It didn't matter where it was going. It only mattered to fly fast and away from the place where it had just broken out of the ground. "Master, how come you are here?" Flying at high speed, Lin Zichen could not use his mouth to transmit sound, so he used the method of blood transmission to transmit the blood in his body into Chichingma's body, thus conveying his words to Chichingma. Chichingma received the message from him, and soon sent him a message in the same way. It's hard to explain this matter for a while. I tell you later when I have time. Okay. Lin Zichen didn't say anything nonsense, but just responded sparingly. Now is the time to escape. He is worried that his words will affect Chichingma. In this way, several people flew silently in the sky. I don't know how long it took. When Chichingma led Lin Zichen and the other two through a wide ocean, the ocean suddenly rushed up a huge wave, forming a terrifying giant hand that slapped Chichingma. Faced with the sudden attack, Chichingma was not panicked at all, and his blood and chi burst directly to shatter the attacking giant hand into water droplets all over the sky. Get out. You are not welcome in the East region. If you dare to stay any longer, I will make sure that you, a Taoist woman, will never come back. The water droplets that were just dispersed by the power of chi and blood condensed into a 100-meter-long giant at the speed of light, staring fiercely at Chichingma and warning him. Chichingma was notorious in the Source Land. Wherever he went, there was chaos, and he was not well received. At the beginning, the strong men in the Source Land wanted to kill Chichingma, a strong man on Earth with no sense of boundaries, on their own territory, but they failed after several attempts and caused greater losses. Now, almost no strong men in the Source Land are willing to provoke Chichingma. Basically, they would drive him away when they met him, no longer thinking of killing him like before. Facing the warning of the 100-meter giant, Chichingma was about to say that he just happened to pass by and had no ill intentions. But before he could explain, Su Jiujiu on the side shouted with all her strength, "See God, Qingxiu Ancient Mountain was attacked by the Tree Elder of the Sun and Moon Holy Land, and the Lord of Silence of the Land of Destruction. My aunt is now alone, and needs you to rescue her." Su Jiujiu shouted very loudly. So loud that the sound coming from her cherry mouth could directly shake the sea surface below. Su Jiujiu never dreamed that the direction Chichingma fled was exactly the East region. This is really a case of finding a place to hide after searching for a long time, and getting it without any effort. While Su Jiujiu was shouting. On the other side, Lin Zichen looked at the 100-meter giant made of seawater in front of him, and the whole person was stunned. He had seen the face of this 100-meter giant in front of him. He had seen it on the murals of the underwater ruins. It was one of the underwater creatures that worshipped the mysterious woman. It was the guard in charge of the gate. In the murals, this 100-meter giant in front of him was kneeling in front of the door to worship the mysterious woman. He worshipped more devoutly than any underwater creature in the murals. He was the most loyal believer of the mysterious woman. Lin Zi had guessed the identity of the mysterious woman countless times, and felt that it was very likely that she was the water god. And the water god was closely related to Shenqinghan. Worshipping the water god was almost equivalent to worshipping Shenqinghan. Even the overlord of the East region, the sea god, had to worship the water god like a dog. Lin Zichen could not imagine how powerful this water god, who had very little information, must be to make a mythical creature willing to be her dog. The pinnacle of the mythical level, or above the mythical level. If there is really a level above the mythical level, what level is it? At this moment, Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts related to the water god. Chapter 277. What did you say? The sea god, the 100-meter tall giant formed by the condensation of seawater, looked at Su Jiujiu beside Chichingma with a serious expression and asked, "Qingxiu Ancient Mountain was attacked by the old tree and the Lord of Silence?" It was not until then that the sea god noticed the existence of Su Jiujiu. All his attention was on Chichingma before, and he was always alert to this Taoist-robed woman who had turned the various regions of the source upside down. Yes, the old tree and the Lord of Silence are jointly attacking Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Now only the ant is struggling to maintain the mountain protection formation to resist the joint attack of the two. Su Jiujiu answered anxiously. Although she was anxious, she did not dare to urge a mythical creature to go to Qingqiu Ancient Mountain for rescue now, immediately, and just stated the matter honestly. The sea god did not believe Su Jiujiu's words completely. He was able to evolve from a weak aquatic creature to a hegemon who ruled the eastern region. Caution is an indispensable quality. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, he would have been wiped out in the depths of the long river of history in various crises. Wow! A loud noise was heard. The 100-meter giant formed by the condensation of seawater instantly collapsed into countless water droplets that fell on the sea surface, splashing water. When the 100-meter giant collapsed, a vigorous figure broke out of the sea surface, instantly rose to the sky and parallel to Qi Qingma. It was a man, the body of the sea god. His appearance was the same as the 100-meter giant just now, but his body became more than 2 meters tall, with a flesh and blood body full of vitality. Under the gaze of several people, the sea god conjured a crystal-clear bead in his hand out of thin air, dripped a drop of blood essence on the bead, and muttered strange mumblings in his mouth. Shen Qihan listened to the whispers, and his expression changed slightly. Then, he turned his head to look at Lin Zichen beside him, and secretly transmitted his voice through his qi and blood. Lin Zi, this whisper is very similar to the murmurs that sounded in my mind before. It's not the sound and color that are similar, but the language sounds very similar. Lin Zichen was not surprised at all, but just transmitted his voice calmly. This just proves that the inheritance in your body is the water god. The water god and the sea god speak the same language, which is very reasonable. Shen Qihan nodded and agreed deeply. Lin Zichen transmitted his qi and blood again. Have you noticed that the sea god in front of you looks exactly like a certain person in the mural we saw in the underwater ruins before? What do you mean? Shen Qihan didn't find that the sea god looked the same as any person in the mural. She was far inferior to Lin Zichen in her ability to discover details. Lin Zichen explained to her. The mural we saw before showed a group of people looking at extremely high-level aquatic creatures, all worshipping a mysterious woman lying in a shell with awe. I guess the mysterious woman in the shell is most likely the so-called water god. And the sea god in front of us appears on that mural. The role he plays in the mural is a strong gatekeeper. Even though he is far away at the gate, he kneels on the ground like other aquatic creatures, worshipping the mysterious woman with a pious look. A mythical strongman who can dominate a region is actually just a gatekeeper? After listening to Lin Zichen's explanation, Shen Qihan was shocked. She couldn't imagine that the sea god in front of her, who was so powerful, was just a small gatekeeper. In this comparison, how powerful must the water god be on the other side? During the communication between Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan through qi and blood, Qi Qingma heard everything. She is also playing with qi and blood now, and she is the ancestor in this area. The qi and blood of Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan can't escape her perception at all. For the communication between the two, she just listened quietly and didn't make any move. Across, the sea god was still mumbling to the bead in his hand. Suddenly, the color of the bead changed from crystal clear light blue to rich black. Seeing this scene, the sea god frowned and looked extremely solemn. The bead in his hand can watch the future direction of a living being. What he just watched was the future direction of Su Meishao, the owner of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. The color of the bead turned black, indicating that the future direction is very bad. And the rich black means it is extremely bad. Abnormally bad means death, or worse than death. At this moment, the sea god could no longer sit still. Su Meishao, the master of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, was an old lover he had known since he was a rare creature. The friendship of several epochs was enough for him to risk his life to save Su Meishao. Lady in Taoist robes, come with me to Qingqiu Ancient Mountain to participate in the rescue. You can ask for any reward you want. The sea god opened his blue eyes, which were as rippled as the sea, and looked directly at Qi Qingma, who was at the same level as him. Qi Qingma said lightly, I want the bead in your hand. Take it. The sea god threw the bead in his hand to Qi Qingma without any hesitation. Then, he threw out several crystal clear glass bottles filled with unknown liquid. These glass bottles contain a small bottle of origin water essence that takes at least an epoch to condense. Original water essence is one of the important substances in the origin of all things. According to the records in ancient relics, the ancestors of all creatures in the origin were born in a vast ocean composed of origin water essence. It is rumored that the water god, one of the oldest gods in the origin, was the first creature born from the origin water essence. It is no exaggeration to say that only one drop of origin water essence can allow a legendary creature that has reached the end of its evolutionary path to break the limit of evolution, and have the possibility of evolving into a mythical creature. The reason why I gave you these bottles of precious origin water essence is that I hope you can go all out in the next rescue of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. The sea god was afraid that Qi Qingmo would not work hard, so he gave her a few more bottles of origin water essence. Qi Qingmo waved her jade hand, and took several glass bottles thrown at her. When her hand touched the glass bottle, she immediately sensed the endless vitality inside. This is a good thing. Qi Qingmo's eyes lit up. On the other side, Lin Zichen stared at the essence of the origin water in the glass bottle, thinking about the introduction of the origin water essence by the sea god just now, and wanted to ask Qi Qingmo for a bottle of the origin water essence. He wanted to give it to Shen Qinghan instead of himself. Shen Qinghan has always had a special connection with water, since the moment she was born. The most important thing is that she is still suspected to be the carrier of the water god's revival. He was thinking, if Shen Qinghan had a bottle of origin water essence, could the biological level soar directly? Unfortunately, he could only think about it. The origin water essence is such a precious evolutionary resource, which must be of great benefit to Qi Qingmo himself. Even if he knelt in front of Qi Qingmo and begged for a bottle, Qi Qingmo probably wouldn't give it to him. Just as he was thinking about all these things, the sea god urged Qi Qingmo, "There is no time to stay here and chat, let's go now." The moment he finished speaking, the sea god flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Qi Qingmo saw this, and quickly followed Lin Zichen and the other two. Chapter 278. Boom! In the sky, a huge sound of breaking through the air resounded throughout the sky. Qi Qingmo led Lin Zichen and the other two to rush to Qingqiu Ancient Mountain at the fastest speed. Wherever they passed, the air exploded, and a large number of bottomless void cracks broke out, exuding a trace of icy and piercing breath. Lin Zichen didn't want to go to Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. He was only at the first level of epic creatures, and he was not worthy of appearing on the battlefield of myth level. However, Qi Qingmo's flying speed was too fast. The huge pressure generated during the flight directly pressed his sea of consciousness into a chaos, making him unconscious and unable to speak at all. By the time he reacted, he had already entered the territory of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. He calmed down a little. Lin Zichen's five senses gradually recovered, and soon he heard the sound of a huge exchange not far away. He looked closely at the sound and found that it was caused by the joint attack of the old tree and the Master of Silence on the mountain protection formation of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound came. The next second, Lin Zichen saw that the light film covering the Qingqiu Ancient Mountain was instantly covered with shocking huge cracks, accompanied by a terrifying sound, and shattered like broken glass. That light film was the mountain protection formation of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. With the shattering of the mountain protection formation, it announced that the old tree and the Master of Silence had successfully broken through the Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. On the other side, the sea god flying in the front saw that the mountain protection formation of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain was broken, and immediately burned his blood to maximize his flying speed without caring whether his body would be left with hidden diseases. Then, in just a short breath of time, he arrived at the location of the mountain protection formation, and rushed towards the old tree and the Lord of Silence in anger. At the moment he rushed, in an instant, the water within 100 miles seemed to have heard the call from God, and all rushed to the location where he was, lingering around his body, enveloping his body. It was just a blink of an eye. He turned into a 1,000-meter-tall water giant, and attacked the old tree and the Lord of Silence fiercely. Qi Qingmo, who was following closely behind, saw that the battle in front was about to break out, and immediately left Lin Zichen and the other two behind, and rushed to the battlefield together to support the sea god. On the battlefield, the old tree and the Lord of Silence had just joined forces to break through the mountain protection formation of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, and were about to attack the mountain master Su Meishao, who was in a weak state. At the moment they attacked, a water giant with a height reaching the sky appeared in front of them as fast as lightning, and slammed into them with a punch that could destroy the world. The punch was so powerful that it directly tore the air, and illuminated the entire sky with a large piece of lightning. At the moment the punch was thrown, the old man and the Master of Silence felt the crisis. The former summoned a giant vine that reached the sky, forming a wooden wall that covered the sky and the sun to protect himself. The latter summoned a huge black circle that looked like a black hole, like a bloody mouth, swallowing up the punch that could destroy the world. Just when the old man and the Master of Silence thought they had successfully avoided this attack, suddenly, Countless water droplets containing rich source power fell from the sky like bullets, pouring down on the old man and the master of silence. At the same time, Su Meishao, who had taken a breath, and Qi Qingma, who rushed to the battlefield, immediately helped the sea god. Su Meishao's eyes glowed with dazzling purple light, and she used the spiritual means she relied on to survive to launch a hallucinogenic attack on the old tree and the Lord of Silence. Qi Qingma was relatively simple and rough. As soon as he thought about it, his whole body burst into blood. Suddenly, a stream of red light rushed towards the old tree and the Lord of Silence, wanting to fight these two mythical masters in close combat. It was only a brief moment. The situation instantly changed from 1 versus 2 to 3 versus 2. The old tree and the Lord of Silence, who had an absolute advantage in the last moment, fell into an absolute disadvantage in the next moment. Under the joint attack of the three masters, Poseidon, Qi Qingma, and Su Meishao, the old tree and the Lord of Silence did not choose to fight head-on, and turned around and evacuated without saying a word. They were able to survive from several epochs to the present, and evolved into mythical creatures that dominate one side, relying not only on their evolutionary talents, but also on their ability to observe the situation. The current situation is unfavorable, and there is no need to stay and fight a big battle. The most correct thing to do is to escape quickly. Chase! The sea god dropped this word, and immediately pursued the victory. He didn't want to let the old tree and the Lord of Silence go, and vowed to make them pay the price. Seeing this, Qi Qingma quickly followed. Su Meishao hesitated, worried that this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. But on second thought, even if it was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, it would be a good thing. At least the battlefield was moved away from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. If the battlefield was still on Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, when the war entered a white-hot stage, I'm afraid the entire Qingqiu Ancient Mountain would be destroyed by the aftermath of the war. Thinking of this, Su Meishao quickly followed, wanting to chase the fleeing old tree and the Lord of Silence with the sea god and Qi Qingma. In an instant, the 5 mythical powerhouses were far away from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, and it was unknown where to move the battle. South Region. In a dark cave, the Night King, dressed in a black robe, quietly hung upside down on the smooth cave wall, closed his eyes, and waited for the news from the tree old man. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly, the Night King opened his dark eyes, and received the news from the tree old man. The plan was successful. Successfully lured the sea god from the east region, and further led the sea god to the magic circle. The Taoist robe woman is also just right. Kill her and sacrifice to the sky. The Night King murmured darkly. The moment the voice fell, he suddenly spread his terrifying wings and tore through space to rush to the destination. After he disappeared, a young man who was only 30 years old and whose biological level was as high as the rare 9th level Great Perfection, quickly said to his 4 personal guards, "Let's go, we will rush to Qingqiu Ancient Mountain immediately, and catch all the beautiful fox girls to use as furnaces." This young man is the only son of King Yi, named Yi Wuming. He has been coveting the fox girls of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain for a long time. Especially Su Jiujiu, who is a saint, he thinks about her day and night, and dreams of pressing her under his body and loving her hard every day. Now he has the opportunity to directly lead people to invade Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, and he can't miss it. "Yes, young master." The 4 guards responded in unison and immediately followed Yi Wuming to Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. His 4 guards, 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men are legendary strongmen, responsible for ensuring his safety. The 2 women are epic strongmen, with excellent figures and looks, and most importantly, they know how to serve men and accompany him to entertain his sexual interests. At the foot of the ancient Qingqiu Mountain, Lin Zichen dispersed his mental power, carefully sensing everything around him while thinking about what he should do next. I want to go back to city number 1, but the city is not very clean. I don't know how many traitors are hiding there. It's very unsafe. I want to stay away from the mythical war aimlessly, but I don't know which direction to go away. I'm worried that if I accidentally choose the wrong direction, I will fall into a place of no return. Why don't you 2 follow me up the mountain?" Su Jiujiu saw Lin Zichen's entanglement and took the initiative to invite him. After that, she added, "With the efforts of several elders in the mountain protection formation will be repaired and restarted soon. It's safe to stay in the mountain, much safer than going to other places." Lin Zichen couldn't think of any good place to go for the time being. After hearing what she said, he just said, "Then I'm sorry to bother you." "No, not at all." Su Jiujiu smiled. Lin Zichen was willing to go up the mountain, which was what she wanted most. There are many evolutionary resources in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. As a saint, She wants to show Lin Zichen the evolutionary resources she has, and see if she can keep Lin Zichen as a double cultivation partner. Yes, a double cultivation partner. Now she no longer dares to treat Lin Zichen as a bed slave as before. She knows she is not worthy. If it really doesn't work, she is even willing to be Lin Zichen's bed slave and let him toss her. The Fox girls in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain all have a bit of natural charm. As long as they can rely on a powerful Taoist partner, they don't have to work hard in the future. They can evolve rapidly as long as they spread their legs. This is the special feature of Qingqiu Fox Girl. The reason why Qingqiu Ancient Mountain has been able to stand in the source for so many years is because of this. Soon, under the leadership of Su Jiujiu, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan went up the mountain. As soon as they got to the mountain, Lin Zichen immediately sent several extremely strong energy bodies. It was a legendary master. There were 7 legendary masters in this small Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. At this moment, all of these 7 legendary masters were exhausted, pale, and looked very weak. This was the price of consuming the source power in their bodies to maintain the operation of the mountain protection formation. And now, these 7 legendary masters have to continuously output source power to repair the mountain protection formation, and they can't relax for a moment. Their physical condition is visibly getting worse. It's so bad that Lin Zichen feels that he, who is only at the first level of epic biological level, can defeat these 7 legendary masters alone. This may be a bit exaggerated, but the fact is that these 7 legendary masters in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain are really weak now. You two come with me, I will take you to the treasure pavilion. In return for saving me, you can pick 10 things from there. You can pick anything. Don't be polite to me, Su Jiujiu said to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan behind him as he walked. Lin Zichen was excited when he heard that he could pick 10 things from the treasure pavilion. Su Jiujiu spoke again. The treasure pavilion is in front. I will take you two inside to take a look at what evolutionary resources are there. After you have seen them, you can slowly pick 10 things to take away. Okay. Lin Zichen was very frugal with words, and didn't say a word. Shen Qinghan, who was standing next to him, was like an autistic person. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Along the way, Lin Zichen saw many injured fox girls. This was because the internal aftermath caused by the joint attack of the mountain protection formation by the old tree and the Master of Silence was too destructive, and directly injured the fox girls, who were under the mountain protection formation and whose biological level was not very high. Lin Zichen looked at the fox girls around him, and the more he looked, the more surprised he was. As he walked along, not many fox girls cast their eyes in his direction, which was simply unbelievable. Not only that, even when Su Jiujiu, the saint, came back, not many fox girls noticed her. Lin Zichen thought about it, and felt that it should be that the Qingqiu Ancient Mountain had just been attacked, and now the fox girls were busy repairing the mountain protection formation, and had no time to pay attention to other insignificant trivial matters. Although the saint had a high status, it was indeed not important in the face of the attack on the ancient mountain. The mountain is in chaos now. The mountain master is not here. As a saint, I have to come out to take charge of the situation. When the mountain protection formation is restarted, I will take you to the treasure pavilion to choose rewards. Halfway on the road, Su Jiujiu suddenly stopped and said, she played a trick. In fact, as a saint, she has no right to take the evolutionary resources in the treasure pavilion at will. The evolutionary resources there belong to every fox girl in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Only the mountain master is qualified to take them out at will. However, the mountain master Su Meixiao is the ant who loves her the most. As long as she wants, she can apply to the mountain master Su Meixiao and take them out at will. But now Su Meixiao is not here. She can only wait for Su Meixiao to come back. Lin Zichen didn't understand the reason. Seeing Su Jiujiu said to wait until the mountain protection formation is restarted before taking it, he replied calmly, well, you go and do your thing first. Just finished speaking. Buzz. 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 Several piercing sounds of breaking through the air came from the sky above Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, making the eardrums of every creature in the mountain buzz. Lin Zichen looked up the first time he heard the sound. Then, several black streams of light flashed past his eyes. Then, in the next second, 5 men and women in black robes appeared in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. The moment he saw the 5 people, Lin Zichen habitually used danger sense to spy on the biological information of the 5 people. When he sensed that there were 2 legendary masters among the 5 people, Lin Zichen's face suddenly became solemn, and he was ready to take Shen Qinghan away. The 5 people in front of him looked like uninvited guests. The sudden appearance of the 5 of them here was probably not a good thing. And Su Jiuzhou's reaction next proved that his guess was extremely correct. Su Jiuzhou frowned, staring at the young man who was the leader of the 5 people and said, "Yi Wuming, what are you doing here with your guards at Qingqiu Ancient Mountain?" She was very familiar with Yi Wuming. He had come to Qingqiu Ancient Mountain many times to marry her, which annoyed her. Yi Wuming smiled and said, "Of course I am here to save you." "No." Yi Wuming continued, "Not only to save you, but to save your entire Qingqiu Ancient Mountain clan." "What do you mean?" Su Jiuzhou frowned. With her understanding of Yi Wuming, the only son of the Night King, she didn't think Yi Wuming would be so kind. Yi Wuming raised his lips. "Actually, it doesn't mean anything. I just want you Qingqiu Ancient Mountain to submit to our Yi Cave, and let all the fox girls become the dual cultivation furnace of our Yi clan. You Yi Cave are worthy." Su Jiuzhou was so angry that she cursed loudly. Yeku is the weakest of the several major forces in the southern region, even weaker than Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. It is simply a foolish dream to make Qingqiu Ancient Mountain submit to Yeku. Chapter 279. Faced with Su Jiuzhou's curse, Yi Wuming smiled calmly. "Whether I am worthy or not, you will know later." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately said to a guard beside him, "Hey Mo, take down the 7 fox girls, who are repairing the magic circle in front." "Yes, young master." The guard named Hayamo responded. Then in the next second, he turned into a dark stream of light, and rushed towards the 7 fox girls. The 7 fox girls, who were repairing the magic circle, were all elders in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, and they were legendary strongmen second only to the mountain master Su Meishao. Seeing that a strong man of the same level was coming to kill, one of the fox girls immediately put down the repair work at hand, and burst out her mental power to attack the strong man who attacked. In normal times, her mental attack can easily cause damage to strong men of the same level. But at this time, because she consumed too much energy to repair the magic circle, her body was in an extremely weak state. The power of the mental attack was greatly reduced. It was directly blocked by Hayamo without any injury. Seeing that her mental attack was ineffective, she did not try to be brave, and shouted loudly, "I have consumed too much and my body is very weak. I can't stop him. Come and help me." As soon as these words came out, 2 fox girls of the same level flashed out quickly. The fox girl who joined forces for help attacked Hayamo with a 3-to-1 advantage. Facing the full-strength joint attack of 3 strong men of the same level, Hayamo was not afraid at all. He directly spread his black wings from behind. He flapped them forward violently. Then, a terrifying gale appeared, carrying a strong source of power, and swept towards the 3 legendary fox girls at a high speed. The speed of the strong wind was extremely fast. The 3 weak fox girls had no time to react and dodge. They were directly swept into the terrifying air vortex by the strong wind and were instantly covered with wounds. Seeing this, the other legendary fox girls, who were still repairing the magic circle, stopped repairing their hands at the same time and attacked Hayamo, who could fight 1 against 3 and suppress them. Hayamo didn't expect that the opponent would attack at the same time. He was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted and retreated quickly. Unfortunately, he was surrounded by 7 legendary fox girls, just as he was about to retreat. Although these 7 legendary fox girls were all in a weak state with greatly reduced strength at this moment, they had enough numbers. In the case of outnumbering, they easily beat Hayamo without any ability to fight back. "Bai Mian, go help Hayamo." Seeing that the guard Hayamo was in a disadvantageous position, Yi Wuming said to another guard beside him without any hesitation. Hearing the sound, the guard named Bai Mian, wearing a white robe, stepped out quickly and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already behind one of the legendary fox girls. Then, before the legendary fox girl could react, he suddenly raised his hand and pierced through the round and full chest of the fox girl, and took out a bright red heart from it. The fox girl whose heart was taken out spit out a large mouthful of blood with a puff, and exploded into fox hair all over the ground. The fox girl did not die, but escaped from the battlefield with her tail cut off. The other 6 fox girls, who were still on the battlefield, immediately became alert, and divided half of their combat power to contain Bai Mian, who suddenly entered the battlefield. For a while, the situation formed a short-term balance. The 6 legendary fox girls, who were already weak and now in a weak state, fought against the legendary Black Ink and White Face. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Under the rhythm of the 6 legendary fox girls, the location of the battle drifted farther and farther. In just a few seconds, it moved from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. The reason why these 6 legendary fox girls moved the location of the battle was to avoid the aftermath of the battle from hurting their own people. after these 8 legendary strongmen left. Except for the legendary fox girl who broke her tail and escaped, the strongest fighting force in the entire Qingqiu Ancient Mountain is now epic. Yi Wuming, who has 2 epic high-level female guards, has become more fearless in this situation. He looked at Su Jojo, raised his mouth and said, "Saint Lady, I give you a chance to agree to the marriage. I hope you don't be ungrateful. What if I don't know what's good for you?" Su Jojo was not afraid of his threat at all, and his attitude was extremely domineering. This is the ancient Qingqiu Mountain, not the Night Cave. There is no reason to give in to outsiders in your own territory. Good, you are really brave. Yi Wuming laughed cynically. I like to conquer a saint like you, and take your essence when you are unwilling. I hope you can still be as tough as you are now, when you fall into my hands. Just after laughing, Yi Wuming suddenly noticed Shen Qinghan next to Su Jojo, and was instantly fascinated by Shen Qinghan's stunning beauty. What a beautiful girl! She is delicate and weak, tender and affectionate, and her whole body exudes a loving aura. Who is this girl? The moment he saw Shen Qinghan, Yi Wuming's soul was seduced away. He had lived for so many years, and he had never seen such a beautiful opposite sex, much more beautiful than Su Jojo, the saint of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Are you also a fox girl from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain? Why don't you have a fox tail behind you and fox ears on your head? Yi Wuming calmed down a little, and stared at Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan did not answer, but timidly shrank behind Lin Zichen to avoid the obscene sight of Yi Wuming. Seeing that Shen Qinghan almost stuck her body to Lin Zichen, and acted very close, Yi Wuming's face changed and became very ugly. Qingwan, kill that man for me, Huangying, go and catch that woman. Yi Wuming said without emotion, not taking Lin Zichen into consideration at all. Hearing this, the 2 female guards behind him, who were both of superior appearance and figure, immediately flashed and rushed out. One wanted to kill Lin Zichen. The other wanted to capture Shen Qinghan. Seeing 2 epic high-level masters rushing towards him at the same time, Lin Zichen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Just when he was about to make a move and try to kill the enemy above his level. Buzz! 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 Several air-breaking sounds rang out at the same time. Then, several graceful figures rushed out from the back and attacked the 2 female guards, who attacked. Lin Zichen looked at the graceful figures, following the sound. At the same time, danger sense was triggered. Then he learned that these graceful figures were epic masters of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Boom! Boom! With a burst of terrifying movement, it exploded. Soon, several epic masters fought each other. In response, Lin Zichen did not hesitate at all, and immediately burst out his whole body of blood and spirit, picked up Shen Qinghan, and fled from here. This Qingqiu Ancient Mountain is not safe at all. It is better to leave quickly. Want to escape? Yi Wuming sneered, and quickly burst out his source power to chase after him, wanting to kill Lin Zichen, and take Shen Qinghan in his arms for himself. A mere rare 9th level and dares to chase me? Dare to covet my fiancée? Courting death, Lin Zichen was rarely angry, and suddenly turned around and killed Yi Wuming who was chasing him, with a vast blood and energy, and punched him in the head. Yi Wuming did not expect Lin Zichen to suddenly kill back. Even if he thought of it, he could not avoid it at all. Soon, there was a bang sound. Lin Zichen's fist hit Yi Wuming's head accurately, causing his head to explode like a bursting watermelon, and turned into a ball of blood mist. Bang! The same sound rang out again. Lin Zichen threw a second punch, turning Yi Wuming's body into a ball of blood mist. Then, with a thought, a ball of red flame spurted out of his mouth, evaporating the blood mist in the air, completely cutting off the possibility of Yi Wuming's flesh and blood being recast. Until the last moment before his death, Yi Wuming didn't know what happened. I couldn't understand why I was still in the upper hand the moment before, but was blasted into a ball of blood mist, and died on the spot the next moment. Young master. On the other side, Qingwan and Huangying, who noticed the scene of Yi Wuming being killed, both changed their faces and screamed in horror. Yi Wuming was dead, and the 2 female bodyguards would most likely be buried with him. After Lin Zichen succeeded, he did not dare to stay for a moment. He immediately took Shen Qinghan and fled with full firepower, trying to get away from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, a place of trouble, as quickly as possible. Seeing the murderer was about to leave, Qingwan and Huangying sacrificed the source power in their sea of consciousness like crazy, which greatly increased their strength in a short period of time, and beat the fox girls to retreat step by step. Then, they burst out at the fastest speed in their lives and chased Lin Zichen like lightning. Yi Wuming was dead. If the 2 of them failed to catch the murderer, they would definitely be buried with him. If they could catch the murderer and bring him back to the Night Cave to be dealt with by the Night King, then the two of them might still have a chance of survival. Elders, go save him. Su Jiujiu was anxious and shouted to the epic fox girls, who had just fought with Qingwan and Huang Ying. She knew that Lin Zichen was very strong, so strong that he could kill geniuses of all levels. However, the Qingwan and Huang Ying were both epic high-level warriors, and their biological level was far higher than Lin Zichen. No matter how talented Lin Zichen was, he could not deal with epic high-level warriors. What's more, they were two angry epic high-level warriors. Saint, don't act on impulse. The epic fox girl in the lead panted slightly and said this. After that, she took the other epic fox girls to continue repairing the mountain protection formation. As the heads of the various halls of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, their status was not lower than that of Su Jiujiu, the saint. Even higher. They were powerful people with real power second only to the mountain master Su Meixiao and the 7 legendary fox girls. At this moment, facing Su Jiujiu's request, they didn't have to obey. Above Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, Lin Zichen flew very fast, and in just a blink of an eye, he flew out of the territory where Qingqiu Ancient Mountain was located and fled far away at a very fast speed. Buzz! Buzz! 2 sounds of breaking through the air came from behind. Lin Zichen, who heard the sound, knew that the 2 epic high-level masters named Qingwan and Huang Ying had just caught up and wanted to avenge the dead Yu Wuming. Feeling the speed of the other party, Lin Zichen knew that he could not escape by flying in the air. So, he decisively dived down and chose to rush into the boundless forest below. He wanted to completely get rid of the 2 epic high-level masters who were chasing him at high speed behind him by walking on land. Seeing this, Qingwan and Huang Ying also rushed into the forest in the next second. As soon as Lin Zichen landed, he immediately used the biological attribute Digging Instinct, and his hands turned into a shadow that was so fast that it could generate electricity through friction in the air, and he dug the ground frantically under his feet. Just by closing his eyes and opening them, a bottomless cave appeared on the flat ground in an instant. Buzz! Buzz! As 2 familiar sounds of breaking through the air sounded. Qingwan and Huang Ying landed at the edge of the cave at the same time. Looking at the bottomless cave under their feet, they were both extremely shocked. Neither of them could understand why Lin Zichen could dig such a bottomless cave under his feet in the blink of an eye. How did he do it? Although the 2 were puzzled, they did not get too entangled. They quickly entered the cave and continued to chase Lin Zichen. In the deepest part of the cave, Lin Zichen was sucking Shen Qinghan to let her stick to his back, while digging the soil like crazy with his hands strengthened by Digging Instinct. As the depth of the excavation continued to deepen, a large amount of groundwater gradually seeped out at the end of the cave, making the difficulty of excavation soar. Lin Zichen was calm and continued to dig the soil frantically. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and he sensed the rapid approach of Qingwan and Huang Ying from behind. It's over. They've caught up. I can't escape. What should I do if I can't escape? Then I can only fight head-on. That's all he thought about. Lin Zichen put Shen Qinghan down and said to her seriously, "You have a special physique. You can completely dissolve in water and escape from here. You should quickly merge into the groundwater under your feet and leave here." "What about you?" Shen Qinghan refused to leave, worried about Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen didn't talk nonsense with her, and said coldly, "Go quickly, you will only become a burden to me if you stay." Burden. Hearing these 2 words, Shen Qinghan's heart twitched fiercely. She knew that she was a bit of a burden, but she couldn't help feeling particularly uncomfortable when she heard Lin Zichen say this in person. Although she felt uncomfortable, she still knew the importance of things. He just said be careful to Lin Zichen, and the next second he disappeared into the underground water under his feet, completely merging into it as an element. After sensing that Shen Qinghan had left, Lin Zichen's heart was half relieved. After that, he condensed his eyes and began to sacrifice the blood in his heart and the consciousness in his sea of consciousness, trying to temporarily improve his strength as much as possible, and prepared for a desperate fight with the approaching Qingwan and Huang Ying. 996 meters. 652 meters. 311 meters. 103 meters. 9 meters. Lin Zichen kept reciting the distance between himself and Qingwan and Huang Ying in his heart. When the distance was only 9 meters. At a corner in front, 2 figures with protruding front and back suddenly appeared. They were Qingwan and Huang Ying, whose biological level was as high as the epic high level. "Capture him alive," Qingwan said in an extremely gloomy voice. The moment she finished speaking, she took a quick step forward, and in a flash, she appeared in front of Lin Zichen. So close. Chapter 280. The Qingwan, whose biological level is as high as the 7th level of epic, rushed to Lin Zichen in an instant. With a huge amount of source power, it attacked Lin Zichen's sea of consciousness fiercely. To severely injure Lin Zichen with one blow. To completely destroy Lin Zichen's ability to resist. Facing the fierce attack of an epic 7th level strongman, Lin Zichen was not afraid of danger, and immediately used all the biological attributes he could use. In an instant, countless plant roots broke out from the surrounding ground, carrying extremely deadly venom. Like a venomous snake, it rushed towards the Qingwan at a high speed. At the same time, Lin Zichen himself burst out with blood and qi, and gathered almost all the blood and qi power into his fist, and punched the attacking Qingwan fiercely. This punch, in addition to the huge amount of blood and qi power that is enough to destroy the world, also has various biological attributes that can put the target into an abnormal state. Boom! When Lin Zichen's fist collided with the source of power released by Qingwan, a powerful shock wave. It instantly spread in the form of ripples. It directly collapsed the entire cave. However, the 3 people in it were not buried alive, because the sand and gravel that collapsed from the cave were instantly annihilated into nothingness by the shock wave. The cave, which was originally bottomless, was directly impacted into a deep pit. Looking down from a high altitude, it looked like a deep pit blown up by a nuclear weapon. Boom! Boom! Only 2 collision sounds were heard. Lin Zichen and Qingwan, who flew backwards due to the full-strength collision, hit the hard and thick rock wall almost at the same time. A large area of shocking spider-web cracks was shaken out. Dust flew everywhere. After the dust cleared, Lin Zichen staggered out of the rock wall. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He was unconscious. Qingwan's attack had directly penetrated his sea of consciousness. It caused his sea of consciousness to tumble. It destroyed his control over his body. On the other side, Qingwan, whose biological level was as high as the 7th level of epic, was more seriously injured than Lin Zichen. A big hole was torn in his chest. His body was in various abnormal states, such as dizziness, bleeding, and poisoning. His consciousness was blurred, and he was still deeply trapped in the rock wall, and couldn't move. How is this possible? Huang Ying, who was also an epic 7th level warrior, was shocked and couldn't believe it when she saw that Lin Zichen was still able to stand after the blast, while Qingwan, who was at a higher biological level, was still stuck in the rock wall. Qingwan is an epic 7th level supreme being. How could he not even defeat a young man who is still wet behind the ears? What is going on? Although Huang Ying was puzzled by this, she did not stand there and hesitated. She quickly burst out her source power to kill Lin Zichen, who was about to fall in front of her. She used all her firepower as soon as she attacked. She wanted to kill Lin Zichen with one strike, to avoid following in Qingwan's footsteps. Lin Zichen, who felt the killing intent coming, quickly recovered from his unconscious state under the strong warning of danger sense. Unfortunately, it was useless to recover. When he just fought with Qingwan, he not only injured his sea of consciousness, but also his physical body. Moreover, he was seriously injured. Even with quick self-healing, he could not fully recover in a short time. With such a scarred body, he could not avoid Huang Ying's full-strength attack at all. At this critical moment, boom! A huge sound came. A large amount of groundwater suddenly gushed out from the ground between Lin Zichen and Huang Ying, separating the two in an instant. Then, a figure as delicate as water broke through the water, with water splashing all over the sky, spreading blue hair in the air, with a pair of eyes that seemed to have ripples spreading. Then, the mental power suddenly burst out, launching the most violent mental attack on Huang Ying below. This mental attack came very suddenly. Huang Ying was unable to react, and was caught off guard. As if she had been electrocuted, her whole body twitched. This state of suspected electrocution did not last too long, but was fleeting. Xin Qinghan's biological level was too low, far lower than Huang Ying's epic 7th level. The reason why the mental attack just now was effective was that she caught her off guard, which barely made Huang Ying, who was at the epic 7th level, twitch briefly. However, Huang Ying's brief twitch was enough for Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen seized this fleeting opportunity, regardless of damaging the foundation of his body, and sacrificed a large amount of blood in his body to burst out unprecedented power. He flashed in front of Huang Ying in an instant. Then, he raised his hand, and aimed at her stunningly beautiful face, and punched her fiercely. Bang! Huang Ying's head was directly blasted into a ball of blood mist. Bang! Huang Ying's graceful body was blasted into a larger ball of blood mist. Swish! A ball of red flame ignited out of thin air, burning all the blood mist in the air into nothingness, and completely disappeared from this world, as if it had never existed. At the same time, Qingwan had just recovered from her blurred consciousness and walked out of the rock wall shakily. As soon as she came out, she saw Lin Zichen killing Huang Ying across levels, and she froze in place. Huang Ying died? Died at the hands of this young man who looked younger than the young master? This is impossible. Qingwan could not accept the fact in front of her, and felt that she must not have woken up yet. While she was dazed, Shen Qinghan, who was standing in the air with her feet on the water column, had a decisive thought and burst out her mental power to attack her. In the previous battle with Lin Zichen, her sea of consciousness was severely damaged. Now her sea of consciousness is still in chaos, and the whole person is in a daze. Facing Shen Qinghan's mental attack, she couldn't resist even a second and was hallucinated in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Zichen did not hesitate at all. He flashed in front of her and punched with a strong blood force, and blasted her into a large blood mist with a bang. Then, a familiar swoosh sounded, and the blood mist was instantly burned into nothingness by the red flames and ceased to exist. So I'm so strong. Lin Zichen looked at his fist full of blood and energy, his face was shaky, and he felt a little unreal. He knew he was strong, but he didn't expect to be strong enough to instantly kill 2 epic level 7 strongmen. Moreover, it was an instant kill of 1 against 2. You know, this is an epic level jump kill. The gold content is far more than the ordinary, advanced, rare and other levels of jump kill. I'm really too amazing. Lin Zichen was slightly excited, and his heart was a little swollen. But soon, he calmed down. He thought about it. The reason why he was able to kill 2 enemies at the same level so easily was because of many factors other than strength. For example, Shen Qinghan's help, the enemy's contempt, etc. If there was no help from Shen Qinghan, and the enemy took it very seriously, it would be impossible for him to kill 2 enemies at the same level so easily. Lin Zi, are you okay? Seeing that all the enemies had been killed, and that it was safe at the moment, Shen Qinghan tapped his toes lightly, slowly floated down beside Lin Zichen, and asked with concern. Lin Zichen panted slightly. I'm fine. After that, he asked, why did you come back suddenly? I was worried about you. Shen Qinghan said weakly, afraid that Lin Zichen would scold him. Strictly speaking, it can't be said to be a scolding. It's more like a loving blame from a strict father. Lin Zichen felt warm at heart after hearing this. He stroked her tender face with his hand, and said gently, fortunately, you are worried and chose to come back to see me. Otherwise, I am afraid I will really die here this time. This was not to comfort Shen Qinghan, but an ironclad fact. If Shen Qinghan had not appeared in time and launched a mental attack on Huang Ying, Lin Zichen would have been severely injured by Huang Ying and left to be slaughtered. Am I still a burden now? Shen Qinghan raised her white and tender little hand and placed it on the back of Lin Zichen's hand on her face. She looked directly into Lin Zichen's eyes, with her watery peach blossom eyes, and asked from the bottom of her heart. Lin Zichen said seriously, you have never been a burden to me. Lie. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips, you clearly said I was a burden to you not long ago. Lin Zichen explained. The reason why I said that at that time was because I felt that there was no chance of winning. It was better to let you go than to let you suffer with me. Shen Qinghan didn't like this explanation. With red eyes, he said emotionally, no matter what danger you encounter in the future, you are not allowed to bear it alone. You must let me accompany you. Do you understand? Okay. Lin Zichen responded. This was not perfunctory, but just due to his personality. Shen Qinghan grew up with him, and knew that he was not perfunctory. They exchanged a few simple words. The two left the place quickly, and continued to fly away from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Lin Zi, you said before that the sea god of the East region is one of the people on the mural in the underwater ruins, and is a gatekeeper for the mysterious woman to worship. Shen Qinghan asked curiously, even a mythical creature needs to kneel down to worship. What level of existence is that mysterious woman lying on the shell? Lin Zichen thought about it, and replied, I feel it should be the 9th level of myth, or a level higher than the myth level. Shen Qinghan was even more curious. What level is higher than the myth level? Lin Zichen, I don't know. The two chatted with each other in the way of blood transmission, while flying at high speed in the sky away from Qingqiu Ancient Mountain. Unknowingly, they had completely left Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, and came to the edge of the south region, an edge bordering the central region. Lin Zichen sensed a desert bordering the central region from a distance of dozens of miles. After a little perception, he found a very noteworthy place. The desert near the south region has some sparse green plants growing on it, which makes it look less desolate. On the contrary, the desert near the central region is so desolate that it is only filled with sand, like an old man in his twilight years, with a dull vitality and a sense of vicissitudes everywhere. Lin Zichen still remembers the description of the central region in some materials. The materials say that the central region is a huge ruin of civilization, with a large number of relics inside, inheriting the oldest civilization of the source, and is a forbidden area that is open regularly. Most of the mythical creatures in the source were born in the central region. I don't know if the central region is open now. Let's go and take a look. With this idea in mind, Lin Zichen hugged Shen Qinghan and rushed to the territory of the central region. On the other side, in a piece of blue sky, Qin Chuan, the current lord of the number 1 city, looked extremely embarrassed and fled at a high speed covered in blood. Behind him, the 2 deputy city lords, Bai Wubian and Shangwan Yuehua, chased him all the way, vowing to kill him completely. No! He was injured too badly by the sneak attack just now. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before he is caught up. He can't just sit there and wait for death. He must find a way to get rid of the 2 traitors behind him. Got it. The central region is ahead. At the border of the 2 regions, there is a source crystal mine ruins, where there is a terrifying guardian beast. I can lead the 2 traitors into the ruins and kill them with a borrowed knife. The idea came to this. Qin Chuan decisively adjusted the direction and flew to the source crystal mine ruins as fast as possible. He wanted to use the claws of the ruins guardian beast to kill Bai Wubian and Shangwan Yuehua who were chasing him. Especially Shangwan Yuehua. This bitch, relying on her frequent sexual intercourse with him, was able to take the position of deputy city lord and was qualified to compete for the position of city lord. Unexpectedly, such a gentle woman, who had been honest with him many times, was actually a traitor behind his back. This woman must die. Qin Chuan, who felt betrayed, was full of hatred for Shangwan Yuehua, an area where the 2 domains bordered each other. Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan and flew over this area at high speed and successfully entered the edge of the middle domain. After entering, the 2 chose to walk on the ground and did not dare to fly at high altitude like just now. The target of high altitude flight is too obvious. It is easy to become a thorn in the eyes of other creatures. It will be bombed down in minutes. In contrast, walking can hide your existence very well. It can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lin Zi, there is a cave ahead. I can sense that there is a lot of water in it, a lot of water with rich source power. After traveling for dozens of miles, when they arrived at the foot of a barren mountain, Shen Qinghan keenly sensed that there was a huge cave at the foot of the mountain. The cave contained rich source power and a large number of strange aquatic creatures. After hearing what Shen Qinghan said, Lin Zichen was inevitably a little surprised. His mental strength was higher than hers, but he was unable to spread his mental power into the cave and carefully sense everything inside. So, how did she do it? Is it because of her special physique? She was born very sensitive to water, so sensitive to everything in the water, so sensitive that she needed to know it well. Well, it's probably like this. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. Just then, boom! A sharp sound of breaking through the air exploded from behind. Hearing this deafening noise, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan immediately looked up. Then, 3 familiar figures came into view, namely Qin Chuan, who was covered in blood and fleeing in a panic, and Bai Wubian and Shangwan Yuehua, who were somewhat injured and jointly chasing Qin Chuan. No, I deliberately hid so far away. How could I still be affected by the battle between these 3 people? Chapter 281. Lin Zichen felt very uncomfortable for a moment. In order to avoid the war, he fled thousands of miles to the central region. Unexpectedly, he would meet Qin Chuan here. And the most terrible thing is that Qin Chuan is being chased by 2 treacherous deputy city lords at this time, and the situation is very bad. Let's go! After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he flashed and rushed into the cave in front with Shen Qinghan, thinking of hiding inside to avoid the 3 people in the sky. After entering the cave, Lin Zichen found that there was another world inside. Originally thought it was a dark and bottomless cave, but unexpectedly it was an endless world. Why is this cave so big? It looks much bigger than the whole mountain. Shen Qinghan looked at everything in front of her, and her delicate face was full of disbelief. Lin Zichen also felt incredible. After thinking for a while, he replied, "It may involve a space-like structure, just like a storage bag. It looks small on the outside, but it can hold many large items." Yeah, that should be the case. Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. Lin Zichen didn't say anything, and quietly looked at the environment in front of him. The environment in front of him was very empty. Everything in sight was just stones. It looked very primitive, with no traces of life. After looking around with his eyes, Lin Zichen dispersed his mental power, and spread it deep into the cave. But before it spread out of the field of vision, it could not spread forward. The area outside the field of vision seemed to have an invisible film that blocked the spread of mental power. Lin Zichen, it's so strange, my mental power can't spread in. Shen Qinghan frowned slightly and said. Like Lin Zichen, she had just been radiating her mental power to sense the environment deep in the cave. Lin Zichen also frowned slightly. Same, my mental power can't spread in, this place should be able to isolate mental power. When he said this, he was a little unsure. The unknown is always full of danger. In the past, when he went to a strange place, he could rely on mental power to perceive the environment. But now, mental power perception has failed, which makes him feel particularly insecure. Then should we still go in? Shen Qinghan frowned more and more, obviously inclined not to go in. Lin Zichen in her thought, said, mental power is useless here, for safety reasons, we better not take the risk to go in. Indeed, it's better not to go in. Shen Qinghan nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice to express his agreement. Lin Zichen suddenly remembered something and asked, before you came in, you said you sensed a lot of water, with rich source power and various strange creatures in the cave. How did you sense it? This cave can obviously isolate spiritual power, but Shen Qinghan can sense the environment in the cave from the outside. This is a bit difficult to explain. Shen Qinghan knew what he was wondering about and explained, it was not me who sensed it with my spiritual power, but the water god palace in my sea of consciousness. Lin Zichen was curious. How did the water god palace sense it? Shen Qinghan patiently said, I don't know how the water god palace sensed it. I just saw a perspective of going deep into the cave from the sky above the water god palace, and then followed this perspective into the cave, and saw part of the environment inside. Lin Zichen felt something was wrong after hearing this. After a moment of silence, he finally expressed his guess. Why do I feel that the water god palace in your sea of consciousness is guiding you into the cave? Shen Qinghan realized this after hearing this, and said with a look of sudden realization, you know what, after hearing you say this, it really seems to be the case. The water god palace in the sea of consciousness usually stays quietly in the sea of consciousness without any movement. Just now, a perspective of going deep into the cave suddenly appeared in the sky, which looked very deliberate. Lin Zichen guessed again, you said. Is there a relic in your cave, an ancient relic related to the water god? Maybe? Shen Qinghan couldn't give an answer to Lin Zichen's question. She was just a little girl without a strong opinion. When she was with Lin Zichen, she would not use her brain if she could, and she was the main character with no personal thoughts. She was too dependent on Lin Zichen. If she didn't have Lin Zichen by her side, she wouldn't know how to survive. On the side, Lin Zichen was in hesitation. He was hesitating whether he and Shen Qinghan should explore deeper into the cave. Thinking that it was the guidance given by the water god palace, he felt that it shouldn't be dangerous for him and Shen Qinghan to explore deeper into the cave. On the contrary, there would be unexpected gains. Just as he was thinking about this, buzz! A sound of breaking air came from outside the cave. The sound was deafening. It seemed to be very close. Lin Zichen realized that it was Qin Chuan and the others, and his face suddenly changed. Before he could react, Qin Chuan, who was covered in wounds, had already rushed in at high speed with a strong blood force. Qin Chuan didn't expect that there would be someone in the cave, and he was stunned for a moment. When he saw that the two people inside were Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, he was even more stunned. He couldn't imagine why the two people who were in the south region not long ago would appear in a ruin in the central region. Especially, this is a ruin whose entrance is hidden by a special magic circle. He was just confused for a moment. Soon, Qin Chuan reacted and took Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan with him, and fled madly to the depths of the cave with the two of them. Bai Wubian and Shangwan Yuehua, who were chasing after them, were surprised to see Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan there. And this surprise soon turned into a surprise. As traders, they knew the value of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Apart from anything else, even if they captured these two people and offered them to the flower god, they could exchange them for a lot of evolutionary resources. Buy one get two free, this will be a big profit. Bai Wubian was extremely excited, and immediately sacrificed his blood essence to increase the degree of blood and chi burst, and the flying speed instantly increased several times. Shangwan Yuehua, who was standing beside him, also sacrificed her blood essence to increase the flying speed. She was more cautious than Bai Wubian and reminded him, be careful, Qin Lago chose to escape here, he must have something to rely on. Bai Wubian didn't care, don't worry, I have been radiating my mental power to the maximum extent, always alert to the slightest movement around, and if there is any accident, I can react in time. Seeing that he said so, Shangwan Yuehua didn't say anything more, and concentrated on bursting speed to chase Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was seriously injured, and his speed was not as fast as the two people chasing behind him. In just a few breaths, the distance was shortened. Qin Chuan frowned. He also wanted to sacrifice his blood essence to increase his flying speed. Unfortunately, the situation did not allow it. In the previous one-on-two battle, his body was seriously injured, and he had no conditions to sacrifice his blood essence. Fortunately, he had entered this relic on the edge of the central region many times, and was very familiar with the environment here. With this advantage, he led Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to the route of 9 turns and 18 bends, and gradually distanced himself from the 2 deputy city lords behind him. How can he be so familiar with the environment here? Has he entered this relic many times? Seeing Qin Chuan enter this relic like a fish in water, Bai Wubian's face was no longer as calm as before, but was replaced by a little more caution. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangwan Yuehua on the side said, Old Qin entered the pool in front. Under the gaze of the 2 deputy city lords, Qin Chuan led Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan into a pool. When he saw the bottom of the pool clearly after being submerged in the water, Shen Qinghan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted and sent a voice message to Lin Zichen. Lin Zi, this is the pool. This pool is the place where the water god palace in my sea of consciousness shows a large amount of water with rich source power. Look, there are many strange aquatic creatures in the depths of the pool, exactly the same as the projections of the creatures I saw in the water god palace. Listening to Shen Qinghan's words, Lin Zichen sensed the source power contained in the water while looking at the aquatic creatures at the bottom of the pool. The source power contained in the water is very rich, so rich that it is about to condense into crystals. The aquatic creatures at the bottom of the pool have extremely strange shapes. Like the creatures in the abyss, their life forms are so special that they are beyond cognition and difficult to understand. As Qin Chuan continued to sink, suddenly, wow! A crisp sound of breaking water sounded. The next second, Lin Zichen found that he was no longer bathing in the cool pool water, but fell into a dark space. He immediately looked at Shen Qinghan beside him. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he calmed down and looked at the environment around this strange place vigilantly. He simply looked around, and was surprised to find that there were source crystals all around. Most of them were columnar. From the shape point of view, it is very similar to the stalactites in the limestone cave. The only difference is that the stalactites are hanging upside down on the top. The columnar source crystals in front of him were standing upright on the ground. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be formed by water drops. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen looked up at the top of his head. Then the picture that came into his eyes was a piece of water suspended upside down in the sky. Above the water surface was the pool just now. So, is this a space under the pool? How did the city lord know that there was such a place? Has he been here before? Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts. At this time, 2 extremely strong energy fluctuations came from the pool above. Qin Chuan, who was the first to sense these 2 energies, became extremely solemn. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned his head to look at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan on the side, and said to them, Go to the most remote and open place. Don't get close to the source crystal. Quick! Qin Chuan shouted the last quick very loudly. He was afraid that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan would stand there in a daze. Hearing Qin Chuan shout, Lin Zichen quickly hugged Shen Qinghan and rushed her to a corner in front at the fastest speed. He didn't know why Qin Chuan asked him to do this. But in this situation, he could only choose to trust Qin Chuan. There was no other way. It was just a blink of an eye. Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan to hide in a hidden corner without source crystal. Shen Qinghan asked in a low voice, Lin Zi, why does the city lord want us to stay away from the source crystal? I don't know either. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he continued, Let's be quiet first and choose to wait and see. Yeah. Shen Qinghan responded obediently, then closed her mouth and stopped talking. Lin Zichen held his breath, his eyes fixed on the water above his head, waiting for the 2 traders, Bai Wubian and Shangwan Yuehua, to come in. At the same time, he released his mental power, trying to sense the environment here. However, the result was disappointing. His mental power could not diffuse out at all, just like it failed when it was on the pool. Seeing that his mental power could not diffuse out, Lin Zichen took back all his mental power and focused on Qin Chuan in front of him and the water above. He wanted to see how Qin Chuan would deal with the 2 treacherous deputy city lords who were about to attack. Wow! Wow! Only 2 crisp and pleasant sounds of breaking water were heard. Bai Wubian and Shang Yuehua broke out of the water almost at the same time and entered Lin Zichen's field of vision. Seeing these two treacherous deputy city lords, Lin Zichen's heart was hanging. The two treacherous deputy city lords are both legendary strongmen. If Qin Chuan cannot get rid of these two people, then Lin Zichen, whose biological level is only epic level 1, will be in a very bad situation. I am afraid that it will take mechanical descent to resolve the crisis. For example, when facing the ninth elder in the coastal forest, the crisis was resolved only when Shen Qihan mechanically descended to kill the ninth elder. Old dog Qin, you are very familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Bai Wubian looked at Qin Chuan and said disrespectfully. Shang Yuehua on the side did not speak, silently radiating mental power to perceive the surrounding environment, and then frowned because the mental power could not spread out. The two treacherous deputy city lords did not make a move. It's not that they don't want to make a move, but they dare not make a move rashly. Qin Chuan did not run away when he came to this place. He stopped and waited to face the two people. This made the two feel a little uneasy, thinking that there was some conspiracy. Qin Chuan saw the uneasiness of the two people and said in a slightly weak voice, "Do you see the source crystals here? This amount is comparable to the benefits of killing a legendary alien. There are many spaces full of source crystals in this relic. Give me a way out, and I will tell you too about the remaining spaces. How about it? This condition is very tempting. Qin Chuan is just a legendary strongman, and the benefits of killing him are many, but not much. Especially when the two people share it equally. But if it is true as Qin Chuan said, there are still many spaces full of source crystals like this in this relic, then it is really rich." Thinking of this, Bai Wubian and Shang Yuehua were both moved. Among them, Bai Wubian couldn't suppress the greed deep in his heart, and directly waved his hand to collect all the source crystals on the scene into the storage space deep in his sea of consciousness. Shang Yuehua frowned slightly when she saw this, and then she thought about it, and stopped Bai Wubian from taking all the source crystals on the scene. Bai Wubian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will divide it with you later. There is no need to divide it so clearly now." Shang Yuehua said expressionlessly, "It's better to divide it now." After that, she put the remaining half of the source crystals into the storage space, and Bai Wubian and him split it 50-50. On the opposite side, Qin Chuan saw the two treacherous deputy city lords put all the source crystals into the storage space, and a smile of surviving a disaster appeared on his face. Bai Wubian saw Qin Chuan laughing, and he also laughed. "Old Qin, what are you laughing at? Do you think that I took away the source crystals here, which means I agree to the request you just made? If we kill you, the source crystals will naturally belong to us. Since you can find all the spaces full of source crystals you mentioned, there is no reason why Yuehua and I can't find them together. Old Qin, while you are still alive, laugh for a few more seconds, you will soon have nothing to laugh about." Bai Wubian said jokingly, but he didn't dare to attack Qin Chuan. He knew that Qin Chuan was insidious, and he was alert in his heart. "You don't know what I'm laughing at all." Qin Chuan looked at Bai Wubian and Shang Yuehua opposite him, and said with a deeper smile, "I'm laughing at you two for dying." Dying? Bai Wubian and Shang Yuehua were confused when they heard it. At this moment, roar! A terrifying beast roar came from the depths of the space at the bottom of the pool, shaking the entire ground and causing countless shocking cracks to appear. Chapter 282. Roar! The terrifying roar of the beast came from the depths of the darkness. The huge volume directly shook the ground to crack into countless bottomless cracks, causing the entire space to tremble violently. What sound? Except for Qin Chuan, the other four people present were terrified by the sudden and huge roar of the beast. Shen Qihan, who was timid by nature, was frightened on the spot, and her pretty face turned pale, and her palms were sweating. Lin Zichen held her hand tightly, giving her a certain sense of security, while staring at the direction where the roar came from, ready to escape. Bai Wubian and Shang Yuehua in front of them both showed vigilance and adjusted their blood to the maximum limit. The energy contained in this roar of the beast was too strong. The strength of the main body was at least at the legendary high level. Legendary high level, this is a realm close to the mythical creature. Even the number 1 city lord like Qin Chuan, his creature level cannot reach this level. Only the high-level earth masters, who have reached the position of deputy state lord Yi Yongsheng, can touch the level of high legendary level. As for the mythical level above, there are only a handful of forces on the entire earth. Roar! As the volume of the beast's roar became more and more deafening. The next second, an elemental beast suddenly jumped out from the depths and landed just below the bottom of the pool with a bang, appearing in the eyes of several people present. At the moment the beast appeared, all the creatures in the pool above swam up at a high speed, as if they were running away. Lin Zichen held Shen Qinghan's hand tightly, staring at the beast in front of him intently. The beast looked somewhat similar to the Qilin. It is extremely huge, more than 10 times the size of an adult elephant on Earth. The composition of its body is very strange. The whole body is gaseous, like a ball of blue flame. But it does not emit scorching heat. What it has is only a source of oppression. It is so oppressive that it makes people feel difficult to breathe. Buzz! A rapid sound of breaking through the air sounded. The beast ignored Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Qin Chuan, and clearly aimed at Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua, who were farther away. The speed was as fast as a flash of light. It was so fast that even the legendary naked eye could hardly see it. Facing the sudden attack of the beast, Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua reacted quickly and fully activated the various beast genes in their bodies at the first time. Then, the blood and chi suddenly burst out, releasing the vast and boundless blood and chi power to fight the attacking beast head-on. The next moment, boom! The terrifying sound of the collision rang out from the bottom of the pool, turning the entire bottom of the pool into ruins. The shock wave that erupted during the period lifted Lin Zichen in the corner up and flew backwards at a high speed. Lin Zichen wanted to stabilize himself, but the power of the shock wave was too strong, and he couldn't stabilize himself at all. With no choice, he could only hug Shen Qinghan tightly to protect her body, and try to withstand the terrifying impact that would happen next. Boom! There was only one sound of impact. Lin Zichen hit a hard stone wall heavily, leaving a large area of shocking spiderweb cracks on it. Under this powerful recoil force, he was directly shocked to spit blood and his face turned pale. Shen Qinghan, who was protected in his arms, suffered much less recoil force under the buffering of his body, but because of her relatively weak physical strength, she was injured no less than him in the end. On the other side, Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua, who were facing the beast head-on, were directly hit by the terrifying source power burst out by the beast and were completely disfigured and looked embarrassed. Boom! 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 In the next few seconds, the sound of bombardment continued. The beast was attacked hundreds of times, but its gaseous body was unscathed and even had a tendency to become stronger. However, Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua, who were only attacked by the beast a few times, were seriously injured, their blood and spirit were seriously consumed, and their strength declined significantly. Bai Wubian, quickly take out all the source crystals you put into the storage space before, and put them back in place. This beast only attacked the 2 of us, but not the 3 of them. It must be related to the source crystals we put into the storage space. Shangguan Yuehua shouted, while taking out the source crystals from her storage space. When Bai Wubian heard this, he immediately took out the source crystals from the storage space, and put them back to their original positions based on his memory. After the 2 took out the source crystals, the beast that had just attacked them madly stopped attacking them instantly, and turned to check the source crystals that were put back. Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that it was these source crystals that caused them to be attacked by the beast. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure rushed towards Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua at a very fast speed. The speed was so fast that it made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. It made people's eardrums buzz. It was Qin Chuan. After resting for a while, he recovered most of his strength. While Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua were both seriously injured, he decisively sacrificed his blood essence to activate the genes of the beast in his body, and rushed towards Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua. Take advantage of the 2 people's illness to kill them. Although Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua were seriously injured, Qin Chuan himself was not much better. Therefore, facing Qin Chuan's sudden attack, Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua did not panic at all, but calmly joined forces to fight with all their strength. Boom! 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 The sound of the 3 people's bombardment continued to explode. The entire bottom of the pool was filled with the aftermath of the bombardment, shaking the surrounding rubble all over the sky, and even the air was wiped out. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, who were mortal bodies, were shocked by these aftermaths and bled from all 7 orifices. Consciousness was blurred. At one point, he was about to faint and lose consciousness. In sharp contrast, the source crystals on the ground were all intact and were not destroyed by these spreading aftermaths. It was not that the source crystals were stable and could withstand the aftermath of the battle between the 3 legendary powerhouses. Instead, the fierce beast from before turned into a large piece of dark blue mist, completely covering these source crystals, so that they would not be damaged by the aftermath of the previous battle. Lin Zichen endured the severe pain of the impact of the aftermath of the legendary battle, and opened his eyes, as much as possible to observe the battle. He wanted to disperse his mental power to watch the battle, but his mental power could not spread out in this place. He could only rely on his eyes to see everything clearly. When he saw the fierce beast turn into a large piece of dark blue mist to protect the source crystals from the impact of the aftermath of the battle, Lin Zichen felt very puzzled. Is this fierce beast not intelligent? With its powerful strength, if it wants to protect the source crystals here from being destroyed, the more accurate way should be to directly kill the 3 legendary strongmen whose strength was damaged, instead of turning itself into mist and becoming a protective layer for those source crystals. While Lin Zichen was wondering about these things, the legendary battle in front had already come to an end. The 3 men were seriously injured, and their strength was damaged. In the full-strength battle, their blood and chi were quickly exhausted, and only the minimum reserve to barely maintain the survival of the body was consumed. Therefore, at this moment, after the battle, the 3 men collapsed on the ground, dying and no longer able to fight. You two, hurry up and rape and kill these 2 people. They are now exhausted, and their physical defense is greatly reduced. Can they be killed? Qin Chuan endured the severe pain that continued to come from all parts of his body, and his voice was weak and painful. Lin Zichen listened to this, and his feet showed no sign of moving. His danger sense reminded him that the 3 legendary strongmen who collapsed on the ground still had enough energy to burst out for a few seconds. If he really went forward to make a breakthrough, he would definitely die tragically at the hands of Bai Wubian and Sheng Yuehua, whose biological level was as high as the legendary level. This city lord is not a good person. He wants to use me as a consumable to consume the remaining energy in the bodies of the 2 treacherous deputy city lords. Sure enough, people who can hold high positions are cruel and ruthless. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. Quick! Hurry up! Otherwise, it will be too late after their bodies have self-repaired to a certain extent. Seeing that Lin Zichen had not made any move, Qin Chuan could not help but frown and urged him anxiously. Lin Zichen turned a deaf ear to it and chose to jump up with force, holding Shen Qihan and flying upwards, to escape from this place of trouble. The moment he jumped up, buzz! There was a sound of breaking through the air under my feet. It was that beast. It transformed from a large piece of dark blue mist into a huge unicorn, and rushed towards the 3 people lying on the ground at a very fast speed. Qin Chuan, who was the closest, was torn into pieces, and fell on the spot with blood splattered all over the ground. He didn't even have the chance to recast his flesh and blood, because the dark blue mist that continued to emanate from the beast instantly annihilated the remaining flesh and blood on the ground into nothingness. Then almost at the same time, Bai Wubian and Sheng Yuehua, who were not far away, were also bitten by the beast and both fell into the dark space at the bottom of the pool. At the same time, in the sky outside the ruins, the sky suddenly changed. 3 figures appeared in the sky above the central region. Under the gaze of many creatures, they instantly shattered into pieces all over the sky, and then turned into stars, and completely disappeared in the air, becoming nothingness in the long river of time. What's going on? 3 legendary creatures who could dominate a region have fallen at the same time. Which 3 masters have fallen? The faces of many intelligent creatures in the central region were full of confusion. In a certain high sky in the southern region, the Night King, the Old Tree, the Lord of Silence, the Sea God, the Lord of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, and Qingmal, 6 mythical masters, were fighting with all their might without reservation, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, and even the void was almost torn apart. Suddenly, the 6 masters tacitly pulled away and stopped fighting, and looked towards the direction of the central region at the same time. They were in the southern region, and they saw the sky in the central region from an endless distance, and witnessed the scene of 3 legendary creatures falling there. Oh, it's really interesting. 3 legendary earth creatures just fell like this. Taoist Rogue Girl, you earth creatures are a bit fragile. Night King looked at Qingmal and said sarcastically. Qingmal listened to this without any emotion. She had been sleeping in the bronze coffin for many years, and had no sense of belonging to the current earth. She only cared about herself. Central region. In an extremely secret relic, the only 3 mythical masters on earth were nourishing their bodies in the secret central region relic, trying their best to restore their strength and prolong their lifespan. Alas, the human race has lost 3 more legendary masters. A man slowly opened his eyes and sighed heavily. The 2 masters on the side heard his sigh, but ignored it and chose to remain silent. At this time, the woman in the middle slowly said, "There are several mythical creatures fighting in the south region, and the crazy woman is also there. Should we go out and help her?" Another mythical strongman, an old man with white hair and beard, said lightly, "Let's wait and see." If she can solve it herself, we won't bother. We should stay here to nourish our wounded bodies, and try to restore our peak strength before the final battle. The three of them are strong men who have survived from the ancient gods. They had a lot of dealings with Qingma of the same level. Central region. The ruins in the cave. The bottom of the pool. Lin Zichen, who was running away with Qinghan, witnessed the three legendary strongmen being torn into pieces at will, and a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. Three extremely powerful legendary strongmen died as soon as they said they would. They were directly torn into pieces, and blood splattered all over the ground. Before, he thought that the ferocious beast had low intelligence and wondered if it would be easier to just kill Qin Chuan and the other two, so as to better protect the source crystal on the ground. Now it seems that this misshaped beast is not only not low in intelligence, but extremely intelligent. Gao chose not to attack at the beginning, and waited patiently until both sides were defeated, and then came out to kill both sides. It was simply insidious. Roar! After successfully killing the three invaders, the beast roared excitedly. The next second, it set its sights on Lin Zichen and Qinghan above, and a trace of fear appeared in its misshaped eyes. Lin Zichen saw the fear in its eyes, and didn't know what it was afraid of. However, this is a good thing. Seeing that the beast's eyes were full of fear, it just stared at it with its eyes open, and there was no substantial move to launch an attack. Lin Zichen hesitated for a moment, and then made the decision to slowly move away, while staring at the beast below, slowly rising to the surface of the water above. At the moment, he touched the water's surface. Roar! The beast below roared loudly, and then seemed to have made some kind of decision. It flashed and rushed towards Lin Zichen and Qinghan, who were about to flee at the fastest speed. Lin Zichen's face changed drastically when he saw this, and his blood and spirit burst out quickly. He rose to the surface of the water like crazy, and fled at a speed far beyond the biological level. However, it was too slow. Lin Zichen's escape speed seemed too slow in front of a legendary creature. In just a blink of an eye, he was caught up by the beast below, and it opened a bloody mouth and bit him fiercely. Just when the beast's teeth were about to touch his body. Boom! A huge palace suddenly appeared in Qinghan's sea of consciousness, like the seven treasures Linglong Tower in the myth, suppressing the beast below with a force that covered the sky and blocked the sun. Chapter 283. The huge water god palace suddenly fell down like a mountain, suppressing the beast with a force that covered the sky and the sun. The dark blue beast was of a very high rank, as fast as a flash of light, and could escape 100 miles away with just a thought. However, during the suppression process of the water god palace, it froze in midair, and was unable to move, being controlled by an invisible force from the water god palace. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded. Under the gaze of Lin Zichen and Qinghan, the beast was directly crushed into a ball of blood mist, mixed with dark blue mist. Where did the blood of this beast come from? Lin Zichen looked at the blood mist in front of him, and was very confused. He had always thought that the beast was made entirely of mist, and had no flesh and blood. But from now on, this is obviously not the case. That beast had flesh and blood, and probably only had one heart, so small that it was wrapped in the mist, and didn't show up. Lin Zichen didn't dwell on this for too long. He just thought for a moment, and then he sucked the large blood mist in front of him through the air, and thought, devour. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the Source Devourer. Source Devourer Atlas, 100%. You successfully opened the Source Devourer Atlas, and obtained the biological attribute Source Devourer. Source Devourer, you can devour the source power and transform it into blood and spirit for your own use. Can you devour the source power for your own use? Lin Zichen looked at the text prompt message that appeared in the void, and was stunned for a moment, and then he was excited. The source land is the most lacking thing here is source power. Now with the biological attribute Source Devourer, all the creatures in the source land are his evolutionary resources. The speed of evolution will have a qualitative leap in the future. After calming down a little, Lin Zichen thought of the bodies of Qin Chuan and the others, and felt a pity in his heart. When the devouring beast killed the three of them, it directly wiped out the bodies completely, and there was no way to devour them. What a waste! Those were the bodies of three legendary strongmen. The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more he felt at a loss. In his subconscious, as long as the body could be devoured, it was all his property. Just as he was thinking about this, the water god palace that suddenly appeared out of thin air just now instantly turned into strands of light, poured into Qinghan's Tianmen, and returned to the sea of consciousness. Lin Zi, it's so strange, this water god palace is not under my control at all. It suddenly came out by itself, and went back by itself. Qinghan said, A trace of uneasiness appeared on her delicate face. I suspect that there are people living in the Water God Palace, and they have been secretly controlling the Water God Palace. Lin Zichen's expression changed slightly after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he said, "Could it be that the Water God is not actually asleep, but has always been conscious, and his consciousness is attached to the Water God Palace?" Hearing such a guess, Shen Qinghan's face also looked ugly. "Lin Zi, will I be possessed by another body? I don't want to be possessed by another body. I want to always be myself." Shen Qinghan was a little panicked at the end. Because Lin Zichen's family of 3 are all novelists, she has been exposed to them since she was a child and has read many novels. Among them, she has read the most novels about cultivating immortals, and knows that there is such a thing as possessing another body. Lin Zichen comforted her in a gentle voice. "That shouldn't be the case. Beings of that level should not look down on our physical bodies." This was just to comfort Shen Qinghan. In fact, Lin Zichen was a little worried about this. The carrier of the Water God's revival, this sounds like a play of a powerful person taking over another's body. "I hope I'm just worrying too much," Lin Zichen thought to himself. At this moment, wow! A huge hole suddenly appeared on the water's surface above his head, and a large amount of pool water containing rich source power instantly poured down on Shen Qinghan. This scene came very suddenly. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan didn't react. When the two reacted, a large amount of pool water had already fallen. All fell on Shen Qinghan's Tianmin. Lin Zichen didn't get a drop of it. The moment these pool water touched Shen Qinghan's Tianmin, in an instant, it turned into a deep blue stream of light. It quickly poured into the Tianmin. It turned into a part of the Sea of Consciousness. It expanded the area of the Sea of Consciousness. Afterwards, Shen Qinghan's bright blue hair fluttered in the wind, and a strong pressure emanated from her body. She evolved. After absorbing all the water in the pool, the biological level directly broke through the shackles of the rare level and entered the epic level that countless creatures dreamed of. Moreover, it was not just the first level of epic. Instead, it directly jumped several levels and evolved to the 5th level of epic. Epic. 5th level? After feeling the powerful biological pressure emanating from Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen was directly shocked, his face full of doubts about life, and he felt unbelievable. A rare level creature evolved to the 5th level of epic in a short moment. This kind of thing is exaggerated even in dreams. However, in reality, it was simply realized. Lin Zi. I evolved to the 5th level of epic, am I dreaming? After Shen Qinghan sensed that his biological level had evolved to the 5th epic level, his face was dazed and felt very unreal. Lin Zichen gave a positive answer. You have indeed evolved to the 5th epic level. Shen Qinghan still felt unreal. But I can't figure out. How did you do it? I clearly didn't feel anything. I just felt that water was constantly pouring in. The Sea of Consciousness expanded, and then the biological level evolved all of a sudden. It's so unreal. Shen Qinghan felt more and more dazed as he spoke. Lin Zichen explained, You have a Water God Palace in your Sea of Consciousness. For you, everything is possible. I wouldn't be surprised if you suddenly soared to the mythical level one day. Soared to the mythical level? Shen Qinghan murmured, thinking that this was impossible. Lin Zichen was different. He really thought it was possible. The power of the Water God must be beyond imagination. After all, even such a powerful existence as the Sea God is only worthy of being her gatekeeper. It is conceivable how high the biological level of the Water God is. Lin Zichen did not talk much with Shen Qinghan about this matter, and soon cast his eyes on the source crystals around. The source-devouring beast, the owner of this place, is dead, and all the source crystals around have become ownerless objects, and everyone can take them for themselves. A fist-sized source crystal is already priceless. And all the source crystals in front of him can be easily piled up into a small hill. This amount is incredible. The most amazing thing is that Qin Chuan had previously told Bai Wubian and Shangguan Yuehua that there are many places like this one in the ruins that are full of source crystals. If what Qin Chuan said is true, then the harvest of this trip, I am afraid that even the mythical strongmen will be jealous. By the way, I don't know how effective the biological level source devouring is. Let's try swallowing it. With this idea in mind, Lin Zichen walked to the nearest columnar source crystal and stopped. Reach out and touch the surface. The thought came to him, devour. Chapter 284. At the moment when the word swallow fell, the thick source crystal column that Lin Zichen touched with his right hand instantly turned into strands of deep blue light, flowing into his body along the palm. As soon as these source forces entered his body, they immediately split into two and turned into two different warm currents, moving in different directions. One flowed into the depths of the brain, turned into a part of the sea of consciousness, and improved mental power. The other flowed along the veins of the body, nourishing every cell along the way, and turned into blood power to strengthen the body. When these two warm currents were completely integrated into the body, Lin Zichen could clearly feel that his blood strength and mental strength had been greatly improved. The biological level was raised from Epic Level 1 to Epic Level 1 Great Perfection. As long as the blood strength and mental strength were improved a little more, the biological level could be raised to Epic Level 2. At this moment, the place where he was, at a glance, was full of thick source crystal columns. Just by swallowing a source crystal column, the strength of blood and spirit has been so exaggeratedly improved that the biological level almost evolved by one level. If all the source crystal columns here are swallowed, the biological level will evolve to who knows how many levels. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen was slightly excited. Lin Zi, can you absorb source crystals? Shen Qinghan asked with a hint of surprise in her clear peach blossom eyes. Lin Zichen explained slowly, well, I can absorb source crystals. The beast that was just crushed into a ball of blood mist by your water god palace is called the Source Devourer. I swallowed its life source, and gained a biological attribute called Source Devourer, which can swallow source crystals, and transform them into my own blood and spirit. So amazing. Shen Qinghan's eyes were full of envy. She was really envious. Lin Zichen had too many incredible abilities, and each of them was mythical. This was really special, and a bit infuriating. After calming down a little, Shen Qinghan asked curiously, Lin Zi, you just swallowed such a big source crystal. How do you feel? Very good. Lin Zichen answered calmly. The biological level has been directly upgraded from the first level of epic just entering the threshold to the first level of epic perfection. Shen Qinghan was surprised to hear this, and opened her mouth slightly. Then, she said more enviously, just swallowing one source crystal, it has been upgraded so much. If you swallow all the source crystals here, how many levels will it evolve to? As she said, she became a little excited. Quick, Lin Zi, quickly swallow all the source crystals here, and see how many levels you can evolve after swallowing them. At this time, she was more excited than Lin Zichen. She has been like this since she was a child. Watching Lin Zichen show off his power, watching Lin Zichen become stronger, and watching Lin Zichen achieve success is one of her pleasures. It's a bit like watching the game character grow stronger step by step when playing a game. Lin Zichen didn't waste time and quickly began to devour other source crystal pillars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As more and more source crystal pillars were devoured, Lin Zichen's blood and spirit strength continued to soar, and then the biological level also evolved along the way. Epic Level 2. Epic Level 3. Epic Level 4. Epic Level 5. Epic Level 6. When the last source crystal pillar was devoured, Lin Zichen's biological level has evolved from the first level of epic perfection to the 6th level of epic. Just one level higher than Shen Qinghan's 5th level of epic. Only one step away from becoming an epic high-level creature. Of all 5 levels in a row, Lin Zichen was excited. But soon, he calmed down. Calmed down. Stabilized the blood and spirit in the body. Then, he carefully sensed his evolved body. After sensing it, only 2 words emerged in his mind. Very strong. Several dimensions stronger than the first level of epic, at least tens of thousands of times stronger. After all, it evolved from the first level of epic to the 6th level of epic, and evolved 5 levels in a row. With such a large evolution, it is reasonable to have a large increase in strength. Lin Zi, what level have you evolved to? Seeing that Lin Zichen had swallowed all the source crystal pillars in this place, Shen Qinghan immediately asked impatiently. After hearing Shen Qinghan's question, Lin Zichen's mood, which had just calmed down, instantly became excited. Then, he couldn't help but raise a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, Epic Level 6. Epic Level 6? Shen Qinghan widened her eyes, and said in disbelief, So high. Soon, the surprise on her face turned into excitement, and she was happy for Lin Zichen from the bottom of her heart. But the excitement didn't last long. She pouted her cherry lips again, and said speechlessly, No, why is your biological level always exactly 1 level higher than mine? Are you doing it on purpose? Lin Zichen was also speechless. No, can this be done on purpose? Of course you can. Shen Qinghan explained with reason. Of course you can do it on purpose. You are so powerful, and have so many incredible abilities. It is normal for you to be able to control a biological level. Lin Zichen was really speechless. You are too whimsical. It would be a waste if you don't write a novel. The two did not chat for too long, just a few words. Soon, they turned around into space at the bottom of the pool, looking for other spaces that might have a large number of source crystals. The dead Qin Chuan once told by Wu Bian and Shangwan Yuehua, who also died, that there were other spaces full of source crystals in this ruins. Lin Zichen heard it all, and thought about searching around to see if he could find it. In this way, he and Shen Qinghan searched in the ruins for a full half-month. Every corner was searched. However, nothing was found. Not even a trace of a source crystal was seen. Lin Zi, the city lord, must be lying. There are not so many source crystals in this ruins. Shen Qinghan frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable, and felt sorry for wasting a whole half-month. Lin Zichen didn't think it was a waste of time. He felt that time was the least valuable cost. It is impossible to obtain evolutionary resources without wasting time. It is impossible for a person to get rewards for everything he does in his life. It will always be a waste of time. Moreover, it is not that there was no gain in the past half-month. It's just that no source crystals were found. There are still some exotic flowers and plants. And the grades are very high. All of them are epic exotic flowers and plants. Let's leave here, and go back to the city to see the situation, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan was puzzled. Didn't they say that there are too many treacherous people in the city, and it's not safe? Why do you want to go back there? Lin Zichen looked confident. Not very safe, that was in the past. Now our creatures are all at the epic middle level. After the death of the city lord and the 2 deputy city lords, we are basically the strongest group of fighters in the city. There may be legendary strongmen in the city, but the level is estimated to be not much higher, at most the legendary low level. With the strength of the 2 of us, even if we can't beat the other party, we can easily escape. That's right. Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement, thinking that what Lin Zichen said made sense. After making the decision to return to the city, the 2 did not waste any more time, and quickly left the ruins, and came to the outside world where it was drizzling. Then, they flew in the direction of lush vegetation. The south region is the origin of wood-type creatures. As long as you go forward in the direction of lush vegetation, you can reach the south region. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. It was so sudden. It was like a nuclear bomb suddenly exploded overhead. It startled both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. After a moment of coming to his senses, Lin Zichen quickly looked in the direction of the sound, and then what came into his eyes was an extremely shocking scene. The sky above his head was dyed black like dark clouds. The dim light instantly enveloped the entire land below, and the world seemed to be welcoming an unprecedented thunderstorm. Is that the black air of the land of silence? With the blessing of Eye of the Sky, Lin Zichen stared at the darkness in the sky for a while, and keenly discovered that this large area of darkness in the sky was exactly the same as the black air lingering on the aliens in the land of silence. Looking further away, he found that the darkness in the sky came from the direction of the south region. What happened in the south region? Was the Lord of Silence in the land of annihilation blown into a ball of black fog? Lin Zichen's mind was full of thoughts. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, the black fog in the sky began to spread towards the south region at a very fast speed. No! It didn't spread. It migrated. From time to time in the moving black fog, there were huge noises, bursts of dazzling fire, and powerful impact. This was not thunder in the dark clouds, but a fight between strong men. This meant that the darkness in the sky was most likely not caused by the Lord of Silence being blown up, but summoned by the Lord of Silence himself. It was similar to the expansion of the field. Realizing this, Lin Zichen quickly took Shen Qinghan away from the central region. The escape route avoided the darkness in the sky as much as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, the darkness in the sky will move from the south region to the central region, shrouding the entire central region in shadow. The sky above the south region. Qi Qingmo's side fell into a disadvantage. In the 3-on-3 situation, Qi Qingmo relied on her physical body to become a saint. Just by releasing her blood and qi, she could create a large void crack in the air. She had an absolute advantage from the beginning. However, the old tree, the Lord of Silence, and the Night King did not follow the moral principles of martial arts and summon the flower god to join the battle. In the 3-on-4 situation, Qi Qingmo was severely restrained, and the mountain master of Qingqiu Ancient Mountain, Su Meishao, was weak in the body, which led to the situation falling into a disadvantage. In team combat, once the shortcomings are obvious, they will fall into a difficult disadvantage. No, the disadvantage of 3 against 4 is too great. Over time, we will be defeated one by one. Su Meishao frowned and sent a message to Poseidon and Qi Qingmo with a serious expression. Poseidon and Qi Qingmo did not respond, and they were doing their best to resist the enemy's attack. Both knew that the disadvantage of 3 to 4 was huge. For them, the key was not to find the problem, but how to solve it. Su Meishao knew this in her heart, so after she said the problem, she quickly proposed a solution. Let's go to the central region, where there are mythical strongmen from the Earth side. The enemy of the enemy is a friend, and they will definitely help us. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. This sentence is said to Poseidon. In fact, the reason why Su Meishao was so sure that the mythical strongmen from the Earth in the central region would help her was because her old lover was there. She never had more than one old lover of Poseidon. It's not that she is promiscuous, but that she is responsible. She knows that her greatest advantage is to seduce men. Therefore, in order to get Qingqiu Ancient Mountain a better future, she will try to seduce any mythical strongman. The sea god of the East region was one of the mythical masters she had successfully seduced. The 2 male mythical masters from Earth, who were currently resting in the ruins of the central region, were also the ones she had successfully seduced. How did you know that there were mythical masters from Earth in the central region? The sea god sent a message to Su Meishao in confusion. There was also some suspicion in this suspicion. He suspected that Su Meishao had an affair with a mythical master from Earth, and that they had an inexplicable sensitive relationship. He knew that the fox girl from the ancient mountain of Qingqiu was promiscuous. Su Meishao did not explain, but decisively sent a message to him and Qi Qingma. Let's go to the central region. As soon as she finished speaking, her mental power suddenly surged, and her soul-stirring eyes burst into purple light. The next moment, a purple moon appeared out of thin air in the sky, emitting a dark purple light, illuminating the entire world in purple. The tree elder, Lord Ji, King Yi, and the flower god, who were bathed in this purple moonlight, instantly had purple eyes, and fell into an endless illusion world, and their minds were unclear. Hurry up, go to the central region. Su Meishao knew that she could not control these 4 mythical powerhouses for long, and immediately shouted to Qi Qingma and the sea god to urge them the moment she controlled them. The 2 who heard the shouting immediately broke through the void and headed for the central region without any hesitation. The 3 left in less than half a second. Lord Ji was the first to wake up from the illusion. Seeing that the world in front of him was shrouded in a purple moonlight, he immediately realized that he was in Su Meishi's illusion. In response, he immediately sacrificed his blood and instantly released all the source power in his sea of consciousness, and with a bang, a large area of thick black fog was dispersed. Once these black fogs appeared, they tore open a large number of bottomless void cracks in the air. Through these void cracks, in just a blink of an eye, the black fog invaded the entire world, turning the world covered by the purple moonlight into a pitch-black darkness. At the moment when the world became pitch black, the old tree, the Night King, and the flower god escaped from the illusion at the same time. The moment the 3 mythical strongmen woke up, they realized that they had just been trapped in Su Meishi's illusion. Among them, the flower god frowned and said, "The fox girl in Qingqiu Ancient Mountain is difficult to deal with." They fled to the direction of the central region. The Lord of Silence said this in a dead voice, and the next second he merged with the surrounding black fog and spread towards the direction of the central region at a high speed. Seeing this, the tree elder, the Night King, and the flower god immediately followed. They had the upper hand, so what they needed to do now was to pursue the enemy and kill them all. Chapter 285. Above the central region. It was calm. There were no clouds in the sky. Suddenly, 3 huge cracks appeared in the sky, exuding a cold aura, and 3 figures with extremely strong biological pressure rushed out of the cracks. They were Qi Qingma, Poseidon, and Su Meishao. In order to reverse the disadvantageous situation, the 3 flew all the way from the south region to the central region. Sima Xian, Mr. Li, come out. The first thing Su Meishao did when she arrived was to look down at a lake under her feet and shout. Her 2 old lovers on Earth were hiding in the lake below to nourish their bodies. Not long after the voice fell, the calm lake surface suddenly began to waver without wind, and regular ripples slowly emerged from the center and spread out until they spread into regular circles. Then, 3 ethereal figures broke out of the water from the center of the circle. From the appearance, one is a middle-aged man in his early 40s, one is an old man in his 60s, and the other is a young woman in her early 30s. This is just from the appearance. In fact, the age of the 3 will not be less than 1,000 years old. Because the 3 of them always exude a very oppressive biological pressure, which is no less powerful than Su Meishao and the sea god, and is on par with the strongest Qi Qingma among them. With such strength, the age is bound to be not young. Not to mention 1,000 years, even if they have lived for a whole era, it would not be strange at all. It's you 3? Seeing the 3 people breaking through the water clearly, Qi Qingma couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and a touch of surprise appeared on his beautiful face. The three people in front of her are strong people of the same era as her. In those days, they were all called immortals, and they were mythical creatures standing at the top of that era. She never dreamed that she would meet an acquaintance from that era in this strange place. This was too much of a coincidence. On the other side, the three people also recognized Chichingmo. Among them, the woman in the middle, Xianyuan, said with some emotion, "I never thought that you, a crazy woman, could survive the end of the Law era with depleted spiritual energy. It seems that you have successfully adapted to this new era. How did you three survive?" Chichingmo looked at the three old acquaintances in front of him and asked in a cold tone, not caring about the crazy woman just now. "I survived by changing my cultivation system." Xianyuan did not hide anything and answered slowly. "The three of us changed from the spiritual energy system to the source power system, and then we gradually adapted to this new era." After hearing this, Chichingmo couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you change your cultivation system?" She was able to adapt to this new era, relying on the pure-blooded humans. Relying on absorbing and refining the creatures of the source land to replenish her energy. Xianyuan just smiled and didn't answer Chichingmo's question. This was a method she had spent several epochs to find out, and she would not tell Chichingmo for free. Just as she wanted to ask Chichingmo for a reward for sharing this method of changing the system. Sizzle! 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 There was a sound of air breaking. For shocking huge cracks suddenly appeared behind the crowd. Then, for figures with extremely strong biological pressure walked out of it. The visitors were the four mythical creatures, the Tree Old Man, the Lord of Silence, the Night King, and the Flower God. As soon as these four mythical creatures appeared, they saw Sima Xian, Li Lao, and Xianyuan, three mythical strongmen from Earth. For a moment, everyone frowned, as if facing a great enemy. The original 4-3 situation suddenly became 4-6, and the advantages and disadvantages were instantly reversed. "Go!" The cautious Night King quickly shouted to his companions beside him. Before the voice fell completely, he had already flashed and tore a huge crack behind him to escape from here. Seeing this, the Tree Elder, the Lord of Silence, and the Flower God did not hesitate for a moment, and quickly tore a huge crack behind them to escape from here with the Night King. "Can you escape?" The white-haired and white-bearded Li Lao smiled, and raised his hand to throw out a bone plate covered with runes. As soon as the bone plate left his hand, it immediately turned into a huge void cage, completely sealing the land covered by itself, prohibiting any living creatures from passing through. Even he himself could not escape the imprisonment of the void cage. The only way to escape is to wait for time to pass slowly, and wait for the void cage to gradually become less unbreakable as time passes, until it disappears completely. In front, under the imprisonment of the void cage, the four mythical strongmen, who wanted to escape were all stopped at the same time. The void cracks they opened up were now blocked by the void cage, and they could not break through the void to teleport. "Kill him with all your strength and break the cage!" The old tree reacted very quickly. Seeing that he and others were trapped in the void cage, and could not escape, he immediately made the decision to kill Li Lao. The void cage in front of him was released by Li Lao. "As long as we kill old Li, we will most likely be able to break the void cage. Although it is 4-6, if the goal is not to win a complete victory, but to kill one of the opponents and then quickly escape from the battlefield, there is a great chance that it can be achieved." Lord G, Night King, and Flower God all know this truth, so when they heard the old tree shouting, they all turned around and killed Old Li. Old Li had expected this, and at the moment when he just threw out the pelvis, he had already pulled back a distance and hid behind Chichingmo and others to protect himself. The other 5 people saw that the other side was coming, and they also opened fire at full force, trying to solve this battle of fewer people against more people as quickly as possible. Among them, Chichingmo had a clear goal, and his whole body burst into blood, and he rushed towards the Night King. She had a conflict with the Night King, and now was a good time to get rid of the threat in advance. Boom! There was only a terrifying sound of a bang. Night King couldn't stand Chichingmo's attack. With just a simple blow from Chichingmo, his chi and blood became chaotic, and he was shot down from the sky by Chichingmo. "Save me!" Realizing that the situation was not good, Night King shouted to his companions above him immediately, his eyes full of fear. The Tree Elder, Lord of Silence, and Flower God who heard the voice ignored his call for help. At present, the 3 of them only had Old Li in their eyes. They just wanted to kill Old Li quickly. Then they ran away. As for Night King's life, it was gone. It's better to die alone than to die together. With the Tree Elder, Lord of Silence, and Flower God watching him die without saving him. Soon, There was a loud bang. The Night King, whose biological level was as high as the mythical level, was punched through the chest by Chi-Ching-Ma. His heart flew out with a lot of blood and essence, and then was caught by Chi-Ching-Ma, and instantly refined into chi and blood power and absorbed. Then, another boom sounded. The Night King's head was also blown up by a punch, and a large amount of source power escaped from the sea of consciousness and spread around without direction. It was just not long after it spread, it was sucked into a ball by a strong suction force, until it condensed into a blue water ball and fell into Chi-Ching-Ma's jade hand. Then, it was brought to Chi-Ching-Ma's mouth, swallowed in one gulp, and refined into energy for his own use. Boom! The familiar voice sounded again. Chi-Ching-Ma punched casually, and the remaining body of the Night King was blown into a ball of blood mist. Under the action of suction, the blood mist quickly collapsed into a bright red pill, and then Chi-Ching-Ma swallowed it into his stomach to absorb and refine it. At the moment when the Night King completely fell, the sky and the earth were strange, and the wind and clouds were surging. The world seemed to have ushered in the end of the world, and the whole sky was stained with a layer of blood like bright red color. Then, there were thunder and lightning, howling winds, and blood-colored raindrops as big as beans poured down, dyeing the entire land blood red. The shrill sound of the wind, the unstoppable blood rain. This is the heaven that gave birth to all things, crying for a dead mythical creature, announcing the fall of a mythical creature with the most shrill cry and the saddest tears of blood. On the other side, the old tree, the Lord of Silence, and the God of Flowers all noticed that the Night King had fallen. This mythical strongman, who had been in the southern border for several epochs, did not even have the opportunity to recast his flesh and blood from beginning to end under Chi-Ching-Ma's attack. He had no power to fight back the whole time. In just a blink of an eye, he fell in the sky above the eastern region. For this scene, the old tree, the Lord of Silence, and the God of Flowers were shocked and a little desperate. They knew Chi-Ching-Ma was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. They killed the strong men of the same level without any rules or discipline. It was this little despair that made them even crazier and attacked Li Lao desperately. Li Lao's 2 fists were no match for 6 hands, and he almost died and became dust in the long river of time. Fortunately, the 4 mythical strongmen, Poseidon, Su Meishao, Sima Xian, Xian Yuan Wanyu, etc., took action in time, which saved his life and prevented him from being killed on the spot by the completely crazy tree old man, Lord of Silence, and Flower God. And the tree old man, Lord of Silence, and Flower God, who had just attacked Li Lao madly, with only Li Lao as their target, ignoring the full-strength attack of others, were now seriously injured and fell freely from a high altitude. Just when they were attacking Li Lao, Poseidon and others were also attacking them. Having endured a large number of attacks, their bodies were now riddled with holes, unable to fight anymore, and could only watch themselves falling down. Just as the Sea God and others were about to finish them off, the Flower God, who was the most seriously injured, suddenly had shocking cracks all over her graceful body. Once those cracks appeared, they immediately spread like a spider web, covering her entire body. Then, a large number of green buds grew out of the cracks, instantly covering the Flower God's body. The Sea God and others noticed this abnormality on the Flower God, and immediately launched the most violent attack on him, wanting to kill him as soon as possible to avoid any unnecessary changes. Boom! 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 The powerful mythical attacks continued to pour down on the Flower God's body like raindrops. Under such intensive and high-intensity attacks, even Chi-Ching-Ma, who had an extremely strong body, could hardly resist. However, the Flower God, whose body was weaker than that of the same level, resisted all the attacks at this moment. No matter how powerful the attack was, it could not break the defense of his body. The green buds on the surface of his body were full of boundless vitality, forming a light green protective film on the surface of his body. Even the attack of the mythical strongman could not leave any trace on the protective film. What's going on? What is the green light film on the Flower God? Why can't it completely resist our attack? The Sea God said with a puzzled look, with a hint of fear in his puzzlement. He has lived for several epochs, and asked himself that he should have encountered everything, even knowing where the treasures were buried. But the green light film on the Flower God's body in front of him was unheard of and unseen. Others around him also frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Especially Chi-Ching-Ma. She knew clearly how powerful her attack was, but at this moment, she had no way to deal with the light film on the Flower God's body, which made her doubt her life. Just when everyone was puzzled. Lord Wood God, please save me. The old tree, who was falling at a high speed, suddenly looked at the Flower God and shouted excitedly. He was not shouting at the flower god, but at the wood god. At the moment his voice fell. Boom! The flower god's body suddenly exploded, and a large number of green roots and green thorny vines burst out in an instant. As soon as the green roots appeared, they immediately shot towards the ground at a speed like a stream of light, piercing into the ground one after another to absorb nutrients crazily. With the supply of nutrients, the roots and vines grew rapidly. The vines were all intertwined in an orderly manner, forming a thick trunk, which turned into a towering tree that could not be seen from the top, soaring into the sky, spreading branches and leaves, and shrouding the entire central region in a shadow. Wood god? Su Meishao opened her beautiful eyes wide, revealing a trace of fear in her eyes. It is actually the wood god, one of the 5 elements gods. Why would he revive at this time? The sea god beside him also showed fear when he heard it. The 5 elements god is the oldest god in the source land. All the mythical creatures in the source land can only prove the mythical creatures by standing on their shoulders. Ordinary mythical creatures are not at the same level as the 5 elements god. The gap between them may be much larger than the gap between legendary creatures and mythical creatures. Quick, kill the old tree and the Lord of Silence, and leave quickly after you succeed. Su Meishao quickly recovered from her fear and shouted, making the best choice for the current situation. Today, we have seriously injured the old tree and the Lord of Silence, and we have a chance to kill them. If we don't kill them now, we may not have the chance to kill them in the future. Qingmo and others heard this, and without saying a word, they opened fire and rushed towards the seriously injured old tree and the Lord of Silence, wanting to wipe out these 2 mythical strongmen who are hostile to the earth. Unfortunately, at the moment they attacked. Buzz! 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 A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The next second, a large number of vines with green light suddenly shot out from the towering tree that reached the sky at a speed that was so fast that it could tear countless void cracks in the air, and attack Qingmo and others. Chapter 286. Southern Region. In front of various cities on Earth. At a glance, there are densely packed alien plants, beasts, or people everywhere. Before participating in the war, mythical strongmen such as Tree Old Man, Lord of Silence, and Night King had already arranged relevant siege plans. The plan is very simple. When they fight with the human race and entangle the top combat power of the human race, their troops take the opportunity to attack the cities on Earth. The top combat power on the Earth side is almost as good as the top combat power on the Source side because of a few old antiques. As for the mid to high-end combat power on the Earth side, it is far inferior to the Source side. As long as the top combat power on the Earth side is successfully delayed and cannot support the city in time, then under the attack of the mid to high-end combat power of the Source, it is only a matter of time before the city is breached, and there is no difficulty at all. In front of city number 1, a large number of scarlet thorny vines soared into the sky, and with the towering giant trees, they formed a ring-shaped high wall that surrounded the entire city. Above the city, there was a large area of black fog as dark as ink, which enveloped the entire city in shadow, and fell into a dark place where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, and was filled with the despair of cold and death everywhere. In the darkness, countless alien plants, beasts, and people were ready to attack the city at any time. On the high wall of the city gate, a group of city leaders stood solemnly. Some were looking down at the alien plants, beasts, and people under the high wall. Some were looking at the tree wall more than 10 miles away. Some were looking up at the black fog above the city. No matter which direction the people looked in, their brows were frowned, their expressions were extremely solemn, and there was a hint of despair in their eyes. There are so many alien plants, beasts, and people that the entire city is surrounded. In this situation, there is no possibility of winning. There is only a city defense formation outside the city, otherwise the city would have been breached long ago. However, although the city defense formation is powerful, it consumes too many source crystals and cannot last for too long. After a long time, the source crystals are not enough, and the city defense formation will become ineffective. At that time, the alien races outside the city will enter in droves, and the entire city will fall. Lord Yi, what should we do next? A sturdy middle-aged man looked at Yi Yongsheng with concern and asked. He knew that the city defense formation would not last long, and he must find a solution as soon as possible, otherwise it would only be a matter of time before the city was breached. Yi Yongsheng was silent for a moment, and then answered expressionlessly, close the biological channel and prepare for a fight to the death. As the deputy state lord in charge of the affairs of the source, when he learned that Qin Chuan and others had left the city for a long time, he immediately rushed to city number 1 to take charge. City number 1 is the most important stronghold of the earth in the source, and it cannot be lost. Otherwise, the Earth will lose its foundation for stationing in the source. Based on this, even if there is little hope of defending the city, it must be defended to the maximum extent. No matter how many people are sacrificed, they must be strictly guarded. Hearing Yi Yongqing's answer, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. Sure enough, the only way left is to fight to the death. Thinking about it, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and proposed to Yi Yongqing, "Lord Yi, our Earth's top evolutionary geniuses are all in City Number 1. Do you want to send them back to Earth and then close the biological channel? The evolutionary geniuses in City Number 1 are the backbone of the future of the Earth. If they are sacrificed in the following death battle, it will undoubtedly be a waste of precious things and the evolutionary talents of these geniuses. Geniuses should be well protected and grown in the early stage, and then they can serve the Earth when they become strong in the future. Therefore, the geniuses in City Number 1 should not participate in the war that may break out at any time." Yi Yongqing looked into the distance and said lightly, "Genius is like jade. It needs to be polished before it can be worth a fortune. Geniuses that have not been polished are just a piece of waste stone." But the middle-aged man wanted to persuade him again. Yi Yongqing did not give him this opportunity and looked directly at him and said coldly, "Military orders are like mountains." The middle-aged man moved his mouth and wanted to say something else, but in the end, he swallowed it back under the pressure of Yi Yongqing's tyranny. He said nothing and chose to obey the order to close the biological channel. Once this biological channel is closed, even a legendary strongman like Yi Yongqing cannot open it again. Only a mythical master can reopen it. In this way, even if City Number 1 is completely breached, hostile alien plants, beasts, and humans will not be able to enter the Earth through the biological channel. Closing the biological channel is the last line of defense to protect the Earth. Look, there is a strange phenomenon in the sky and Earth over in the central region. A mythical master has fallen. A mythical master has fallen. Who is it? What is that? What a big tree! The work of the sun and moon holy land? A cry of surprise suddenly sounded from the high wall of the city gate. Many people noticed that an amazing war broke out in the central region, and they were shocked by the intensity of the war and felt unbelievable. Mythical strongmen are the top fighting forces in the source land. However, at this moment, a mythical strongman fell. This made everyone present feel very unreal for a while, and suspected that they were dreaming. Yi Yongqing also noticed the movement that broke out in the central region. However, he did not pay attention to who the fallen mythical creature was like others. His attention was on the towering tree that reached the sky. The wood god has revived? Will it not be revived in another 10 years? Why is it revived now? Yi Yongqing stared at the towering tree that suddenly appeared in the central region, frowning tightly, and was puzzled. He liked to proceed according to the plan, and did not like the plan to change in the middle. The sudden early resurrection of the wood god made him feel uneasy. Above the twisted jungle with strange plants, Lin Zichen held Shen Qihan and flew at high speed, like a stream of light, trying his best to get away from the central region and rush to the southern region. The noise of the battle from the central region behind him shocked him. Especially the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by the fall of the mythical strongman, which made him feel fearful and a little lucky to have escaped death. Fortunately, he escaped quickly and decisively before, and did not stay in the ruins for a long time. Otherwise, he would have been killed in the aftermath of this mythical battle. Died silently. Died with eyes wide open. Lin Zi, which mythical strongman do you think fell? Shen Qihan, who was held in his arms, stared at the direction of the central region, and her delicate and pretty face was full of shock. It was hard for her to imagine that a creature with a mythical level could just die like this. You know, epic creatures are already strong enough to withstand nuclear bombs. And mythical creatures are 2 levels higher than epic creatures. Logically speaking, creatures of this level should be immortal. And at this moment, they just died like this. This is really unbelievable. Lin Zichen, who was listening on the side, also felt unbelievable. Su Jiujiu is just a rare creature, but he has the biological attribute of being difficult to kill by breaking off his tail and escaping. And there are many means, such as illusions and clones. Extremely difficult to deal with, extremely difficult to kill. And mythical creatures, logically speaking, will be even more difficult to kill than Su Jiujiu. But the reality is that a mythical creature has fallen not long after the mythical war in the central region broke out. This is too unexpected. It would be great if I could devour the corpse of a mythical creature on the spot, but what a pity. Lin Zichen muttered to himself. Not to mention devouring the origin of life and opening the atlas to obtain extremely powerful biological attributes. The source crystal in the body of the mythical creature alone has a huge devouring value. The evolutionary benefits obtained by devouring the source crystal of the mythical strongman are definitely far greater than the evolutionary benefits obtained by devouring those source crystals in the ruins. After all, he is a mythical strongman. Of course, the premise is that this mythical strongman is a creature in the source land. Only creatures in the source area have source crystals in their bodies. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. When almost a week had passed, Lin Zichen and Shin, who came out of the ruins of the central region, finally returned to the southern region and arrived at the dangerous area in front of city number 1. The two stopped moving forward just as they arrived above the edge of the dangerous area. They didn't dare to go any further, because they were surprised to find that city number 1 was surrounded by a large area of demonic plants, and there were groups of strange beasts and strange people surging around, and the situation was very serious. Lin Zi, the whole city is surrounded, and we can't go back, Shin said with a worried look on her face when she saw the situation in front of her. After that, she advised again, let's not go back to the city, just change places to hide. This is the first time since she entered the source area for so long that she didn't panic in the face of an emergency, and she was able to calm down and think about it, and took the initiative to make suggestions. In the past, she would have turned pale, her palms sweating with nervousness, and asked Lin Zichen with a trembling voice what to do now. Lin Zichen's attention was now focused on the alien plants, beasts, and people outside the city. With the help of Eye of the Sky and Danger Sense, he could see clearly from a distance of dozens of miles, and knew the situation outside the city. The situation was very serious. Among the alien plants, beasts, and people participating in the siege, there were legendary creatures. And there were as many as 2 hands. There were hundreds of epic creatures below. With such combat power, even if the city lord Qin Chuan and others were alive, and still in the city, it would be difficult to deal with. The reason why city number 1, which lacks strong garrisons, has been able to hold out until now, and has not been breached is all thanks to the defense formation. But strangely, the aliens participating in the siege were not in a hurry to attack the city, and did not use huge firepower to attack the defense formation and consume the source crystals in the city. I don't know what they are waiting for. After spending some time observing the situation, Lin Zichen made a decision and said to Shin in his arms, let's go back to the city. There is a defense formation in the city, and it will be safer to go back to the city. The most important thing is that once the city is breached by aliens and the biological passage in the city is lost, we can also take the biological passage back to Earth to protect our family first. He couldn't let go of his family on Earth. His parents were very important to him, and his newborn sister was also important. He couldn't abandon his family. Shin was scared when she heard it. When she was thinking about the problem just now, she directly forgot about her family on Earth. She only cared about the current situation of herself and Lin Zichen. She only thought that it would be safer for her and Lin Zichen to move to other places instead of returning to the city. She never expected that if the city was breached and the aliens swarmed to the biological channel, the situation on the Earth would be extremely bad. After all, the strong men on the Earth are basically on the source side. Once a legendary alien race breaks into the Earth, it will be a massacre. And the family on Earth will hardly be spared. After calming down a little, Shin frowned and asked, but now the city is surrounded by aliens. How can we go back to the city? Lin Zichen said calmly, this is simple. If the road in the sky is blocked, then we will take the road underground instead. Take the underground route instead? Shin blinked her watery peach blossom eyes. Lin Zichen didn't explain to Shin but chose to demonstrate it directly with actions. He brought Shin down to the ground, dispersed his mental power to find a place with relatively soft geology, and then activated the digging instinct to dig a tunnel on the spot. The average biological level of the giant alien rats is only ordinary level 5. If there is enough time, they can dig a tunnel tens of thousands of meters deep under Shanghai City. Lin Zichen, who also has the biological attribute of digging instinct, has a biological level far exceeding the average level of the giant alien rats, as high as epic level 6. Digging a mere 10,000 meter tunnel can be done with just hands. Under Lin Zichen's efficient digging, in just a few seconds, a tunnel tens of thousands of meters deep appeared under the ground. And all this, whether it is the aliens outside the city or the Earthlings in the city, none of them discovered it. After the creature level reached the epic 6th level, Lin Zichen's means of concealing his breath became stronger, and even legendary creatures could hardly detect his existence. As for Shin under the unknown concealment aura of the Water God Palace, his breath was also hidden. Soon, Lin Zichen led Shin to advance dozens of miles in the tunnel that was tens of thousands of meters deep. All the way without any danger, they successfully arrived at the bottom of the city. After reaching the bottom, Lin Zichen wanted to take Shen Qihan up, but he found that the bottom of the city was also wrapped by the city defense formation. He couldn't get in at all. Sure enough, he couldn't get in, Lin Zichen said in his heart. However, he had expected this. He felt that there were always more solutions than difficulties. Think carefully, there is always a solution. Just as he was thinking about these in a good mood, suddenly, the surrounding sand began to loosen. The next second, countless scarlet plant roots extended upward from the surroundings, aiming directly at the bottom of the city. It was not until then that Lin Zichen suddenly realized that the aliens outside the city, who had never attacked the city, wanted to enter the city from the bottom, just as he thought. Chapter 287. A large number of scarlet roots slowly emerged from the depths of the ground, quietly approaching the bottom of the city. The moment they saw these roots, Lin Zichen's face was solemn, and Shen Qihan's pretty face turned pale. At this moment, both of them thought that they had completely exposed their positions, and were about to be attacked crazily by these scarlet roots. However, these scarlet roots ignored the two of them, and surged straight to the bottom of the city above, seemingly not noticing their existence. Lin Zichen and Shen Qihan noticed this, and immediately held their breath, stopped motionlessly in place, and quietly watched the scarlet roots around them surging upwards. I don't know how long it took. It was probably 10 seconds, half a minute, or 1 minute. Until he was sure that he was safe, Lin Zichen started digging again, changed the digging direction, and took Shen Qihan away from these scarlet roots. Just as the two were about to leave, suddenly, the magic circle at the bottom of the city disappeared instantly. At the same time, the surrounding scarlet roots surged up faster. In just a blink of an eye, these scarlet roots broke through the bottom of the city like a drill and entered the city. Lin Zichen, who witnessed this scene, was stunned for a moment, and then he was terrified. The magic circle at the bottom of the city was not broken. Instead, it suddenly disappeared. What is going on? Someone in the city is colluding with the aliens outside the city? The reason why the magic circle at the bottom of the city disappeared is because someone is doing something wrong? What level of existence is this person who can control the city defense formation? Epic? Legendary? It should be legendary. The biological level is as high as legendary, so this traitor must be a high-ranking city leader with considerable authority in the city. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen's expression became more solemn. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made the decision to follow these scarlet roots into the city, and quickly took Shen Qihan to dig at the bottom of the city above. He wanted to follow the tribesmen in the city, and participate in the upcoming war. The purpose of participating was not to advance and retreat together with the tribesmen, but simply to kill the alien race, and obtain a large number of alien corpses for himself to devour. He has the two biological attributes of the strong prey on the weak, and the source of devouring. As long as the corpses he devours are strong enough and numerous enough, his biological level can advance by leaps and bounds. In the city, under the high wall, at a glance, everywhere you look, there are densely packed people. At this moment, almost everyone in the city gathered here, ready to fight with the alien race outside the city at any time. Under a lush and towering tree, the most talented geniuses in the city gathered together with weapons in hand, listening carefully to the psychological preparation given to them by a city leader, or encouragement, or chicken blood. The number of geniuses in this group is as high as hundreds. Except for Luo Qianxue and other alien geniuses of the current period, the remaining nearly 100 people are all alien geniuses of the past. Among these alien geniuses of the past, the strongest one has reached the 3rd level of epic. As long as one step further, it can become an epic mid-level creature. This strongest alien-level genius is now 68 years old, and has graduated from the alien-level genius team for 38 years. Except for him, all the members of his class have died. All died in the Source Land. Most of them died in the process of opening up the Source Land. 38 years ago, the Earth's understanding of the Source Land was far less than it is now. Now the understanding of the Source Land is all based on the step-by-step opening up of the strong. The process of opening up the Source Land is full of dangers, and many geniuses and strong people have died in this process. It is because of the increasing understanding of the Source Land in recent years that the death rate in the alien-level team has been reduced. Otherwise, half of the alien-level genius team of that year is afraid that they have died now. Then within a few years, only 1 or 2 of the strongest will die, and the others will all become cannon fodder. The source crystal reserves in the city are running low, and the city defense formation will disappear soon. The moment the city defense formation disappears, it's the moment we go into battle to kill the enemy. Although the upcoming war is full of dangers, many people will sacrifice and become a corpse on the battlefield, or even no bones left. But you are all geniuses. For others, this war is full of dangers, but for you, this war is full of opportunities. Zhou Hai, you have been stuck at the epic 3rd level for almost 10 years. The reason why you have been stuck for so long is not that your evolutionary talent is not high enough, but that you have not obtained enough evolutionary resources. The upcoming war will just provide you with an opportunity to obtain a large number of evolutionary resources. You must seize it. Qin Yong'an, you have been stuck at the rare 9th level for 5 years, and the same is true. And Zhong Xiaofeng, Wu Jiaming, Zhang Zi, the same is true for the 3 of you. The city leader kept pumping up the crowd, and each pump was accurately hit on every genius who was eager to break through the biological level. Many geniuses present were originally a little afraid of fighting. After listening to the words of the city leader, everyone was encouraged and slightly excited. Just when these geniuses were in high spirits, bang, 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 bursts of dull sounds rang out like raindrops. A large number of scarlet roots broke out of the ground and soared into the sky under the gaze of many people. Then, they turned into creepy venomous snakes and launched a fierce attack on everyone in the city. At this moment, the city was noisy, and shouts rang out one after another. Many people with lower biological levels were directly penetrated by the scarlet roots, and their blood and chi were instantly sucked dry, turning them into shrunken corpses. The scarlet roots that had absorbed blood and chi were growing longer and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had been injected with high concentrations of growth hormones. In the blink of an eye, they changed from tiny roots to thick and huge trunks. Then, they spread out branches and leaves, covering the entire land below in shadows. Save me! What's going on? How did these alien plants break through the city defense formation and kill their way in? Quick, save people! As the shouts rang out, the entire city fell into complete chaos. After a long time, some strong people finally responded and rescued the weak ones attacked by the scarlet roots. However, there were too many weak ones and too few strong ones. It was impossible to rescue every weak one by manpower. As the scarlet roots continued to pour out, the number of casualties continued to increase. The city, which was originally bustling with people, soon turned into a purgatory full of desperate shouts. Under the lush and towering trees, countless scarlet roots entangled together, forming an airtight blood net, covering the hundreds of alien geniuses under the tree. The alien geniuses were not lambs to be slaughtered. At the moment the blood net was formed, they scattered in all directions and avoided this sudden attack without any danger. Bang! 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 There was a sound of breaking through the ground, and a large number of scarlet roots rushed into the sky, launching the most violent attack on the people in the city. Luo Qianxue, who was on an icicle, was attacked by countless scarlet roots at this moment. Facing the impenetrable attack of the scarlet roots, she had nowhere to escape. However, she did not think of escaping. At the moment, when the scarlet roots were less than half a centimeter away from her whole body was directly transformed into a ball of elemental ice air, allowing the scarlet roots to pass through it and freeze into crystal clear icicles. Just when she thought she had successfully avoided this attack. Crack! 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 A sound of hard objects breaking was heard. The next second, the scarlet roots that were frozen into icicles broke through the ice directly, carrying wisps of blood-red mist, and suddenly wrapped around Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue was not panicked at all. She was now completely elementalized, and theoretically immune to any physical attack. The root system could not do anything to her. She thought so, but the scene that happened next instantly shattered her naive idea. The scarlet roots lingering with blood-red chi and blood did not penetrate directly as before when they touched her. Instead, they touched the entity and instantly entangled like a python, wrapping Luo Qianxue into an airtight cicada pupa. Then, a large number of sharp spikes grew on the roots, piercing into Luo Qianxue's body, trying to absorb the chi and blood power and sea of consciousness contained in her body. Luo Qianxue did not sit and wait for death. She immediately burst out the source power in her body to forcibly break free from the shackles of these scarlet roots. Unfortunately, the rank of these scarlet roots was much higher than hers. No matter how strong her source power burst out, she couldn't break free from the tightening scarlet roots. I can't break free. I'm going to die. After realizing that she couldn't save herself, Luo Qianxue's face was full of despair. She still had many wishes to fulfill, and didn't want to disappear from this world so soon. Although she didn't want to, her chance of survival in this situation was basically zero. What awaited her next would be that all her blood would be sucked dry until she became a shrunken corpse with no vitality. Just when she had lost hope of survival. Boom! A deafening sound exploded. At the moment the sound exploded, two figures that were tightly pressed together broke out of the ground and appeared in the sight of many people around. It was Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. The two followed the steps of the Scarlet Roots, broke out of the ground from deep underground, and returned to the city. When they saw the tragic scene of corpses lying everywhere in the city, they were deeply shocked and felt as if they had come to the legendary hell. These Scarlet Roots rushed into the city only half a minute earlier. But in this short half minute, these Scarlet Roots actually turned the whole city upside down, and desperate shouts and cries were everywhere. Save people. Lin Zichen, who saw the tragic scene in the city, said this to Shen Qinghan at the first time. As soon as the voice fell, his whole body of blood and chi burst out, and countless blood blades condensed in his hands. Then, there was a burst of swoosh breaking through the air. The blood blade in his hand instantly shot out like an arrow, aiming directly at the surrounding Scarlet Roots. Schwa! 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 Accompanied by such a sharp cutting sound. Wherever the blood blade passed, the Scarlet Roots were shattered all over the ground, turning into piles of sawdust that drifted in the wind. Shen Qinghan, who was standing by, did not daze either. Soon, his mental power burst out, controlling a large amount of groundwater to gush out of the surface, condensing into a 1,000-meter-long water dragon, circling and breathing in the city. On the other side, Luo Qianxue, who had just been entangled into an airtight cicada pupa, successfully escaped from the cicada pupa with the help of the blood blade. The moment she escaped, she saw Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan not far away. When she saw Lin Zichen hovering in the sky, controlling the blood blades in the sky to easily destroy the Scarlet Roots, she was stunned for a moment, and her face was full of doubts about life. She could clearly feel that Lin Zichen had become stronger again. Moreover, he was becoming stronger exponentially. He was so strong that she was just an ant that could be crushed to death by Lin Zichen. How did he suddenly become so much stronger? Luo Qianxue looked up at Lin Zichen in the sky, feeling puzzled. But soon, a scene that puzzled her even more appeared. Shen Qinghan, who was beside Lin Zichen, could actually perform as strong as Lin Zichen at this moment. With a wave of his hand, Shen Qinghan controlled a large amount of groundwater, condensed a huge water dragon, swallowed all the Scarlet Roots along the way, crushed them into powder, dissolved them in the water, and disappeared. How can she be so strong? Luo Qianxue looked at Shen Qinghan, who was controlling a 1,000-meter water dragon, with shock in her eyes, and her cognition was completely overturned. You know, when Shen Qinghan first joined the team of extraordinary geniuses, he was just an inconspicuous little transparent. How long has it been now? How did you become so much stronger? Just when Luo Qianxue was doubting her life. Boom! A loud noise came from under the high wall. The city gate made of special crystals was suddenly opened without any warning. Then, a voice full of confusion and fear rang out. Lord Yi, what are you doing? Why are you opening the city gate? Hearing this terrified sentence, many people who were fighting turned their heads to look in the direction of the city gate. Among them, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were also included. Lin Zichen was almost the first person to look in the direction of the voice. The next second after he looked over, his brows instantly frowned, and his expression became extremely solemn. The city gate that was originally closed was now wide open on both sides, opening a huge hole under the solid high wall, allowing the foreigners outside the city to enter in a stream. The strange plants from the Sun and Moon Holy Land, the strange beasts from the Night Cave, and the strange people from the Land of Silence all swarmed towards the city gate at this moment. There were so many of these strange races pouring in that the entire city was on the verge of collapse after being trampled by them. Chapter 288. Lin Zi, the city gate is open. Shen Qinghan, who was controlling the 1,000-meter water dragon, shouted to Lin Zichen, who was not far away, when he saw the city gate suddenly open and a large number of aliens filed in. There was a hint of tension and fear in his voice. There were too many aliens. When so many of them filed in, the whole city was shaky and looked like it would collapse at any time. Lin Zichen, who heard the shout, quickly flew to Shen Qinghan. On the way, his eyes fell on the high wall, looking at the Deputy State Lord Yi Yongshen on the high wall. He just heard the shout from the high wall, asking Yi Yongshen why he wanted to open the city gate. What does this mean? Why did Yi Yongshen open the city gate? Is Yi Yongshen a traitor? Deputy State Lord, a legendary strongman, one of the most powerful people on Earth. If such a person is really a traitor, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the human heart to resist the aliens. I hope that this deputy governor will open the city gate, Not because he is a traitor, but because he has other intentions. For example, to trick the aliens in and kill them. Lin Zichen thought so in his heart. While he was thinking about this, Shen Qinghan also flew towards him. Soon, the two people who were originally thousands of meters apart were reunited. What should we do next? Shen Qinghan frowned slightly and asked with a bit of worry. Lin Zichen said calmly, let's wait and see what happens. From a safety perspective, he should take Shen Qinghan away from this troubled place now, return to Earth through the biological channel, and protect his family on Earth. However, he couldn't bear to leave those alien races that were madly pouring into the city. These are all evolutionary resources. Under the effect of the strong prey on the weak, these evolutionary resources can allow him to obtain various biological attributes. Under the effect of eating source, his biological level can advance by leaps and bounds. If he doesn't try his best to obtain more evolutionary resources to improve his biological level now, when the mythical war will inevitably affect him, it will be too late. Escape is always a temporary solution. The only way to break the deadlock is to face the difficulties, and obtain a large amount of evolutionary resources to improve his own strength. Just when Lin Zichen decided to stay and fight the invading alien race. Puff! A dull sound of flesh and blood piercing came. Then, a voice full of disbelief and weakness sounded from a certain position on the high wall. Lord Yezhou, what are you doing? Hearing the three words Lord Yezhou, Lin Zichen immediately looked in the direction of the voice. The scene that immediately came into his eyes was an extremely shocking scene. The city leader, who had just questioned Yi Yongsheng and asked him why he opened the city gate, was pierced through the chest by Yi Yongsheng's bare hands, and a fresh heart appeared in Yi Yongsheng's hand. Yi Yongsheng did not answer the man's question, but suddenly tightened his 5 fingers and burst the heart in his hand. Then, a bloody mouth full of fangs opened in his chest, and under the horrified eyes of the people around him, he swallowed the man, who had lost his heart in front of him, into his stomach. Chewed it up. Tear it apart. Swallowed it into the stomach. Transformed into the power of qi and blood and absorbed completely. Lin Zichen was stunned when he witnessed the scene of Yi Yongsheng opening a bloody mouth in his stomach and swallowing a city leader alive. Traitor. This Yi Yongsheng is actually a traitor. Even a deputy state lord is a traitor. This earth is hopeless. When Lin Zichen was shocked by this. Traitor. This state lord Yi is a traitor. Everyone, stay away from him. Don't scatter, don't run, don't be a coward. Let's join forces to deal with him. After realizing that Yi Yongsheng was a traitor, the city leaders on the high wall shouted almost at the same time to remind each other. Hearing these shouts, Lin Zichen quickly swept in the direction of the sound, peeking at the biological level of the city leaders who made these shouts, to see if there is a chance to join forces with them to kill Yi Yongsheng. Legendary 4th level. Legendary 3rd level. Legendary 2nd level Great Perfection. Legendary 1st level. Epic 9th level Great Perfection. Epic 9th level. After a round of peeking, the city leaders who just shouted have a high biological level. All join forces together, they can completely deal with a legendary middle level strongman. If they cooperate well, they can even deal with the legendary 7th level strongman and become the final winner. But unfortunately, Yi Yongsheng, as the deputy governor, has a biological level as high as the legendary 8th level. 1 level higher than the legendary 7th level. It is this 1 level higher that just breaks the balance of strength between the two sides. If I and Hanin are included, can we make up for the 1 level gap between the two sides? Lin Zichen thought so, and his heart was eager to move. He wanted Yi Yongsheng to die. 1 is for revenge. Revenge for the many attacks on Earth. Yi Yongsheng told him that he could show his strength to his heart's content without worrying about safety. As a result, when he really showed his strength far beyond his peers, and was attacked by the pagans, Yi Yongsheng did not provide him with shelter at all. This almost killed him. Second, it was to devour Yi Yongsheng's body. As a legendary 8th level warrior, Yi Yongsheng must have very powerful genes in his body. If all the genes in his body could be devoured, the evolutionary benefits would be unimaginable. Based on the above two considerations. After thinking about it again and again, finally, Lin Zichen made an extremely risky decision to try to kill Yi Yongsheng. Then Lord Yezhou was actually raped. What should we do now? Shen Qinghan turned back to her old self, with no opinion at all, her palms sweating with nervousness, and asked Lin Zichen what to do with a face full of anxiety. This can't be blamed on her. If you want to blame someone, blame the fact that Yi Yongsheng was raped, which brought too much impact. A little girl with a personality like Shen Qinghan was directly shocked and at a loss, and instinctively wanted to find support. Lin Zichen noticed Shen Qinghan's nervousness. But he didn't comfort her. Instead, he held her hand and secretly transmitted his qi and blood to her. I want to try to kill Deputy State Lord Yi. I may need your assistance at that time. Can you do it? Kill Deputy State Lord Yi? Shen Qinghan frowned even more tightly, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes, and couldn't believe what she heard from Lin Zichen. That's a Deputy State Lord. Unfathomable strength. He is more powerful than the city Lord Qin Chuan. How to kill him? Although she was confused and scared, Shen Qinghan didn't want to disappoint Lin Zichen's expectations, and finally gritted her teeth and nodded. I can do it. After that, she added, I will listen to your instructions throughout the process. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will complete the task you assigned to me successfully. She didn't know if she could do this. But she had to do it. She didn't want to hold Lin Zichen back. She had held Lin Zichen back many times, since she was a child. Now, it was time to change. Lin Zichen listened to her firm and confident words, felt the hot sweat that kept pouring out of her palms, and said seriously, Well, I believe you. When the two were discussing this, on the high wall, a group of leaders in the city have begun to show their magical powers and join forces to deal with Yi Yongsheng, and a legendary war has broken out. The battle was extremely fierce. As soon as they fought, the aftermath of the battle shook down a large part of the city wall. Many people and aliens who were close and had lower biological levels were directly shaken to ashes on the spot by the aftermath, leaving no bones. Lord Yi, do you need me to help you? When the battle entered the white-hot stage, a celestial lion with 8 wings on its back hovered high above the battle between the two sides, looking down at Yi Yongsheng below and asked. Its biological level is only the first legendary level, far lower than Yi Yongsheng. However, the tone of its speech at this moment is high and mighty, and it does not take Yi Yongsheng seriously at all. It is the illegitimate son of the Night King, the descendant of a mythical creature, and has a transcendent status. It is not comparable to Yi Yongsheng, a traitor. It is naturally arrogant in front of Yi Yongsheng. Yi Yongsheng felt the arrogance of the celestial lion, and felt a little unhappy, but did not show it. In order to evolve into a mythical creature as soon as possible, what does a small humiliation count for? If he can prove himself as a mythical creature one day, he will return it tenfold. Sleeping on straw and tasting gall is a quality that a strong person must possess. With this mentality, Yi Yongsheng just responded calmly, No need, I can handle this place by myself, you quickly occupy this place. Tianshi smiled and said, Lord Yi is worthy of being a legendary high-level strongman, he is really confident. After leaving such a somewhat yin and yang sentence, Tianshi quickly passed the legendary scene below, and came to the sky above the central area of the city. Poor ants, it's time for you to feel what it means to be powerful. Tianshi said to the people in the city below with contempt in his eyes. The moment the words fell, the huge 8 wings behind it expanded thousands and tens of thousands of times, instantly covering the city below tightly. Then, swish, swish, swish. There was only a sharp sound of breaking through the air. A large number of feathers with source power suddenly shot out from the huge 8 wings, shooting at the city below at a speed like a stream of light, aiming directly at the earthlings in the city. Puff, 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 accompanied by a sound of flesh and blood being pierced by a sharp object. More than half of the earthlings in the city below were shot by feathers, and one or more shocking blood holes suddenly appeared on their bodies. A large amount of blood gushed out from these blood holes, dyeing the entire land blood red. Lin Zichen glanced at the sky lion in the sky and peeked at its biological level. Seeing that its biological level was only legendary level 1, the whole person couldn't help but be slightly stunned, thinking that he had misperceived it. The biological level was only legendary level 1, and the tone of speaking was so high and superior, treating all things as ants. Those who don't know would think it was a mythical strongman. You are responsible for saving people, I will deal with it. Learning that the biological level of the heavenly lion was only the legendary first level, Lin Zichen immediately said this, and rushed to the sky with a buzz. The attack range of this heavenly lion was too large, and the destructive power on the battlefield was extremely large, so it must be dealt with first. When Lin Zichen rushed to the heavenly lion, Shen Qinghan below was not idle. She suddenly burst out with mental power, and with a thought, she controlled the blood on the ground through the air, separated the mixed blood layer by layer, and sent them back to the flesh to which the blood belonged. Under this heaven-defying treatment, many wounded people on the ground who were originally dying due to excessive loss of qi and blood instantly withdrew their feet from the gates of hell and saved their lives. What kind of amazing treatment is this? How did she do it? So strong. In the city, many people noticed Shen Qinghan's work and were shocked beyond words by her amazing treatment, especially Luo Qianxue. Before Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, This genius, who had always been praised as the genius with the highest evolutionary talent, after seeing Shen Qinghan's treatment method, she instinctively opened her eyes wide and doubted her life. She couldn't figure it out and found it difficult to understand. When Shen Qinghan joined the Inhuman Genius team, she was a little transparent person with no attention. How long has it been? How did she suddenly grow to such an exaggerated level? Did she consume some extremely high-grade evolutionary resources? On the other side, in the sky, Lin Zichen burst out at the fastest speed in his life and rushed to the front of Tianshi in the blink of an eye. He swung his fist with rich blood and energy and punched the huge head of Tianshi. Tianshi sensed that the blood and energy on Lin Zichen's fist was not strong, only epic level 6. In response, it couldn't help laughing. The biological level is only epic level 6. Where do you get the courage to challenge me? But soon, it couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Zichen's blood and energy strength is not very high, far less than that of Tianshi. However, with the blessing of biological attributes such as survival of the fittest, social animals, and extreme hardening, the power increased instantly, so much so that it rubbed out large void cracks in the air. Boom! A huge collision sounded suddenly. Lin Zichen punched the huge head of Tianshi, and instantly blasted its entire head into a ball of blood mist. Tianshi didn't expect Lin Zichen to be so strong. When it faced Lin Zichen's punch, it had not reacted to block it, and its head had already turned into a ball of blood mist. But the next second, its head that was blown into a ball of blood mist was instantly recast with blood and flesh, and there was no sign of injury. What on earth are you? Boom! The Tianshi, whose flesh and blood were recast back to its head, was about to ask Lin Zichen who he was, but his head was suddenly hit again, and it exploded into a ball of blood mist again. This time, Lin Zichen did not give Tianshi a chance to recast his flesh and blood. At the moment of the explosion of Tianshi's head, he thought, and ignited a ray of red flame, burning the blood mist in front of him into nothingness. Chapter 289. Above the city. A large area of blood, and she ignited a red flame, which instantly burned into nothingness, and completely disappeared from the world. Many people felt the heat of the flame, and looked up at the sky at the same time. Then, what they saw was a young man hovering in the sky, and a huge headless lion body. Soon, a large number of bright red granulations grew on the broken neck of the headless lion body. Once these granulations appeared, they quickly intertwined to form a huge lion head. Who are you? The celestial lion, which had grown a head again, looked at Lin Zichen with horror and asked. Before it led the team to attack city number 1, it had learned about the top combat power in the city, and had never heard of a person like Lin Zichen. Facing its confusion, Lin Zichen had no intention of solving the puzzle. In response to it, he only had a fist with a huge amount of blood and chi. Boom! A deafening sound came. Lin Zichen's fist slammed into the heavenly lion, and the blood and chi that rushed out was as powerful as a star explosion, with a wide range, directly submerging the huge lion body in a searing blood red. The residual power emitted during the period shook the city below slightly, and the blood and chi that escaped made the creatures sweat profusely. Then, accompanied by a rain of blood, a huge lion body fell from the sky at a high speed. A big hole was broken in the chest of the lion body. Blood flowed out. The vitality in the body was rapidly lost. Boom! Not long after the lion body fell, another huge crash sound suddenly sounded, resounding throughout the sky. The moment the sound fell, the huge lion body that almost covered the sky and the sun instantly turned into a bloody rain like a bursting watermelon, dripping densely into the city below, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire sky. The blood rain fell very quickly. But before a drop of blood rain fell, all the blood rain was attracted by a huge upward suction force, and all of them turned from falling to rising, condensing into a rich and bright red blood ball, quietly suspended in Lin Zichen's hand. Don't kill me! I am the son of the Night King, a descendant of a mythical creature. You can ask for anything, and I can satisfy it. Please spare my life. In the rich blood ball, a wisp of the soul of the heavenly lion made a begging voice, no longer high and mighty as before. Lin Zichen listened to it without any fluctuations in his heart, and burst out with a powerful mental power, obliterating the soul of the heavenly lion in the blood ball. Under the obliteration of his mental power, the heavenly lion in the blood ball felt that life was worse than death, and his spirit was almost collapsed. While his soul was not completely wiped out, Tianshi struggled to death, using up his last bit of energy to shout to Yi Yongsheng in the distance, "Lord Yi, save me!" The voice was full of blood and energy, instantly penetrating through the air and reaching Yi Yongsheng's ears in the distance. At this time, Yi Yongsheng was concentrating on fighting with a group of leaders in the city. The fight was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The aftermath was everywhere. The battlefield was almost turned into a life-forbidden zone. Suddenly hearing Tianchu's cry for help, Yi Yongsheng couldn't help but frown, feeling puzzled. The strong men in the city were almost all here to encircle him, the deputy state lord. In this case, Tianchu, whose biological level was as high as the first level of legend, was invincible in the city. What happened, so that the supposedly invincible heavenly lion would send out such a cry for help? With this doubt, Yi Yongsheng, without affecting his own performance, separated a tiny bit of mental power and diffused it along the cry for help from the heavenly lion. When he saw Lin Zichen hovering high above the city, holding a blood ball wrapped in the heavenly lion's soul in his hand, he was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he thought he was hallucinating. Lin Zichen? How could it be Lin Zichen? What is going on? How could the legendary heavenly lion of the first level fall into his hands? Epic level 6? His biological level is actually as high as epic level 6? How is this possible? When he sensed the biological pressure emanating from Lin Zichen, which was as high as epic level 6, Yi Yongsheng was completely stunned. When he recommended Lin Zichen to join the team of extraordinary geniuses, Lin Zichen's biological level was still at the ordinary stage, and his strength was only comparable to that of advanced creatures. How long has it been now? It seems to be only about a year. In such a short time, Lin Zichen has grown from the lowest ordinary level to the point where he can kill a legendary first-level creature alone. How did he do it? Yi Yongsheng couldn't understand this, and was puzzled. Although he was very confused, he didn't have time to dwell on this at the moment. Soon, a powerful pressure broke out, which briefly shook off the surrounding city leaders, and then killed Lin Zichen at the fastest speed. He could sense that the soul of the heavenly lion in the blood ball was being quickly wiped out by Lin Zichen's mental power. It won't be long before it turns to ashes and ceases to exist. Tianchu is the descendant of the Night King. As a traitor, he must protect the descendant of this mythical strongman. Otherwise, he will be held accountable and suspected. Quick, stop him! Don't let him run away! The city leaders who besieged Yi Yongsheng saw that Yi Yongsheng was suddenly leaving the battlefield and thought that he knew he was no match for him and fled. They immediately shouted excitedly. They must pursue him. Under the obstruction of the city leaders, Yi Yongsheng could not rush to rescue Tianchu for a while. And in this short time, the soul of Tianchu in the blood ball has been completely wiped out by Lin Zichen. At the same time, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. A huge figure of Tianchu was projected above the city, reflected in the eyes of all the creatures in the southern region. Then, under the shocked gaze of all the creatures in the southern region, it instantly shattered into scattered light spots, and completely disappeared from this world. A legendary creature fell. It was the first legendary strongman to fall in this battlefield. Lin Zichen ignored the strange phenomenon above his head. Seeing that the soul of the lion in the blood ball had been wiped out, he immediately thought, "Devour. You have devoured a large amount of the life source of the eight-winged lion. You have successfully opened the eight-winged lion atlas, and obtained the biological attribute Sky Overlord. Sky Overlord, your flying ability has been greatly improved. You have devoured a large amount of source power from the eight-winged lion, and the source power has been converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from epic level 6 to epic level 7 under the effects of the strong prey on the weak and eating source." Lin Zichen had just devoured the life source of the eight-winged lion, when 5 prompt messages flashed in the void deep in his mind. When he saw that his biological level had evolved to epic level 7, and became an epic high-level creature, Lin Zichen was slightly excited. The effect of the biological attribute Eater Source is far more powerful than imagined. In the past, devouring the corpses of aliens could only obtain the corresponding biological attributes. But now, it can also improve blood and spirit, and the evolution speed has directly increased by several levels. There are still many aliens in the city now. There are a lot of epic ones. There are also legendary ones. If you can kill and devour all these aliens, the biological level may be able to go further and evolve to epic level 8 or even epic level 9. If you are optimistic, you may be able to break through the epic barrier and evolve to legendary level 1. Once you really evolve to legendary level 1, you will be more confident to kill Yi Yongsheng. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen was excited. Then he didn't waste a moment, and immediately swooped down to kill the aliens who invaded the city. Kill the small ones first, then the big ones, and don't let any of them go. After killing all who can be killed and devouring almost everything, I will attack the traitor Yi Yongsheng. Chapter 290. The son of the Night King is dead. Yi Yongsheng looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky caused by the death of the heavenly lion, and his expression became a little dull for a while. In his eyes, that turned scarlet due to the fusion of the genes of the alien beast, he could clearly see a trace of fear of death. A descendant of a mythical creature fell in front of him. He could have the position of Deputy State Lord today without the support of the Night King over the years. But even though he had received a lot of evolutionary resources from the Night King, he was unable to rescue the Night King's son, the Heavenly Lion, in time, and could only watch the Heavenly Lion die in Lin Zichen's hands. No matter what the reason was, he failed to protect the Heavenly Lion, and the Night King would definitely blame him afterwards. It's over. Everything is over. Yi Yongsheng was full of fear, and didn't want to be blamed by the Night King. The fear didn't last long. Soon, his eyes lit up. No! There is still a chance. Catch Lin Zichen alive, and hand him over to the Night King for disposal. In this way, I, who have seriously neglected my duty, may still have a glimmer of hope. Yes, it can be remedied, with such an idea of making amends. Yi Yongsheng's eyes condensed, and he sacrificed all the blood and essence in his body that could be sacrificed, fully activating the various genes of the alien beast in his body. The next second, the blood vessels on his body bulged, his muscles expanded several times, and a pair of huge black wings broke out of his back, spreading out with the momentum of covering the sky and the sun, covering all the leaders in the city in a shadow. At the same time, his mouth was covered with tiny scarlet tentacles, and his ears became slender, resembling a huge human-shaped devil muscle bat. Then, a sound wave mixed with a huge amount of mental power was instantly released from his mouth, and it kept echoing in the shadow covered by the black wings. Crack! 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 Under the impact of the sound waves, a crisp explosion sounded, and the air in the shadows was instantly covered with shocking cracks. These cracks spread like spider webs, and the breath of cold and death continued to seep out from them. The city leaders in the shadows felt a splitting headache and lost their minds under the attack of the sound waves. The souls deep in their minds were severely damaged by the sound waves. Like the surrounding air, it was covered with shocking spider web cracks. Among them, the leaders whose levels were lower than the legendary level lost their eyes and consciousness under the terrifying sound wave attack, leaving only a soulless corpse, free falling in the air. Quick, sacrifice your blood essence. Quickly improve your strength and withstand this wave of attacks. There was a city leader whose biological level was as high as the first level of legend. While he was madly sacrificing his blood essence to temporarily improve his strength, he shouted to remind others around him. Hearing this shout, the city leaders who were still conscious all rushed out, sacrificing their blood essence without regard for their lives, temporarily greatly improving their strength to resist Yi Yongsheng's sonic attack. With the continuous sacrifice of blood essence, their strength has increased exponentially. And after the strength increased, they could gradually withstand this wave of sonic attacks. Kill this traitor. The city leader, whose biological level was as high as the fourth level of legend, commanded everyone as the leader, and took the lead to kill Yi Yongsheng above with the determination to fight to the death. Seeing this, the other city leaders immediately followed and killed him. A bunch of ants. Yi Yongsheng looked down at the people who were killing him, and muttered with extremely contempt. The moment he finished speaking, he flapped the black wings behind him, summoning a large number of dark bloodthirsty demon bats from the shadows, and rushed towards the people who were killing him like a dense swarm of bees. In his eyes, except for the mythical creatures, other creatures were like rotten fish and shrimps, and were not worthy of fighting with him. On the other side, Lin Zichen, who was in the city, had already killed the aliens who invaded the city. Fist to flesh, one punch to a piece of aliens. Devour a large amount of life source to obtain biological attributes. Devour a large amount of source power to convert into blood and spirit for his own use. During this period, he noticed that the legendary battlefield above suddenly changed, and the aftermath of the bombardment between the two sides became stronger and stronger, and his whole heart fell to the bottom of the valley. He was worried that if the battlefield expanded further, all creatures in the city would be affected to the death level. But after observing for a while, he no longer had this unfounded worry, because he found that the strength of both the leaders in the city and Yi Yongsheng was no longer growing. The aftermath of the fight between the two sides was no longer stronger. The impact on the city remained on the surface. It was difficult to affect the creatures in the city to death. Realizing this, Lin Zichen quickly put aside his worries and focused on killing the alien devourers. He did not need the leaders in the city to kill Yi Yongsheng. He only hoped that they could delay for a certain period of time so that he could kill a large number of alien devourers and consume Yi Yongsheng as much as possible. It is enough to do this. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the deep mountain tree demon and obtained the biological attribute of vitality. Vitality. The vitality in your body has been greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of source power from the deep mountain old demon, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the silenced black ant, and obtained the biological attribute of rapid decay. Rapid decay. Your attack will cause the target to enter an abnormal state of rapid decay. You devoured a large amount of source power from the silent black ant, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the thousand eyes demon spider, and obtained the biological attribute. Heavenly Dragnet. Your fingertips can eject silky fibers with the same toughness level as your biological level. You have devoured a large amount of source power from the thousand eyes demon spider, and the source power has been converted into blood and spirit, and your blood and spirit strength has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from epic level 7 to epic level 8. Evolved. Lin Zichen looked at the last prompt message that flashed through the void, and his heart was suddenly excited. This alien race has not devoured much. At least it has not started to devour legendary alien races, and the biological level has actually evolved. From this point of view, as long as most of the alien races in the city can be devoured, the biological level has a great chance to break the epic barrier and evolve to legendary level 1. Once it can really evolve to legendary level 1, the confidence to deal with Yi Yongsheng will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen exerted force on his feet, and the whole person instantly shot out like stepping on a spring, aiming directly at a legendary second-level phoenix above the beast group in front. It was a phoenix with a pitch-black body, and its surface was burning with terrifying black flames. When it hovered in the air, it was like a small sun, emitting a high temperature that could melt everything. At this time, this black phoenix was fighting with a group of strong men in the city. Under her powerful attack, the strong men in the city who surrounded her could not resist at all. Some died in an instant, and some were injured. The situation collapsed at the speed of light. The gap in biological levels was too big. The Black Phoenix was a legendary second-level creature, and the so-called city strongmen who fought with her were almost all at the epic level, and only the leader could reach the legendary first level. Such strength, no matter how many there were, could not compete with the Black Phoenix. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush people to death. The same is true for biological levels. Just one level higher, you can crush the opponent to death. Team, we can't win. The gap in strength is too great. If we continue like this, we will be wiped out sooner or later. A one-armed woman of the 9th epic level, enduring the severe pain of losing an arm, shouted to a man not far ahead in a cold sweat. She was originally a person with all 4 limbs intact, but just when she was fighting against the Black Phoenix, her right arm was unfortunately stained with the black flames on the surface of the Black Phoenix, and it was instantly burned into ashes and scattered in the wind. It is normal for strong people to lose hands and feet when fighting. But the black flames on the surface of the Black Phoenix are full of source power, and the limbs burned by it will completely lose the ability to regenerate and cannot be recast with flesh and blood. We can't be wiped out. We must hold back this Black Phoenix and prevent her from joining the legendary battle above, the man said solemnly. The legendary battle he mentioned refers to the battle in which a group of city leaders surrounded Yi Yongsheng. In that battle, the two sides are now evenly matched. It is difficult to see a clear trend of victory or defeat for a while. In such a battle of equal strength, once the Black Phoenix with a biological level as high as the second legendary level also participates, the balance of victory will completely fall to Yi Yongsheng. By then, the city will be completely breached and occupied by the alien race, and the biological channel inside will be completely lost, plunging the Earth into a disaster full of despair. We only have one mission now, which is to hold back this Black Phoenix and prevent her from affecting the legendary battlefield above. Otherwise, once the legendary battle above is lost, the Earth will face an unprecedented disaster. Many of us have families living on Earth. In order to protect our families, we must go all out and not be afraid of death. The man saw that the morale was a little low, so he shouted loudly to encourage them. There was a trace of blood and energy in his voice, which was used to quickly spread the sound and increase the volume of the sound. However, the people who heard the encouragement were still in low morale, and could not muster up the will to fight the Black Phoenix at all. On the other side, the Black Phoenix who heard the encouragement could not help but look down from above and said, "Ants who do not know their own strength." After she finished speaking, she instantly spread her huge wings, wanting to fan out a hot black flame to burn the ignorant earthlings below into ashes. Just as she was about to flap her wings and burn all the powerful earthlings who were besieging her, buzz! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded from the side, making people's eardrums buzz. The Black Phoenix looked in the direction of the sound of breaking through the air, and saw a figure wrapped in the power of blood and chi. She sensed it, and found that the biological level of the person coming was only epic level 8. She immediately felt that her strength was insulted and became angry. Arrogant! A mere epic and dared to set its sights on me? Do you think I am the waste of the 8-winged heavenly lion? Ignorance is fearless. Looking for death. With this anger, the Black Phoenix spread its huge wings again, and swung a large piece of black flames at Lin Zichen, who was coming to kill. She wanted to fight Lin Zichen head-on, so that this epic ant, who didn't know how high the sky was, could feel what a true legendary strongman was. Boom boom boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar. A large piece of black flame swept towards Lin Zichen at a high speed like a wave, and on the way it turned into a huge fire beast, tearing open a bloody mouth, trying to swallow Lin Zichen, who was rushing towards it, and burn him into a pile of ashes. Facing the surging fire beast, Lin Zichen had no fear in his heart. He thought about it, and gathered all the blood in his body into his fist. Then, he punched out fiercely. The next moment, boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The extremely oppressive fire beast was directly dispersed by an even more oppressive fist wind, turning into sparks all over the sky, and then completely disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, the slightly charming face of the Black Phoenix was suddenly filled with fear. She regarded everything as an ant, and was directly frightened by Lin Zichen's terrifying punch, and completely lost her will to fight. She will die. If she goes head-on with him, she will definitely die. Run! The Black Phoenix reacted very quickly. After seeing the terrifying power of Lin Zichen's punch, she chose to turn around and run away at the first time, not daring to stay for a moment, and completely lost the idea of going head-on with Lin Zichen. She had seen the fate of Tianshi before. When she watched it at that time, she only felt that Tianshi was inferior to others in skills, and felt that Tianshi was a shame of legends. She felt that Tianshi was nothing more than having a good father to evolve into a legendary creature, and his strength was not legendary at all. Therefore, it was normal for a genius to be killed by a genius. However, from the punch that Lin Zichen just threw, she realized one thing. The reason why Tianshi was killed by Lin Zichen was that he was killed by a genius. It's not that Tianshi is too weak. It's that Lin Zichen is too strong. This earthling, whose biological level is only epic, is actually much stronger than epic. He is an extremely terrifying existence. Buzz! The Black Phoenix escaped very quickly. With a burst of air-breaking sound, in just a blink of an eye, she had already flown dozens of miles at a high speed, completely away from the city. She had no confidence that she could defeat Lin Zichen. But if she just wanted to escape, she felt that Lin Zichen could not stop her at all. In the city. Seeing that the Black Phoenix escaped so decisively, the strong men in the city, who had just surrounded her, were all shocked. They couldn't believe what they saw. A Black Phoenix with a biological level as high as the second legendary level was actually scared away by Lin Zichen? What's going on? What's wrong with Lin Zichen? He has only been in the source for less than 2 years. He has evolved to the rare level at the speed of light before. It is unprecedented and shocking to everyone in the city. It has not been long since then, and he has suddenly evolved to the legendary level. How can he scare a second legendary phoenix away? This is not evolution at all. Chapter 291. Want to escape? How can a duck in your mouth fly away? Lin Zichen ignored the surprised eyes of the people below. When he saw the Black Phoenix suddenly turn around and run away, he immediately burst out his mental power, and his body instantly turned into a stream of light to chase after it. Ahead. The Black Phoenix, who was fleeing at a high speed, felt relieved. Fortunately, she escaped decisively. She didn't stay to fight head-on. Otherwise, she would have ended up like Tianshi at this moment. What's wrong with that earthling? There are no alien genes in his body. He's not very old. Why can he burst out with such strong combat power? The most outrageous thing is that he can still kill legendary creatures with his epic body, and they are legendary creatures that are naturally stronger than earthlings. How did he do that? The Black Phoenix was puzzled. Lin Zichen's performance just now has completely exceeded her cognition over the years. She had lived in the Source Land for such a long time, and had seen countless evolutionary geniuses who amazed the strong from all sides. But this was the first time she had seen such an evolutionary genius that violated common sense. The life force was only 20 years old, but the biological level had reached the epic level, and even the real strength was comparable to the legendary creatures. Such an existence was simply made up, and there was no authenticity at all. However, such an outrageous existence just appeared in front of her. This made her feel like she was dreaming. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sound came from the direction of the central region. The earth was shaking. The air was broken into countless tiny cracks visible to the naked eye. A mythical war broke out in the central region, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split, and the huge noise spread to the southern region from time to time. The Black Phoenix looked in the direction of the loud noise, and her eyes fell on a towering tree in the central region, her eyes full of awe and doubt. The awe in the towering tree was the wood god. The doubt in the wood god actually revived in advance. Why did the wood god revive in advance? What happened? Will the fire god also revive in advance? The Black Phoenix looked at the towering tree far away in the central region, thinking constantly in her heart. Just as she was thinking about these, buzz! An extremely piercing sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded from behind her. The air nearby was shaken to a riot. The roar continued. Hearing the noise behind her, the Black Phoenix's face suddenly changed, and a large look of fear quickly covered her charming face like a creeper. How is it possible? How can he catch up? My flying speed is one of the best among all creatures of the same level in the source land. What is going on? Buzz! 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 As the sound of breaking through the air got closer and closer, Lin Zichen, who was just 10 miles away, was less than a kilometer away from the Black Phoenix in an instant. Such a short distance was enough for him to kill the target with one punch. However, in order to ensure a one-shot kill, he did not choose to attack at this time. Instead, he continued to fly at high speed, constantly closing the distance between himself and the Black Phoenix. 900 meters, 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. When the distance between the two sides was only 500 meters, Lin Zichen began to mobilize the blood and chi in his body, and quickly gathered it on his right fist. In an instant, a vast force of blood and chi emanated from his right fist in the form of strands. The air was boiling wherever it passed. The Black Phoenix, who was fleeing at high speed in front, was frightened and turned pale on the spot after feeling this vast force of blood and chi. The strength of this force of blood and chi was too high. It was far beyond the legendary level 2. She was only a legendary level 2 creature, and she thought her body was pretty good, but she couldn't withstand such a strong force of blood and chi. She could foresee that if she was hit by Lin Zichen's punch, she would be like the Tianxia before, with her body directly blown into a large piece of blood missed by a punch, and then her mental power would be wiped out into nothingness, and her soul would completely perish. Thinking of this, she didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and decisively chose to give up resistance. She knew she couldn't escape. She simply stopped. Transformed into a beautiful woman in black palace clothes. Her face was absolutely beautiful, with a hint of enchantment. Her figure was graceful, and the semicircular curves of her upper and lower body were extremely full, tempting to commit a crime. Spare my life. I am willing to be your slave girl. At your disposal. The Black Phoenix transformed into a beautiful woman, turned around and shouted at Lin Zichen, who was chasing her. Her voice was extremely sincere. While shouting, she did not forget to straighten her upper body and tried to seduce Lin Zichen. She was a noble Black Phoenix, with the blood of the god of fire, and her status was innately high. Many legendary high-level creatures, even mythical creatures, had favored her. She thought that if she was willing to become a slave girl of an earthling, no earthling would refuse. Now, in order to survive, I have to endure hardships and bear humiliation. When the god of fire revives, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Then I can return the favor tenfold. Just when the Black Phoenix was thinking so confidently. Buzz! Lin Zichen rushed to the Black Phoenix with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, raised his fist full of blood and energy, and punched her human body fiercely. The Black Phoenix was horrified. She didn't expect Lin Zichen to be so merciless that he would kill even a beautiful phoenix girl like her. Boom! Soon, there was a loud noise. The legendary second-level Black Phoenix was directly blasted into a ball of scarlet blood missed by Lin Zichen's punch, including the body and soul. There was no chance to recast flesh and blood. Died on the spot. Until the moment before his death, Black Phoenix still couldn't figure out why an epic earthling could surpass his level and kill the creatures of the source land? Is this reasonable? Above the city, Yi Yongsheng was still fighting with a group of city leaders who didn't care about their lives. Huge noises continued to be heard from the bombardment between the two sides. The whole land below was shaking. The surrounding air was cracked. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying loud noise suddenly came from the dangerous area dozens of miles away from the city. Yi Yongsheng and the leaders in the city were startled by the sudden loud noise, and they all turned their heads to look in the direction of the loud noise. The scene that came into their eyes was a large amount of rich blood and chi power bursting out from the dangerous area, and the strange phenomenon of a legendary strongman falling in the sky above the dangerous area. Seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky above the dangerous area, whether it was Yi Yongsheng or the leaders in the city, the first thing they thought of was that the Black Phoenix had fallen. Like the fallen heavenly lion, it died tragically at the hands of Lin Zichen. The strong men in the sky above the city behind them spread their spiritual power to perceive, and found that it was indeed as they thought, the Black Phoenix had fallen. Died at the hands of Lin Zichen. No bones were left. Only a scarlet blood mist remained. That was a legendary second-level Black Phoenix with a trace of the blood of the God of Fire. It actually died in the hands of Lin Zichen. What on earth is going on? Yi Yongsheng quietly looked at the dangerous area dozens of miles away, with 3 parts of doubt in life, 3 parts of confusion, and 4 parts of fear on his face. Lin Zichen's strength was too incredible. Yi Yongsheng suspected that there was some unknown inheritance behind Lin Zichen, and behind him stood an ancient existence with strength comparable to the 5 elements god. Otherwise, there is really no way to explain the amazing fighting power displayed by Lin Zichen. Opposite, the leaders in the city were all shocked, and they all looked at the strange scene in the dangerous area with disbelief in their eyes. They knew that Lin Zichen was an unprecedented evolutionary genius. As leaders in the city, they have always paid close attention to Lin Zichen, the unprecedented evolutionary genius, and they know his performance in the city very well. Less than a year after entering the source, he evolved into a rare creature, easily crushing an entire team of alien geniuses, and even the instructor Lan Tianbai was not his opponent. Moreover, he also has many incredible special abilities. Can control plants. Can escape underground. It can completely restrain vitality, etc. In terms of biological abilities, it is stronger than the gene fusion. If the gene fusion wants to obtain various powerful biological special abilities, it has to bear the risk of alienation. As a pure-blooded human, Lin Zichen does not need to fuse the genes of alien beasts at all, and he can have multiple special abilities, like the gene fusion. Lin Zichen, who has done all this before, has already broken everyone's cognition and shocked many old monsters. However, the strength shown by Lin Zichen today is far beyond the above performance. Killing epic creatures is as simple as crushing ants, without any effort. Killing the legendary first-level 8-winged lion, and the legendary second-level Black Phoenix is also a face-to-face encounter. Such strength can actually appear in an earthling who is still a college student. This is simply incredible and puzzling. This Lin Zichen. I'm afraid there is some unknown powerful ancient inheritance on him. The leaders in the city, and Yi Yongsheng thought the same thing. They all thought of the same explanation for Lin Zichen's strength. Apart from this explanation, they could not find a more reasonable explanation. In this world, there has never been strength without reason, nor genius without reason. Any genius, if traced back to the source, can find a trace of mysterious blood from ancient times. The strength of Tian sure comes from the blood of his father, the Night King. The strength of the Black Phoenix comes from the blood of his ancestor, the God of Fire. The strength of the Sea God comes from the gift of his master, the God of Water. Based on the above rules, Lin Zichen can be so powerful at a young age, which must be inseparable from the support of some ancient heritage. Yi Yongsheng, the leaders of the city, and other strongmen present all agreed. In the sky above the central region, countless vines soared into the sky and occupied the entire sky. A large amount of highly toxic pollen diffused in the air. The dense branches and leaves blocked out the sun, plunging the entire central region into a cold shadow. Being in it, from time to time, one could hear the sound of the void being torn apart by vines. Qi Qingma, Poseidon, Su Meishao, Li Lao, Xian Yuan Wanyu, Sima Xian, the 6 mythical strong men, were now trapped in the shadow and unable to escape. They were invincible on weekdays, but now they were suppressed and embarrassed by the powerful and intensive attacks of the wood god, and had no power to fight back. The rank of the wood god has surpassed the mythical level. The 6 creatures with the mythical level only, even if they joined forces to resist with all their strength, there was no chance of winning. No, if this continues, we will all die here. Su Meishao frowned and said solemnly, we must find a way to escape. We can't resist in vain. Xian Yuan Wanyu heard this and said coldly, everyone knows the truth, but the question is how can we escape from the shadow? She said this with an impatient tone. Because she knew that Su Meishao was a playboy, she felt disgusted with Su Meishao, a vixen who was not faithful to her husband. especially when she learned that the two companions around her were all seduced by Su Meixiao and became her secret lovers. Her disgust for Su Meixiao went deep into her bones. Boom! Suddenly, a huge movement came from the sky above the south region. All the creatures in the shadows looked towards the sky above the south region. Among them, Qingmo, who was walking in the path of pure-blooded humans, was the first to sense the blood and chi power emanating from there. A very familiar feeling. It was the blood and chi power that he had often absorbed before. It was Lin Zichen's blood and chi power. What's going on? How could his blood and chi power be so strong? Qingmo, who clearly felt the high level of Lin Zichen's blood and chi strength, frowned and felt very confused. She knew that Lin Zichen was very strong and his evolutionary talent was unprecedented. However, no matter how high his evolutionary talent was, it was impossible for him to evolve to the point where he could kill legendary creatures in such a short time. What was going on with this little guy? Qingmo was very curious about this, and wanted to know the answer urgently. Just as she was curious, the wood god transformed into a towering tree, looked far away in the direction of the south region, and muttered to himself, "The son of the abyss is also born." Above the south region, Lin Zichen, who successfully killed the black phoenix, gathered the blood mist around him in his hand, turning it into a thick blood ball floating quietly. He glanced at the thick black phoenix blood in his hand, feeling the vast vitality inside, and a wave of thoughts came to his mind. The black phoenix just now actually turned into a woman to use the beauty trap. It's really unique, he complained. Soon, Lin Zichen had an idea: devour. The moment the thought fell, a large amount of text prompt information emerged from the void. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of the black breath demon phoenix, and gained the biological attribute of rebirth in the flames. Rebirth in the flames. In a flame environment, you can revive infinitely. You devoured a large amount of source power from the black breath demon phoenix, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit, and your blood and spirit strength was greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from epic level 8 to epic level 9 evolved again. Epic level 9. Only one step away from legendary level 1. Lin Zichen looked at the last prompt message that flashed in the void, and felt excited in his heart. As long as he evolved one more level and evolved to legendary level 1, then with the blessing of multiple biological attributes and the assistance of many city leaders, he had a certain degree of confidence that he could get rid of Yongsheng, the traitor. Chapter 292. After calming down a bit, Lin Zichen put all his thoughts on the biological attributes he had just obtained. Rebirth from the ashes. In a flame environment, you can be resurrected infinitely. In a flame environment, you can be resurrected infinitely. It just so happens that I have a biological attribute called flame breath that can set fire. When I fight with Yongsheng later, I have to set fire to the surroundings. Turn the battlefield into a world of flames, and make it my home court. I thought about this for a while. Soon, Lin Zichen flashed and returned to the city at the fastest speed. There are still a large number of alien races waiting for him to devour and absorb. In the matter of absorbing the corpses of alien races to strengthen his own strength, there is no time to delay. A journey of dozens of miles is just a blink of an eye for him. He closed his eyes and opened them. The next second, he appeared above the city. At this time, above the city, Yongsheng was still fighting fiercely with the leaders in the city. The two sides fought hard and were evenly matched. It was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Inside the city, there was a chaotic battle. The Earth side and the Source side were constantly colliding, and the sounds of fighting and screaming were endless. The overall situation of the battle was that the Earth side was at a disadvantage. The reason was that under the same level, the physical strength of the Earthlings was far inferior to that of the aliens. Buzz! There was only a burst of air-breaking sound. After observing the battle, Lin Zichen immediately burst out his blood and spirit, and his body turned into a red stream of light, shooting into the city below like a missile, aiming directly at a central position in the city. There, he saw Lan Tianbai leading a group of alien-level geniuses to fight against a demon ape, and then being beaten by the demon ape without any ability to fight back. In the city, Luo Qianxue, Zhao Qingxian, Zhang Tao, and many other geniuses, led by instructor Lan Tianbai, are besieging an 8-armed demon ape with a biological level as high as the rare 9th level. Although there are many geniuses participating in the siege of the 8-armed demon ape, as many as 16 people. However, the 8-armed demon ape's body is too strong, with the appearance of a physical body becoming a saint, and it resisted the full-strength attack of this group of geniuses without injury. The whole process is like a rough bull, rushing among this group of geniuses. Many geniuses were unable to dodge, and were seriously injured on the spot, completely losing their combat power. There were 2 geniuses with lower biological levels, who could not dodge at all. They were hit head-on and exploded into a ball of blood mist on the spot, and stayed on this battlefield forever. Qianxue, hurry up, freeze it. Seeing the 8-armed demon ape rushing over like a truck, Lin Zichen, the commander, immediately shouted this to Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue did not respond, but silently burst out her mental power, emitting a large piece of crystal-clear light blue ice mist, trying her best to freeze the 8-armed demon ape rushing over at high speed in front of her. In an instant, a large piece of extremely cold ice mist swept towards the 8-armed demon ape like a hurricane. Wherever the ice mist passed, it was instantly covered with ice, and hail poured down from the sky, hitting the ground with a crisp sound of snapping. Soon, the 8-armed demon ape sprinting at high speed collided with the sweeping ice mist. Under the erosion of the ice mist, in just a blink of an eye, the huge 8-armed demon ape was covered with a thick layer of ice, becoming an ice sculpture that could not move. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Crack! 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 A crisp sound of a hard object breaking sounded. The next second, the ice layer covering the 8-armed demon ape exploded like broken glass, and shot out in all directions at high speed. Several geniuses who were close to the alien level had no time to react and dodge, and their bodies were directly pierced by the sharp ice blocks, tearing open a shocking wound, and blood continued to flow out. Qianxue, freeze again! Seeing that the 8-armed demon ape was about to break free from the shackles of the ice layer, Lin Zichen immediately shouted at Luo Qianxue again. As always, Luo Qianxue did not make a sound, and silently burst out her mental power to generate an extremely cold ice fog again to freeze the 8-armed demon ape. However, just after generating a wisp of ice fog, Luo Qianxue felt dizzy and her consciousness was a little blurred. Then the generation of ice fog failed, and it was unable to restrict the movement of the 8-armed demon ape as before. During the fierce battle with the 8-armed demon ape, she consumed too much energy. Her mental energy was almost exhausted, and she could no longer generate large amounts of ice mist in a short period of time. It would take some time to recover. Lin Zichen noticed that Luo Qianxue was overdrawn, but he didn't care too much. He just shouted at her, Qianxue, quickly sacrifice your blood essence to strengthen the remaining mental energy, and completely freeze the 8-armed demon ape. After shouting this to Luo Qianxue, Lin Zichen immediately shouted to the others, hurry up, quickly sacrifice your blood essence to improve your strength, don't be afraid of damaging your potential. Although sacrificing blood essence will damage potential and ruin an evolutionary genius. But in this situation, no matter how much potential is damaged, you have to bite the bullet and sacrifice blood essence to improve your strength. Otherwise, everyone in the team would have to die at the hands of the 8-armed demon ape that was about to break the seal. Zhao Qinxian, Zhang Tao, Fu Zhou, Wu Xia, and other extraordinary geniuses hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then they gritted their teeth and sacrificed their blood and essence in their bodies, sacrificing their evolutionary potential in exchange for a temporary and significant increase in strength. A living genius is a genius. A dead genius is worthless. When others were ruthlessly sacrificing their blood and essence. On the other side, Luo Qianxue was in a dilemma. Evolutionary talent was her most proud strength. She also wanted to evolve into an epic creature, a legendary creature, or even an unattainable mythical creature. She didn't want to sacrifice her evolutionary talent in vain to deal with the 8-armed demon ape. Just as she was struggling with this point. Roar! The 8-armed demon ape completely broke free from the shackles of the ice layer. It first roared to the sky, then immediately opened its bloodshot eyes, and looked at Luo Qianxue in front of it with violence. Then, there was a bang. The 8-armed demon ape kicked hard, and the next moment its huge body flew into the air, rebounding towards Luo Qianxue in front of it at a speed that was barely visible to the naked eye. It knew that it had just been bound by the ice layer, and it was Luo Qianxue who did it. It knew that this alien who could freeze its body. It was the most threatening enemy to it so far. Now, it wanted to get rid of Luo Qianxue first and eliminate the possible threats that might appear later. Get out of the way! Lin Zichen rushed towards the 8-armed demon ape to stop it from rushing towards Luo Qianxue, and shouted at Luo Qianxue in a loud voice. Luo Qianxue quickly reacted to the sound and exerted force on her feet to retreat to the side. At the same time, she thought about it, and released the remaining mental power in her body, generating a small piece of ice mist that swept towards the 8-armed demon ape. With such a small amount of ice mist, she didn't expect to be able to restrain the 8-armed demon ape. She just hoped to delay the 8-armed demon ape's movements a little. Then, Lan Tianbai, who had sacrificed his blood essence and greatly improved his strength, could cause considerable damage to the 8-armed demon ape. Boom! Soon, a deafening sound of blasting sounded. Lan Tianbai waved the machete in his hand, and instantly poured the rich blood and chi attached to it into the body of the 8-armed demon ape, whose momentum was slowed down by the ice. The next moment, the 8-armed demon ape bled from all 7 orifices, and most of the blood vessels on the surface of the body ruptured, splashing hot blood. The blood fell to the ground, making a dense sizzling sound, and instantly melted the sparse sand and gravel. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, countless tiny cracks appeared on the blade of the machete in Lan Tianbai's hand. Then it broke into pieces in an instant. It turned into a large number of small fragments and fell to the ground. There was a series of clattering sounds. In the collision with the 8-armed demon ape's body, this machete made of special A-grade alloy was directly shattered into a shadowless knife, leaving only a broken handle in the hand. And the hand holding the handle was also shattered, and a sharp pain instantly swept the owner of the hand. Damn! Lan Tianbai endured the severe pain from his hand, and his face changed slightly. He never expected that the 8-armed demon ape's body could be so strong that it could actually shatter a machete made of special A-grade alloy alive. The next second. Bang! A deafening collision sounded. Before Lan Tianbai could react to what happened, a fist bigger than a human was hit on his face, and he flew backwards in an instant. Then, he crashed into a broken wall with a bang, knocking down the entire wall. His entire face was sunken, and blood was overflowing on it. He completely lost consciousness, and was on the verge of death. Buzz! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. The 8-armed demon ape flashed and rushed towards the unconscious Lan Tianbai, wanting to give him the final blow. Seeing this, the geniuses of the alien level present burst into blood and rushed over, not caring about their own safety, and only thinking about saving Lan Tianbai. As one of the team members, Luo Qianxue could no longer hesitate. She no longer hesitated, clenched her teeth, and wanted to sacrifice the blood in her body to strengthen her mental power, generate a stronger ice mist to freeze the 8-armed demon ape, and save the seriously injured and unconscious Lan Tianbai. Just as she was about to sacrifice all the blood and essence in her body, buzz! A huge sound of breaking through the air that made the eardrums of all creatures buzz suddenly sounded from the sky above the city. At this moment, almost all creatures looked up in the direction of the sound of breaking through the air. Luo Qianxue, who was about to sacrifice most of her blood and essence to strengthen her mental power, could not help but look up at the sky where the sound of breaking through the air came from. The next second, what caught her eyes was a red stream of light in the sky, shooting towards her direction at a high speed, or more accurately, shooting towards the 8-armed demon ape sprinting in front of her at high speed. It was just a blink of an eye. Boom! The red stream of light had already fallen heavily to the ground, hitting the 8-armed demon ape sprinting at high speed on the ground without bias. At the moment of the collision, the whole land was shaking violently. The powerful impact force raised a cloud of dust on the ground. The center of the collision was blocked by a large area of thick smoke and dust, and nothing could be seen. The only thing that the creatures present could sense was that the dust was emitting a powerful and frightening chi and blood force. Soon, the dust drifted away. A familiar figure gradually came into the eyes of all the creatures present. It was Lin Zichen, who had killed the heavenly lion in an instant in the sky before. At this time, Lin Zichen was standing silently in a circular pit full of cracks with his head down. Under his feet, there was a headless 8-armed corpse. 8 arms. This was the corpse of the 8-armed demon ape. This 8-armed demon ape, which had ravaged the entire team of alien-level geniuses in his lifetime, had its entire huge head crushed and turned into a pool of blood flowing all over the ground. Under the gaze of a group of alien-level geniuses, Lin Zichen lifted the foot that was stepping on the head of the 8-armed demon ape, and slowly moved it to the position of the body of the 8-armed demon ape. Then, he stepped down hard. Boom! There was a deafening stomping sound. The ground, which had already cracked, suddenly cracked into a larger and more shocking crack. The body of the 8-armed demon ape on the crack was directly stepped on, and exploded into a ball of blood mist, with a strong smell of blood filling the surrounding air. Suddenly, this ball of salty blood mist that was spreading and fading seemed to be affected by some invisible force, and quickly gathered in the same direction. Luo Qianxue, Zhao Qingxian, Zhang Tao, and all the other level geniuses present were staring at the blood mist in the form of wisps. Seeing these blood mists with my own eyes, as if they had intelligence, they took the initiative to fly to Lin Zichen's hand, quickly gathered into a blood ball with great vitality, and floated quietly in Lin Zichen's hand. What is this method? What is Lin Zichen going to do? The geniuses of the alien level present were very confused and didn't understand what Lin Zichen was doing. Lin Zichen didn't care about these people's doubts, and silently thought in his heart, "Devour. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the 8-armed demon ape and gained biological attributes of thick skin and flesh. Thick skin and flesh. Your physical strength has been greatly improved. You absorbed a large amount of source power from the 8-armed demon ape, and the source power was transformed into blood and spirit. Your blood strength and spirit strength have been slightly improved, just a small improvement. It seems that the rare and powerful creatures of the 9th level that were out of reach last year are not enough for me to fill my teeth now." Lin Zichen sighed in his heart. After sighing, he exerted force on his feet, and his figure flashed in an instant, rushing forward at a very fast speed. In front of him, there was a large group of aliens, with extremely strong blood and source power. He wanted to kill the large group of aliens as quickly as possible, devour their corpses, and absorb their life source and source power for his own use. At the moment, he rushed forward. The faces of the alien geniuses behind him were all dazed, feeling very unreal. More than a year ago, Lin Zichen was still in the alien team with them, and was a newcomer in the team. At that time, although Lin Zichen had already shown extremely terrifying strength and evolutionary talent, it was not exaggerated to the point that people felt unattainable. Now, more than a year has passed, and Lin Zichen can already kill legendary creatures, and can easily crush the 8-armed demon ape that the entire alien team can't handle, just like stepping on an ant. Such strength is no longer on the same level as them. Even, they are not the same species. At least at this moment, these former genius teammates, who were at the level of aliens, did not think that they were the same species as Lin Zichen, who was only 20 years old and could kill legendary creatures. Chapter 293. In the city, at the center of the ground battlefield. A huge rock snake, relying on its body as huge as a mountain and indestructible, madly ravaged the surrounding earth powerhouses. The biological level of this rock snake was as high as the epic 9th level, and it was only one step away from evolving into a legendary creature. In this largest city stronghold on Earth, it only needs to swing its huge body to destroy everything along the way, with extremely strong destructive power. In the center of the battlefield, many Earth powerhouses died in its death swing, crushed into a pool of salty meat paste, constantly eroded by the source power attached to it. There is no possibility of recasting flesh and blood. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Don't force it! An epic 9th level Earth powerhouse, while trying his best to block the rock snake's tail sweep, shouted to the other Earth powerhouses around him, who were fighting the rock snake with him. The rock snake's biological level is too high, and it is also good at defense. Those with a lower biological level than it can hardly cause effective damage to it. In this case, it is meaningless to encircle it. The best choice at the moment is to quickly get away from this indestructible monster, and not to confront it head-on to avoid unnecessary losses. As for the immovable buildings in the city, they can only be swept and destroyed by the huge body of the rock snake. It turned into a pile of dilapidated ruins. It became a ruin. But it doesn't matter. A war of such a scale broke out. The city must be undefendable. The buildings that should collapse will collapse. As long as people are not dead, it's fine. However, if a rock snake with a biological level as high as the epic 9th level is determined to kill people, people with a biological level lower than it can't escape at all. In just a moment, a large number of slow people were swept down by the rock snake's tail. Their bodies were crushed into a pool of salty meat by the heavy stone snake's tail, and they remained on the battlefield forever, becoming a remnant soul that died with eyes wide open. Those with an epic level or above are not allowed to retreat, come back to stop this rock snake from moving forward. The epic 9th level Earth strongman who had just asked everyone to evacuate quickly saw a large number of compatriots with lower biological levels being caught up and crushed into a pool of meat by the rock snake, and his blood and chi burst out and shouted this sentence. As soon as the voice fell, he turned around and killed back, wanting to set an example, and be the first to risk his life to stop the rock snake behind from harming his compatriots. Under his example, many epic level Earth strongmen soon followed and killed back. These Earth strongmen did not hesitate at all, and sacrificed their blood and chi in their bodies to temporarily greatly improve their strength to fight against the powerful and arrogant rock snake. Although sacrificing the essence and blood in the body will greatly damage one's own evolutionary potential. However, in order to save more people, this group of epic Earth powerhouses do not care about sacrificing their own evolutionary potential. Everything has extreme duality. Since there are traitors who sacrifice the interests of the human race in exchange for evolutionary resources, there will also be heroes who are willing to sacrifice their small self to complete the big self. Bang! There was a loud noise. The next second, a figure flew backwards from the front at a high speed, fell to the ground with a bang, and hit the dust all over the sky. After a moment, the dust dissipated. There was a deep pit full of cracks on the ground. In the center of the deep pit, there was a man lying on his back, covered in blood and dying. When he looked closely, it turned out to be the Earth Strongman who had just led the charge towards the rock snake, with a biological level as high as the 9th level of Epic. He belonged to the second echelon of combat power in the city, but he was defeated by the rock snake in just one encounter, lying on the ground half dead, completely losing his combat power. Bang! 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 Soon, a series of similar sounds rang out. Several more figures flew backwards from the front, and fell heavily to the ground with a few bangs, exploding into a ball of blood and seeping into the ground, completely perishing. The biological level of these fallen people was only the low epic level, and they could not withstand the full force of the rock snake with full source power. It can't be stopped at all. Retreat. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Seeing that the people in front were killed instantly by the rock snake, the people behind decisively chose to retreat, not to die in vain. I don't know what ability the rock snake used. Its whole body glowed with a deep blue light. Its head split into 8. It became an 8-headed snake. After that, its strength, speed, defense and other biological attributes were greatly improved. It was just an ordinary attack, but it severely damaged the epic 9th level Earth powerhouse. It didn't even give him a chance to deal with it. When those epic Earth powerhouses retreated, the 8-headed rock snake suddenly stopped chasing, stood straight on the ground, and aimed its 8 ferocious snake heads at those epic Earth powerhouses. Boom! 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 There was a roar of engines. A dazzling deep blue light shone from the mouths of the 8 snake heads. As the light became more and more dazzling, the next second, 8 terrifying energy beams gushed out from the mouth of the snake head, aiming directly at the retreating epic level Earth warriors. Any matter would be instantly evaporated wherever it passed, and even the air was annihilated into nothingness. 2 epic level Earth warriors were unfortunately hit head-on by the energy beam, and were instantly annihilated into nothingness, without even a trace of blood or chi left. 1 epic level Earth warrior had his right arm hit by the energy beam, and half of his flesh and blood was instantly evaporated. He could not heal himself or repair himself, and became a one-armed man with lifelong disabilities. The remaining epic level Earth warriors, who were lucky enough to escape the disaster, were all scared. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. With an epic biological level, they were a high-ranking leader in the city, and a domineering overlord on Earth. However, at this moment, they were on the battlefield, facing the alien warriors who invaded the city, but they were as weak as ants and could be killed with a pinch. The gap was too big, making them feel deeply powerless and unable to muster the courage to resist. Boom! 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 The familiar roar of the engine sounded again. The 8-headed rock snake began a new round of energy accumulation, and was about to release energy beams to attack the remaining epic-level Earth warriors. Seeing the 8 snake heads with deep blue light in their mouths, the remaining epic-level Earth warriors all looked desperate, and their hearts were filled with fear. Just as the energy beam was about to burst out, and many epic-level Earth warriors were waiting to die, buzz. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The next second, a stream of red light flashed across the 8-headed rock snake, and 8 huge snake heads instantly fell off their necks, and fell heavily to the ground with several loud bangs. Before the creatures present could react to what was happening, boom! A deafening crash sounded. At the moment the sound sounded, the creatures present saw a slender young figure suddenly appear in front of the headless rock snake and hover, raising his right fist and punching the headless rock snake. Then, the headless rock snake exploded instantly, turning into a large piece of dark blue mist mixed with a hint of scarlet, which quickly spread in the air. Is it Lin Zichen? When they saw that it was Lin Zichen who killed the 8-headed rock snake with one punch, all the epic-level Earth Masters who survived the disaster were slightly stunned, and their faces were full of the feeling that everything in front of them was very unreal. In their minds, Lin Zichen has always been a newcomer who has just entered the source to train. His evolutionary talent is unprecedented. He has a promising future. He only needs a certain amount of development time to become a top powerhouse on Earth in the future. But the scene before them broke their perception of evolutionary genius. Lin Zichen does not need to train or evolve at all. He has become a top powerhouse on Earth after not seeing him for a while. With just a simple punch, a rock snake that is infinitely close to a legendary creature can be blasted into a mist and completely destroyed. His strength directly broke the perception of all creatures present. Lin Zichen noticed the shocked eyes around him. But he ignored it. He just raised his hand and sucked all the surrounding mist into his hand, condensing it into a dark blue water ball with a trace of red lines, and then he thought, swallow. You swallowed a lot of the life essence of the Yakutsubo rock snake and gained the biological attribute of indestructible. Indestructible. The defense of your body has been greatly enhanced. You swallowed a lot of source power from the Yakutsubo rock snake, and the source power was transformed into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Is it only improved this little? The improvement that an epic 9th level great perfection alien can bring to me is negligible. Lin Zichen felt the improvement of his blood and spirit strength in his body, and saw that the improvement was a bit different from the improvement when he swallowed the legendary alien corpse before. He couldn't help but shook his head and sighed in his heart. In fact, the improvement was not less at all, it was just that his appetite had grown. After swallowing the legendary alien, swallowing the epic alien again, he could no longer feel the pleasure. After calming down a little, Lin Zichen flew to the other side of the battlefield under the gaze of many epic-level Earth Masters. Over there were a large number of alien races waiting for him to harvest and devour. On the other side, Xin Qinghan was using her superb water control ability to save the dying and the wounded on the battlefield, saving the lives of many Earth compatriots. During this period, she was doing two things at once. While treating the wounded, most of her attention was on Lin Zichen in the distance, and she kept an eye on Lin Zichen's movements. When she saw Lin Zichen killing all the alien races along the way, like chopping melons and vegetables, and then devouring and absorbing them for his own use, she seemed to see Qingmo's figure. Lin Zi is becoming more and more like the pavilion master. Xin Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen from a distance, and couldn't help muttering. In the distance, Lin Zichen felt Xin Qinghan's gaze. But he didn't pay much attention. He just focused on killing aliens. No matter whether they were rare, epic, or legendary. As long as he met them along the way, he would kill them all with one punch. Exploded into a blood mist and swallowed up. Use it for yourself. As more and more source power was swallowed, Lin Zichen could clearly feel that the strength of his blood and spirit in his body had reached a critical point. It seemed that he was going to break through to the legendary level, and let his body evolve to the legendary level. Sensing this, Lin Zichen was slightly excited. It's coming. It will evolve into a legendary creature soon. Lin Zichen didn't stay excited for too long. Soon, he flashed and rushed to a group of beasts on the side, killing them and devouring the source power crazily. I don't know how long he devoured. Just as he devoured the corpse of a strange beast with a biological level as high as the legendary level 1, a text prompt message slowly emerged in the void. Your biological level has successfully evolved from epic level 9 to legendary level 1 at the moment the prompt message appeared. Lin Zichen's entire mind seemed to be bombarded, and he felt abnormal swelling and unbearable pain and chaos. Fortunately, this discomfort was fleeting. Instead, Lin Zichen felt that his body was full of strength, and his blood and mental strength were at the peak of his life. The whole person was reborn. At the same time, a shocking phenomenon occurred in the sky above the city. A slender young figure was projected high into the sky, under the gaze of many creatures below. Countless golden lights appeared out of thin air, flashing dazzling light, and all poured into the slender young figure, becoming a part of the young figure. Then, the slender young figure reflected thousands of feet of light, illuminating the entire city below. Then, like a burnt candle, it suddenly became dim, and gradually disappeared in the eyes of all the creatures below. The vision in the sky disappeared, but all the creatures who witnessed the vision were still shocked at this moment, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Proven to be a legendary creature, Lin Zichen actually proved to be a legendary creature. How did he do it? It's incredible, unbelievable. At this moment, all the creatures who witnessed Lin Zichen's evolution into a legendary creature felt puzzled and couldn't believe it was true. Because it was too outrageous. A young man who just turned 20 years old actually evolved into a legendary creature. This directly broke the cognition of all creatures on the scene about evolution. It made these creatures doubt their lives. They began to think about themselves. They looked at their evolutionary path over the years, and saw if there were any crucial, but relatively hidden places that were overlooked. On the legendary battlefield above the city, Yi Yongsheng was fighting with the leaders of the city. The two sides fought back and forth, and it was difficult to tell the winner. It seemed that it would continue for quite a long time. Just as both sides tacitly confronted each other like this. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above their heads. It was a strange phenomenon that would only be triggered when a creature successfully proved itself to be a legendary strongman. The moment he saw the strange phenomenon, Yi Yongxing's face changed slightly. Then, he immediately separated a trace of mental power and sent it to Lin Zichen to see if Lin Zichen's biological level had really evolved to the first level of legend. After carefully sensing 3 times and confirming that Lin Zichen had successfully evolved into a legendary creature, Yi Yongxing became anxious. He no longer had the calm and composed look he had before. He was just afraid of Lin Zichen's high evolutionary talent. This kid is growing too fast. He must not be allowed to stay. Thinking of this, Yi Yongxing's eyes condensed, and he frantically sacrificed his blood. He wanted to greatly improve his strength, get rid of the entanglement of the powerful people in the city around him, and then kill Lin Zichen, this huge threat, in the cradle as soon as possible. Chapter 294. With the continuous sacrifice of blood essence, the degree of change on Yi Yongxing's body became more and more serious. In an instant, he changed from a half-human and half-beast form to a complete beast. His pupils were scarlet and bloodshot. He had wings on his back, and his surface was covered with thorns. There were 2 huge sharp horns on his head, and the power of blood and chi was constantly flowing. His muscles were bulging high and full of explosive power. His huge and sturdy body was like a 10,000-meter high mountain that could not be seen in front of the city leaders who besieged him, which was extremely oppressive. Boom! There was only a terrifying explosion. Yi Yongxing, who had completely turned into a beast, suddenly burst out with a strong pressure from his body, shaking the surrounding air like broken glass. The city leaders, who besieged him, were all blown away by this pressure. They were bleeding from all 7 orifices and seriously injured. Several weaker ones were directly shocked and lost consciousness on the spot. Buzz! After dealing with the flies around him, Yi Yongxing rushed towards Lin Zichen in a flash. His speed was so fast that it made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and tore countless shocking void cracks. After transforming into a strange beast, his strength increased significantly, and he was directly promoted to the 9th level of legend. He was only 1 step away from the supreme mythical creature. It takes an unimaginable price to improve one's biological level so much in a short period of time. The biggest price is that the body transformed into a strange beast will not be able to change back to human form. However, this is not a problem for Yi Yongxing at all. He has been stationed here in the source for so many years, and has entered countless ancient and mysterious ruins, from which he has obtained a large number of rare treasures. Among these rare treasures, there is a dark mysterious bead that can allow one's consciousness to invade the consciousness of another creature, thus occupying the nest of the magpie. In layman's terms, it is taking over the body. Now, he has been stuck at the legendary level for countless years, and has reached the end of the evolutionary path. He wants to take over Lin Zichen's body full of miracles, and use Lin Zichen's body to prove the mythical creature. In this way, not only can the evolutionary path that has been blocked be reopened, but also the control of the aliens can be escaped. He can become the Deputy State Lord and evolve into a powerful person of the legendary high level, which is inseparable from the support of the aliens. And if you want to get the support of the aliens, you have to sell yourself to the aliens. Now his body is filled with insurance from the aliens. As long as he dares to be disloyal, the aliens can easily take his life at any time. Quick, stop him. Stop this traitor who is worse than pigs and dogs. Don't let him get close to Lin Zichen. Seeing Yi Yongxing, who had transformed into a strange beast, flying towards Lin Zichen at a high speed, a white-haired and white-bearded city leader immediately shouted to remind his colleagues around him. When the voice fell, his whole body of blood and chi had already burst out, and he was frantically sacrificing his blood and essence in his body, chasing Yi Yongxing in front of him at the fastest speed to prevent this traitorous deputy city lord from getting close to Lin Zichen. His biological level was not as good as Yi Yongxing, but with the powerful flying beast gene in his body, he flew in front of Yi Yongxing in the blink of an eye and blocked Yi Yongxing's way. Don't overestimate your ability. Seeing the white-haired old man who came to stop him, Yi Yongxing's eyes were full of disdain. The white-haired old man heard the words without any fluctuations in his heart. He was very self-aware, and knew that he could not stop Yi Yongxing from approaching Lin Zichen with his own strength. However, it was impossible to stop him with normal methods. If abnormal methods were used, there was still a chance to successfully stop him. Master Yezhou, I am different from you. I will not sell out my people for my own benefit, but I will sell myself for the benefit of my people. The white-haired old man said this calmly, and all the blood and spirit in his body were exhausted, turning into a full energy that continued to expand in his body. Feeling the expanding energy in the white-haired old man's body, Yi Yongxing's face changed and he cursed, "You lunatic." The moment the curse fell, The white-haired old man in front of Yi Yongsheng, his old body began to swell like a balloon, and countless cracks with red light began to crack on his body surface. Then, there was a loud bang. The body of the white-haired old man exploded. An explosive airflow that was countless times more powerful than a nuclear explosion instantly spread out from the exploded body of the white-haired old man, destroying everything along the way. Yi Yongsheng was the closest, and was hit by the explosive airflow at the first time. His huge body, like a mountain, was instantly hit and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Other city leaders, who were a little further away, also couldn't withstand the impact and flew backwards. The city below was not spared either. Countless creatures were affected, and were bleeding from all 7 orifices and seriously injured on the spot. Some creatures with lower levels were even shattered alive, losing their vitality and becoming a lifeless corpse, forever remaining on this dilapidated battlefield. Lin Zichen, who was far away, felt the impact of this powerful energy and immediately teleported to Xinqinghan's front and protected her body with his own body. After about 10 seconds, the shock wave generated by the self-explosion of the white-haired old man slowly subsided. Lin Zichen looked up and looked around. The scene he saw was either a ruin or corpses everywhere. The scene was extremely tragic. The self-explosion of a legendary creature was so powerful that it almost wiped the entire battlefield off the map and turned it into a void of ruins. Lin Zi, what happened just now? Xinqinghan poked her head out of Lin Zichen's arms and looked at the horrible scene around her, feeling uneasy. Lin Zichen did not rush to answer, but looked up at Yi Yongsheng in the sky. Seeing that the treacherous deputy state lord was only bleeding from the corner of his mouth and suffered a minor injury, the expression on Lin Zichen's face suddenly became solemn. The self-explosion of a legendary creature, at such a close distance, only caused such a little damage to Yi Yongsheng. Yi Yongsheng's strength is far stronger than imagined. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen frowned unconsciously, feeling a little unsure. Before this, he always thought that as long as he evolved to the legendary level, he would have a chance to cooperate with the leaders in the city to take down Yi Yongsheng. Now it seems that he was a little too optimistic before. If he wants to take down Yi Yongsheng, he has to continue to devour and evolve further. With this idea, Lin Zichen let go of Xinqinghan in his arms and rushed to other places in the city. The self-explosion of the white-haired old man just now killed many creatures in the city. Indiscriminate attack. No matter if they were of the same race or different races, as long as they were of a lower level and too close to each other, they were basically killed on the spot. Killing 1,000 enemies, losing 800 of their own. The worst thing was that they didn't kill the enemy they wanted to kill. They killed only the insignificant shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This self-explosion could be said to be in vain. The only benefit was that there were more corpses of different races on the battlefield, which made it easier for Lin Zichen to devour them. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of cat salamander monster and gained the biological attribute of advanced sensitivity. Advanced sensitivity. Your 5 senses are greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of the source power of the self-made cat salamander monster, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit was improved to a certain extent. You devoured a large amount of the life essence of Void Vine Snake and gained the biological attribute of Advanced Concealment. Advanced Concealment. You can perfectly blend into any environment to avoid enemies. Lin Zichen did not waste time and quickly wandered around the battlefield devouring the corpses of aliens, absorbing the source power in the corpses to improve the progress of evolution. On the other side, Yi Yongsheng looked up at the center of the white-haired old man's self-explosion and felt a lingering fear. If he had not hardened his whole body in time, he would have been seriously injured by the power generated by the white-haired old man's self-explosion. Zhongqing, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. You are willing to sacrifice your life for the future of the human race. It's a pity that you died in vain. Your self-explosion didn't hurt me at all. Yi Yongsheng raised the corner of his mouth with a playful look. After mocking the dead white-haired old man, he quickly set his sights on Lin Zichen in the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of fanaticism. Lin Zichen's body has too many incredible abilities, and it is undoubtedly a mythical figure. As long as he can get Lin Zichen's body, it is just a matter of time to prove the truth of a mythical creature. Your body is very strong, but it will soon be mine. Yi Yongsheng murmured, and then his body turned into a residual image, rushing towards Lin Zichen, who was devouring the corpse on the ground at the fastest speed. The city leaders behind him saw this, and they didn't care about treating the internal injuries that had just been shaken by the self-explosion of the white-haired old man, and immediately chased after him one after another. They all saw Lin Zichen's extremely fast evolution speed, and knew the importance of Lin Zichen. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Zichen will be the future of the human race in the future. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Zichen must be saved with all his strength. Even if he explodes himself, it is worth it. Ground. Lin Zichen devoured the corpses of aliens crazily. The speed of devouring is comparable to that of locusts passing through. In just a moment, the bodies of the aliens on the ground were devoured completely. When a Widell's body was devoured, a text prompt message slowly emerged from the void deep in his mind. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Legendary Level 1 to Legendary Level 2. Legendary Level 2. Looking at the prompt message in the void, Lin Zichen was excited. If he was still a little unsure about facing Yongsheng when he was at the Legendary Level 1, he was full of confidence now that he was at the Legendary Level 2. Buzz! Suddenly, a huge sound of breaking through the air sounded. The moment he heard the sound, Lin Zichen sensed that Yongsheng was coming to kill him. In this regard, he did not hesitate at all, and quickly burst out his blood and spirit, soaring into the sky at the fastest speed, as far away from the city as possible. He wanted to move the next battlefield from inside the city to outside the city to avoid affecting Shenqinghan. So fast! Seeing Lin Zichen soaring from the ground to the sky in just a blink of an eye, and instantly rushing out of the city and reaching the dangerous area dozens of miles away, Yongsheng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Zichen's speed was too fast. So fast that Yongsheng, whose biological level was as high as the 9th level of legend, was dumbfounded for a while and felt unbelievable. The speed displayed by Lin Zichen at this time was not like a newly promoted legendary strongman at all, but like a legendary high-level strongman. Not only shocked Yongsheng, but also shocked the leaders in the city. What special ability does Lin Zichen's body have? Why is it so strong that it is not in line with common sense? Yongsheng was full of curiosity while chasing Lin Zichen at high speed. The same curiosity still exists in the hearts of the city leaders who followed behind. After seeing Lin Zichen's amazing speed, these city leaders were all shocked, and their hearts were filled with doubts and confusion. They have been in the source for many years, and have seen all kinds of evolutionary geniuses that have shocked the world, but this is the first time they have seen an evolutionary genius like Lin Zichen, who is completely unreasonable. About 10 seconds later, Lin Zichen, who was still in the city just now appeared in a place thousands of miles away from the city. This place is an endless ocean. The surface is calm. Undercurrents are surging. The reason why Lin Zichen chose to fight Yongsheng here is that he can run away if he can't win. The sea is huge, very mysterious, boundless, and unfathomable. The success rate of escaping by water is much higher than that of escaping by land. Buzz! A rapid sound of breaking through the air sounded. 2 seconds after Lin Zichen stopped on the sea, Yongsheng caught up. He hovered on the sea's surface hundreds of meters away from Lin Zichen, and the height of the hovering was much higher than Lin Zichen, just enough to meet the angle of looking down from a high position. I'm really curious, how did you manage to evolve into a legendary creature when you were just 20 years old? You can get the benefits of evolution from corpses, right? Yongsheng looked down at Lin Zichen and asked, and did not attack Lin Zichen immediately. He was not in a hurry for this moment. He could sense that the Wood God side in the central region had the advantage, and no mythical strongman had time to come here to get in the way. The most important thing was that he wanted to know as much as possible about Lin Zichen before taking over his body. In this way, after successfully taking over the body, a lot of energy and time for exploring a strange body can be saved. Buzz! 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 A few seconds later, a burst of air-breaking sounds rang out one after another. The slower city leaders also arrived above the sea one after another, gathered together, and hovered opposite Yongsheng. Facing these former subordinates, Yongsheng was full of contempt and did not take them seriously at all. In this world, only mythical creatures can enter his eyes. A group of legendary creatures are no different from ants in his eyes. Lin Zichen, you go first, go as far as you can, and let us deal with this traitor. The leading city leader looked at Lin Zichen and shouted in a powerful voice. He felt that it was unrealistic to join forces to kill Yongsheng. The only realistic thing was that he and his colleagues desperately delayed Yongsheng and created a chance for Lin Zichen to escape. Facing the good intentions of the city leader, Lin Zichen just said calmly, "No, running away is only a temporary solution. I think it's better to join forces to get rid of this traitor." Chapter 295. After saying that they would join forces to deal with Yongsheng, Lin Zichen had an idea and activated the biological attribute Flame Breath, instantly igniting the entire sea surface under his feet. The ocean under his feet contained rich source power, providing a constant supply of fuel for the red flames. The flames burned more and more vigorously. In an instant, it intensified into a sea of fire. It emitted extremely high temperatures. It was so hot that even the air was about to evaporate. Lin Zichen possessed the biological attribute rebirth from the ashes of fire. As long as he was in a flame environment, he could be resurrected infinitely, greatly improving the fault tolerance rate. Now that he was in a sea of fire, he felt full of security. On the other side, Yi Yongsheng and a group of city leaders were a little confused. They didn't understand what Lin Zichen was doing. Why did he ignite the entire sea surface for no reason? However, these were not the main points. The point is, how did Lin Zichen manage to ignite the entire sea surface in an instant? He is obviously a pure-blooded human, without any exotic animal genes in his body. How did he manage to possess so many incredible abilities? At this moment, not only was Yi Yongsheng's eyes full of greed when he looked at Lin Zichen, but even some of the leaders in the city had uncontrollable evil thoughts. Lin Zichen's body is too magical. If you can dissect his body and understand the reasons for his special body, maybe you can find a new direction on the evolutionary road that is almost at the end. Legendary and mythical, this is the biological level with the biggest gap. Legendary creatures have a lifespan limit. Mythical creatures do not. Being able to evolve into a mythical creature is a fatal temptation for any legendary creature. The temptation is so great that it is enough to challenge human nature. Solid his mind a little. Yi Yongsheng looked at the sea of fire below, and with a thought, he released a large amount of mental power to extinguish the flames. Although he didn't know why Lin Zichen set the entire sea on fire, he thought that this must have some unknown benefits for Lin Zichen. Otherwise, Lin Zichen would not do this. Based on this point, it would not be wrong to put out the fire as soon as possible. However, the red fire burning on the sea surface is much more difficult to deal with than imagined. Whether it is isolating the air or drawing away the seawater on the surface, the red flame is still burning continuously, without any signs of weakening and extinguishing. Yi Yongsheng frowned slightly at this. What's going on? Why can't this fire be extinguished? Yi Yongsheng was puzzled. He couldn't understand why he, who was only one step away from the myth level, couldn't extinguish the fire set off by Lin Zichen, a newly promoted legendary creature. Also, when I was chasing Lin Zichen before, my speed was not much faster than Lin Zichen. I was always far behind him. There was no hope of catching up in a short time. If Lin Zichen hadn't stopped himself, it would probably take a long time to catch up. Logically speaking, with such a huge difference in the biological level between the two sides, he should be able to catch up in an instant. I couldn't catch up after chasing for so long. It doesn't make sense. What is so special about Lin Zichen's body that makes him so powerful that people feel incredible? With this doubt, Yi Yongsheng looked at Lin Zichen expressionlessly and said calmly, "Student Lin, your body really has too many incredible abilities. Each of these abilities is legendary. Given time, you will surely become a mythical creature and the hope of the human race. However, you are still too young and don't know enough about evolution. It is difficult for you to use your body to its full potential. Give me your body. I will develop it to its full potential and make you the hope of the human race. This traitor is unworthy." Before Lin Zichen could respond, a bald city leader cursed Yi Yongsheng with anger on his face. Yi Yongsheng heard the curse, but chose to ignore it, and his attention was all on Lin Zichen. Although these former subordinates around him were all legendary creatures, and had sacrificed their blood essence to greatly improve their strength. However, for Yi Yongsheng, who had completely transformed into a strange beast, they were still a group of ants. He didn't need to care about them at all, and just treated them as non-existent. The main character is a person who can look down on others as long as he is strong enough. What do you mean by giving me my body? Lin Zichen looked at Yi Yongsheng in front of him, and asked him calmly while frantically mobilizing his blood and spirit. Yi Yongsheng said calmly, "No need to explain." The moment he finished speaking, his figure flashed and the whole person disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Zichen, very close. So fast, Lin Zichen was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Yongsheng, who was so huge, could be so fast. So fast that he had no time to react. Buzz! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Yi Yongsheng swung his huge fist, with endless blood and energy, and punched Lin Zichen's head fiercely. This looked like a devastating punch, but he only used the strength of the legendary 5th level. The purpose was to test Lin Zichen's strength, not to seriously injure Lin Zichen. He was worried that if he punched with all his strength, Lin Zichen would be beaten into a ball of blood mist on the spot and fall directly. This was not the result he wanted to see. What he wanted was to take over Lin Zichen's body. Therefore, The integrity of Lin Zichen's body must be guaranteed as much as possible. It is best to use mental attack methods to erase Lin Zichen's will. This will not damage his body. But before that, he had to properly test the strength of Lin Zichen's body and understand in advance the body with a mythical appearance that he was about to take over. Buzz! As the fist kept getting closer, the sound of breaking through the air became louder and louder. Lin Zichen wanted to dodge, but after feeling it, he found that Yi Yongxing's punch was not as powerful as he had imagined. So, he simply didn't dodge or evade, and directly fought with him with the vast power of blood and qi. Soon, there was a loud bang. The two fists full of blood and qi collided with each other with a strong energy. In an instant, a terrifying shock wave instantly spread from between the two people to the surroundings. Wherever the shock wave passed, the air was directly shaken out of a large spider web crack. The power was extremely strong. It was so strong that even several city leaders not far away were shaken away, and they lost all their faces. A dignified legendary strongman was actually shaken away by the aftermath of a 20-year-old young man fighting with others. This was a big loss of face. This terrifying shock wave lasted less than a few seconds before it completely dissipated. At the moment the shock wave dissipated, a huge figure flew backwards at high speed. Sparks and electricity were everywhere in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, tearing open countless cracks in the void along the way. The city leaders present immediately looked at the figure flying backwards. When they saw the figure's appearance clearly, they all showed shock and disbelief in their eyes. The person flying backwards was actually Yi Yongxing, a traitor? What's going on? How did Lin Zichen do it? The punch Yi Yongxing just threw was far more powerful than the low-level legend. Most people present couldn't stand it. However, Lin Zichen not only could stand it, but he could even blow Yi Yongxing away in return. Such an exaggerated challenge beyond the level of the opponent made the city leaders puzzled and stirred up a storm in their hearts. Chapter 296. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 4,396 meters. Yi Yongxing flew backwards for thousands of meters before he managed to stabilize himself and hover in the air. The power of Lin Zichen's punch, just now, was far beyond his imagination. It was far beyond the 5th level of legend. It was already at the level of high-level legend. He has just evolved to the legendary level, and he can burst out the power of high-level legend. Is he really a human? Yi Yongxing looked at Lin Zichen, who had just punched him, from a distance of thousands of meters, his face full of horror. He knew that Lin Zichen was different from ordinary people, and could easily kill enemies across levels. So, the punch he just made was a big deal, with a power as high as the 5th level of legend. This punch was enough to severely injure, or even kill any city leader present. However, even such a powerful punch was knocked away by Lin Zichen in the fight just now. Yi Yongxing originally thought that he had overestimated Lin Zichen by punching out a legendary 5th level punch. Unexpectedly, Lin Zichen's strength was beyond his imagination. Although he had just evolved into a legendary creature, his strength was as high as the high-level legendary level. This made people feel that he was no longer an earthling. Even, he could not be called a human. Because even the indigenous human race aliens in the source land had never seen such an exaggerated performance as Lin Zichen. Buzz! A rapid sound of breaking through the air exploded. Lin Zichen's whole body of blood and qi burst out, and he took the initiative to kill Yi Yongxing. The city leaders, who were still shocked around him, came to their senses after seeing this, and followed the blood and qi burst out, and killed Yi Yongxing together. The original idea of these city leaders was to risk their lives to hold Yi Yongxing back as much as possible, so that Lin Zichen would have a chance to escape. But at this moment, seeing how powerful Lin Zichen was, their thoughts had completely changed. The idea in their hearts was no longer to hold Yi Yongxing back to give Lin Zichen a chance to escape, but to assist Lin Zichen in killing the traitor Yi Yongxing. A traitor at the level of a deputy state lord would be too threatening to the human race if he stayed in this world. Now that there is a chance to get rid of him directly, we must try. Buzz! 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 A burst of air-breaking sound resounded throughout the sky. With Lin Zichen as the leader and nearly 10 city leaders as the assistant, they all turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Yi Yongxing, who was thousands of meters away, at a high speed. Seeing this, Yi Yongxing's eyes instantly became sharp. This time, he would never dare to underestimate the enemy again. He immediately burst out his blood and spirit to increase his strength to the highest level. Although he is arrogant, and does not take creatures below the mythical level seriously. However, this does not mean that he will ignore risks because of his arrogance. When the situation is risky, he will immediately enter a state of absolute concentration. Boom! A large amount of blood and chi is constantly dispersing, rubbing in the air to make a roar that resounds throughout the sky. As this roar sounded, Lin Zichen, whose body was wrapped in the power of blood and chi, instantly rushed to Yi Yongsheng from a distance of thousands of meters away. Then, with a large amount of blood and chi, he raised his hand and punched Yi Yongsheng in front of him. The moment the fist was thrown, the vast blood and chi power turned into a red dragon, accompanied by bursts of deafening dragon roars, and rushed towards Yi Yongsheng with a shocking momentum. Facing such a terrifying punch, Yi Yongsheng had no intention of dodging. He chose to gather most of his blood and chi in his fist, and punched out with the force of thunder, and fought with Lin Zichen again. This time, the power of his punch reached the 7th level of legend. Soon, there was a loud bang. Lin Zichen's fist and Yi Yongsheng's fist collided violently, and at the same time as the loud bang, a terrifying aftermath spread out instantly. Wherever the aftermath passed, the air was directly shaken into a shocking net, full of cracks. During this period, those city leaders who followed Lin Zichen closely were all blown away by the aftermath before they had time to make a move, like ants without any resistance. On ordinary days, they are all legendary strongmen who are high above and look down on the world. But at this moment, in the fierce duel between Lin Zichen and Yi Yongsheng, they didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the battle. They could only be blown away by the terrifying aftermath of the two people's fists, which served as a foil to prove the high intensity of this duel. Boom! 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 The sound of the explosion continued. With the blessing of a large number of biological attributes, Lin Zichen blasted out a fist force far beyond his own biological level, punching one after another to fight Yi Yongsheng, whose biological level was as high as the legendary 9th level, and he was not at all inferior. Yi Yongsheng only used the strength of the legendary 7th level to fight at the beginning, but after a few punches, he found that even if his fist power was increased to the legendary 7th level, he was still not Lin Zichen's opponent. Yi Yongsheng was shocked and excited about this. This flesh is too powerful. It is completely the flesh becoming holy in the myth. Seize the body. I must seize this body. No one can stop me from seizing the body. With this excitement, Yi Yongsheng gradually increased the force of his punches to test the upper limit of Lin Zichen's body. Legendary Level 7. Legendary Level 7 Great Perfection. Legendary Level 8. Legendary Level 8 Great Perfection. Until the punch force increased to the level of Legendary Level 8 Great Perfection, Yi Yongsheng gradually gained the upper hand, and beat Lin Zichen so hard that he could not resist. Crack, crack, crack! Amid the deafening sound of the collision, tiny hard objects broke quietly. In the collision of fists, cracks began to appear on Lin Zichen's finger bones, and then, they broke so seriously that the whole fist was deformed and a large blood mist burst out. If this continues, the wrist, arm, and even the shoulder will burst into blood mist. For this scene, Lin Zichen did not retreat at all and continued to fight with Yi Yongsheng. Just when they were fighting, he consumed his mental power crazily to activate his self-healing biological properties, and constantly repaired the damage on his body. Unfortunately, no matter how fast his body healed, it was still too easy to resist the damage caused by Yi Yongsheng. When the fight reached nearly 100,000 punches, boom! A terrifying sound of fighting suddenly exploded. Then, Lin Zichen flew backwards at a very fast speed, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his 5 abdomens and 6 internal organs were displaced, and he suffered extremely serious internal injuries, and lost most of his combat power in an instant. Not far away, the city leaders who had been unable to intervene all looked desperate when they saw this. Lin Zichen was incredibly powerful, but he was still too young after all. He did not have enough time to evolve, and could not compete with Yi Yongsheng, who had evolved for hundreds or thousands of years. Self-destruct, blow him up, and give Lin Zichen a chance to survive. A woman with a shawl on her shoulders shouted to her colleagues with a firm look in her eyes, and then her blood and she suddenly burst out, turning into a stream of blood-red light, and rushed towards Yi Yongsheng alone at the fastest speed. Several city leaders saw this, and did not hesitate for a moment, and immediately mobilized their blood and chi to kill Yi Yongsheng. They all had to sacrifice their small self to complete their big self, and use the last afterglow of their lives to hurt Yi Yongsheng as much as possible, creating a chance for Lin Zichen to escape. It was a chance to cross-level kill. As long as Lin Zichen can survive, the human race still has hope of turning the tide. Chapter 297. After knocking Lin Zichen away with a punch, Yi Yongsheng finally measured Lin Zichen's upper limit. The 2nd level body of the legend can exert the strength between the 8th level and the 8th level perfection of the legend. The span is so large that it is as high as 6 levels. It is really a coveted body. This body will be mine soon. With this excited mood, Yi Yongsheng burst out his blood and spirit, chasing Lin Zichen, who was flying backwards at the fastest speed. The upper limit of Lin Zichen's body has been tested. Now, he wants to use spiritual means to erase Lin Zichen's will from the body, and then his will replace Lin Zichen's body. Buzz! 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 Several rapid sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Several people, led by a woman with a shawl, flew in front of Yi Yongsheng to block his way and prevent him from chasing Lin Zichen. Seeing this, Yi Yongsheng showed disdain on his face. A bunch of ants who don't know their own strength, all of you should disappear. After saying this, he swung his huge wings violently. The next second, a large black airflow appeared out of thin air in front of him, sweeping towards the people who blocked his way with a destructive force. Faced with this fatal attack, the woman with disheveled shawl had no intention of hiding at all, and stood still with a firm look in her eyes. When the blood and chi rushed to her, and she was closest to Yi Yongsheng, the woman with disheveled shawl shouted to the people behind her, "Explode now!" The moment the voice fell, the woman's body expanded rapidly, causing her skin to crack into countless shocking cracks, leaking a large amount of vast and majestic blood and chi. Then the next second, there was a loud bang. The woman's body exploded completely, turning into a terrifying energy that spread rapidly, indiscriminately attacking everything within the explosion range, shaking the air into a web. Almost at the same time, the few people behind the woman also blew themselves up. Boom! 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 A series of sounds like nuclear explosions rang out one after another, shaking the entire southern region. The huge movement that erupted during the period, accompanied by strange phenomena all over the sky, seemed to have ushered in an unprecedented doomsday, shrouding all creatures in the southern region in panic. On the other side, Lin Zichen, who had just been blasted tens of thousands of meters away by Yi Yongsheng's punch, finally hovered with difficulty. At this time, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his soul was turbulent, and he was seriously injured. If it were an ordinary legendary creature, it would not be able to recover for several years without external intervention after suffering such serious injuries. Fortunately, his physique is quite special, and has various self-healing biological properties. In just a moment, his injuries had completely healed, and he was back to normal, with no signs of injury. He stabilized his body a little. With the help of Eye of the Sky and Danger Sense, Lin Zichen looked at the direction of Yi Yongsheng from a distance of tens of thousands of meters. Then, he saw an extremely dilapidated scene. The air exploded, and there was smoke and dust everywhere. The energy in it was chaotic and abnormally unstable. It felt like a thundercloud, which could produce violent energy fluctuations at any time. This was the residual power left by the simultaneous self-explosion of several legendary masters just now. It still contained terrifying energy, so terrifying that Lin Zichen, who was tens of thousands of meters away, felt terrified. The simultaneous self-detonation of several legendary masters is indeed terrifying. I just don't know how much damage this can cause to Yi Yongsheng. Lin Zichen muttered in his heart, while carefully observing the situation on Yi Yongsheng's side. However, the energy fluctuations there are too large now. Even with the blessing of Eye of the Sky and Danger Sense, he can't see or sense anything. For safety reasons, Lin Zichen did not choose to approach immediately. Instead, his blood and spirit burst out and flew towards the surviving city leaders. The self-detonation just now sacrificed more than half of the city leaders. There are only 4 city leaders left alive. The biological levels, from high to low, are Legendary Level 3, Legendary Level 2, Legendary Level 1 Great Perfection, Legendary Level 1. These 4 city leaders are relatively cherishing their lives, and did not self-detonate together. Lin Zichen can understand this approach. If it were him, he would probably not self-detonate. Most likely they would choose to save themselves first, and save their lives to protect their families. Student Lin, are you seriously injured? As soon as Lin Zichen landed beside the 4 city leaders, one of them asked with concern. One person asked, and the other 3 looked at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen's condition determines the trend of the next encirclement of Yi Yongsheng. If Lin Zichen was seriously injured and in a bad condition, then there would be no need for the 4 of them to stay here and die. Unless Yi Yongsheng, who had endured the self-explosion of several legendary strongmen, was more seriously injured than Lin Zichen. Faced with the concern of several people, Lin Zichen said calmly, "It has completely healed." Completely healed? The city leader, who had just expressed his concern, was immediately in disbelief when he saw Lin Zichen say this calmly. He had seen Yi Yongsheng's punch completely before, and felt the power of the punch. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of that punch was enough to beat a legendary mid-level, or even legendary 7th-level strongman into a bloody mist. But even with such a powerful punch, Lin Zichen not only took it hard, but also remained intact afterwards. How strong must one's body be to be able to do this? It must be at least at the level of legendary 8th level. Thinking of this, the leader was shocked beyond words, and also felt excited. Lin Zichen had this strength, and Yi Yongxing had just been hit by the self-explosion of several legendary strongmen, so it was likely that his body was severely injured. This back and forth greatly increased his chances of winning. Killing Yi Yongxing was no longer a low probability event. If Yi Yongxing was seriously injured, he might be killed without any injury. Lin Zichen noticed that the faces of the 4 city leaders beside him were much more relaxed, and he probably guessed what they were thinking. However, he didn't care about it, and all his attention was on the energy fluctuation area in front of him. About 10 seconds passed. The energy in that area gradually stabilized. At the same time, with the blessing of Eye of the Sky and Danger Sense, Lin Zichen began to sense the specific situation of that area. In the center of the area, a figure with blood and qi constantly overflowing was seen. Looking closely, it was Yi Yongxing. At this time, Yi Yongxing was no longer the high-handed look before. The whole body was in tatters, and the breath was much weaker. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately consumed his mental power to strengthen the effect of the biological attribute Danger Sense, and peeked at Yi Yongxing's current biological information. The next moment, the biological information about Yi Yongxing at this moment quickly emerged in the void. Qi and blood strength. Legendary 8th level. Mental strength. Legendary 8th level. Alien genes. 100% activated. Other biological information. Lin Zichen quickly read the biological information in the void. When he saw that Yi Yongxing's qi and blood strength and mental strength had declined to the legendary 8th level, he was immediately shocked. Legendary 8th level. This treacherous deputy state lord is only at the legendary 8th level now. I can definitely deal with him alone. Chapter 298. Lin Zichen was excited when he sensed that Yi Yongxing was seriously injured and his strength had greatly decreased. Just as he was thinking about the next strategy, whether to fight quickly and decisively with all his strength, or to fight steadily and circling around. Buzz! An explosive sound of breaking through the air sounded. At the moment the sound fell, Yi Yongxing, who had just been hovering in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face, flashed through the void and appeared behind Lin Zichen in the next second. So fast, Lin Zichen's heart sank, and his nerves were tense all over his body. He didn't expect that Yi Yongxing, who was seriously injured, could still burst out at such a fast speed. When he was shocked, he had an idea, and his whole body of blood and spirit burst to the maximum limit, sprinting forward at the fastest speed to distance himself from Yi Yongxing, who appeared behind him instantly. Before he rushed out far, he sensed a very terrifying energy fluctuation coming from behind him. It was expected that there would be energy fluctuations. But what surprised him was that the energy fluctuation coming from behind was not directed at him. At this moment, he realized something. Yi Yongxing's target was not him, but the 4 city leaders behind him. Those 4 city leaders were at risk of Yi Yongxing sacrificing his life and exploding. Realizing this, Lin Zichen immediately turned around and rushed towards Yi Yongxing behind him, trying to stop Yi Yongxing from dealing with the 4 city leaders. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before Lin Zichen could turn around completely, Yi Yongxing had already opened a hideous bloody mouth on his chest, cruelly swallowed the 4 city leaders, crushed them into flesh and blood, and devoured them. From beginning to end, the 4 city leaders were swallowed alive without even a scream. Yi Yongxing, who had swallowed the 4 city leaders, was no longer as pale as before, and had some color. But the strength of his blood and spirit remained at the legendary 8th level. Although he had swallowed 4 legendary masters, the energy he replenished was just a drop in the bucket for his powerful body, and it was not enough to restore his strength. At most, it could only make his body better. Now, there are no more annoying flies that can hinder me by self-destructing. Yi Yongxing opened his bloodshot eyes and said with a creepy smile, or, if you have the courage, you can choose to self-destruct. He was not afraid of Lin Zichen's self-destruction at all. Those city leaders, who had self-destructed before, were basically old people who had reached the end of their evolutionary path and had little life left. They died and died. But Lin Zichen was different. This boy is only 20 years old this year, but he already has the strength of a high-level legend. His evolutionary potential is immeasurable. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely evolve into a mythical creature with an infinite lifespan in the future. Such a brilliant evolutionary genius with a bright future, would definitely not want to self-destruct and let his life come to an end. Why should I self-destruct? Lin Zichen looked directly at Yi Yongsheng and said in an unusually calm voice, "Before you were blown up, I might be a step behind you, but now that you are seriously injured and your strength is damaged, it is still uncertain who will win." Hearing this, Yi Yongsheng couldn't help laughing. "Ha, young people are arrogant and don't understand what the word experience means. To deal with a young man like you who is only 20 years old, let alone the fact that our strengths are almost the same now, even if I am one level lower than you, I can easily defeat you with my combat experience that far exceeds yours. Next, let's experience what it means that the old ones are still the best." The moment he finished speaking, Yi Yongsheng flapped his huge wings fiercely, and his figure flashed in an instant, turning into a dark stream of light and attacking Lin Zichen in front of him. Lin Zichen was prepared for this. At the moment when Yi Yongsheng attacked at high speed, Lin Zichen's eyes condensed, and his blood and spirit burst out. The whole person turned into a red stream of light, and directly confronted Yi Yongsheng, who was attacking at high speed, without any fear. Soon, there was a boom sound. The two streams of light collided fiercely, shaking the air violently, and bursting out with earth-shaking light and sound. Then, the two figures flew backwards at the same time, suffering varying degrees of serious injuries. Among them, Lin Zichen was hit harder and flew farther. The surrounding city leaders either blew themselves up or were swallowed up, leaving no one behind. This made Lin Zichen's biological attribute gregarious animal ineffective, causing Lin Zichen's strength to decline, just one step behind Yi Yongsheng. Therefore, in the previous confrontation, Lin Zichen flew farther. But the good news is that other biological attributes that could not cause effective damage to Yi Yongsheng before, such as lethal venom, hallucination, confusion, etc. After Yi Yongsheng was seriously injured, they all began to take effect. On the other side, Yi Yongsheng, who had just finished the confrontation with Lin Zichen, was now full of negative states. Poisoning, hallucination, dizziness, paralysis, stiffness, etc. Under the superposition and weakening of these negative states, Yi Yongsheng's strength is rapidly declining. The strength of qi and blood and mental strength has slipped from the 8th level of legend to the 7th level of legend, and is sliding down to the 7th level of legend at a very fast speed. What's going on? Why do I have so many negative states in my body? Is it caused by his attack? Yi Yongsheng stared at Lin Zichen in the distance, while feeling the various negative states on his body, and a rare panic appeared in his heart. If these negative states on his body at this moment are really caused by Lin Zichen's attack, then it will be difficult to deal with it next. My current hard power has declined to the point where it is not as good as Lin Zichen, and I can only rely on the combat experience accumulated over the years to make up for the gap, or even surpass it. But once Lin Zichen's attack can add negative states to the target, then my advantage in experience will become a drop in the bucket, not enough to make up for the gap in strength with Lin Zichen. Just as Yi Yongsheng was thinking, buzz. A rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. It was Lin Zichen who attacked again. Lin Zichen, who had adjusted his state, turned into a more dazzling red stream of light than before, and rushed towards Yi Yongsheng with a devastating force. Yi Yongsheng wanted to hide, and didn't want to go head-on with Lin Zichen, who was firing at full power. Unfortunately, at this moment, his body was full of various negative states, and both his reaction speed and evasion speed were greatly reduced. He couldn't dodge Lin Zichen, who was as fast as lightning. Helplessly, he could only give up dodging Lin Zichen's full-strength attack, and chose to block on the spot as a second choice, and take on Lin Zichen's attack head-on. The next moment, boom! The earth-shattering collision sounded again. Lin Zichen, with endless blood and energy, punched Yi Yongsheng. Yi Yongsheng blocked with his hands in front of his chest and took the punch. This time, Lin Zichen, who was in a better state, had an absolute advantage. With the overwhelming blood and energy, he punched Yi Yongsheng away. Boom! Another loud noise came. Yi Yongsheng, who was blown away by a punch, slammed heavily into the sea surface with a large area of red flames and sank to the bottom of the sea. During the sinking process, the various negative states on his body deepened sharply. The blood and energy strength and mental strength were declining at a very fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, he slipped to the 7th level of legend, then slipped to the 6th level of legend, and then took another step back to the 6th level of legend, formally declining from a legendary high-level creature to a legendary middle-level creature. The strength was greatly reduced, became the useless ant in his eyes in the past. It was actually caused by his attack. How did he do that? He is obviously a pure-blooded human, without any alien genes in his body, How can he have so many special biological attributes? What secrets are hidden in his body? I must take over this body. Yi Yongxing thought anxiously as he sank to the bottom of the sea, his eyes full of desire. Lin Zichen's incredibly powerful and amazing body was a fatal temptation to him, making him obsessed with it, and always wanting to take over his body for himself. Just when he was eagerly longing in his heart. Bang! A huge sound of water breaking through and entering was heard. Lin Zichen turned into a stream of red light, rushed into the seabed with boundless blood and energy, and dived rapidly along Yi Yongxing's breath. He wanted to take Yi Yongxing's life while he was sick, and not give this man a chance to recover, so as to avoid any unexpected situation. Yi Yongxing, who had already dived for thousands of meters, sensed that Lin Zichen was diving rapidly to finish off the enemy. In response, Yi Yongxing smiled with a hint of unwillingness in his heart. You forced me to do it. After thinking about it, he quickly tapped his chest 3 times with his hand. Each tap was accompanied by a small amount of blood and energy and mental power, as if activating something. The next moment after tapping 3 times, deep in the huge heart that had mutated in Yi Yongxing's body, a drop of blood essence that had been sealed for a long time quickly revived and became active again. This was a drop of blood essence from the mythical creature Night King. It was a reward given to him by the Night King for his great merit in plotting to murder a legendary high-level human being. It was the essence and blood condensed by the Night King himself. The creature that merged with this drop of essence and blood could temporarily possess the strength of the Night King, possessing the strength of a mythical strongman. The price is that the changes that occurred in the body during the period may not be fully recovered afterwards. Moreover, there are certain risks during the fusion. The flesh may not be able to withstand the powerful energy contained in the essence and blood, causing the flesh to be directly broken. However, these risks are insignificant to Yi Yongxing at this moment, as the Night King's essence and blood were activated. Soon, the Night King's essence and blood turned into a stream of warm currents, flowing through Yi Yongxing's body at an extremely fast speed, strengthening every cell in his body. Under the reinforcement of the Night King's blood essence, Yi Yongxing could clearly sense that his biological level was rapidly improving. Legendary Level 6 Great Perfection. Legendary Level 7. Level 8. Level 9. Mythical Level 1. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Yongxing's biological level evolved from Legendary Level 6 to the mythical level he had always dreamed of. The biological pressure emanating from his body was unprecedentedly strong. Just floating in the sea without moving, it could automatically form a life-restricted area around it, excluding all living things within the range. At the same time, all the negative states on his body disappeared. What was left was just the shocking energy that was so strong that people could not extricate themselves. Is this the power of a mythical creature? Great, that's great. It's really fascinating. Yi Yongxing's face was full of gloomy smiles, and the aura he exuded was somewhat similar to that of the Night King, and became more and more similar as time went on. On the other side, Lin Zichen, who was diving at high speed, immediately sensed that the aura emanating from Yi Yongxing was so strong that it was a bit wrong, and danger sense kept jumping. Something is wrong. This man's state is very wrong. Don't get close to him. Lin Zichen was keenly aware of this, and turned around and fled without saying a word. With the blessing of melting water and other water biological properties, Lin Zichen's speed was as fast as a stream of light. In just a blink of an eye, he sneaked dozens of miles in the sea, and the distance with Yi Yongxing was widened. Lin Zichen did not choose to break the water and go by land or air, but sneaked at high speed on the seabed the whole time. There are many obstacles on the seabed, and the energy is mixed, which will have a certain impact on perception, which is more suitable for escaping. Escape in vain. Yi Yongxing muttered expressionlessly. Then, with a thought, his huge body instantly turned into a dark stream of light, and chased after the fleeing Lin Zichen at a speed that could break through the void. In front, Lin Zichen sneaked very fast. His body almost dissolved in the water, moving at a speed of dozens of miles per second. Just when he thought he could escape successfully, a powerful energy body that could make all creatures tremble suddenly appeared out of thin air not far behind him. Before he could react to what was going on, this energy body had already rushed above him, stretched out a huge beast's claw and grabbed him fiercely. He instinctively wanted to hide. However, the beast's claw attacked too fast. As soon as his body moved, the beast's claw had already grabbed him, tightly binding his body like handcuffs. Then, a terrifying upward pulling force suddenly broke out, carrying him to the sea. Boom! There was a sound that resounded through the sky. The creature's level soared to the mythical level, and Yi Yongxing, who had completely transformed into an alien race, broke out of the water with Lin Zichen in one claw, and hovered high in the air. Lin Zichen's blood and spirit burst out crazily, and his strength almost increased to the legendary 8th level. He wanted to break free from the restraint of Yi Yongsheng's beast claw. However, even so, he failed to break free. The mythical creature was too powerful, and it was not something a legendary creature could resist. Heh, don't waste your energy. How can a mere legendary ant be so confident that he can break free from the restraint of a mythical creature? Yi Yongsheng looked at Lin Zichen in his hand, pinching him like an ant, with contempt in his eyes. Chapter 299. No, I can't get out. The gap in strength is too great. What should I do? What should I do now? Lin Zichen looked around in panic, his brain working at high speed, desperately trying to find a way to get out. At this moment, he was held in the hand of the huge Yi Yongsheng, unable to move. If he couldn't get out in time, he would soon be possessed by Yi Yongsheng. The situation was very critical. Under the blessing of heavenly wisdom. Soon, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up, and he thought of a way to get out. A bold way to get out. That is self-destruction. The sea under his feet was still burning with an unextinguishable red flame. If he chose to self-destruct and die in this sea of fire, then if nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to trigger the biological attribute rebirth from the ashes. The resurrection point after rebirth from the ashes will most likely appear in other places, rather than in the hands of Yi Yongsheng, the treacherous deputy state lord. In this way, the purpose of escaping can be achieved. However, these are still just speculations, and everything is still unknown. Because no one has tried it, no one knows whether it can be reborn after self-destruction. Even if it can be reborn, whether the rebirth point will be refreshed is a problem. If it can be refreshed, where it will be refreshed is another problem. Just when Lin Zichen was still hesitant about whether to choose to self-destruct to escape, Yi Yongsheng, who was holding him with one hand, began to act. The treacherous deputy city lord, with a thought, conjured a black bead out of thin air in front of him. The bead was only as big as a walnut. The surface is smooth. There seems to be a black hole hidden inside, which is extremely dark. At the first sight of this bead, Lin Zichen sensed an extremely amazing spiritual power from it. The spiritual power contained in this bead is at least a mythical existence. Is this the prop used to seize my body? Lin Zichen stared at the bead in front of him, his face solemn. Opposite, Yi Yongsheng, who conjured the bead, rarely said even a word of nonsense. The moment the bead came out, he immediately poured his spiritual power into the bead in front of him and began to transfer his will. At the same time, he also began to extract the spiritual power in Lin Zichen's body through the air, trying to strip his will out and annihilate it into nothingness. Then, he occupied Lin Zichen's body with his own will. Pain, pain, pain. It hurts. The severe pain caused by the extraction of spiritual power made Lin Zichen's face distorted. It was a pain worse than a piercing pain. Even though his biological level was as high as the legendary level, he was still a little overwhelmed by the pain. However, the pain was secondary. The important thing was that his mental power was being rapidly drained away. It would not be long before his body would be drained into an empty shell and become a container for the possessed body. Realizing this, he immediately chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. Being possessed, there was no hope of survival. Self-destruction, there was still a hope of survival. This was a multiple-choice question with a definite answer, and there was no need to hesitate. As soon as the idea of self-destruction fell, the next moment, Lin Zichen's body began to swell rapidly, and the blood and qi in his body were about to burst out like a volcanic eruption. Yi Yongsheng, who noticed this, quickly dispersed his mental power to suppress Lin Zichen and prevent him from self-destructing. Under the mental suppression of a mythical strongman, the blood and qi that was about to burst out of Lin Zichen's body was suppressed in an instant, and could not burst out to destroy himself. Damn! Seeing that his self-destruction was successfully stopped, Lin Zichen's face changed drastically. If he could not self-destruct, he could not be reborn from the ashes. And if he could not be reborn from the ashes, he could not escape the clutches of Yi Yongsheng, and the mental power deep in his mind would continue to be extracted until his will completely disappeared. In the end, he became a flesh and blood shell without a soul, and was possessed by the traitorous deputy city lord in front of him. Self-destruction is not feasible. Is there any other way to get out? It is definitely not possible to rely on myself. Ask for help? Who can I ask for help? Lin Zichen endured the severe pain of his spirit being forcibly extracted, and his brain kept spinning at high speed, trying to think of a way to get out. However, he could not think of any effective way to get out in a short time. Just when Lin Zichen's mental power was almost drained out by half, and his will began to become a little blurred. Ah! Yi Yongsheng in front of him suddenly screamed in pain, and was forced to stop draining his spirit. Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment, not understanding what happened. But these are not the point. The point is that he has escaped from Yi Yongxing's mental suppression and can escape. Lin Zichen, who reacted, did not dare to delay for a moment. Immediately, his whole body of blood and spirit burst out, and he moved away from Yi Yongxing as quickly as possible. The direction of escape was directly towards city number 1. To take Shen Qinghan, who is still in the city, away from this place of trouble. While fleeing at high speed, Lin Zichen deliberately dispersed a trace of mental power to observe the situation of Yi Yongxing behind. See what happened to this treacherous deputy city lord? Why did he suddenly scream in pain as the mental power spread to the back? Soon, Lin Zichen clearly observed Yi Yongxing's current state, and his brows on his face could not help but frown slightly. At this time, Yi Yongxing's body surface was growing a lot of fine hairs at a speed visible to the naked eye. The face that originally had some human features was becoming more and more beastly. Who is in my body? Who is erasing my will? What is going on? Yi Yongxing, who found that he was losing control of his body, was terrified and didn't understand what was going on. He stared at the black bead in front of him, suspecting that this bead was taking over his body. So, with this doubt, he raised a huge beast's claw with difficulty, sucked the bead in front of him into his hand, and squeezed it hard without hesitation. Crack! There was only such a crisp shattering sound. The black bead in Yi Yongxing's hand instantly broke into a pool of powder. It slipped from his claws. It drifted away with the wind. The bead was broken, and the will was no longer lost. But what made Yi Yongxing feel desperate was that his current state did not tend to get better at all, and he still felt that he was invaded by an alien life form. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Who is taking over my body? Yi Yongxing's face was full of fear, and his eyes were full of despair. Not long ago, he was still taking over Lin Zichen's body, but in the blink of an eye, he was taken over by an unknown life form. This made him feel unacceptable. I didn't expect that I would be revived in the body of you, a traitor to the earth. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded faintly in the depths of Yi Yongxing's mind. The moment he heard the voice, Yi Yongxing opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. It was the voice of the Night King. It was the Night King who was taking over my body. Why? The Night King is a mythical strongman who is high above and looks down on the world. Why would he take over my body that is only at the legendary level? Wait, could it be that the mythical strongman who fell in the central region before was the Night King? At this moment, Yi Yongxing understood everything. The Night King fell in the mythical war in the central region, and he had merged with a drop of the Night King's blood not long ago, which happened to be the carrier of the Night King's revival. Lord Night King. I am just a legendary ant. My body is the flesh and blood of a lowly human. My lowly body is not worthy of being a container for your will, which will tarnish your lofty status. Lin Zichen was just here. He just ran not far. You know how special his body is. Only his body is worthy of your will. Yi Yongxing's voice was full of desire to survive. He didn't want his life to end like this. He wanted to evolve into a mythical creature. He wanted to gain endless lifespan. He wanted no one in the world to threaten his life from now on. To live forever in this world. To live high and mighty. Facing Yi Yongxing's humble begging, the Night King, who was recovering rapidly in Yi Yongxing's body, had no inner fluctuations. After a long while, he said in an emotionless voice, "You are right, your body is indeed not worthy of carrying my will." Hearing this, Yi Yongxing was overjoyed, and the despair on his face was instantly swept away. But before he was happy for long, the Night King in his body spoke again. However, before taking over Lin Zichen's body, I have to take over your lowly body first. The moment the voice fell, the Night King, who was recovering, suddenly burst out with mental power. Before Yi Yongxing could react, he instantly wiped out Yi Yongxing's will and completely occupied Yi Yongxing's body. What a rotten body! The Night King, who completely occupied Yi Yongxing's body, felt that his current body was only at the first level of mythology, and would soon decline to the legendary level, and his eyes were full of disgust. He adapted to this body a little. Soon, the Night King thought, and instantly spread his mental power. The range was so large. It almost covered the entire southern region. This is the power of mythical creatures. Escaped so fast. In just a short moment, it flew hundreds of miles away. It's a pity that it's still too slow for me. The Night King looked at Lin Zichen's direction, as if he was looking at an ant, with a condescending look on his face. Like Yi Yongxing, he regarded creatures below the mythical level as ants. It's too bright. It's better to be darker. The Night King looked up at the bright sky, then raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. When the sound rang out, the sky, which was originally clear and bright, suddenly became dim. Most of the southern region was pulled into a silent darkness. This is the Night King's exclusive ability, Great Dark Sky. A unique ability that can instantly turn the sky within the perception range into a dark sky. A piece of sky hundreds of miles away. Lin Zichen was bursting with blood and spirit frantically, rushing to city number 1 at the fastest speed, and taking Shenqinghan in the city to escape from this place of trouble. The enemy he is facing now is no longer Yi Yongsheng, whose biological level was still at the legendary level before. But he has changed to a mythical strongman from the southern region, the Night King. Lin Zichen has a clear understanding of himself. He knows very well that no matter how good he is at cross-level killing, it is impossible to cross a large section to defeat such a mythical strongman. Therefore, he decisively chose to flee without hesitation. Huh? What happened? Why is it dark? Lin Zichen was flying at high speed, and suddenly the whole sky darkened. The 5 senses were greatly suppressed. The range of perception was shrinking again and again. Sizzle! Suddenly, a powerful tearing sound came from the front. Hearing the sound, Lin Zichen immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Then, what caught his eyes was a huge crack with an arc flowing. The moment he saw this crack, he became solemn and frowned tightly. He knew very well what it meant when a crack suddenly appeared in the air. This meant that a strong man was breaking through the void. In this situation and at this place, apart from the Night King who had revived himself by taking over Yi Yongsheng, there would be no other strong man who could break through the void. Therefore, the strong man who broke through the void at this moment must be the Night King. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen did not hesitate at all, and quickly dived towards the sea below. Facing a mythical strongman, especially the Night King who is the king of the sky, it would be a sure death to take the land or air route. The only possible way to escape was the waterway below. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound of breaking water, Lin Zichen turned into a stream of red light and instantly crashed into the sea below, splashing a large area of waves burning with red flames. As soon as he rushed into the sea, Lin Zichen immediately activated the biological attribute luck of melting water, completely merged with the seawater, and sank to the bottomless seabed at the fastest speed. No matter how good he was at swimming, he was not confident that he could swim faster than the Night King in the sea. The biological level gap between the two sides was too big, and it could not be made up by the word good alone. On the sea surface, the Night King slowly walked out of the crack, his expression relaxed, and looked unhurried. You also know to sink to the bottom of the sea at a high speed. I have to say, you are quite smart. Unfortunately, the gap in strength is too great. No matter how smart you are, it will be in vain. The Night King looked at the sea surface with ripples spreading under his feet, smiled, and then waved his hand, and tore a huge crack with his bare hands at the side. Then, he raised his foot, and stepped into the depths of the crack with a calm face. Deep in the seabed, with the blessing of melting water and other water-based biological properties, Lin Zichen dived tens of thousands of meters in an instant, and was far away from the sea surface. Just when he thought that he could escape the pursuit of the Night King by diving so deep, a familiar voice sounded. The next second, a crack with arcs on the surface appeared in front of him out of thin air, and then, the Night King, who had taken over Yi Yongsheng's body, slowly walked out of the crack with a powerful pressure. Chapter 300. The moment the Night King walked out of the crack, the powerful biological pressure emanating from his body instantly pushed away the surrounding seawater, forming a vacuum zone with a strong sense of oppression around him. In the vacuum zone, any matter is excluded, and it is a domain exclusively for the Night King. Lin Zichen reacted very quickly. 1 second before the Night King walked out of the crack, he had already dived into the bottomless sea at a very fast speed. When the Night King walked out of the crack, he had already opened a distance of several thousand meters from him. Still struggling in vain, the Night King looked down at Lin Zichen, who was constantly diving below, with a playful look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. Then, he thought about it, and tore a huge crack in the space on the side again. Then, he stepped in slowly, and then stepped out slowly. It was just so simple, one in and one out. When the Night King stepped out of the crack again, he appeared right below Lin Zichen, blocking Lin Zichen's dive route accurately. Seeing the Night King appear again, Lin Zichen's heart fell to the bottom of the valley. Can't escape at all. Breaking through the void is too cheating. It's like having a random door. No matter how far away, you can reach it instantly with just a thought, leaving the target nowhere to escape. The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more desperate he felt. On the contrary, the Night King opposite him was looking at him with interest at this time, peeping at everything about his body. Let's see what's so special about the body of this earthling who has been planned and captured by the Sun and Moon Holy Land. During this period, Lin Zichen wanted to move, but he was suppressed by the mental power of the Night King and couldn't move. He could only allow the Night King's spiritual power to invade. The Night King had a clear view of the biological information. What's wrong with your body? How can you evolve into a legendary creature at the age of 20? It's incredible. No wonder the Sun and Moon Holy Land has been planning to capture you. You must have some unknown secrets, the Night King said, while peeping at Lin Zichen's body. His expression gradually became excited. He had lived in the Source for several epochs, and had seen countless amazing evolutionary geniuses. But it was the first time he had seen someone as amazing as Lin Zichen, and he was directly shocked. After calming down a little, the Night King said in a much calmer voice, "I give you a chance to escape. Fight hard and try your best to escape. Maybe you can escape from me." After saying that, he thought about it and released the mental suppression on Lin Zichen, allowing Lin Zichen to escape. As soon as the mental suppression on his body disappeared, Lin Zichen did not hesitate and immediately burst out his blood and spirit, escaping to the depths of the seabed at the fastest speed. At the same time, he turned the effects of biological attributes, such as luck of melting water and natural camouflage, to the maximum. He knew why the Night King let him run at this moment. It was nothing more than the same as Yi Yongsheng before, wanting to see the limit of his physical body, and see what was special about his physical body. Although it was a very slim hope to escape from a mythical creature, it was not very realistic. However, since the other party gave him a chance to escape, it would be a mental illness not to escape. Boom! 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 Lin Zichen dived very quickly, and a huge roar was made by friction in the seawater. In just a blink of an eye, he dived thousands of meters deep, and completely away from the Night King above. However, he only got away from the Night King's body, but did not get rid of the Night King's mental lock. The mental power of mythical creatures is too strong. It is simply impossible for a legendary creature like him to get rid of it. No matter how deep he dives, how far away from the Night King above, as long as the Night King is willing, the Night King can think at any time, break through the void, and appear in front of him in an instant. But even so, he still has to escape. If he doesn't escape, he will be possessed by the body. If he escapes, there is still a tiny possibility of escaping. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 40,000 meters. 50,000 meters. With the blessing of a large amount of blood, spirit, and biological attributes, Lin Zichen continued to dive, and in just over 10 seconds, he dived to a depth of 50,000 meters. However, he still couldn't see the bottom of the sea. The picture below was still a deep black that made people feel uneasy. The only difference was that after diving to a depth of 50,000 meters, he could clearly feel that the mental power from the Night King had weakened. It was so weak that it was only vaguely visible. If you don't perceive it carefully, you can't find it at all. It seems that the distance of 50,000 meters in the sea seems to have reached the limit of the Night King's perception range. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen was slightly excited. In this almost desperate situation, he saw a glimmer of hope to escape. 60,000 meters. 70,000 meters. 80,000 meters. 90,000 meters. 100,000 meters. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 seconds passed. In order to completely get rid of the mental lock from the Night King, Lin Zichen dived another 50,000 meters. The total diving depth has reached an astonishing 100,000 meters. Lin Zichen, who is at this depth, can hardly feel the mental lock from the Night King. However, he still dared not be careless and continued to dive madly to ensure that he could really get rid of the mental lock of the Night King above. 110,000 meters. 120,000 meters. 130,000 meters. Lin Zichen did not pause at all and continued to dive at a high intensity and speed, not daring to relax for a moment. When he dived to a depth of 131,432 meters, he suddenly stopped diving. It was not because he had reached the bottom of the sea and could not dive further. Instead, a huge palace suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a familiar palace, the Water God Palace. Lin Zichen was stunned. The whole person could not help but stand there in a daze. The Water God Palace was clearly in Xinqinghan Sea of Consciousness. How could it suddenly appear here out of thin air? The strangest thing is that the Water God Palace was clearly right in front of him, but he could not sense its existence, and could only see its existence with his naked eyes. Just like a mirage, it can only be seen but not touched. It is a false illusion. Above, the Night King quietly sensed Lin Zichen's every move, without any emotional fluctuations, because Lin Zichen's diving depth was getting deeper and deeper, gradually exceeding the spiritual perception range in the sea. Before letting Lin Zichen dive and escape, he had already impressed a spiritual imprint in Lin Zichen's body. Even if Lin Zichen was far away, so far that he was beyond the range of his spiritual perception, he could always think of it, break through the void, and appear in front of Lin Zichen in the shortest time. His swimming ability is outstanding. In less than half a minute, he has already dived more than 100,000 meters deep, and his diving speed has not slowed down at all. His ability to conceal his breath is also outstanding. Now his breath is almost undetectable. Why did he stop suddenly? Did he recognize the reality and give up escaping? The Night King, who was observing Lin Zichen, sensed that Lin Zichen suddenly stopped when he dived to a depth of 130,000 meters. He was full of doubts about this, and didn't understand what was going on. After waiting for a while, seeing that Lin Zichen still had no intention of continuing to dive, he stopped observing, raised his hand, and tore a huge crack on the side, wanting to break through the void and come to Lin Zichen to find out the reason. At this moment, he, like Lin Zichen, could not sense the existence of the Water God Palace through his mind. 130,000 meters deep under the sea. Lin Zichen looked at the Water God Palace in front of him with doubts in his eyes. What on earth is going on with the Water God Palace in front of me? Is it a projected illusion? But it looks very real. Except that the spirit cannot sense its existence, everything else is extremely real, and it doesn't look like a projection at all. Just when Lin Zichen was wondering. Boom, boom, boom. The Water God Palace in front of him suddenly moved, pushing a large amount of seawater to surge over, making a deafening noise. Lin Zichen wanted to retreat. But then he thought that the Water God Palace had a close relationship with Shinchinghan, and he should be one of them, so he gritted his teeth and waited there. In just a blink of an eye, the Water God Palace teleported from the sea 1,000 meters away to Lin Zichen and stopped in front of him. Lin Zichen looked at the tall and magnificent palace in front of him. After a while, he was surprised to find that this palace did not seem to be a projected image, but a real palace. However, the Water God Palace was clearly in Shinchinghan's Sea of Consciousness, so how could it suddenly appear here out of thin air? Lin Zichen was full of doubts and puzzlement. But soon, in the doubts and puzzlement, he felt a little excited. The doubts were, why did the Water God Palace, which should have been in Shinchinghan's Sea of Consciousness, appear here? The excitement was that the Water God Palace might help him escape from the crisis he was facing at the moment. The Water God is one of the oldest 5 elements gods. A rising star like the Night King is probably no different from an ant in front of him. And Shinchinghan has a special connection with the Water God, one of the 5 elements gods. If there is really a Water God in the Water God Palace, then he might be able to rely on his relationship with Shinchinghan and shamelessly seek the help he wants from the Water God. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about these things. Sizzle! A crisp space-tearing sound suddenly sounded. Lin Zichen, who heard the sound, suddenly changed his face. The Night King is chasing. After reacting, Lin Zichen immediately burst out all the blood and spirit in his body, and dived to the bottom of the sea again at the fastest speed to escape the clutches of the Night King. Although he had just placed his hopes on the Water God Palace, when facing a crisis, he would still instinctively choose to escape at the first time. He escaped at the first time. He escaped decisively. Unfortunately, he was still a step slower in the end. Lin Zichen had just dived less than 100 meters, and the Night King had already walked out of the crack. As soon as he thought about it, he emitted a boundless spiritual power, and instantly fixed Lin Zichen in place, unable to move, and losing the ability to resist. Water God Palace? After fixing Lin Zichen, the Night King discovered the Water God Palace floating in front of him, and his eyes were filled with doubts and confusion. At this moment, he, like Lin Zichen, could not use his spirit to sense the existence of the Water God Palace, and could only see it with his naked eyes. Is the Water God Palace originally here, or did it suddenly appear here? The Night King looked at Lin Zichen on the side and asked. He knew that the reason why Lin Zichen suddenly stopped diving before must be related to the Water God Palace in front of him, and it was necessary to ask clearly. He had never seen the Water God Palace, but he knew the existence of Water God, one of the 5 elements gods. He was puzzled to see the Water God Palace here. You know, the Water God is the oldest god in the source. How could his palace appear in such an ordinary sea area? This is not logical at all. Facing the question from the Night King, Lin Zichen did not answer as he wished, but chose to remain silent. Lin Zichen was a very generous person, but not so generous as to be willing to answer the enemy's questions. Don't say it? You are quite courageous. It's a pity that it's all in vain, the Night King said without any emotion. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it on Lin Zichen's head, using a special secret method to invade Lin Zichen's memory in an instant. At the moment when his memory was invaded, a sharp pain instantly swept through Lin Zichen's body, causing his entire face to twist in pain. In the ruined No. 1 city, Shen Qinghan, relying on his ability to manipulate liquids, constantly wandered around the battlefield to save the dying and the wounded, and help the wounded, who had lost too much blood to recover blood. With her treatment, hundreds of wounded soldiers were able to save their lives, and did not stay on the battlefield forever. Are you okay? Shen Qinghan squatted beside Luo Qianxue, helping her recover the lost blood while gently caring about her. In this caring, Shen Qinghan did not use any title, because Shen Qinghan did not know whether she should call Luo Qianxue's senior sister or by Shui. No matter which title she used, she felt very awkward. Calling her senior sister was awkward because although they were both disciples of the same master Yuan Dongji, they had never communicated with each other. Calling her by Shui was awkward because Luo Qianxue did not care about the friendship they had in the second grade of elementary school. If she called her name so affectionately, it would seem that she was a bit of a pushover. Shen Qinghan was thin-skinned and did not like to push others' butts. Therefore, she simply stopped calling Luo Qianxue. I'm fine, Luo Qianxue said in a cold voice. You go and treat the others. I can heal the remaining injuries myself. Okay, Shen Qinghan responded sparingly. After that, she stood up and walked towards the other wounded. But she stopped after just 2 steps, and the whole person was stunned. Lin Zi? Am I hallucinating? How could Lin Zi suddenly appear in my sea of consciousness? Shen Qinghan sensed the scene in the sea of consciousness, and her watery peach blossom eyes were full of confusion. She saw Lin Zichen in her sea of consciousness. She saw Lin Zichen constantly diving in her sea of consciousness at a very fast speed, as fast as lightning. Such a strange thing made her a little confused for a while. With her current cognition, she could not understand this scene that appeared in the sea of consciousness at all. She calmed down a little. Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness and tried to communicate with him. Lin Zi? Lin Zi, can you hear my voice? Can't you hear it? Seeing that Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness had no reaction, Shen Qinghan frowned slightly. At this moment, she was really confused. What happened to Lin Zi in the sea of consciousness? Is it Lin Zi himself, or just some false illusion? Shen Qinghan was puzzled, and the more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. With doubts and confusion in her heart, she tried to control the only object that could be controlled in the sea of consciousness, the Water God Palace, and approached Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness as quickly as possible to study and see what was going on.